Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story takes us to the Kingdom of Grandees, the last line of defense of the fortress Endeavor, which was engulfed in flames. The ground beneath the warriors' feet began to crumble. The knights noticed their comrade had been killed. The orcs were climbing the walls of the fortress. The soldier, drawing his blade, shouted that they must fight with all their might and kill all of these orcs. The orcs ran into battle. They reflected the magic projectiles flying at them. A red aura began to hover around the area. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly. Frowning, the man thought that the orcs had gone berserk, and the story introduced us to Philip, the second in command of the Fortress Endeavor. Watching the battlefield, he emphasized the fact that it was only a matter of time before the southern gate would fall. Philip noticed the lead orc and noted that their huge numbers were already causing a lot of trouble, but the real trouble would come when the orc lord entered the battle. While examining the monster, the man said that he was different from the previous lords because he was an aura master. A powerful energy began to emanate from the orc, and Philip said that this meant that the lord could use special aura skills. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought that the monsters had already captured the castle walls. The orcs were killing knights on the stairs. The monster raised its leg. It crushed the warrior. The orc was holding a knight, shrouded in a blue aura. A glow began to spread from him. The mysterious guy was holding a clod of energy in his hand. The knight suddenly grabbed the orc by the leg. The corpses of the warriors began to rise to their feet. The dumbfounded warriors asked what kind of light it was. They saw that the corpses of the monsters also began to rise. The undead began to kill the orcs. Watching the fight, the people cried out that this was the work of a necromancer. A powerful explosion was heard in the fortress. Purple spheres appeared near the guy. He said with a serious expression that the orc lord could not be defeated with mere corpses, as expected of an aura master. The stranger summoned huge monsters from the portals. A large horde of undead appeared on the battlefield. The orc lord swung his club, delivering powerful blows. He swung his club. A powerful blow to the ground was heard. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. The skeleton pounced on him. The orc managed to grab him. The monsters ran into battle. The demon delivered a powerful blow to the lord's chest. The skeleton swung his hand. The undead began to deliver a series of blows to the orc. The monster was furious. He made a powerful attack that threw the orc's back. Philip watched the battle and thought that the world was truly vast. He noticed the necromancer who cut off the orc's hand and noted that he would not have thought that he had such fencing skills. The necromancer's subordinates rushed at the lord. The monster was preparing for a powerful attack. He dealt a crushing blow to the ground. The fairy flew past the orc corpses. She made streams of dark energy follow her. The monsters' bodies began to swell. The orc suddenly exploded. Dark mana hovered on the battlefield. The dumbfounded warriors thought that the necromancer had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. They stood in front of the huge monster and emphasized the fact that the Empire had banned the study of black magic. Grinning, the Lord said that he did not expect that mere corpses could stop him. Looking at the dead, he asked if the necromancer thought that they were enough to defeat him. He turned his gaze. Looking at the orc, the boy said that he had finally found a worthy body and the Lord was worthy of becoming one of his comrades. The necromancer began to create a blade. He rushed into battle. The Lord began to move towards him. The boy swung the sword. A powerful aura emanated from the orc. A bright flash of light appeared in front of the necromancer. He was enveloped in blue energy. The orc was taken aback by this. He pointed his blade at the necromancer. A powerful blow was heard. A pile of bones held back the Lord's sword. The guy ran to the side, holding back the monster. An explosion was heard. Standing in front of the monster, the necromancer thought that he had to become even stronger for his own survival. His body began to be enveloped in bones. The guy introduced his comrades with a serious look. Bone armor appeared on him and he added that he would become even stronger for the sake of those dear to him there in this world. He stood in front of the monster. The orc lord was preparing to continue the fight. He cried out with a satisfied look that the great warrior who wanted to change this world should clash with him in battle for the last time. The guy rushed into battle. A powerful series of blows rang out. The necromancer's face was stunned. The monster swung his club at him. Sunlight enveloped the buildings, and the plot told us that the Roblin Academy is the most prestigious academy in the Empire, where many talented individuals flock, but at the same time it is a gathering place for dubious individuals. People walked along the corridor. A portal opened on the stairs. The man looked at Ted and asked if he had told us that it was there. The protagonist followed him and apologized. The man walked among the corpses and said that he could not believe that Ted had forgotten where the body he had been working on for the past week was. The protagonist imagined his body being enveloped in blue mana and he told us that they were researchers of forbidden dark magic, necromancers, and if they were discovered, they would be killed immediately. Ted was holding a bottle in his hands. He began to pour out the contents and noted that this is why he conducts his experiments in secret. The man drew a magic circle and asked the protagonist to step aside because he was starting. Streams of energy began to flow from his hand. Ted's face was serious. Blue mana enveloped the corpse. Examining the undead, the boys came to the conclusion that this was another failure. The man began to take notes and offered to finish for today, after which he asked Ted to clean up there and come back. The torch hung on the wall. The protagonist began to wash the floors. Washing the blood off the floor, he thought that although it was dangerous to do this, it did not seem worth it. He looked at the books and noted that everything was not so bad. Ted took one of the books from the shelf and said that after all, this was the only place where he could read about black magic. The protagonist came to the man and apologized for taking so long. Sitting at the counter, the man asked when Ted would be able to start working on his own, if even simple cleaning takes him half a day. After which the protagonist thought that it would be better if he taught him, because he has to learn everything on his own. Looking at the protagonist, the stranger said that he trusted him with such a simple job, and he has already performed so badly. He looked down and said that he would not tolerate any more mistakes. Ted calmly noted that he would do his best. Standing up from his chair, the man said that he did not know if he could rely on him, but he would give him another chance, so the protagonist should go to the Binala's National Cemetery and bring him a body. Looking around the library, he asked Ted not to forget that he was the one who took him in, despite being an orphan. The man stood still and added that the protagonist must prove that he was more valuable alive. If he could not, he knew what would happen to him. The protagonist with an empty look noted that he would simply become another body for his experiments. Standing in front of the bookshelves, the man asked Ted to step up and try. The protagonist walked out of the library and thought that they did not even give him money for the ticket. His face was serious. The students looked at Ted in surprise. The protagonist rushed past them. He said with a displeased look that it pissed him off and he didn't know what to do about it. We were shown a destroyed house and told that Ted was a talentless student from the magic department, an orphan from a fallen family, a typical scumbag who curried favor with the strong and bullied the weak. He held the man's leg while the plot told us that the main character was the worst in the entire academy, a third-rate villain, a character that no one would want to play as. His face was sad. The guy looked at the disc and emphasized the fact that even if he didn't want to, he had to live as Ted. He was Makoto and he was inside the world of the Great Sin. The man's face was serious. He grew a beard and said that he was a member of the Special Forces, that he couldn't adapt to peaceful life as part of society. Makoto was sitting at the computer and said that the only thing that kept him going was the Great Sin, so he forgot about everything around him and immersed himself in the game. Suddenly, someone called him. The man pressed the power button on the computer and said that he had received a call from someone who knew a lot about him and his character's characteristics. As soon as he came to, he tried to turn off his computer. The monitor said to enter the game, after which Makoto noted that before he realized it, he had turned into a game character 6 months before the main events of the game began. He woke up in Ted's body and told that this was a character who was constantly followed by death. Because all the characters go through the same event, they learn the true identity of Charon and kill him and Ted. The main character introduced the various characters. The girl stretched out her hand. Ted imagined himself standing in Charon's hand and emphasized the fact that if he does not find a way to escape from Charon before then, once the main plot begins, the main characters of the story will hunt him. A red aura hovered around the protagonist. Looking around the academy, he asked if he could survive. He sat down on a bench and noted that he needed to get stronger before all this began. Ted thoughtfully thought that the only thing he could rely on were the 2 special traits given out in the 13th week of the game. Getting up from the bench, the protagonist added that one of them was random and he received the trait Dual Core. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it allows him to wield both magic and fencing. He doubts that he can survive if they focus on one. Ted walked through the park and reported that the second trait is given out by choice. He looked at his hand and came to the conclusion that he needed to choose the one that synergizes most with necromancy. He clenched his hand into a fist. A red projection appeared in front of him. Looking at the list of characteristics, the protagonist noted that when he saw them for the first time, he was amazed by the huge choice. Looking at the list, Ted said that the Chinese Tao in the way of weapons would definitely not suit him. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that he would first look at the ones he did not have. He studied the list and said that the solution would probably be among them. His gaze fell on one characteristic. The puzzled protagonist asked about evolution. He imagined how a fish evolves into a person and noted that this is a phenomenon of adaptation of living beings and their achievement of a more complex form of life. Stretching out his hand, Ted said that he did not remember this feature in the game. What he needed now, it will allow him to go beyond his own limits. He touched the screen and said that there is no point in thinking anymore. The protagonist read from the projection that the feature evolution was chosen. He seriously noted that he now sees. Ted imagined himself in the future. There were many monsters around him. The protagonist imagined a huge dragon. He wore a crown on his head and the protagonist stated that in this world, he would be able to survive and beat the game as Ted. the protagonist arrived at the Maple Leaf Dormitory, the free housing of Rodland Academy, and thought that his character was a third-rate villain in the game. Finding himself in his body made him realize how weak he was. Sitting on his bed, Ted thought that he could barely use elemental magic. Raising his hand, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the only thing he was good at was necromancy, which is why he decided to choose the evolution trait. Hanging his jacket on the back of a chair, Ted said that before heading to the cemetery, he would stop by the research lab. Walking outside, he thought that there was no time to waste. He had to become stronger as soon as possible, not only because of Charon. He imagined the angry guys and emphasized the fact that there were countless characters who could kill him besides him. Ted arrived at the lab. The protagonist began to study books about black magic and thought that if he was discovered reading them, he would be executed immediately. He looked back and noticed that there was someone in this room who could kill him right now. His gaze fell on the girl, after which Ted assumed that she was a vampire. The protagonist introduced the monsters and told that in this game they are immune to sunlight and have powerful magic. They are not the kind of creatures that Charon can easily get. Examining the book, Ted noted that it was about the boss in the middle of the game. The protagonist turned around at her voice. The girl with a smirk on her face asked if Ted wanted to help her escape. The train was moving at high speed. Looking out the window, the protagonist reasoned that the offer was tempting. The girl stated with a satisfied look that if the protagonist freed her, she would kill Charon, and then asked if he was afraid that Charon would kill him one day. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that, as expected from a vampire, she saw his wariness towards Charon. He had not acted like Ted for a long time. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that if he released her, there was no guarantee that she would not kill him. Smirking, the vampire swore that she would not kill him, and Ted wondered if such a higher being as she would keep her promise to a mere man. The protagonist calmly wondered if he should just believe her. Ted looked at the canister and stated that if he betrayed the teacher now, he would not be able to avoid problems. He was riding on a train and thought that he needed to find out information about vampires, because perhaps there was a book somewhere on how to control them. Ted was dragging a suitcase behind him. He was moving towards the entrance to the cemetery and saying that this was the body of a magician in all its glory. The protagonist was sweating and said that money solved a lot, but it did not give him any strength. The protagonist looked at the sign above the gate and noted that black magicians collect corpses there. Sighing, Ted said that he came from Jenny's house. He is her third grandson. The guy stood behind the gate and asked if the protagonist brought flowers, to which he received the answer that he brought 13 azure irises. The guy opened the gate to the cemetery. The protagonist continued dragging the suitcase. The man looked at it and said that he was on time. Looking into the coffin, he noted that this was the corpse of a knight. Ted should take it and leave. Smiling, the protagonist thanked him. The dumbfounded protagonist picked up the corpse and thought that it was heavy. Ted stuffed it into the suitcase and said that he needed to leave before it got too dark. The protagonist looked at the grave and assumed that he had seen the name written on it somewhere before. Scared, Ted asked if this was the Aura Master Nick. He imagined a guy standing in front of a waterfall and noted that Nick was the one who had dedicated decades to studying the way of the sword. He had a long beard on his face. Nick was swinging a blade. He looked at the sky. Nick began to fall. He looked at the tree above his head. The old man fell onto the rocks. Ted noted that he died of old age, and this was one of the Easter eggs of the game. Intrigued, the protagonist noted that he wanted to know why they added it. He watched the man filling the grave and emphasized the fact that no one there knew that Nick posthumously became an Aura Master. Ted imagined a Death Knight that could be created from Nick's body. The protagonist imagined watching Charon and emphasized the fact that even he would not be able to create a Death Knight. Looking at Pole, Ted thought that after he evolved, it would be a completely different story. The protagonist stood still and noted that he needed to possess a body with good skills. The protagonist began to walk towards Pole and addressed him. Looking at the grave, Pole asked if Ted wanted another body. Holding the shovel on his shoulder, he stated that the protagonist did not even have Charon's permission, so he should understand his situation as well. Ted lowered his gaze. He held out the ring and asked what if he offered it. Stunned, Pole noticed the seal of the count on the ring and noted that he would become rich if he sold it. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist stated that as a mage, the result is important to him, so he will gladly offer it. Ted placed the ring in Pole's hand and noted that he will not tell the teacher. Smiling, the protagonist thought that even though this ring is from a fallen family, it is still of great value. Looking at the moon, Pole thanked Ted and offered to dig a grave. The protagonist opened the coffin. Holding the lid, the protagonist thought that the future him he saw was starting to take shape. Looking at his hand, Ted thought that when he returned, he would immediately begin training in necromancy, after which he asked his first subordinate to take care of him. Charon looked at the knight's corpse and said that it was a completely suitable body. The guy should take care of the reagents while he was gone. Ted stood over the body in the lab and thought about how he had just returned, and he had already harnessed him to work. Wiping the body, the protagonist reflected on how he was getting better at cleaning. It was very annoying. The body moved instinctively. The protagonist wiped his forehead, thinking that he needed to quickly finish everything here and start training. He washed the floor from blood. Imagining the old man in the coffin, the guy asked if he could use Nick's body with his current skills. Ted held the mop and thought that a regular skeleton would be his limit now. The protagonist imagined how he created the skeleton and thought that he could definitely evolve things with the evolution trait, but he was not sure how it worked because he had not used it yet. He also did not have money, so he could not practice on other bodies. The chain jerked forward. The protagonist looked seriously, hearing the girl ask how long he would wait. He looked away. Turning around, the guy asked if she was asleep. The vampire frowned and replied that she told him that she would not kill him, let him release, clarifying whether he really wanted to obey Charon for the rest of his life. Ted walked towards her. Approaching the bars, the protagonist thought about how he was waiting for her to talk to him. Angela smirked and asked if he had finally made up his mind. The protagonist imagined a calm man, thinking that he was curious about how Charon was able to catch her. Looking at the book, he thought that as soon as he read it, everything became clear. Frowning, the girl asked what was wrong. Why was he staring at her and silent? She stood behind the bars and asked if he still doubted. The vampire walked away from him and said that she advised him to hurry, otherwise, even if he released her, she would still kill him. Angela was taken aback when she heard that he would release her. The guy stood in front of her and told her that he could no longer serve Charon. The girl happily extended her hands and screamed that since he decided, let him remove her restraints. She looked at him in shock, hearing that she must swear on the name of her family that she would not kill him. The protagonist frowned. He looked at her shackles, thinking that judging by her reaction, the contents of the book were true. The protagonist stood calmly behind the bars, thinking that when a vampire swears by the name of his kind, there is no way he can break the promise. The guy was taken aback when he heard that she agreed. Frowning, the girl said that she swears by the name of Lucifer. Ted looked at the screen that appeared and thought that this was simple. The system reported that he fulfilled the condition. A sample capable of evolution was found. Angela watched as he ran his finger through the air. Looking at the information about evolution, the protagonist wondered if it was because of the oath. It seemed that he could use it on more than just summoned creatures. He put his hand to his chin, thinking that this was a chance to test the skill before using it on Nick. The protagonist looked at the displeased girl, thinking that even if something happened, it would not be his problem. The vampire frowned and asked if he had lied to her. The guy pressed the agree button. Mana surrounded her face. Angela grabbed her head with a scream. Ted watched her in shock. Holding onto the bars, the girl asked him in rage what he had done. She threw her head back in pain. The protagonist saw her fall and wondered what had happened to her. He stood in front of the lying vampire and told her that she should pull herself together because he didn't even know if everything had gone well or not. Looking at the stairs, the protagonist said that he had learned something new about this trait. The guy touched Nick's body and thought that if he could evolve creatures that were not his summons, he would definitely be able to evolve his own so he could safely summon him. Holding the bowl over the corpse, Ted thought that he should do it. The protagonist stretched out his hand and activated the skeleton summon. The protagonist gathered mana in his hands and used basic necromancy. A notification popped up saying that the skeleton summon was used, one corpse was found, and additional effects were applied. The guy looked at the glow in shock. The body in the magic circle flew up. Grabbing his hand, Ted thought about how much mana was needed to summon one skeleton. The skin on the corpse disappeared. The bones were gradually exposed. The skeleton stood in front of the guy and the system reported that the skeleton summon was successfully used. The protagonist smiled. A window appeared with information that the corpse's level was very high. Additional effects were added. It turned into a skeleton soldier and can take over part of the spirit of the original body. The protagonist watched as Nick clenched his fists and thought that this was amazing, a huge success. He even became a class higher than an ordinary skeleton. As he imagined the brand, the boy thought about how mastery was a state that meant reaching the peak of mastery of something and reaching its limit. He sat in front of it, thinking that this was the only trait that could be obtained through effort. To think that a skeleton had obtained this skill, and asked if he was really a master of the sword in life. Nick raised his finger. Ted looked at it carefully and asked if he would be under his tutelage. The skeleton made a gesture of agreement. Smiling, the protagonist said that he thought the same. The protagonist put his feet up on the table in the room. Looking at the calendar, he thought that there was still a year left before Charon died. The boy pressed the screen, thinking that if he wanted to survive, he still had a lot to do. Ted sat at the table, thinking that even without using the summoning skill, his skill would still grow. The protagonist stood up from his chair and said that no matter what, they should release Nick. By pressing the screen, the protagonist read that there was currently one creature in his storage and he could summon it. A portal with a skeleton appeared in the middle of the room. The guy watched as his subordinate left and said that it would be bad if someone saw him. First he should dress him up. The building was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The dressed skeleton stood calmly. Touching his chin, Ted said that no matter how you look at it, he looks like a human. Nick waved his hands in front of him. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that it seemed like the Easter egg was not lying. Watching the skeleton wave his hands, the protagonist asked if he really died during training and was training despite being dead. He smiled and said that it was even good. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that he finally found a use for this stupid trait. The skeleton looked at him. Ted was standing in front of him and asking if he wanted to teach him fencing. Pulling out the stick, the protagonist asked if he was doing it right. The protagonist smiled in panic, thinking that his body was creaking like crazy. He remembered the furious men, thinking that fortunately they taught him how to use even such a body. It was as if he was being taught by a mad or a master. Imagining a pumped up arm, the guy thought that if he did everything right, he would be able to comprehend the aura and switch between aura and mana thanks to the dual core trait. Ted imagined the glow in his body and thought that he could follow the path of a magic swordsman because he would collect mana in his heart and aura in his dantian. Remembering the king holding mana, the protagonist thought that his path would be more difficult than others, but if he could overcome all this, he would become stronger than anyone, just like the great Emperor Edmund, one of the founders of the empire. The skeleton pinched his arm. The protagonist let out a confused cry. Nick waved his finger, asking him to concentrate. The guy smiled and asked how he had such a strong grip when he was just a pile of bones. The skeleton pointed to the side and thought about how he was a member of the special forces, so training his body was a piece of cake for him. Remembering himself in a military uniform, he thought about what would teach him how to become a man. From the dorm building, the guy screamed that the skeleton should not beat him. Ted drank tea at the table, thinking that he had missed studying necromancy today and freed Nick. I wonder how much his necromancy skills had improved. He reached out to the screen. Looking at it, the protagonist said that he had gained 2 points in 5 hours, improving much faster than he thought. The guy presented the emblems of basic and elementary necromancy and said that after reaching the initial stage, progress slowed down. The protagonist put his feet up on the table and thought about how Charon hadn't called him for a long time. Remembering the girl sleeping behind bars, Ted said that the vampire hadn't changed in appearance, so he wouldn't notice anything. He closed his eyes and thought that evolution wasn't a quick process, so it must have been successful. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The skeleton swung his sword next to him. Wiping his face with a towel, the guy said that he knew he didn't get tired since he was undead, but still. The protagonist imagined himself getting angry among the batteries and thinking that if he had potions, he would use them to devote all his free time to training. Ted imagined a healing potion and regeneration, thinking that a poor man like him couldn't afford them. Frowning, he thought that if he made them himself, he could save on the cost, but it would not be as easy as in the game. He knew the necessary ingredients, but nothing about their ratio. The protagonist grabbed the back of the chair and thought that he had better go to some classes and fill in the gaps in his knowledge. We see the palace. The door opened slightly. The protagonist entered the classroom. The student put his hand to his cheek and asked his friend why he came to the potions class. Standing in front of the desks, the guy listened as they said that his family had already fallen. He had nothing to do here. Ted frowned and thought that he had to be patient. He couldn't stand out. He looked away. The protagonist was getting up between the rows. The girl sighed. The teacher's voice was heard in the corridor, saying that the third lecture was starting. The academy was illuminated by the sun. The protagonist sat at his desk, thinking that the events and content of the intermediate herbalism lessons were no different from the game. The boy rested his hand on his cheek and thought about what awaited him when he had already told about the proportions. The professor raised his hand and said that it was time to move on to the method of creating a body-strengthening potion. Pointing to the drawing on the board, Woody explained that it was based on mohan leaves and 3 other ingredients. Ted looked at him in surprise, thinking that even though it was an intermediate potion, he had decided to teach it to someone with a lot of side effects. He must be joking. Raising his hand, he asked if he could ask a question. The man looked confused, listening to the guy ask why he didn't add Hong Pishi extract and Matarat root. The girl turned around in surprise. She was watching the protagonist standing at his desk. Adjusting his glasses, Woody asked why he needed to add them. The professor stood at the board and said that if he wanted to, he could go straight to the kitchen and make soup. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that he listed all the ingredients. Why such a reaction? Maybe this recipe hadn't been invented yet. Ted stood in the crowd of kids and thought about how he had endured everything to attend this class, only to find out that his knowledge was much better than what was being taught in class. He looked ahead calmly, thinking that maybe it would be better for him to study on his own, since he was stupid to expect anything at all. The guy walked down the hallway. Lucia looked at him thoughtfully. We see an empty hallway in the Academy's land research department. The protagonist was sitting at a table with a test tube. A message appeared in front of him saying that the creation of the potion had failed. Clutching his head, the protagonist said that it had failed again. The guy leaned back in his chair, thinking that even though he knew the recipe, what he needed was a reliable way to create it, and the materials were worth much more than he thought. He would go broke so soon. Ted looked at the ceiling, wondering what if someone helped him, although it was impossible for someone to decide to help such a piece of trash. He looked at the doors. One of them opened slightly. Lucia looked into the room. Walking towards the guy, the girl said that as expected, the elder Ted was here. The protagonist remembered how he sat at the computer and thought that he forgot a playable character here. Imagining a smiling Lucia, the protagonist thought that she was one of the playable characters and very talented in creating potions. He remembered how the student smiled sweetly and thought that she should not be close to him. What was she doing here? The girl waved her hand and said that it looks like he managed to screw up a lot of times. It really smelled of smoke here. Smiling, Lucia asked what he was doing here. Ted was sitting in front of her at the table, thinking that not only did he go to class and waste his time, but this problem also appeared. The student stood behind him discontentedly. Crossing her arms, the girl said that he really was a rude guy. The boy turned around, hearing that he was not the type to take initiative. She placed her hand on the table. Leaning over, Lucia asked if he wanted to study together. The girl smiled and asked if she thought it was a good idea. The protagonist frowned and thought there was no point in refusing. He sat in the chair and asked what she wanted. Lucia looked at him calmly and asked if it was strange that she was looking for a research partner. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl said that she wanted to receive his gratitude, that's all. She raised her finger and said that it seemed like he had some talent for creating amazing things. She was looking forward to a potion that did not exist in this world yet. The boy looked at her and thought that he was just trying to make a potion on his own. As he imagined the girl lying on the bed, the protagonist thought that the reason she was good at potions wasn't because of her natural talent, it was because of the fatal illness that was hanging over her. He remembered Lucia sitting at the table and thinking that even famous doctors and pharmacists couldn't cure her, so she had no choice but to study everything on her own. Ted imagined her holding a test tube, thinking that this illness appeared out of thin air thanks to the system. Remembering the girl putting her hand on her waist, the protagonist thought that unless you were someone who had played this game inside and out, it was impossible to find a cure, even though he didn't know the proportions. The guy imagined Lucia burning a person and thought that he was lucky to have met such a smart girl like her. The last thing he wanted was for his black magician guys to be revealed. The protagonist watched as the girl leaned towards him and thought that it seemed like she had heard what he had said in class and had decided to meet him because of it. Looking into the test tube, he thought that if he contacted her and something went wrong, his life could end, and said that he was not interested and should leave. Lucia closed her eyes and said that they needed a peony mushroom. The protagonist was taken aback. She leaned towards him with a smile and told him that he had not mentioned it in class, but that it also needed to be added. The girl pointed her finger at the flask and asked if it would be possible to make a potion if he added it now. Lucia looked at the bookcase and said that she understood it intuitively. If she wanted, she would help him, maybe even earn some money. Raising her hand, Ted replied that she was just saying that because she was rich, as soon as she did what she wanted, she would leave, and thought that he did not want to lose his life because of her tempting offer. The girl came to the door and said that she would give him some time to think, because she thought that he would change his mind soon. Looking away, the guy said that he did not think so. The protagonist held a stick and thought that even without being distracted by anything, the risks would still be too great. Standing next to Nick, the protagonist thought that he could find the proportions himself. The problem was money. He lowered the stick and said, as he thought, first he needed to find a way to make money. Swinging the sword, Ted thought if there was something he could use. The skeleton quickly lowered the sword. The guy was sweating and said that he had scared him, but he could see when he was distracted. Pulling out the sword, the protagonist thought that after training he would need to think about it carefully. Was there really no way for him to make money? There was an envelope on the table. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought about how the only thing that came to mind was to beg his sister to send him money, because she wrote that she missed him. Imagining a house and lots of coins, he wondered if the previous player had done the same. The protagonist passed by a bench, thinking that no matter how vile a person is, this is not how to get money, this is the last time. A girl nearby watched him walk. She looked closely and asked if it was really Ted. The stranger looked at the walking guy and asked if he really decided to change so much, even walking with a book in his hand. Closing her eyes, the girl said that even if he changed, his rotten face will not change. She sat with a book near the fountain. The protagonist walked down the street and thought that he forgot someone. Looking at Dina reading a book, Ted thought about her being a genius sorceress and the young mistress of the Alvin family, another character who could easily kill him at the academy. The protagonist remembered playing with the girl as a child and said that they got along well when they were kids, but due to the huge amount of debt, his family grew distant. Since then he has done many bad things, so she will definitely kill him if she decides to talk to her. Imagining Lucia reaching out to him with her hand, the guy decided that at least it would not be strange if he died from it. The protagonist imagined her squeezing him in her hand. Frowning, Ted decided that, as he thought, asking his sister for money now would be the best decision. The plot moves us to the capital of Rodlin, where the building was illuminated by the moon. The protagonist walked down the street and said that it should be somewhere around here. We see the house from which the girl said that he came. In the restaurant on the second floor, his sister said that she had sent many letters, but he had not answered any of them, asking if something had happened. The protagonist looked at her seriously and replied that he was sorry for making her work, even though she was a lady of the count's family. Ami smiled sweetly and said that it was not like him. In any case, it was not his fault. The guy silently grabbed his glass. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl asked why he made such a serious face. Did he really need money again? She put the envelope on the table and said that she had guessed about it and had prepared a little. Taking the envelope, Ted thanked his sister, adding that he would definitely return everything. Ami looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked at his hand, hearing her ask where his ring was. The protagonist sat at the table opposite and replied that he took off his family ring so as not to lose it. The worried girl put her hands on the table and asked if he had done it. She looked at him sadly and said that no matter what it was, he couldn't do that. Lowering his head, the brother said that he was sorry. Ami got up from the table and asked him to leave because she didn't want to see him anymore. The sister ran away in a rage, screaming that he shouldn't come here anymore and that he didn't have to return the money. Ted looked at her in panic and said that he would return it. The guy stood in front of the door and said that it must be very dear to her, thinking that this was the first time he saw her so angry. The girl burst into tears. The protagonist looked down, wondering what kind of lousy feeling this was. He looked at his hand and decided that he had to return the ring as soon as possible. Ted remembered how he saluted at the grave, wondering what the point of life was if you just existed. Imagining himself in the real world, the guy thought that he had been unhappy then too, when he was the only survivor, so he had to return it at any cost. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he would accept Lucia's offer. The view of the buildings opened up. He heard that he should get up and go for a run. She had been lying there for a week without leaving and doing nothing like a recluse. Only idiots do that. The hero ran forward. The thought occurred to him that Lucia had also done nothing while he was working hard. He was brewing a potion. The protagonist was doing bench presses. Frowning, he thought that devoting all his free time to research and training was very exhausting, but sometimes she unexpectedly decided to help him and the process became faster. Lying on the bed, the girl heard that someone was talking to her. Looking straight ahead, Ted asked why it seemed to him that he was the only one working, to which she replied that it was all his rich imagination, and he thought that she was constantly annoying him. Turning around, the hero said that instead of lying on the bed, he looked at the girl and heard that he should reduce the amount of matarata and add some essence of the totara tree, to which the protagonist replied that he understood. The protagonist threw in the ingredients and thought that her intuition was amazing, and sometimes her hints became the solution to the problem. Stirring the ingredients, Ted thought that he was doing this for the money, but working together with her was really a good idea. He poured the potion into the flask. The hero drew it into the pipette. Drops of the potion fell into the flask. The liquid turned a bright color. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. The protagonist stood up and exclaimed in surprise, to which the girl asked what happened. Another failure. Turning around, he answered that it worked, and then thought that he knew that it happened very unexpectedly. But this is where his report on the experiment ends. A notification about a talent appeared. Frowning, Ted thought that he received a new talent. What does this all mean? Looking surprised, he added that this is how he can develop talents. Does this mean that he can develop anything when the conditions are met? The hero frowned and thought that the chance was 32%, even less than when that vampire evolved. The notification in front of him disappeared. He heard that it was amazing, and there were no side effects. The thought appeared that, whatever it was, he would hold off on choosing for now. The girl looked surprised when she heard that it could be used every day, to which she replied that they would apply to the potion evaluation committee. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that she could do it herself because he did all the dirty work alone. Lucia jumped up and said that she would be busy with midterms from tomorrow, but since he helped a little, she would take care of everything herself. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that she had been lying down all this time and doing nothing. The girl was lying on the floor. A notification appeared that Angela was evolving. Particles appeared around her. A thought arose about what had happened to her. Her whole body was aching with pain, but she felt that there was something more hidden behind this pain. The train rushed forward rapidly. It was heard that when they reached the place for the midterm exam, let them gather together so that they could tell the rules. Looking at the book, the protagonist thought that the first part of the exam would not be difficult for Lucia. He looked at the tower. It was said that the last part of the exam would be held in the magic tower. The protagonist looked at the skeleton. A thought arose that he had trained a lot, so his fencing and necromancy had improved significantly. A textbook appeared, and Ted thought that the main thing was to just pass this midterm exam. The girl was lying with her eyes closed. It was said that the vampire's evolution would soon end, so it would be necessary to check her. Sitting on the train, the hero thought that if he found an excuse, he could go and see what was wrong with her. Looking away, the girl asked what she thought the topic of these midterms would be. She raised her eyebrows and added that the task and team members would be random, right? If she was lucky, it would be easy as pie. The girl smirked and replied that no matter who was with her, she would be able to handle it. Putting her hand to her face, the student said that but it was not that simple. Pointing at the hero, she asked what if she was with him. The protagonist put the book in his bag. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The students looked away, hearing that in 1 minute they would arrive at the Auckland training station. Looking away, the guy said for everyone to go to the exit. The students exited the train. The school building appeared, and they heard that, as already said, in the midterm they would be assigned to random students and they would be given various tasks. Looking at the sheet, the guy said that each group would be formed by 3 students from the warrior department, 1 from the magic department, and an observer. Standing in front of the students, he added that the groups would have until Monday to complete the task. Good luck to all participants. A view of the buildings opened up, and it was heard that they would begin to announce the groups. The blue sky appeared. Looking down, the protagonist thought, oh shit. A crowd of students appeared, and he added that there were countless villains in the academy besides him and Charon, and, as luck would have it, 2 of them were in his group. 2 participants appeared. It was heard that the first was the player's initial enemy, the bodybuilder Harvey, and the second was a crazy woman who kills indiscriminately, Vivian. Holding the sheet of participants in his hands, the protagonist thought, why is this happening to him? Suddenly, someone behind him turned around. Ted suddenly turned around. The guy crossed his arms and asked what he saw the photo. Yes, said that he was Christopher in the same group as him, to which he replied that it was nice to meet you. Standing in front of the hero, Christopher said that it looked like he trained as a warrior. Although he was a wizard, he was disgusted by him. It would be better not to come across him. Waving his hand, the guy introduced himself. Closing his eyes, Harvey said that he thought all warriors were not the most social people. The thought arose that he was a fanatic. Looking to the side, Vivian introduced herself. The thought arose that she was a crazy lady. Standing in front of Harvey, the guy asked who he was to say that, and the hero thought that the warrior mob was in his group. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he wanted to say that he should ignore the magician trying to imitate them. Warriors thinks it is normal to do a little physical education, and then thought that enough arguing, damn idiots. The girl pressed her lips together, and he added that they were not the only problem in the group. Looking away, she spat, and Ted wondered why their observer was Yankee. The girl looked straight ahead, and the thought occurred to him that this was the worst possible composition. Frowning, the man said that when all members of the group were assembled, they could go on a mission. The hero stood near the squad, and he heard that they should try to return alive, to which he thought that they should return with such and such a group. The train was moving rapidly forward, and he heard that she would introduce herself. Looking up, the girl said that she was Agatha, the observer of the 9th group. She held out a sheet of paper forward. A request was written on the sheet, and he heard that here was their assignment and that they should watch carefully. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked if there were any questions. Putting her hand to her face, the protagonist thought that in reality she was much more aggressive than in the game. An image of a girl appeared. A thought appeared that besides the fact that she would become the youngest master of Aura, nothing was known about her. She was very capable, but her personality was questionable. Grinning, Agatha said that she heard that this mud-headed one was trying to imitate knights. Looking straight ahead, she added that a wizard like him could do push-ups. Closing his eyes, Ted said that he did not want to hear this from this one who needed to chew jerky to look cool. Sitting in front of him, Agatha said that smoking was not allowed here. She wanted her to gnaw on him, to which he thought that when they arrived, a view of the city opened up. People were walking towards the castle. The Baron put his hand to his face and said that they had come a long way. Greetings. Sitting at the table, he added that what happened would be a stain on his reputation, but he would fill them in on the matter. The view of the castle opened up. It was heard that the landlord of the village of Trim was his nephew. He was a baronet without a surname. The cup stood on the table. Raising his hand up, the Baron said that this is all he knows. Looking at the sheet, Agatha replied that she thanked him for the information. Bending down, the man addressed the lord. Frowning, he said that he was a young master. The hero looked at them. He was watching carefully. The Baron put his hand to his face. Rising, he said that he had urgent business, so with his permission, he wished him luck. The man bowed and said that he should forgive them for their rudeness. The young master was not feeling well. Stretching his hand forward, Agatha said that everything was fine. They had received all the necessary information. They would leave soon. The butler frowned. The protagonist turned around, looking at him. A view of the sunset opened up. Waving her hand, the girl said that he was a good man for looking after the equipment, to which the guy replied that he was 100% sure. Looking at the weapon, Agatha added that he was calm for someone whose nephew had disappeared. He stinks. Sitting on the box, she asked what was the reason he insisted on leaving today, to which Ted replied that yes, the whole situation looked suspicious. Looking at the girl, he said that especially the part with the missing people who went to investigate this case, the whole story seemed fabricated. The Baron looked away. It was heard that it was also strange that they only sent one group, although a whole month had passed, but the strangest thing was the butler's attitude. Looking at the girl, the butler said that if they left now, they would only reach the village at night. Frowning, he added that it would be better for them to spend the night here and leave tomorrow. Looking away, Agatha said that she appreciated his concern, but it was not necessary. The man lowered his head, hearing that work came first. The hero looked at him. It was heard that after they refused to stay, he looked at them as if his plan had failed. The man looked away and thought that yes, and they looked worried. The butler put his hand to his face. The thought arose that tremors, ragged breathing, and strange behavior. The man reached for the cup. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that everything about them said that they were hiding something. Walking to the carriage, the girl said okay, they will go to the village of Trim right now. The thought arose that this request is not as simple as it seems. The horses ran forward quickly. They ran along the forest belt. Looking at the girl, Christopher asked if they should find a place to stay upon arrival, to which she replied no, their priority was the investigation. The hero looked out the window. He heard that they would start with an inspection of the landlord's castle. The thought arose that this whole case looked suspicious, but the only thing they could do was to investigate everything themselves. The protagonist clutched his chest. His eyes widened as he wondered what his mana had suddenly started shaking. Looking at the group, Ted wondered if the shaking was getting worse as they approached the village. What was going on? Suddenly, the entire group looked up in surprise. The boy looked away and shouted, and Christopher said to move away. He frowned furiously and shouted. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. The driver was swinging his whip. The horses were running forward at a rapid pace. Christopher looked away in surprise and shouted that something was wrong with the driver, to which Harvey asked what was going on. Agatha looked away angrily. Suddenly, she kicked. The wall of the cart broke through. The girl looked out and said, "Damn it, it's too late." She turned around and added that everyone should brace for impact. Christopher's eyes widened and shouted that they were about to crash into the main gate. Vivian looked away. Suddenly the carriage fell on its side. It was sliding on the ground. The man was lying on the floor. People raised their hands up. People's eyes glowed red. Agatha looked to the side. Raising its head up, the horse exclaimed. The protagonist looked to the side. People raised their hands up. They were jumping up from the ground. Christopher frowned and shouted what was going on here, what was wrong with the residents. He was a wizard, he should know something. The protagonist frowned and thought, damn, so that's what it wasn't just a simple mana tremor. He put his hand to his chest and added that his mana reacting meant something. Many people were standing in the square. A bright glow appeared around the city. The thought arose that it was black magic. The guy opened his eyes wide and growled. He suddenly fell to the ground. The squad stood around him. Vivian frowned and thought that he was too strong for an ordinary child. Harvey, holding the guy's leg, said that because he had been dancing all this time, his feet were covered in bloody blisters as he thought it was a curse. Turning around, he asked that their task was connected with this curse. Yes. Christopher put his hands on his hips and said that the landlord had disappeared a month ago. If the inhabitants had still been dancing, they would have died of fatigue long ago, and the hero said that it looked like someone was taking care of them so that they would not die. The guy looked away. Agatha put her hand to her face. It was heard that it looked like they had stepped in some kind of shit. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had not died in this part of the game. The butler bowed. Ted held a glass in his hands. A thought appeared that if they had accepted the butler's offer and stayed in the castle, the Baron would have had time to hide everything. The Baron stood in front of the butler, and the hero thought that but because they immediately went to the village, the events changed. The man smiled widely, and he added that they got involved in a dangerous situation. The mana that he felt was about the level of Charon. A view of the city opened up. The thought appeared that but the fact that he was able to use such a large-scale spell seemed strange. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that it could not be. Did he really own an artifact? Christopher, looking straight ahead, asked that something was wrong. Looking at him, Ted said that they had too little information. First they would inspect the landlord's house, and then thought that the first step was collecting information. Bodies were burning in front of the building. Suddenly, Agatha kicked. The squad entered the room. The girl looked away. Corpses were lying on the floor. People were unconscious. Christopher looked at them. Standing in front of the corpse, he asked what these clothes were. Weren't these Imperial investigators? Sitting down, he added that it seemed like a long time had passed since their death. Looking at the girl, the hero said that perhaps they would not be able to solve this issue on their own. Looking down, the protagonist said that based on what he saw, he thought it was the work of a black magician. Looking away, the girl asked why he decided so. The monster raised his hands up, and it seemed that someone had amplified the emotions of the people here and transformed them into magical power. Frowning, Agatha said that the power of black magicians was drawn from people's emotions. Putting her hands behind her back, she added that therefore the landlord had probably already been killed, to which Ted replied that he probably interfered with their plans. Christopher looked down and asked if those burning bodies near the entrance were some kind of black magic ritual. Looking away, the hero said that it could be. Frowning, the girl said that they would find out the truth when they caught the criminals, so they would thoroughly examine this estate. The squad walked around the room. The hero held a candlestick in his hands. Vivian looked down. Standing in the middle of the room, the guy said that they hadn't found anything at all. There wasn't even the landlord's corpse. Turning around, Vivian said that he should look outside. The protagonist looked out the window in surprise. A crowd of people were walking down the street. He heard that it was the same one. Looking down, Ted thought that the black magician had made his move. The people's eyes widened. He heard what they should do. Standing by the window, the hero said that it seemed like they had noticed them, and then thought that it seemed like they were waiting for them to enter the estate. Harvey turned around and asked what they should do. Looking to the side, Agatha replied that they would stop searching and leave the building, let him find them an escape route. The guy rushed forward and shouted. He ran forward at a fast pace. Harvey frowned. People ran forward furiously. They filled the entire building. It was heard that they were already on the second floor. People grabbed Harvey and someone shouted that the hell. The guys rushed forward and turned to him. Christopher hit the people. He swung his sword and shouted that they should protect their wizard. Turning around, the guy shouted that he would be in the vanguard. He looked angrily to the side. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared around the man. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The guy in front of him was lying on the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened. Christopher's face was covered in blood. A man in a mask appeared. The guy leaned his hands on the floor. His name was heard. Agatha frowned and shouted that they were advancing. What was he doing? Looking to the side, she added that they were getting out of here. Vivian hit the window. Agatha jumped out of the window. She landed on the ground. Frowning, the girl shouted that they were running and then thought, damn. The hero grinned and thought that he was remembering his last operation. How untimely. A glow appeared around his hand. The protagonist raised his hand up. Running forward, the girl asked him what was wrong. Did he think he was alone? Looking away, she added that he shouldn't use his mana so recklessly. He could track the black mage. Running forward, Ted said that he thought he could right now. Frowning, he thought that if he released so much mana, he would easily find him. Closing his eyes, the hero used the mana detection skill. The people's eyes widened. Dark particles appeared. Dark rays appeared in the air. Orange particles appeared. A view of the building opened up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought he found it. Running forward, he shouted that he was in the house at 9 o'clock, 100 meters away from them, to which Agatha replied that it was good work. Putting his hand to his face, Ted said that he should wait. They ran forward quickly. A man looked at them from the window. The masked man looked away. Suddenly, someone kicked the door down. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl said that it seemed like they were on the right track. This was probably where the black magician was hiding. The hero froze in amazement in front of the door. Looking away, the girl thought, damn, this was a trap. The protagonist frowned. Standing at the entrance, Agatha said, look, they were tricked. She turned around in surprise, hearing that someone was talking to her. Looking at her, the man said that he was in pain. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought no. Standing in front of the door, Ted said that he was powerless here. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that it was a pity. The hero grabbed his hand, hearing that it was a pity, like a moth to a flame. Suddenly, a glow appeared above him. A purple portal appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He heard that he should not rush. Gods will be done. Let him bow down in the name of laziness. He frowned in confusion. Ted froze and wondered why this name appeared now. A clock appeared. It was said that the name of the game is the Great Sin. A tall tree appeared. The thought arose that starting with laziness, the 7 deadly sins separated from the main body, the code of the apocalypse, and by collecting them all, he would be able to summon the last boss. People reached out to the hero. The thought arose that these were the most important items for the plot. Suddenly, he jumped up. The protagonist rushed forward and thought why the name appeared in this village, which was not even mentioned in the main storyline. He looked to the side and added, he cannot cope on his own, he needs to unite with the others. Ted slid on the ground. He quickly ran forward. A blow flew at the people. Vivian waved her weapon. Smiling, she told them to die. Running forward, the hero asked what happened to Vivian. Looking away, the guy said that he was fine the first time he saw her like this. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was true. He knew that he could not trust the fanatic. Christopher was sitting by the barrel. A thought came that he did not really want to leave his comrade in trouble. However, okay, he would play along with him. Looking away, Ted said that things were bad. The observer Agatha was trapped inside the barrier, to which Harvey asked what should they do then? He heard that what a pity. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing that he realized that he was killing defenseless residents. Looking away, the guy asked what this voice was, to which the protagonist replied that this was probably the work of a black magician. Looking at the guy, he added that most likely he was now near the observer Agatha. The guy frowned and said that she was in danger. He would go to her, let her take care of the others. Looking away, Ted thought that his intentions were too obvious. Well, it was better than a knife in the back. Vivian was waving a weapon in front of him. Looking away, the hero thought that it was not good. Apparently, the black mage drove her crazy. If he made a mistake, it would hurt. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that she would not be able to dodge. The girl's eyes lit up. Watching the battle, Ted shouted that it was impossible. Vivian smiled. The thought appeared that she not only dodged, but also managed to counterattack. The hero looked surprised, hearing that what a shame, a waste of valuable materials. Sitting on the roof, the man asked what and what to do, said that the only survivor escaped, to which the protagonist replied that he did not care. In any case, he did not count on him. Looking straight ahead, the mage said that and he was surprisingly calm. Turning around, Ted said that he thought now would be the perfect time for the boss to show up. The man stood up and said he didn't know where his confidence was coming from, but he held his hand out and added that in recognition of his bravery, he would give him a chance to take the test. The hero's eyes widened. Frowning, he thought, damn, he wasn't. A glow appeared around the protagonist. A thought arose that he was being careful. He looked ahead in amazement. His hand began to crumble. He heard a what. Lowering his head, Ted added that the hell. He looked ahead. The man stretched his hands out in front of him and said that it was a curse. Looking down, he asked what? It was a dream. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. Looking to the side, the guy wondered where everyone was. He grabbed his head and clenched his teeth. The man slid along the ground. The soldier looked ahead in amazement. An image of a man appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the man told him to run. Makoto looked at him in surprise. Rushing forward, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, the hero caught the soldier. Frowning, he shouted that it was a curse. Lightning began to fly around the guy. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist wondered who. Holding the ring in his hands, the man said that he should take it. As long as he owned this ring, he would be recognized as the true king of the Cromwell family. Looking to the side, he added that he would no longer have to take time to take care of his father. He asked. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should be happy with Ami. The protagonist abruptly extended his hand forward. The masked mage looked at him in bewilderment. Extending his hands forward, he asked again. Suddenly, a hand crawled out of the portal. The sphere began to rapidly collapse. A bright glow appeared. The protagonist stood still. Looking at him, the magician asked how he was able to free himself from the curse of laziness. Ted stood silently in front of him. A notification appeared in front of him. The thought appeared that he was in shock. It was said that 100% degree of synchronization was achieved. It was heard that his curse of laziness was just a dummy that reveals human injuries. Looking at the message, the hero asked what or if it was a matter of the abilities of the one who used it, to which the magician asked again what he had just said. Black particles flew around the weapon. The magician struck the ground. Grinning, the protagonist asked what will he do now? Said that this will not work on someone like him, who has undergone special training in special forces. The magician looked at him angrily and said that stretching his hand forward, he added that he should shut up. Ted flew sharply to the side. He deftly dodged the attacks. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he himself was not that strong, but he would not be able to cope with him without necromancy. Suddenly, he slid along the ground. The protagonist looked at the dark sphere and thought that everything should be fine. Standing in front of the corpse, he added that no one would see. The magician abruptly jumped off the roof. Looking straight ahead, he asked who the hell he was. Frowning, Ted replied that he would see everything now. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes in surprise. A notification about corpses appeared. Bright particles appeared around the hero's feet. A message about summoning a skeleton appeared. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and the magician asked what the Necromancer was. Looking straight ahead, he added that the meeting already knew everything. Frowning, Ted thought that so the meeting of black magicians really does exist. Yes, he misunderstood it, but he can use it. He smirked and said that he was entrusted with restoring the page of laziness in the name of the council. The magician swung his hand and shouted that it was only with ordinary skeletons. Suddenly, the skeletons rushed forward. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man asked what he thought could compare to the power of laziness. The beams hit the skeletons sharply. The hero looked at them in surprise. Suddenly, he used the earthen shield skill. Swinging his sword, the magician said that he should stop pretending. The protagonist looked away and shouted about Nick. Stretching his weapon forward, the man shouted that they were just pathetic bugs. The monster held a knife in his hands. Suddenly, the skeleton rushed forward. The magician looked at it in amazement. Watching the skeleton, he thought that he could not believe it. With his eyes wide open, the man thought that an ordinary skeleton cut his spear of darkness. Holding the sphere in his hands, he added that Suddenly, the hero looked in surprise. The skeleton parried the mage's blow. Bright beams appeared above the hand. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was a page of laziness. Standing in front of the skeleton, the mage shouted that to think that someone like him could force him to use the precious power of laziness. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would pay with his life for interfering with his plans. The skeleton suddenly jumped up. Ted looked away. Frowning, he thought that he could dodge his attacks. The skeleton was hit, and the thought occurred to him that he was strong enough to block the attacks. The mage attacked them. Looking straight ahead, he said that he should finally die. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought that damn, the attacks had become faster. Looking to the side, he added that he had problems controlling his strength, which meant that he had not yet fully mastered the power of laziness. The protagonist jumped up and thought that he needed to go into his blind spot and strike. Looking at the skeleton, he turned. Suddenly, a blow flew across the ground. The mage stood still. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Looking at the hero, the man thought that he was strong. Ted breathed heavily and said that he was such a bastard, he had only just created him. The masked man looked at him in surprise. Standing in front of the hero, he shouted that he was very sorry, but that he should not worry. Stretching his hand to the side, the magician added that he would now send him to accompany his skeleton. Hands went up, it was heard that see you later. The hero grinned, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, the skeleton appeared behind the magician. A beam appeared on his face. The man was cut in half. A bright glow appeared in the sky. It was heard that, and he kept thinking who was hiding behind this mask. The protagonist stood in front of the magician's corpse. The man's entire face was covered in blood. The thought arose that, but just think, this man turned out to be the Baron's butler. Looking down, Ted wondered if the Baron himself was somehow connected to this. There was a box lying near his hand. Picking it up, the hero said that in any case. Looking at the box, the protagonist thought about what to do with it. It's not like he could just carry it around with him. Looking at the skeleton, he added that of course, he has it. A glow appeared around the skeleton, and it was heard that he should take care of it. Ted looked at it and thought that he would leave it in the summoning vault until better times. Looking at the sphere, the hero asked that the caster had died, so why had the barrier not disappeared yet? Vivian waved her hand sharply. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he did not really care whether they survived or not, but then he would have to explain why he was the only one who had returned. Stretching his hand forward, Ted said that this barrier was different from the one he was in. Suddenly, the hero looked in surprise. He was sucked into the sphere, and he thought that something was wrong. He was being sucked in. A glow appeared on the barrier. The girl, sitting on the floor, looked at him in surprise. She was sitting in front of a chair. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what this little Vivian was, to which the girl shouted that the chair was talking. Sitting in front of her, Ted said that he was not a ghost and not a demon. The girl froze, hearing that he was a fairy who had come to save him. Vivian looked away in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought what the hell he was talking about. The woman waved her hand. It was said that the first thing he saw when he arrived here was some noble lady beating little Vivian. The girls were talking to each other. The thought arose that because no one could see him, he could easily find out everything. The woman was waving a fan. The thought arose that he could find out that the woman was Count Ben's second wife. The man was sitting on a horse. It was said that this place was his family's estate. The man was holding onto the harness. The thought arose that the family was famous for its fencing, so the Lord wanted a son who would become his heir. Vivian stood next to the woman. It was said that, however, because Vivian's mother could not give birth to a boy, the tragedy began. Looking down, the woman asked why her. Standing still, the girl heard that she was born at all. Vivian rushed forward. The thought arose that even her mother had turned her back. There was no one to protect her. She was standing on corpses. The girl was tied with chains. The thought arose that loneliness and mistreatment had condemned her to constant suffering, that they had sown the seeds of madness in her. A blow flew at the man. The thought arose that time passed, and she fell more and more into madness. The girl's eyes lit up. It was said that to such an extent that in the 5th year of study, she killed all the teachers and all the assistants that caught her eye. Wide-eyed, Vivian asked what Mr. Fairy was. The thought arose that he could not help her forget her past. The hero frowned and added that but he could help her overcome it. The girl began to cry and asked that he really came to help her. Sitting on the floor, she heard that why she was crying. Wiping away her tears, Vivian said that no one had ever tried to help her. Looking straight ahead, she heard that she had a special talent, just no one had noticed it yet. A view of the house opened up. It was heard that she was special. Yes, she had a special and exceptional talent for fencing. Lowering her head, Vivian said that but she had never picked up a sword, to which the hero replied that the fairy knew everything, let her trust him. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that but she was always scolded, to which he said that everything was fine, he was on her side. She froze, hearing that in return, let her promise him that she would not tell anyone about him. A view of a huge house opened up. It was heard that she was promising. The woman was angrily yelling at Vivian. She was training. The girl looked at the hero. The protagonist was watching her. Green foliage of the trees appeared. Autumn came. The girl took a step forward. Looking to the side, she asked where he was, said that she came where he asked. Standing behind the tree, Ted heard that today he would teach her fencing again. Vivian opened her eyes wide, hearing that he was shouting, wanted everyone to know about him. Standing in front of the girl, the hero said that he had said that no one should know about him, to which she replied that he had already been here. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked, "Well, let's start training." The thought appeared that this is how he spent the whole month, teaching Vivian. The girl waved the weapon. It was said that with his fighting talent he tried to teach her as best as possible. She grasped everything on the fly. Vivian stretched her hand forward. The thought appeared that she was truly a real prodigy. Looking at her, Ted thought that these were not the movements of a child who had not even held a sword in his hand a month ago. The girl put away her sword, and he said that it was not for nothing that the fencing teacher praised her so much. Vivian lowered her head down. Looking away, she objected. The hero lowered his gaze and wondered what was wrong with her. He thought that she had become quite confident. Standing next to her, he added that something was wrong. Her movements were perfect, to which the girl replied that it did not matter how much praise she received from the teacher. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that Mr. Fairy would never show himself to her. Frowning, he said that well. Putting his hand to his face, Ted asked that he was a fairy. Didn't he tell her? To which she asked that it was because she was a bad child, so she would not show herself. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl said that she thought that he would show himself if she applied all her efforts and received recognition. Looking down, she added that even though she tried so hard, he still didn't want to show himself. Standing behind her, the protagonist heard that he wouldn't show himself no matter what she did, right? Vivian's eyes widened, hearing that she surprised him. Turning around, the protagonist thought it was the Count, and the man said that to think that she had such talent hidden within her. Looking straight ahead, the Count added that he should show him that swordsmanship one more time. The girl looked at him in amazement and responded approvingly. The view of the manor opened up. Vivian extended her weapon forward. She looked forward angrily. The girl looked away, hearing that as expected from their family's blood. Walking straight, the man said that it was amazing. The girl looked at him in amazement. Standing still, she turned to the protagonist. Looking straight ahead, Vivian said that it was the first time her father had praised her. Raising her head up, she added that who would have thought it was like a dream. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Looking away, the girl said that she would like to stay with Mr. Fairy a little longer, but tears appeared in her eyes and she added that it was time to wake up from her dream. Looking straight ahead, Ted thought that she had already woken up. Looking at her hand, the girl said that thanks to him, she was able to find the strength to move forward. Stretching her hand forward, she added that she thought it would help her not to dwell on the past anymore. Taking a step forward, the hero turned to her. Taking her hand, he said that their promise. Vivian's eyes widened. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he should keep it. A glow appeared around them. It was heard that of course he was swearing. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she thanked him for everything. A glow appeared. It was heard that he showed her a good dream. Glass fragments appeared. Looking at the girl, the hero said that if this is Vivian, then she can do it. The girl was unconscious. The protagonist took her hand and thought that especially if this is Vivian from the dream. The squad stood near the corpse. It was said that the Baron was one of those behind the incident in the village of Trim. He told Agatha about it after she got out of the barrier on her own and joined them. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said that he should cut off the head of this bastard and not damage his face. Opening her eyes wide, she added that they were heading to the Baron's castle right away. Looking to the side, the hero thought that they had immediately set out. Looking straight ahead, he added that Christopher had died and Harvey had disappeared, nothing surprising. The man fell to the ground. A blow flew near his head. Standing in front of the squad, the knights asked who they were. Let them lay down their weapons. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was Agatha, assistant professor of the Rodlin Academy of the Knights faculty. From now on, anyone who tried to protect the Baron would be accused of treason and killed on the spot. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought that she wasn't going to kill them all, were they? The knight's eyes widened in amazement. Holding her head in her hands, Agatha asked that they recognize him. With her arms outstretched to the sides, she added that he was one of those responsible for what happened in the village of Trim, and that they should take them to the Baron immediately. The knights looked in amazement. A view of the house opened up. The party entered the room, and it was heard that they had arrived. Agatha looked in surprise. The hero's eyes widened. Lowering his head, the man said that this was how he died. With his arm outstretched to the side, he added that this was his son. Sitting on a chair, the Baron said that he should have died of an illness a couple of months ago. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now it was clear why he had gotten involved in black magic. Putting his hand on the monster, the man said that while he was looking for a cure, a man dressed in a robe came to him. He said that he knew a way to help his son. Looking straight ahead, he added that he asked him to save his son, no matter the cost. Stretching his hand to the side, the Baron shouted that even if it meant that he would have to bring him to such a miserable state. Agatha clenched her teeth angrily. Looking to the side, the man turned to his son. Falling to his knees, he added that he should forgive his stupid father, to which the girl said that these words. Suddenly she grabbed the Baron by the collar. Agatha threw him to the floor and shouted that he should tell their people that he and his butler were killed. Looking at him in surprise, the knight turned. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl asked what they were standing like idols for. Let them immediately call the investigation team and get rid of this monster already. A crystal appeared near the hero's hand. Throwing it forward, he thought of the stone spear. Vivian looked at him in surprise. The man's eyes widened in amazement. A blow flew at the monster. The Baron exclaimed in fear. The knights froze in amazement. The squad stood silently in front of the monster. Looking to the side, the girl asked why he did this without her permission. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the creature created by black magic must be dealt with immediately before it can do anything. He frowned and added that besides, all important information should be in the hands of the Baron, isn't he right? A carriage appeared. It was said that after the Imperial investigation team was immediately arrested and took the Baron away. The monster was tied to the carriage. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that when they returned to the academy, Vivian and he were called to testify. A view of the castle opened up. It was heard that it was obvious that he was in collusion with the black magician. Looking straight ahead, Ted heard that the Baron should be brought in. He needed to be interrogated again. The man extended his hand forward and said that he thanked him for his assistance. They could go. A view of the castle opened up. Walking straight ahead, the hero thought that Baron Ben, the consequences of contact with black magic would be very serious. Looking to the side, he added that but he should thank him if he had not killed his son. People's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that a group of crazy wizards would have subjected him to the most brutal experiments. Ted looked in surprise, hearing that Mr. Fairy did it on purpose, right? Turning her head, Vivian said that she was talking about the Baron's son. Wide-eyed, she added that he killed him so that he would not suffer. Looking down, the hero asked what was she talking about, and then thought that he almost answered like a fairy. Looking at him, the girl said that but he sounds the same. Rushing forward, the girl turned. Smirking, she asked that they were done with their business, to which the protagonist replied that yes, they said that the hearings were over. Pointing to the tablet, the girl added that great, let him look here. The news appeared. It was heard that he was a celebrity. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that a little time had passed since the publication of the potion, to which he replied that it was serious and he so wanted peace and quiet. Raising her hand up, Lucia shouted that for sure she heard that he received a reward. Let him treat her to delicious food. Looking at her, Ted replied that no, the money from the reward should be divided between everyone. With wide eyes, the girl asked that she appeared on the news with them, to which the hero asked what she was doing. She just noticed her, said that it was Vivian, a third year from the Knights faculty, and said hello. The girls bowed to each other. Raising her finger up, Lucia said that they would return to the topic anyway, and he had received the money, hadn't he? So they would have a celebratory dinner and at the same time celebrate the successful release of their potion. A high tower appeared. It was heard that but the judges had not yet made a decision. They would have a dinner some other time. Oh well. Walking forward, the girl said that well, then they would see each other tomorrow at the magic tower, to which Ted replied that yes, he would not forgive her if she was late. Walking to the magic tower, the hero said that he knew it would end like this. Breathing heavily, he added that he was a fool to trust her. They slowly climbed up. The protagonist rolled his eyes. Standing at the entrance, the guard asked Ted and Lucia right. Looking straight ahead, the hero said yes, to which the guy replied that they should follow him. Stairs appeared in the air. It was heard that the space in the Tower of Magic was constantly changing. So let them follow him step by step. She heard, let him get up and go herself. She woke up. Looking to the side, the girl said that so, Vivian, the eldest, that she met yesterday. Standing next to the hero, she added that what kind of relationship do they have, to which he replied that yes, it seems like none. Looking at him, Lucia thought. Climbing the stairs, she said that okay, but they will definitely go to dinner, to which the protagonist asked that she is a rich woman, why is she asking him to treat her? It was heard that and they are not nervous at all, how impudent. The girl looked angrily. The protagonist frowned and thought that this voice, it is. Suddenly bright rays appeared near them. Lucia opened her eyes wide. The protagonist looked to the side. The man grinned. The thought that the owner of the magic tower was Bart. An information scroll about the tower appeared. Standing on the stairs, the guy turned to the tower master. An eagle was sitting on the man's shoulder. He looked towards the hero. Smiling, Bart said that he was his son, the same stupid face as him. Images of people appeared. It was said that Bart, the head of the Alvin family and the current master of the magic tower, Rodlin. Frowning, Ted wondered if the tower master really wanted to complicate his life with his personal appearance. Putting his hands on his hips, the master asked what and she thought, Lucia, to which she replied that she was. The man crossed his arms and asked that if they wanted people to remember their names, then they need to look more ordinary, to which the hero thought that they heard everything. Stretching his hand to the side, Bart said that he would help them with this, out of the way, to which the guy responded approvingly. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered if it could be. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that the Tower Master was indeed a monster, capable of using such a complex spatial magic spell, but it seemed like he was showing off. The man smirked and said that he could even hear their whispers. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. the people suddenly disappeared. They appeared in another place. The man looked surprised and shouted that he was the tower master. Looking at him, Bart asked that the evaluation of the potion was not finished yet, to which he was told that yes, they had just finished checking the effectiveness. Standing up, the man said that the only thing left was to ask a few questions about the production method. The man drank the potion. Lowering his head, he said that the essence of the totara tree, mohan leaves, jazz fruit, and peony mushroom. Looking to the side, Bart asked if there was anything else in it. Lucia closed her eyes and said, hung peachy extract and matarat root. Taking a step forward, the man said, interesting. Standing in front of the girl, the tower master added that he had heard rumors, but to think that he could create such a potion at such a young age. Standing still, Bart said that since the evaluation was over, they should approve of him. Jumping up, he objected. The man hovered in the air and asked why the son of the Cromwell family was here. The protagonist looked away. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that on paper they had a joint effort, but in reality, he did nothing right. The protagonist lowered his head. Lucia looked at him. Raising her head, she said that without him, she would not have been able to create this potion. Looking at her, the man asked that she could not, to which she replied that yes, he did most of the work, and she only helped a little. Lowering his head, the tower master said that okay, he will check it now. Then he snapped his finger. Putting her hand to her face, Lucia said that apparently, he cannot use magic outside the magic tower, to which the protagonist thought that she was analyzing his actions even now. Beams appeared around the master, and it was heard that he should make the potion right here. All the ingredients are in the storage. Okay. The hero looked at the potion making equipment. The devices appeared, and the thought occurred that if he used something he had not used before, it would be problematic, so he would choose these. The man opened the flask with the potion. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he admitted that he had made the potion correctly. People turned around, hearing that now they would move on to questions about why he added the Hong Pishi extract. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that well, he added it so that. He stood in front of the man. People looked in surprise, hearing that to get rid of the side effects and enhance its effect. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered what it meant. The elder tinhead could explain so well. Bart frowned, hearing that it was clear he could not continue, to which he replied that he had not finished explaining yet, so Bart began to remove the bandage. Looking at him, the hero heard that although he had not seen him for quite a long time, the protagonist shuddered, hearing that the kid he knew would never in his life be able to come up with such a potion. Frowning, the man asked who he was. Lucia looked surprised when she heard this. The man looked at the protagonist carefully. Ted looked straight ahead. Then he smirked slightly. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what he was joking about and then introduced himself. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was the one he always joked about and treated like a bug. The man froze, looking at him. Standing in front of him, Bart asked that he had become an interesting guy. Yes. Smiling, the tower master said okay, they'll argue. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. His eyes widened when he heard that if he made another potion this year and it passed the test, he would pay off all the family's debts. Putting on the bandage, the man said that he would also fulfill his one wish, however, if he failed. Looking straight ahead, Ted heard that he would immediately leave the Rodlin Academy. Putting his hands on his hips, the man asked what was going on. What did he think? The hero frowned. Closing his eyes, he thought that the conditions were not the best, but putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist said that he agreed. As the heir of the Cromwell family, he could not refuse such an offer. The man smiled and said that they hoped that he would really succeed with his confidence. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. An image of a man appeared in front of the hero. Images of people appeared. It was heard that he was impatiently waiting for this. A glow appeared around the girl's hand. She rose abruptly. Angela looked at her hand. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The girl broke the wall. She froze, looking straight ahead. Angela slightly opened her mouth. The hero grinned. The thought occurred to him that she should swear by the name of her family. Suddenly, she had sharp teeth. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would not kill him. The vampire smiled broadly and thought about him. Cromwell's information scroll appeared. A view of the city opened up. Sitting next to the box, the protagonist thought that he had been compensated for part of the cost of the materials, so the need for money had decreased a little. Looking straight ahead, he added that as long as he made potions, he would be able to concentrate exclusively on training. The protagonist looked down and thought that the only snag now was the laziness page. Sitting on the train, he added that no matter how he thought about it, he did not know how to use it correctly. Perhaps he should exchange it for the things he needed. Frowning, Ted thought that there was nothing he could do. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would have to use Charon. The train suddenly stopped. The students got off. The hero suddenly stopped. He stood in place. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Then he looked to the side. Ted was walking towards a huge building. The hero carefully examined everything around. A man was sitting on a tree. It seemed that he probably heard something. The vampire smiled widely. Sitting on the couch, the man said that the hot topic of discussion at the academy had finally decided to visit him. Looking at the flask, he asked if it was the same potion, to which he was told that yes, he had come to report to him right after the exam. Charon put the potion on the table and said that he had been researching it in secret from him, and was now trying to pretend to be his good student, to which the hero replied that he had not planned to. Pressing the book, the man said that he should shut up and just follow him. Turning around, he added that he would hammer into his head what it meant to be his student, to which the protagonist thought that he was offended by something so trivial. How petty. Descending the stairs, he continued that it seemed that he would not be able to bring up the topic today. Looking at the man, Ted thought that talking to him when he was in a bad mood, he should be content with checking the vampire's condition. They went down to the dungeon. There were debris on the ground. The man's eyes widened in amazement. They froze, looking straight ahead. The hero's eyes widened in surprise and thought that it seemed that the evolution had been successful. They approached the cage. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was a pity that he would not be able to see her again. She was a good specimen. The man grabbed the chain and said that damn. He clenched his teeth in anger. Charon crouched down and addressed the hero, to which he responded. Looking away, the man asked what he had done with the restrictions on Angela. Standing behind him, the protagonist said no, he still wanted to live. Frowning, he thought how stupid he was. Standing up, Charon shouted that although she was just a hybrid. Smirking, Ted thought that it served him right. The man raised his hands up and shouted. A long staircase appeared. The hero was walking down the street. Looking up, he thought that he would bring the page of sloth another time. Suddenly, hair appeared above him. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing his name. He froze and thought that she was waiting for him in ambush. Angela took his face and asked that she wanted to ask him something since she woke up. He would answer her, yes. Smiling, she added that he should look at her. The protagonist looked away. Looking at him, the vampire said that he was a good boy, and now let him tell her about the power that she had received. Gritting his teeth, Ted asked why she was doing this. Didn't he keep his word? The girl closed her eyes, hearing that she should know the price for breaking the oath of the family. Putting her hand to her face, she replied that of course she knew, but she couldn't hold back and not ask him. Standing in the middle of the forest, the vampire said that with her power, she would not be able to free herself from the restrictions on her own, no matter what she did, so she went another way. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she added that she knew how. What an amazing way she used. Angela's eyes widened, wondering why he smelled like that, just like a great sin. Her eyes lit up and she said that she finally understood. The hero looked away. The glow appeared around the girl and she said that I wonder, to which the protagonist asked what the hell she was talking about. Suddenly his eyes widened. Ted crashed into a tree. The girl began to strangle him. Lowering her head, she said that she still wanted to ask him about a lot of things, but the place was not the best, so they would end it here. Raising her hand, Angela said that they would see each other again soon. Smiling, she added that she would use her new power for good, and since he had helped her, she really wanted to thank him. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about this power, and the girl told him not to worry, she would not hurt him. Sticking out her tongue, she added that it was possible that fate itself had brought them together. An information scroll about the material drop appeared. A view of an elite dormitory opened up. People were sitting on the balcony. The girl pointed to the book. Stretching her hand forward, she said that, and then Lord Philip with a sword at the ready. Tea sets appeared, and Claire asked if she could stop preaching, to which Dinah replied that if she studied everything carefully, she too could find a knight to root for. Sitting at the table, the girl added that apparently Lucia's potion had passed the evaluation of the magic tower, to which Dina asked that at her age. She smirked and thought that she had heard that she was very lazy, but it seemed that it was all a lie. The girl rolled her eyes. Looking at the tablet, Claire said that, but the most surprising thing about this news is that, with her eyes wide open, she added that let him look can believe it. Looking straight ahead, Dina asked what Ted. The protagonist held the potion in his hands. He looked away. It was heard that to think that such a talentless person like him took part in the creation of the potion. When she first heard about it, she thought that this news was fake. The protagonist ran forward quickly. It was said that after the fall of his family, he could only rely on his surroundings and talent. Pages from a book appeared. The thought arose that he could achieve something on his own, he said. Ted opened the bag. It was said that could this piece of trash really change? The girl looked at the tablet with delight. Dina frowned and thought that she needed to see for herself. The students were sitting in the classroom. Looking away, Lucia asked why he was wearing so many clothes, to which the hero replied that he was not feeling well. Sitting at the desk, she added that then why did he come to class, and the protagonist added that he needed attendance for graduation. The man entered the room. He walked straight. The thought appeared that last night Ted was sitting in a hood. It was said that you can't show such huge scars on your neck. The vampire bit him on the neck. Looking straight, the hero thought that she said that fate itself brought them together and that he smelled of something. What was she even talking about? Frowning, he added that she bit him on the neck and immediately disappeared. Standing at the microphone, the man asked that everyone had come, to which the students replied that they had. Raising his eyebrows, Woody said that they would start then. Then he looked at the hero. The man frowned in amazement. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked why he had put on so many clothes. He was sick. Holding his mask, the protagonist replied that yes, he had a cold. Standing at the board, the teacher said that it seemed that he was tired of researching the potion. He had already marked it, so he could go, to which Ted thanked him. The hero looked away, hearing that however, he even felt sad. Putting his hand to his face, Woody said that he had even asked him, the professor of herbalism, for advice, asking that it was really that hard to include his name. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist wondered what he was talking about. He had done nothing and wanted to get laurels. Raising his finger up, he said that he was very grateful for the advice given to him. Lucia looked surprised when she heard that, especially for the one about the extract of Hunpishi and the root of Matarat, to which she thought that he. The girl opened her eyes wide and added that she was provoking the teacher. The man pursed his lips when he said that if he added them, he would get soup instead of a potion, and as he saw, the soup was very good. The students looked away in amazement. They froze in surprise. As the hero left, he heard that he was overdoing it. Lowering his head, he said that he was not feeling well. With his permission, the man frowned and shouted his name. The protagonist stood at the exit. Holding the door handle, he thought that when he was trampling in the mud, they made fun of him, and now they wanted to be friends. Looking straight ahead, Ted added that he should shut up and be jealous in silence. He could attend other classes if he needed glasses. Woody frowned and asked how long he would ignore him. He looked away and asked what Lucia was. Smirking, the girl asked that she could explain herself on his behalf as one of the creators of the potion, to which the hero thought that she had thought up something. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he allowed it. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that they had learned the basics of creating potions in his lessons. Stretching her arms out to the sides, Lucia said that and then. The professor frowned to hear that they had put them into practice. The student looked surprised. It was heard that and came to the conclusion that. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it was very important to conduct research without anyone's help. Ted turned around, hearing that isn't it their duty as wizards, to which the professor replied that she was right. Looking away, the hero thought that Lucia had managed to convince Woody. The girl closed her eyes and said that next time they would ask him for advice if he was not too busy with his own research. The man looked at her and said that they could always ask him for help. He waved and added that he should take care of himself and get well. Lowering his mask, the hero thought of Lucia. The girl winked and he added that she knew how to get out of it. The protagonist grinned and thought that he still didn't know why. Opening the door, he added that no thanks. The narrative of the story is transferred to the capital of the country, where someone reported on potential candidates for recruitment. The words came straight from the big white house that he would first present a report on the students already enrolled in Rodlin Academy. A man with red hair was sitting right in his office. It was Officer Wu Ango, the Aura Master, Duke Nicholas Sinclair, who was staring at the papers with the report. Smiling maliciously, the man with red hair asked what it meant that the Everlight Company's daughter had created a new type of potion and they were putting it on sale. Looking straight ahead, the girl with glasses confirmed his words, adding that they had named it the Everlast Potion and were currently monopolizing sales. Looking straight at his assistant, Nicholas asked if there was a sample, and she gave a positive answer. Looking at the small bottle of potion, the Duke said that if she had created something like this while she was only a freshman, I was sure many would be trying to recruit her after she graduated. Then he would try the potions, and the girl with glasses would point out that this was why they needed to contact her now, and he would agree with her, adding that they still needed to check if there were others who had their eye on her. Immediately after that, Nicholas would ball his hand into a fist. Adjusting his glasses, his assistant would ask what he would say. Smiling widely, the Duke would explain that it was amazing. Then, straight from his huge estate, words would come that it was several times more effective than anything currently on the market and had no side effects. So if they could bring it to market, it would revolutionize the market, and the girl with glasses would say that there was something else worth paying attention to. Showing him the information on the tablet, the assistant would tell him that according to the report, the potion was co-created. At the same moment, she would open the page with information about Ted. Looking at the tablet screen with interest, Nicholas asked if this was Jack Cromwell's son and if he had a talent for potion making from the start. Pointing her finger upward, the bespectacled girl concluded that it didn't look like it, and there was also a rumor that he had taken advantage of her. Then the suggestion was spread right around the room that then she would have a reason to include his name, to which a negative answer was given and an explanation that since neither house had any notable relations with the other. Immediately after that, the Duke stretched and explained that it was worth investigating, and if it turned out that he had awakened a talent, he should be added to the recruitment list. Hearing this, his assistant immediately wrote it down on her sheet, saying that she understood everything. A loud sound was heard directly from the window of the aristocratic estate. Holding a glass of wine in his hands, someone asked how the end-of-year award ceremony was going. The man in the black suit stood right behind the aristocrat, saying that exactly as planned, the Cromwell family would be demoted. Hearing this, the man swirled the wine in his glass, saying the name Ted Cromwell. Then he smiled widely. The man's gaze was like a madman. The stranger saw lightning, which showed the silhouette of the protagonist, and thought that he was looking forward to seeing how different he was from his father. Immediately after cooling down, the story moves to Ted's room. The boy was finishing the 9,999th repetition and was breathing heavily. Then he raised his training blade directly above his head. Lowering it, the protagonist made the last 10,000 swing. Having finished the training, Ted fell right to the floor. Then he reached out his hand to the potion standing on the table. Drinking it, the boy thought that without them, this would not have been possible. With his own silhouette in his head, consisting of two different parts, the protagonist reasoned that the regeneration potion increased the speed of his muscles recovery, while the healing potion got rid of fatigue, and adding the physical enhancement potion, he basically created a system for endless training. Holding the bottles of red and purple potion in his hands, Ted stated that it was a risk, but evolution was the right choice. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him with a proposal to start the evolution process, and the boy who looked at it reasoned that at first he was very worried about it. But after some time he decided to improve them anyway, since the risk was quite low. At the same moment, another notification from the system appeared right in front of him about improving the potion making skill. Looking into the flask with purple liquid, the protagonist thought that the result was amazing, that he felt like an idiot for worrying about it at all. Suddenly, Ted noticed a system notification window appearing right in front of him, notifying him that he had created an energizing potion, and he mused that he could now create more potions, and the success rate and brewing speed had also increased significantly. As he continued training, the boy imagined a huge number of potions and reasoned that as long as everything continued to go as it was and as long as he continued to give it his all, he would be able to successfully grow. Sitting right on the floor of his room, the protagonist declared that if he could find a good corpse and a couple of items, he would not have to worry about his fighting strength, and as long as Charon was missing somewhere, he could not sell him an idle page. Immediately after that, he remembered that there was a sign on his office that he was away on urgent business, and he thought that he was in such a bad mood that he went on a trip and didn't even tell his student, which is why he was so petty. Wiping his head from sweat, Ted noted that he had no connections except for him, and tomorrow morning he had a medical law class, so he should stop worrying and go to bed. Arriving at the office where the lecture was supposed to be held, the boy saw a note from the professor that due to the above, today's class would be held outside, which they were notified about on their tablets. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the protagonist thought about that bastard Woody. Covering his face with his hand, Ted remembered the image of the potions professor and wondered what he knew about him not having a tablet and was using it against him. Quickly running out of the office, the boy thought about what he thought he was doing to the students. Immediately after this story, we are transferred to the garden of the Rodlin Academy, where the students were brewing potions at special equipment. The guys were mixing the necessary ingredients at great speed, and the protagonist, who noticed this, wondered why everyone was in such a hurry. Ted looked in surprise at how some people were unable to create what they had planned, and thought that for some reason this looked like an exam. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy suddenly heard a voice saying that he was late. It was Woody, who, adjusting his glasses, said that it seemed that he was so busy with his own research that he did not even notice the notification, and he thought about how childish a person can act. At that very moment, someone grabbed the protagonist right by the cloak, which greatly surprised him. It was Lucia, who was dragging Ted along with her and saying that she would explain everything to him. Showing him the information about the potion on her tablet, the white-haired girl suggested that he just buy the tablet since he already had money and didn't know how much longer she would show him hers. Looking at the article with the potions professor, the boy thought that is, he invented the awakening potion, and he came up with the idea to make an exam out of analyzing it. Taking the necessary ingredients in his hands, the protagonist thought that he must have felt the need to brag. Smirking arrogantly, looking straight at him, Woody asked that for someone of his level, figuring out the ingredients and proportions should be a piece of cake, right? Staring straight ahead with concentration, not paying attention to him, Ted thought that he really was a thick-headed asshole. With a look of smug satisfaction, the academy professor mused that there was nothing to be ashamed of since he had a very bright future ahead of him, and said that today he would finally expose who he really was, and noted that he had confused his words with his thoughts. Looking straight at him with a look of disdain, the bespectacled man mused that someone who took advantage of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the world of potions, was nothing more than a very bad student. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to silently mix the ingredients in a mortar. Immediately after this edition of the story, it jumps forward 4 hours, where Woody was dumbfoundedly looking at his tablet, which contained information about the results of the test, in which Lucia and Ted had completed 100% of the analysis of the composition of the awakening potion. A fellow professor, standing right next to him, declared that there was no cheating during the exam. The student who heard this looked away with great surprise, saying that it meant that Ted really had a talent for potion making. Smiling, the girl with white hair looked straight at the boy and told the algae-headed man that he was doing well, and he said that there was no need to call him that, because he had a name. Suddenly, an unknown person ran right past the protagonist, calling out to Professor Woody. The guy ran ahead with tears in his eyes and asked why he did this to him. Seeing him, the potion teacher was extremely dumbfounded. At the same moment, Ted and Lucia were also very surprised when they heard that this unknown person asked why he had passed off the potion he had created as his own. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy asked how he could do this to him, because like no one else he knew how much effort he had put into it. The students, hearing this, looked ahead with displeasure, saying that they never expected the teacher to do such a thing, and the senior was definitely not wrong. Ted looked away after hearing all this and asked what she thought. Looking back at him, Lucia stated that if we were talking about Professor Woody, she thought he did it. The boy, looking straight ahead with displeasure, noted that he thought so too, and the girl with white hair asked where he was going. She watched him go, very angry, thinking that she had saved him yesterday and would not worry about it from now on, calling him a stupid stubborn seaweed. At that moment, the protagonist approached the potion's professor and, turning to him, said that he had a question about the ingredients used in the potion, and he asked him that he really didn't see that now was not the right time. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, Ted stated that it was related to the situation and asked if it was true that if it was his work, he could prove it right there. Looking at him in fear after hearing this, Woody thought that he was a fucking asshole. The senior, looking straight at the boy, clarified that he was not talking about an examination in the magic tower to prove that he created it. Still glaring at the professor, the protagonist noted that if he really created the potion, he could easily explain why he used such ingredients and asked if he was not confident enough. Adjusting his glasses, Woody asked if he was really saying that he was not confident enough, concluding that this was impudence and he was a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. Standing right in front of his professor, Ted asked him to answer the question of why he replaced the apricot resin with cinnamon petals. Hearing this question, the professor shuddered and remained silent, thinking that he was so distracted by the presentation that he forgot to clarify this point. Looking directly at him with displeasure, the senior student asked why he was not answering. Right on the branch of a tree nearby, a crow sat, watching as the academy student said that using petals reduces the price, and if you were creating a potion, he would know this, and he began to talk about proportions. Then right through the inner garden of the academy, for the sake of speech, she carried that only the magic tower has the right to conduct an examination. Then through the trees, the last question was heard about the use of more expensive Julia beetles instead of Daddy's powder. Hearing this, the potion teacher simply stood silently in front of his students. The students, seeing his reaction, began to gossip among themselves. When he heard the question of why the professor was not answering, he only swallowed his saliva. The academy professor seemed to be in a distorted space, listening to the students' gossip that he really stole it and to pass off his students' research as his own was too low. Suddenly, Woody clenched his hand into a fist and was about to say something. With his mouth wide open, the man declared that Dad's powder had a hallucinogenic effect. Looking straight at his students, the academy professor added that this was why he used beetles, although they were more expensive. Looking menacingly straight at him after hearing this, the senior student explained to the professor that this was why they did not use the powder. Ted, with a look full of seriousness, stared straight ahead, while the guy who created the potion explained that the matter was that during the brewing process the powder was heated for a long time and this could lead to stomach pain in the user. Waving his hand, the potion teacher concluded that they were wrong and it was definitely because of the hallucinogenic effect. The senior student stared ahead with a menacing gaze, recalling the events of the past, noting that he remembered this, that he really did talk about the side effects of the powder. Then he added that the professor did not say that it was a hallucinogen, and asked to clarify how he came to this answer, and Woody was caught off guard by such a question. After which the other students began to look at the professor with displeasure and asked that he was really completely unfamiliar with the concept of scientific ethics, and could not believe that he stooped to stealing the achievements of his student, so they asked him to resign. Hearing how he was called a thief and a fraud, the academy professor only clenched his teeth in displeasure. With a look of complete madness, the man declared that these, and not there, were frauds. pointing his finger directly at the senior student and Ted. The potions master asked the two that they were the ones who set it all up and was going to present them both to the disciplinary committee. The students, hearing this, began to boycott the professor, and the boy, scratching his head, thought that he really had hit rock bottom, and when a child throws a tantrum, all that was left was to leave the decision to adults. At that moment, the protagonist declared that if he was so outraged, he could ask Sir Bart to make an appointment with him, where he could explain everything to him, which greatly stunned Woody. Immediately after that, Ted reached into the inside pocket of his robe, saying that it was possible. Taking out a special black and orange card from there, the boy added that it was all because he was sponsoring him. Stunned by everything that was happening, Lucia admired that he was threatening with a card issued for the purchase of materials, and therefore he could buy into it. After hearing everything, the professor of the academy began to tremble in his hands. Coming closer to his teacher, the protagonist asked if something was wrong and if he didn't want to explain himself. Woody was barely standing and thinking about that Bart. The academy professor stood right in front of his students, imagining the image of the ruler of the magic tower in his head. At this time, a white bird was watching everything from the side, thinking about the potion teacher. It imagined Bart, who was watching this, and thought that since he caused such a commotion, he would have to pay for it. Grinning maliciously, the owner of the magic tower wondered if this kid really cared about research, and it was such an impudence on his part to use his name. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Alvin thought that he knew the theory and ingredients for the awakening potion. Flying away from the inner garden of the academy, Bart realized that perhaps he would be able to discover a new cure before the end of the year, while Woody cried from everything he had done. Rising high into the air in the form of a bird, the owner of the magic tower reasoned that he would wait impatiently for his son Jack. Bart left behind only feathers. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the building of the academy's dining hall. Inside, Ted, Lucia, and Vivian were sitting at the table together. Looking displeasedly straight at the boy, the girl with white hair thought that he really invited her to eat together, but just think. In the academy's dining hall, while he, loudly chomping, asked that she really would not eat it because it was very tasty. A little embarrassed, Lucia declared that she would and grabbed right at the meat. A moment later, she grabbed her hand, saying that she was very hot. While showing how to properly take a piece of meat, the protagonist told the rich lady that it was done like this. He then dipped the meat directly into the sauce and noted that you should grab the edge like this and then dip it in. After which Ted held the piece of meat out towards her, and the white-haired girl looking at him asked what it mattered that she was rich. Lucia looked at the food in surprise, thinking that it turned out to be normal. Taking the offered piece of meat, she realized that eating in the cafeteria was quite healthy, while Vivian watched this with displeasure. At the same moment, looking straight ahead, the green-haired girl said that she wanted the same. Hearing this, the boy looked at her in surprise. Then Balkan pointed her finger at the piece of meat in Lucia's hands. After seeing this, the protagonist immediately understood everything. Then he smiled, and then handed her the same piece of meat. The story continued to take place in the same cafeteria of the academy. Walking along the corridor of the same company, Lucia asked when he was going to buy himself a tablet, because if he had one, it would have received a notification about events like today and would not have missed it, which is very useful. Looking away, Ted explained that he was currently saving money, and his girlfriend noted that it was not even that expensive. Looking straight at her, the boy declared that nothing was expensive for a rich girl like her, and she was very unhappy that she was called that, while Vivian, walking next to him, thought that Mr. Fairy gave her a name. Then she looked away and asked her friend if he wanted to take her reward too. Looking away due to embarrassment, the protagonist said that he shouldn't and asked why she called him Mr. Fairy. Approaching a fork, Ted pointed to the side and said that he would go. Seeing him off with her eyes, Lucia asked if they hadn't just eaten and said goodbye to him, and the boy, turning back, also said that he was saying goodbye to Vivian. Immediately after that, the protagonist walked away from his friends. He walked straight down the corridor, which was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Suddenly, Ted stopped in place, closing his eyes. After that, the boy heard the sounds of footsteps in front of him. Charon was approaching him directly, looking at him with a serious look. Menacingly looking straight at him, the protagonist thought that he had finally returned. Noticing his student, the Necromancer was very angry. As he passed by, Ted told the teacher that he saw that he had returned from his trip, and he asked him to come to the lab tomorrow at noon. After that, Charon walked away from the boy. Turning back, the protagonist said that he understood everything. With a displeased look, Ted thought that this was very timely. The story moves to a building in the Rodlin Academy on Alvin Street, on the sign of which it was written that they forge metal better than anyone in the world. Striking his finger on the blade, Ted thought that he was the kind of person who thinks that everything he has belongs to him. So he does not doubt that he is trying to take away the page of idleness by force, and in this case, it would be better if he had a sword. Putting the weapon right on the table in front of the blacksmith, the boy said that he takes it, and the blacksmith asked if he also wants a whetstone. Suddenly, Dinah came right up to the protagonist, calling out to him, and he abruptly turned around. Holding a box with a blade in her hands, a girl with black hair asked what he was doing at the blacksmith's. Ted would explain that he needed a sword while holding his hand to his stomach, and his childhood friend would ask why he needed one since he was a mage. Looking at the gift box in Dina's hands, the boy would remark that it was useful to have one for self-defense. Looking at the box with the red bow, the black-haired girl would explain that it was a gift for her ogre brother. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, the protagonist would wonder if she was talking about Carlos Alvin. Then, memories of them having fun together would pop into his head, and he would reason that Carlos was the eldest son of the Alvin house, and he had gone to become a warrior, and they had gotten along well before. Imagining the image of this man with a smile on his face, Ted thought that Carlos had already died by the time the game began, so he was not involved in the plot. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, the boy would remark that if he was not mistaken, he had died at the end of year events. With the image of Harvey standing in front of the ruins of the city in his head, the protagonist mused that after escaping Count Ben's territory, he joined the religious cult of Zafiro, the same one that carried out the terrorist attack. Looking at his childhood friend, Ted asked if Carlos was also participating in the end-of-year events, to which she answered yes. Closing his eyes, the boy remembered the events from his childhood with them and stated that it would be great to meet again, just the three of them. Looking straight at him in surprise, the girl with black hair said that that's how it is. Then memories appeared in his head, how the student, pointing her finger up, said that the one with green hair was at training in the morning, that, having heard what he was talking about, she was sure that he had somehow changed. Then Dina remembered how the guy with the dumbbells asked if the protagonist hadn't been getting good grades lately. Looking away in embarrassment, the girl with black hair did not understand how to ask him. The boy looked at his childhood friend in surprise, while she thought that there was no need to worry, but rather just ask. Looking straight at her, the protagonist asked if she really wanted to tell him something, and she flinched in surprise, giving a negative answer. Hearing this, Ted bowed and said goodbye to her, saying that they would see each other later. After which the boy left her, and his childhood friend just stood there silently. After some time, Dina turned back, saying that she wanted to know something. At that moment, she noticed that the door to the forge slammed shut. The girl with black hair only continued to silently look forward. At that time, the protagonist, who went outside, thought that, thinking about Carlos, he remembered that there was still some time before the terrorist attack. Immediately after this, the story's narrative shifts to the teacher's room of the academy department late at night. Charon sat with a book in his hands right in front of his student, saying that he had searched all over the continent for material of the same quality as Angela, but had not been able to find anything so far. He would then add that he planned to continue searching, and Ted would look nervously ahead, his hands clasped together. As he read the book, his teacher would remark that his hopes were not too high, but he needed the material for the congregation this weekend. With a puzzled look, the boy would think that this was where the game began, and if greed blinded him, he would ask him to give it to him, therefore he had won. Closing the book, the Necromancer would conclude that they would be busy for the near future, so he should prepare himself. Suddenly, the protagonist would tell the teacher that he wanted to talk to him about something, and the teacher would ask him with a serious look what it was. Sitting directly opposite Charon, Ted, after a short pause, declared that he had managed to obtain part of the Apocalypse manuscript. His teacher was very taken aback upon hearing this. The boy, seeing such a reaction, simply looked at him in silence, puzzled. At that very moment, the academy professor coughed into his fist, distracting his attention. Putting the book on the table, he asked him not to talk nonsense, because it was impossible for someone like this to get his hands on such a thing while the protagonist was opening his inner space. Sticking his hand into the Greek of the inventory, Ted explained that he could not handle something like that. Watching what was happening, the Necromancer was very surprised. Suddenly, for him, the boy was taking out a cube made of gold. Seeing this, Charon seemed to fall into a stupor. The protagonist held out the artifact right in front of him, saying that he wanted him to take it. After all that had happened, his teacher simply froze, without expressing any emotion. After a moment, he only swallowed saliva. Waving his hand, the academy professor said that he should keep this artifact. Getting up from his seat, the Necromancer said that this was an item that many were looking for, and keeping it with him would only add to the problems, so he should take the page to the congregation so that they could exchange it there. Hearing this, Ted smirked, thinking that he thought he would say this, considering that such a person who values his life more than anything else. Looking towards his student, Charon concluded that since they would have to send the congregation at the cost of the weekend, he should clear his schedule and prepare, and he told the teacher that everything would be done. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the forest on a dark night. Right down the road, at speed, the controlled skeletons rushed, But all this happened in the eastern part of the city, the containment zone, the forest of captivity, the adjacent territory. Sitting right in the carriage, the protagonist thought that he had survived Charon, while now the problems were his participation in the congregation, because there were many dangerous individuals there, and words would not work on them, so he would have to negotiate with all possible caution. Immediately after that, Ted looked at the person sitting in front. It was his teacher, who with a smile on his face said that he could exchange the page of idleness for items for his growth and would take everything he could for it. After that, the boy grinned guilelessly and reasoned that he was absolutely sure that the page of idleness was already in his hands, but if it came to a fight, he would use it as a shield. Suddenly there was a rumble, which greatly surprised the protagonist and the necromancer inside the carriage. The unknown person held the horse, stopped the carriage, telling it to calm down. Suddenly, the skeleton who was driving the carriage lit up with eyes. This was the result of using Charon's magic. Having finished handling the horses, the man moved forward towards the carriage. Putting his hand on the carriage window, the man greeted those inside. With a sly grin, the stranger asked that they were going to a congregation and would not mind if the target went with them. Noticing him, Ted was very surprised. Immediately after this, the story's narration moves to the moment when the unknown man was sitting with our heroes in the carriage and saying that they helped him out. Holding his head, the blonde man noted that although this ride was not so good. When he looked away, the boy thought that this was Colin Adidia from the top 10 of the continent, and he was even willing to deal with the forbidden for the sake of research, which is why he became known as the devil in pursuit of truth. Lowering his gaze downwards, the protagonist reasoned that if the information about the idol page leaked, the situation could turn out not too well. At this time, Charon looked away with displeasure and simply remained silent. Suddenly, he shuddered when Colin asked what was wrong with his face. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the strongest man on the continent asked if they were really displeased that he was going to the congregation. With a clearly frightened look, the academy professor said that this was not the case at all, and then he just continued to silently look at him with displeasure. Then Colin, pointing his finger at him, laughed, telling him not to be afraid, because he had already been there several times. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Ted thought that he knew he was crazy, but did not expect that he was so crazy. At that moment, the strongest man on the continent approached the boy and asked him what his name was. Looking at his student with displeasure, the necromancer told him to introduce himself. He was his elder, Colin Adidia. Immediately after this, the protagonist would say his name, and Colin, hearing this, would ask with a look full of admiration that he had really laid his hands on another Cromwell. Looking at his teacher with displeasure, Ted would think about what he was talking about, and the way he said it suggested some secret in his family. Covering his mouth with his hand, the strongest man on the continent would suggest that the boy seemed to know nothing. Taking the protagonist directly by the shoulder, Colin would say that he would then give him special advice. Then, grinning maliciously, the blonde man would say that he needed to resist with all his might. After hearing this, Ted would look at the necromancer sitting next to him. With a menacing look, the boy would think that, judging by his face, he should not ask anything. Something black would appear right in front of the carriage, while the protagonist would wonder what Charon was hiding from him. At that moment, the skeleton driving the carriage noticed something. The academy professor immediately used his magic to see it with his vision. A moment later, the horses began to stop. Covering his face with his hand, the necromancer asked what he wanted. While a black thing appeared right in front of the carriage, Charon noted that if he wanted to talk about something, he should do it in person. At that moment, a head and a hat appeared from under the ground. Then, a silhouette of a man appeared from an unknown substance. A moment later, a plump man in a black suit appeared, asking for forgiveness for this and noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man in the hat smiled broadly. At first, he was a little worried about the long silence. Then they all walked forward together, and the man in the business suit said that he could not believe that he had arrived with Mr. Salem, and Colin, hearing this, asked if he could shut up because his mouth stunk. Ted, who was walking behind him, was watching all this, thinking that Dragon was from the depths and that he probably wanted to steal the page of idleness, but he did not expect that the strongest man of the continent would be with them. Suddenly, Charon, pointing his finger straight ahead, asked the others to look there. He pointed to a house in the branches of a dead tree and said that its owner noticed that they had arrived and was showing him the way to the congregation, and Colin wondered why he had chosen a place so high. Then the blonde man grinned. With a wide smile on his face, the strongest man of the continent declared that everything was as he expected. Immediately after that, Colin took a few steps forward. His companions, who were watching all this, thought that they were idiots. Looking at the sorcerers hiding in the trees, they wondered if they were really trying to steal the manuscript in the presence of a blonde man. A moment later, Charon and the boy were enveloped in strange vines. They also enveloped Colin's legs, who said that he wanted to see how many black mages there were. Immediately after his words, the blonde man hit the ground with his staff. Then everything around was illuminated by bright blue energy. An aura of violet blue power spread throughout the area. Grains of this very energy found themselves right in the bodies of his companions. Also, this unknown force was right next to the girl mage. The other sorcerers sitting in the trees were also very stunned when they saw this energy near them. At the same moment, Black Vines headed straight towards Colin. He grabbed his staff tightly and asked if there really were only 7 of them. Crazily licking his lips, the blonde man said that he had enough of the hide-and-seek game. A moment later, he disappeared from his place, leaving only a blue trail. The mages sitting in the trees who noticed this were very scared. Turning back, the sorcerers announced that they had been discovered. The girl turned back, saying that they needed to retreat. At the same moment, she was frightened by what she saw in front. Right in front of her was a madly smiling Colin. Noticing his opponents, the blonde man collected green energy in his staff. A moment later, his insane power burst out into the air. At this time, the purple-haired woman was simply drinking tea. The huge red monster was examining the mug in his hands. The mysterious sorcerer in black simply silently watched what was happening. Suddenly, the door to the room where they were sitting at a round table opened, after which the strongest man on the continent entered and greeted them, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Charon, standing behind him, bowed and said that he was glad to meet him and Jester, and the second, looking at him, said that Salem himself had really come. After his words, Colin, pointing his hand to the side, said that there was no need to be so rude, and it was thanks to him that the idol page was safe, and asked the guy to open the bag. Having listened to him, Ted dumped the heads of the sorcerers waiting for them right on the ground, and the blonde man asked everyone present with a long one. While they were silently doing this, Jana looked away with displeasure. Watching what was happening, the girl in the robe was surprised. Looking at the heads of the sorcerers lying right on the floor, Jester asked that this was an emergency meeting, which not many came to, and he still arranged such a massacre. And the boy thought that they were all black magicians of the middle level and above, with whom it was quite stressful to deal in the game. Looking forward, the protagonist reasoned that he was able to deal with them all, letting go of his magical power. Looking at the real Colin from the front, Ted thought that he was indeed a very serious force, and he stated that without him, they would not even be able to look at the idleness there. Looking straight ahead, Jester noted that in any case, enough of these trifles, and he should hurry up and show the page of idleness. Hearing this, the boy looked at his teacher, who nodded his head in approval. After that, he began to use his magic, and the blonde man watching him thought that this man was quite interesting. Remembering the events, how he dragged the corpses of the sorcerers he killed, Colin reasoned that he did not even flinch at the sight of this carnage. Remembering that the protagonist did not hesitate when he told him to cut off their heads, the blonde man visualized this situation. Returning to the moment when he was checking the magic inside other people, the strongest man of the continent realized that, moreover, he had a dual nature, just like himself. At that moment, Colin would turn around silently with an interested look. Then he would quietly creep up to Ted, who was standing in front. Suddenly, the blonde man blew on the back of the boy's head. Immediately after that, the protagonist would turn around sharply, asking what he was doing, and wondering if he was gay in the game, and the strongest man of the continent would tell him that he liked him. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Jana would ask Colin what he thought he was doing. Seriously looking forward, Jester would suggest that everyone stop joking. At the same time, the blonde man winked at the protagonist, saying that he would definitely help him someday, just once, so he should consider it a favor since he had some connections with the Cromwell family, and he was dumbfounded that he had made a promise. Then Ted imagined the image of the strongest man on the continent and thought that he was the one who never broke his promises, and there were many cases in the game when he kept his promise no matter what. With a thoughtful look, the boy asked that if he had his support, should he change his plans a little. Immediately after that, someone came out of his portal. It was Nick, who was holding artifacts in his hands. Looking straight at him, the sorcerer in black clothes declared that this was indeed real diligent idleness, no doubt. Looking at his student, Charon thought about it when he called the henchman, and Colin asked if he really trusted the manuscript to the skeleton. He received a positive answer. Then Ted looked at Nick standing next to him. Sighing heavily, the boy realized that he needed to calm down. Noticing the intent looks of everyone around him, the protagonist understood that he should not take risks with these monsters. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Ted thought that he should not hesitate even once. At this time, Jana pointed his hand directly at the artifact located at the skeleton. Suddenly, the boy gave the order to his subordinate to leave. A moment later, the protagonist pulled his blade out of its sheath. This was immediately noticed by the people present there. Nick instantly went into the inner space of his master. Colin, watching this, was very surprised. All the people present at the congregation were also very stunned, and the girl with green eyes, on the contrary, was delighted. The protagonist thrust his blade straight into his chest. Looking straight at him, Jester asked what he was doing at Charon's apprentice. Thrusting the blade deeper into his chest, Ted explained that he was the one who discovered the page of idleness. The boy grinned wryly and stated that he wanted his efforts to be appreciated. After hearing all this, Jana seemed to be enraged. He immediately activated the branches of the tree surrounding everything. While the dry vines approached the protagonist, the sorcerer in black clothes declared that he was mad with greed. At the same time, Ted turned to Jana, who flinched in surprise. With a look full of seriousness, the boy explained that the page was in his vault, as was his skeleton, so if he died, they would never get their hands on the manuscript. Still holding the sword straight into his chest, the protagonist turned to Colin, who was standing next to him. Hearing his name, the blonde man looked straight at him, and he asked him what he said, that he would help him someday, and said that now was the time. Confidently looking away, the protagonist asked him to hurry because he did not have much time. Looking at Ted, who was holding on with all his might, the strongest man on the continent asked if he was acting so recklessly just because of what he said, and if he was deceived, what would he do then? Answering his question, the boy stated that he would do everything he could, even if it meant dying, which greatly surprised the girl with green eyes. Being in the house on the herd tree, the protagonist realized that in order to survive in this crazy world, he was ready to go crazy. Taking a step towards him, Colin declared that he really was a funny guy. The blonde man grinned maliciously and shouted that he had told him to resist, but he had not expected him to go so far. Immediately after that, the strongest man on the continent released energy from his ship. At that moment, snakes appeared out of nowhere right in front of Ted. He thought of the ominous spear of the ancient serpents. Clutching the handle of his staff tightly in his hands, Colin said that since he insisted, he agreed. With a mad smile on his face, the blonde man declared that he had no choice but to kill them all. Colin raised his snake staff straight above his head, saying that from now on, anyone who tried to touch Cromwell would be killed. Smiling happily after hearing this, the girl with green eyes declared that they would not touch him. Then the blonde man looked menacingly to the side, adding that if anyone dared to doubt it later, he would find him and kill him. Seriously looking straight ahead, Jester asked that he was really going to fight them because of this child, and was he really not joking. With a smile on his face, the strongest man of the continent declared that he also knew him and he would not lie about it. Sighing heavily, holding her head, Jana asked her friend that he was really kidding. Directing his menacing gaze straight ahead, Colin wondered that he would have to repeat his words. Hearing this, Jana and Jester immediately fell silent. Charon and the man with the black hat watched what was happening in shock and also remained silent. At this time, the huge red monster silently looked straight at the illuminated girl with green hair sitting next to him. Looking straight ahead, the black-robed sorcerer shouted that it was inevitable and asked what Charon's apprentice wanted. Hearing this, Ted was greatly surprised. A moment later, a vial from the ground fell right next to his feet. Using magic to complete his wound, the boy thanked everyone for waiting. Looking straight at him, Jester asked them to tell him what he wanted. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the protagonist asked if they could tell him what he could get for it. With a look full of seriousness, the black-robed one noted that this was absurd, that he did not even know what he wanted. A moment later, the magician held his hand out in front of him, saying that he could take 5 positions from this sheet and that he should choose wisely. Jester unrolled a scroll in front of him, explaining that, as far as he remembered, there were also corpses on this sheet. Looking at the different positions, Ted thought that this was a congregation, so they must have very good corpses. Suddenly, the boy noticed the former fairy queen Milna and the tiger king Timur among the text, imagining their images, which he was very dumbfounded by, because they were first-class material, so he should get them. At that moment, a large red monster entered the conversation, who, having looked at the real Jester from the front, told him that these bodies had already been sold. If he gave them away, he would be furious. Hearing the name of the buyer, the protagonist was very scared. At that moment, memories of the old man who controlled the undead armies appeared in his head, and Ted thought that they said that these corpses were bought by a leading figure in necromancy, and if he crossed him, your body would become much more complex, so you would have to give in. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that it did not object and asked to take them, which greatly surprised the boy. The rest of the people present at the congregation were also very stunned by the appearance of their acquaintance. Looking at the fly sitting right on the table, Charon called it a master. With a clearly displeased expression on his face, the academy professor declared that his student did not yet have the ability to cope with these bodies. While the girl with green eyes looked at this very fly, she said that she did not object, and announced that his body was in a lunch space bag, so he must take it all. Hearing this, the protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise, simply keeping silent, and Colin, who was standing next to him, noted that he deserved it. Staring ahead with distrust, Ted had no idea why Theodore was being so generous, but he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Immediately after that, the boy bowed and thanked him for his generosity, saying that he would then choose the rest of the items, including these bodies. Charon watched with displeasure, thinking that he should have brought the Page of Idleness himself. After some time, orange energy burst out from the house on the dried tree, and someone said to take it. After that, the blessing of the moon, tears and flowers of the blue canangula, the root of the yabun, the precious stone of Kejunan, and a bag with the corpses of the queen of the fairies Mylna and the king of the tigers Timur appeared right on the floor. Looking straight at the protagonist, Colin noted that there were more valuable things there, asked if he really needed this, and he, putting everything in a bag, explained that these things were very valuable to him. Imagining Lucia and several potions, Ted thought about what could be done with them. In total, 4 potions, but they cost several hundred million vil, and he also chose the ingredients for the medicine for his girlfriend. At that moment, Jester, looking seriously straight ahead, interrupted him and asked to pass on the page of idleness. Immediately after that, the boy opened his space, saying that, of course, he would give it. Then the sorcerer in black clothes took the artifacts with his magic. Suddenly approaching the protagonist from behind, the blonde man told him to get ready to leave. A moment later, he broke the wall of the house and burst out with his ward. Looking after him, Jean gave the order to follow him. Ted stared straight ahead in shock as he was carried along by the continent's strongest man. Flying away from the congregation, Colin listened to a boy's question, asking if they planned to get rid of him once he gave them the idle page, to which he received a positive answer. Looking seriously to the side, the blonde man explained that a promise was a promise, and they would take him to a safe place, asking where he wanted to be taken. Looking at his savior, the protagonist stated that he wanted to return to the academy, so he asked to be taken to the nearest train station. Flying right above the forest, the continent's strongest man asked if he really needed to go to Rodland Academy, and after receiving a positive answer, he asked if his brother knew that he was a black mage. Looking straight at him, Ted wondered if he would still be alive if he knew. With his menacing gaze straight ahead, Colin asked if it wasn't true that fate was a curious thing. As he continued to fly through the sky, the blonde man remarked that he would understand everything when the time came, and the boy didn't understand what he was even talking about. Continuing to carry his protege behind him, the strongest man on the continent stated that, as he had already said on the way there, he just needed to continue to resist, that's all, because he needed to survive. Looking at the 3 moons visible in the night sky, he added that then he would understand who he was with. Immediately after that, the story's narrative moved to the dormitory of the Rodland Academy, all the same late at night. Right on the table lay the corpse of the fairy queen Mylna. Having placed the huge corpse of the tiger king Timur right on the floor, Ted said that he couldn't even think that something so big could fit in it, and the subspace bag was very convenient. Using his magic, the boy reasoned that he had no choice but to summon Nick as a skeleton, but it would be better for these two to raise his necromancy skills and summon them as high-level ones. Immediately after that, the protagonist put the body of the Tiger King Timur into his space. He did the same with the corpse of the fairy queen Mylna, saying that he would keep them there for now. Then Ted thought about what he needed to do now, when he suddenly noticed a book lying right on the bag. He was surprised by its appearance and immediately picked it up. Taking the unknown tome in his hands, the boy received notifications from the system that this was Theodore's grimoire, which is a high-level skill book written by him personally. Reading its contents in surprise, the protagonist thought that it was a gift from a necromancer. Looking at the pages of the grimoire, Ted mused that it contained a lot of knowledge that he couldn't find in Charon's library, and if he grew it, he could turn those corpses into high-level summons. Suddenly, hearing a sound from the side, the boy turned to the side. Right above the skeletal soldier's head, a system notification window appeared, notifying him of a 100% chance of evolution and an offer to perform it. And the protagonist who saw it reasoned that he wondered when he would be able to upgrade him, and it seemed that the time had finally come. Remembering how he handed Nick the page of idleness, Ted reasoned that the fact that the status window appeared right after he gave the artifact seemed like the manuscript somehow affected evolution. Pressing the button to agree to evolution, the boy thought that worrying wouldn't give him answers, so there was no point in even thinking about it. At that moment, the skeleton soldier shuddered, and the protagonist, looking at him, thought that it meant a 100% guarantee, so he should start with him. As the evolution process began, Nick looked at his body in surprise, and the owner, watching him, thought that it did not seem like he suffered like a vampire, and perhaps it was because he was undead. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. At that moment, his skeleton hid in the subspace, and Ted, running forward, asked who was there. Opening the door, he saw a smiling Lucia there, asking if he had a minute. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to Colin, who was sitting at the table right next to Theodore. Holding in his hands, the blonde man asked the grandpa if he could ask something, and he gave a positive answer. The necromancer drank tea while the strongest man on the continent asked him that the reason he gave him the information about idleness was because he needed someone to protect Ted. After asking his question, Colin waited silently for his answer. When he didn't get an explanation, the blonde man suddenly laughed, thought that it was probably a positive answer, and said that he took such good care of Jackie and his son. Then he asked if the Empire had forced him to learn and it was hard to teach him because he had no talent, and Theodore bowed his head down and called Colin by name. Looking straight at the man in front of him, the old man asked if he knew the origins of necromancy, and the man wondered why he asked such a sudden question. At that moment, memories of a girl with green hair appeared in his head. He himself, when he was still young, happily looked straight at her, thinking that necromancy was the pursuit of immortality. At that moment, the necromancer held his beloved's hand. Suddenly, the story's narrative moved to the moment when the girl's corpse lay right on the magic circle. The man held his dead beloved's hand. Embracing her cold body with tears in his eyes, young Theodore declared that necromancy is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. Colin listened silently with a serious look as the old man continued to tell him that she was the product of an obsession to keep loved ones with you forever. Looking straight out the window, the blond man asked why he was telling him these old man's tales. Throwing the book right on the table, the strongest man on the continent asked that he was also developed, not a sage, and should understand what he was talking about, and Theodore laughed, noting that he was leaving it to his imagination. Staring menacingly ahead, Colin suggested that it seemed that he had acquired some other connection to the Cromwell family besides this man. Putting his hands behind his head, the blond man stated that even if he forced him, he would not tell, so he gave in. And the old man looking at him asked what about the boy, noting that he was curious about what he thought of him. Looking straight at him with displeasure, the strongest man on the continent imagined a fly flying around feces, but claimed that he knew he had seen everything and was using this zombie bug to spy. Then, grinning maliciously, Colin would recall Ted stabbing himself in the chest with a blade and claim that he would tell him anyway that this guy would become the craziest man in the world and even crazier than him, so he was looking forward to it. The man would say with a smile on his face that his name was William Everlast. Shaking his hand, Ted Cromwell said his name, and the man would ask him to come and sit over there. Sitting directly in front of the boy, William would apologize for having to come all this way just for the initial split of the potion profits, and he just wanted to talk to him in person. With his serious gaze fixed ahead, the man would remark that since they would be working together from now on and he had become a close friend of Lucia's. With his eyes closed, the protagonist said that he was grateful for all the help his daughter had given him and for giving him such a good deal. Holding the business papers in his hands, Everlast said that he was the manufacturer and of course he had the right to at least that, and the daughter sitting next to him concluded that he should be grateful that she made sure that he would have such a good deal. Immediately after that, William held them out to him and asked to take a look. Studying the information in the document, Ted realized that by following it, he would receive 60% of the profits and each one was worth 3 million villas. Dumbfounded, looking straight at the contract, the boy realized that it was more than 1.8 billion and he could not believe that more than 1,000 were sold in just a month. Looking at the boy studying the contract, the man said that they were flying off the shelves like hotcakes, and he was sure that the next amount he received would be much more. With a wide smile, the Everlast representative stated that enough about business and that they needed to have dinner since this was the first time Lucia had brought a friend, so he was looking forward to hearing his stories. Then the girl's father pointed out that, moreover, he was a boy, and upon hearing this, the protagonist was a little puzzled. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to a month later to a moving train on the tracks, and Ted mused that thanks to word of mouth, the Everlast potion had become very popular, and it was flying around not only for battles, but also among high society, so in order to increase production, the trading company decided to expand their supplier lists and production building. Looking at his tablet, the boy mused that he never thought that they would sell more than 2,000 units in a month. Continuing to look at the information on his tablet, the protagonist thought that if he had known this would happen, he would have bought it earlier. Thinking back to the potion contract he made with the Everlast family, Ted thought that he honestly didn't know that you could make so much money from just one potion. Thinking back to the huge number of letters that the aristocrats wrote to him, the boy mused that thanks to his popularity, he also received a lot of support from Looking out the window, the protagonist realized that he now had 6 billion bill. Looking at the huge mansion in front, Ted mused that the Cromwell estate was worth 3.5 billion including taxes. Looking at the space bag next to him, the boy mused that even if he bought it, he would still have quite a lot of money left. When suddenly a voice announced that the next stop was the National Cemetery and right now they were arriving at Hartfell Station, where the exit was on the right side. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up from his seat and took the bag. Coming straight off the train, Ted decides for himself that he must first return the signet ring. Immediately after this, the story moves to a beautiful arch at the entrance to the cemetery. Moving along the path, the boy walked to a small house. In front, right next to the entrance, he saw an undertaker standing next to an unknown woman. Noticing this, the protagonist was surprised and did not understand who it was next to him. Seeing his appearance, the man pointed to the door and said that they needed to go inside and drink tea. Looking at the stranger standing next to him, Ted asked who it was with him, who thought about this guy. Looking at the man with a mask on his face, the undertaker said that he invited him as a guarantor and thought that this was necessary to avoid problems in the future. Then he suggested that everyone first go inside, and the guys obeyed him. Right on the wall inside the house hung a trophy deer head. The Undertaker poured tea from a teapot, preparing for negotiations. The boy looked at the warrior standing next to him with distrust, thinking about the guarantor with a sword who hides his face, and this is a very obvious lie. Remembering how the Undertaker uses his magic on the skeleton, the protagonist reasoned that he knows that he has been practicing necromancy for quite a long time, but in the game he is no stronger than Charon and only a small fry. At the same moment, Ted called up the notification window system with his characteristics and all available skills and realized that now he is not his equal. Imagining in his head the image of his subordinate skeleton, the boy thought that the improved Nick can also use aura, so unless he fights someone at the level of an aura master, he cannot be defeated. Taking another look at the unknown man standing next to him, the protagonist reasoned that the problem was only in how strong the guy was, and maybe he should have let go of his Danchin energy since he thought that holding it right before this event would not be a problem, but now he was not so sure. At that moment, the Undertaker finished pouring tea and pushed the mug towards his guest, saying that he ordered it from a friend from the congregation, so it was quite good. Closing his eyes, Ted stated that he wanted to talk about the signet ring, not the tea if he did not mind. Seriously looking straight ahead, the man called him impatient. Fixing his gaze forward, the boy stated that the corpses he bought from him were mediocre, but since he was so kind, he would give him 5 million vil in exchange. Hearing this, the Undertaker was very dumbfounded. Then the man smiled and asked if he had really become so great without him noticing, and generous too. No matter how rotten he was still an earl. After hearing his words, the protagonist only sighed. The Undertaker grinned maliciously, noting that it was rather rude and silence was not so cheap. Ted looked at him menacingly after hearing this, asking if he was really saying that he should add money. Pointing his finger right at him, the man asked him not to worry because he was planning to exchange the ring for everything he got at the congregation. Looking at the bag standing right next to the boy, the Undertaker stated that he had heard that he had taken a lot from there and all he had to do was give him some of it. With a clearly distraught look, the man asked how he was, and it was a good deal for him. After hearing his offer, Ted took a sip of tea. Then he grinned maliciously, declaring that he was grateful for the offer, which greatly surprised the Undertaker and the guy in the mask. Putting the mug on the table, the boy asked to be allowed to clarify that he would not give more than 5 million vil. Upon hearing this, the man called him a scumbag. They say that it did not seem like he understood what he was talking about. Sitting at his place directly opposite him, the protagonist noted that this was not the case at all, and he understood him perfectly. Immediately after this, Ted grinned maliciously, declaring that he knew that he had not intended to make a fair deal from the very beginning. Hearing this, the Undertaker seemed to fall into a stupor and did not know what to answer. At that very moment, the unknown man pulled his blade out of its sheath, saying that they thought they were done there. Summoning his skeleton soldier from subspace, Ted, well, he was a little tired of this whole game of charades. Noticing this, the masked guy was very surprised. Undertaker was also very taken aback when the kid said he had a question. Nick was covered in bright purple energy, and the system announced that he was a legendary level Phantom of Idleness. A moment later, the protagonist asked if he really thought he could beat him, and the man suddenly became scared when he heard this. Standing up from his seat, the Undertaker said that he would be paid more than he had promised. Then he smiled widely, saying that he needed to cut up this little bastard right now. Hearing this, the masked guy looked to the side when the man was added. He needed to take everything he had. A moment later, the skeleton soldier was right behind the Undertaker. Using his blade, the mercenary managed to deflect Nick's blow. His cloak slowly fell right next to Ted. The boy at this time watched the ongoing fight with a menacing look. Noticing sticky bombs right on his opponent's lane, Ted unsheathed his blade, noting that he used them often in the game. Immediately after that, the boy deftly destroyed each grenade with a sword movement and thought that he not only stopped Nick and paid attention to him, therefore he is not an ordinary person. At this time, the mercenary parried another blow from the skeleton soldier. Swinging his blade, the masked guy was going to strike. Nick only lowered his head, waiting for the enemy to come out. With a deft movement, the mercenary put the sword straight in front of him. The skeleton soldier managed to dodge at the last moment, receiving only a small wound. Immediately after that, he grabbed his opponent right by the leg. Noticing this, the mercenary was very stunned. The skeleton soldier abruptly pulled his opponent's leg away, depriving him of balance. Being in the air, the mercenary was very stunned to see that Nick was enveloping his blade with energy. The entire room was filled with sparks from the blows of swords. Ted watched what was happening and stunned thought that his subordinate rode his sword with an aura. Looking at Nick, who had wrapped his blade in energy, the boy reasoned that after the revolution and obtaining the Danchin, it was no wonder that he could use aura. Turning his attention to the guy in the mask, the protagonist wondered if his enemy was really that strong. Continuing to stare at the mercenary, Ted wanted to know who this guy was. Suddenly, the unknown man in the mask abruptly stood up from his place. He clashed in a fierce fight with blades directly with the skeleton soldier. Continuing to fight, the mercenary received wounds to the chest. There was also a cut on his leg. When the guy in the mask staggered back a little, Nick began to advance. With a deft movement of his hand, the mercenary pierced the skull of his opponent. Looking forward, he was very surprised by something. The skeleton's body seemed to become transparent, which surprised him greatly, after which Nick continued to advance towards him. A moment later, the monster would strike his knee directly at his opponent. After receiving damage, the masked guy would fly out of the house through the window. Ted and his subordinate looked at the mercenary on the street in surprise. The Undertaker called his subordinates, who stopped the masked guy's body with their hands and asked what he was doing. Concentrating energy in his hand, the man noted that if he wanted to get money, he should start trying harder. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy thought that he had summoned the undead while he was distracted. At that moment, the Undertaker looked ahead, noticing the protagonist there. Opening a portal to his inner space, the man assumed that this must be a phantom, and now everything fits. While the undead were coming out of his portal, the Undertaker assumed that it seemed like he had gotten a great corpse at the congregation. Summoning his massive army of skeletons, the man offered to see how long he could last against his best warriors. Suddenly, dead hands began to burst out of the ground, and the Undertaker added that he should not forget that he was standing on a mountain of corpses. A huge horde was already heading straight for the house where the events were taking place. Looking straight ahead, Ted realized that they were completely surrounded and told Nick that they needed to split up for now. Then he added that when the moment was right, they would strike the Undertaker in the back and immediately disappeared from the spot. The boy jumped right out of the house, attracting the attention of the skeletons. Immediately after that, the protagonist, swinging his blade from side to side, made his way through the crowd of monsters. He continued to move forward rapidly, wielding his sword. Turning around, Ted noticed how skeletons were approaching him. Swinging his blade, the boy immediately used Earthen Shield magic. Suddenly, the monsters surrounded him from the other side. Raising the fragments of stones into the air, the protagonist realized that there was no end to them. With a wave of his hand, Ted used the stone spear's skill and sent the stones straight at his opponents. Then he continued to fight his way through the crowds of monsters. At the same time, skeleton archers began to shoot at him. Noticing this, the boy was very dissatisfied. With a deft swing of the blade, he managed to destroy the arrows flying at him. Having made a cross-cut with the sword, the protagonist dealt with his opponents. The Undertaker, being on the battlefield, controlled his warriors, saying that they are useless, a specimen, and this is just one child. Suddenly, the man turned around in surprise. Right behind him was Nick, whose blow was blocked by the guy in the mask. Parrying the enemy's attack, the mercenary was dissatisfied with this skeleton. Suddenly, the subordinate of the protagonist looked down. An activated bomb was visible right from his clothes. A moment later, an explosion occurred right on the battlefield. Cutting up the zombies, Ted thought that he did not have time to drink a restoration potion. With a deft swing of the blade, the boy managed to destroy another enemy. The protagonist reasoned that at this rate, everything could end very badly. With another blow, Ted destroyed many monsters. Continuing his battle, the boy was already at the end of his strength. Having plunged the blade into the zombie's body, he wondered where Nick was. The protagonist began to fight back with his bare hands, realizing that his body no longer had any. An unknown monster began to pour acid at him, while Ted reasoned that it was as if every muscle in his body was being torn apart. The boy covered himself with his cloak from the unknown liquid. Watching how it corroded his clothes, the protagonist thought about what to do until his subordinate returned. While chopping off the head of another monster, Ted wondered if he could hold out. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Right above him, a skeleton soared into the air, swinging an axe. The protagonist managed to parry the blow with his blade. This monster was very strong, making Ted nervous. The boy managed to fight off the enemy with a kick of his leg. The protagonist jumped back while the skeleton was in a stupor. A moment later, he adjusted his head and was ready to fight again. Immediately after that, the monster headed towards Ted, who was barely able to stand on his feet with great speed. At that very moment, the skeleton hit him with its head right on the forehead. Having knocked the enemy to the ground, the monster began to beat him with its fists. Taking the blows of the skeleton, the boy could not believe that he would die there. Looking at the monster that was about to strike again, the protagonist wondered if he would die at the hands of some pathetic skeleton knight. At the same time, the image of his sister appeared right before his eyes, and he wondered what would happen to her if he died there. Imagining the images of his two friends, Ted wondered about Lucia's illness and Vivian's fate. At this moment, the boy's concentration of magic shone, and he decided that he finally had a reason to live, so he could not die like this. Immediately after, the protagonist clenched his teeth and gathered his last strength. At that moment, the cloud of energy changed color to red, and the system announced that due to long training, talent, and fierce battles, the aura was activated. Ted imagined his body with 2 concentrations of energy and received notifications from the system that his Danshin was activated, so the aura can be used, and due to the dual essence trait, both mana and aura can now be used at the same time. After a moment, the boy tightly gripped the handle of his blade. Sharply swinging it right under the enemy's head, the protagonist declared that he was returning to where he belonged. Ted then spat out his knocked-out teeth. At the same moment, the system notified that the achievement of the second awakening was obtained. Someone stepped forward. Ted glared ahead. He watched as the skeleton pulled his sword at the man. Then the protagonist walked up and asked where the ring was. The old man turned around in fear and said that they should put the swords away first and then talk. Pointing his finger forward, he added that now that one was dead, he could negotiate a better deal. Ted looked at the dead knight. Frowning, he considered that given what was coming soon, he should do it now. He clutched his sword, thinking that maybe he should use this guy's sword. Turning, he asked where his ring was. The man raised his hands in fear and told him to wait. Then his face turned pale. The protagonist swung his sword and chopped off his opponent's hand. Ted, looking at the man, told him to answer. He did not want to discuss this with him any longer than necessary. The guy shouted loudly that he was in the dresser in the bottom drawer in the house. Ted looked menacingly ahead. The man began to cough up blood. He grabbed his throat. Then he fell to the floor. The protagonist silently looked ahead. Then he looked at the sword, thinking that he was going to get rid of it in the end. Examining the blade, he saw that it was poisoned. Then he looked at the defeated knight, thinking that a skilled swordsman with a poisoned blade. Who is he? Then he remembered how he came to him, and how the man addressed the swordsman. Frightened, looking ahead, he wondered if it was really bloody. Lowering himself, he stretched out his hand to it, thinking that if this is true, then this mask. Then he took it off, thinking that, as he thought, it had changed. Then he put it on his face. His appearance and clothes began to change, after which he took it off, thinking that he even had a mask artifact that changed his appearance. Imagining the swordsman in his head, he thought that he was now sure that this was the same bloody one that started the war in the game. Imagining the guy in his head, he thought that later in the game, he was hired to kidnap the child of a barbarian chieftain from the north, which would provoke a large-scale war between the north and the empire. Looking at the dead bodies, he said that initially the war would have engulfed the entire continent, and he would have been dragged into it. It seems that he unexpectedly prevented this. Lowering his head, he added that a character like him would not have lived happily ever after anyway. He was grateful for the mask. He would find a worthy use for it. Then he looked at the house, telling his assistant to look for the ring, and he would clean up here in the meantime. We are transported to a large building in the Alvin Street Hospital. 2 photos of men appear on the screen. Ted, looking menacingly at the tablet, considers the comments that black magicians, they are among them a nightmare. In the National Cemetery, a necromancer passed himself off with his mercenary because of gold. Then he thought that it seemed that all this would not affect him. Continuing to look at the tablet, he said that then he can deal with important matters. A large house with a price appeared on the screen, and he pointed his finger. The system message said that it cost 2.5 billion vil, including duty and tax. Suddenly, someone came up behind him, asking him to guess, and Ted thought that he was interested in how his girlfriend would react. The girl looked ahead with a smile. Then she came forward dissatisfied, saying that he was boring. She put down the basket of fruits, saying that he had an incredibly boring reaction, and this was when his charming girlfriend came to visit him. Smiling, Ted replied that he was grateful. The girl, lowering her head, began to mimic him. Then she folded her arms and asked him what had happened. Ted pictured the 2 defeated guys in his head, and said that it was nothing special. He had just overexerted himself a little during training. Someone entered the room, and the girl said that at this rate he would die one day. Vivian looked menacingly ahead. Then she turned around, looking in Ted's direction, and for a few seconds she stood silently in place. Then her eyes filled with despair. She ran forward as fast as she could. She quickly ran past the girl. Then she jumped on the protagonist. Putting her hand on him, she said that she had been very worried. Ted smiled. Looking ahead, he replied that he was fine. The girl looked at them discontentedly. We are transported to a week later to the carriage. In front of Ted sits a green-haired girl, thinking about what he said, that he wanted to show her something. What it could be. Her cheeks turned red and she thought that she went with him because he said that he returned the ring. But where was he taking her with the curtains drawn? Looking at the protagonist, she wondered how he could afford such a luxurious carriage. Suddenly Ted closed the book. The girl, frightened, turned around and asked what he wanted to show her where they had arrived. Ted, smiling, answered that she would see when she got out. She looked ahead in fear. Hearing someone say that he was right, she would know as soon as she got out. An old woman appeared in front of her, who answered with a smile that she was glad to have her back. The girl, turning her head, screamed in fear. What was going on? Why was she here? Ted answered that he asked her to become their maid again. Turning her head, the girl said that he knew that they could not afford it now. She grabbed the woman's hand, saying that she was very sorry. Her brother still doesn't understand how things work in this world. Then she looked ahead. She slowly got out of the carriage, continuing to look ahead in surprise. In front of her was a huge castle. Raising her head, she said that it was an apple estate. Remembering how they played in the garden as children, she replied that this was their home. Turning around, she asked dissatisfiedly why he brought her here. The woman pulled out an envelope, telling her to read it, after which she smiled widely. The girl, taking the papers in her hands, asked if it was true. She looked ahead in fear, adding that he bought their house. How is that possible? Looking at the protagonist, she shouted that he should not tell her that he bought it while doing something bad. Showing the tablet, Ted replied that he invented a potion. On the screen, he held a small glass bottle, adding that it allowed him to buy back their estate. Looking at his sister, he continued to say that she no longer had to work so much, and from now on he would provide for her, so that her card would have money every month. The girl, lowering her head, replied that she did not know, although he worked so much, it was only because of the ring. Then she remembered how she ran out unhappy, shouting for him not to come to her, and he did not owe her anything. Then she burst into tears, replied that she said such cruel words, asked him not to come back. She did not want to say it. The protagonist put his hand on her head, replying that she was stupid. Of course she knew it. From now on he would act like a responsible older brother. Looking at the estate, the girl said that she always believed in him. But then she was incredibly angry. The woman watched their dialogue with a smile. Then we see a window of a building. In the room, a beast was lying on the floor. Ted was sitting and holding a book in his hands. Then a system message appeared, saying that Achievement 2 Awakening was obtained. The protagonist held the book in his hands and realized that thanks to the talent he received as a reward for achievements, he could study necromancy much faster. Then a system message appeared, saying that the talent Enlightenment was epic, and the deeper he studied and thought about the material, the greater the chance to understand it again. Then we see a book with bright symbols, because it was a talent that accelerated the speed of learning skills and assimilation of knowledge. Ted looked at the head of the monster and realized that he could now even summon a ghost, and perhaps it was time for him to use this trumpet. He stretched his hand forward and said that everything would be fine, because he had studied all the possible consequences of failure many times. He looked forward and plunged into thought. He stretched out his hand, and the system message said that he used the basic necromancy of summoning a revenant, and the corpse of one monster was found. Ted stood with his hand stretched out and was lost in thought, realizing that now he could fully use the dual core and the pipes for necromancy were found. He stood and looked forward near two predatory monsters, realizing that he had evolved, and if he added one more monster, he would be equal to an entire squad. He opened his mouth and asked it to rise from the dead in order to make the entire continent tremble. The monster put his hand on the floor, and the system message said that the necromancy target's abilities exceeded the summoner's abilities, and the stability was reduced. Then he gritted his teeth, and the protagonist applied additional effects. And then he opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor, and the system message said that the basic necromancy of summoning a revenant was successfully used, and the corpse level was very high, because additional effects were added. Then he stood up, leaning on the floor, and also he had incredible strength, and his class was raised. The protagonist looked at the monster, and the system message wrote that the level of the corpse was beyond the limit, and he could take over part of the spirit of the original body, and he also mastered self-awareness and also mastered the Berserker Fist. After he opened his mouth and began to scream, Ted, with a ridiculous face plunged into thought, understands that his roar inspired fear. The monster knelt down on one knee and realized that from today on he was his subordinate. Then we see a bright blue sky, and then the sunset. After we see many trees. Then we see snowy mountains and groups of people. The man looked ahead and decided to explain the essence of this exam. People stood in hoods and listened that the topic of this exam is survival and collecting points, because they will all spend 72 hours in these mountains. Ted and his comrades were standing in line, and he understood that he would have to collect points hidden all over the mountain. The guy looked ahead and said that the bracelets that were given to these people counted their points, and they could also collect points by taking them from other students. And he also asked to pay attention that if they were rescued or if they could not continue the test, or if their bracelet was damaged, then they would be immediately excluded from this test. People looked ahead with surprised faces. Then they walked along the snowy mountain, because the teacher explained all the rules, and now he had to put bandages on them and accompany them to the starting points. After we see snow cliffs, and the man grabbed the stone mountain. He was climbing up, and there were 46 hours left until the end of the test. Ted grabbed the cliff with his hand. He got down on one knee and realized that the flat area at the top of the cliff was a convenient place to attack and defend, and also to set up camps here. He looked ahead and thought. Then the girl extended her hand and was surrounded by barriers, because she used a huge area search magic and a barrier at the same time. Then we see how the barrier collided with the magic circle, and the protagonist realized that she was able to protect herself from the storm and not lose her way, but such expenditure of mana was not very profitable. Then the girl lowered her hand. Ted looked at the barrier in surprise. He looked ahead and realized that she used all her mana. Then he took a step forward and realized that if he took her bracelet, he could get rid of a strong opponent. The girl looked to the side, and the protagonist realized that with her help, he could easily take the top of the list. The girl extended her hand and began to cast a spell. The protagonist stopped in front of her and realized that she spent too much energy. He stood in the hood and realized that magic was useful, but if used so recklessly, it would not lead to anything good. The girl held her hand and realized that she was the victim who wanted to take the bracelet. She held her hand in front of her and it sparked with lightning. Then she looked at her empty hand in surprise. She fell to the ground and realized that she was left without strength. She scaredly put her hand in front of her and asked to move away. Ted looked ahead with a ridiculous face and was lost in thought. The girl watched all this with fear and they decided to team up. Ted knelt down and took off his hood. He stretched out his hand in front of him and said that if he remained one, he would be vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances and it would be much better for them if he had a teammate if something happened. The girl looked ahead. Ted held his hands in front of him and realized that he could not trust. The girl put her hands above her head and did not understand what all this information was for. Ted took a bar out of his bag. He was holding a chocolate bar in his hands. The girl looked ahead with drool. Ted smiled. Then we see snowy forests and they decided to go together. Then the monster grabbed the guy by the head. The goblin held a piece of paper and realized that it didn't look like him. And then the monster threw it aside and said that he had bad eyesight and they needed to find a guy with green hair. Then the goblin turned around and realized that the weather was really bad and they had a lot of work to do because they were paid and they had no choice. The goblin held a blade in his hands and looked at the corpses. Then a bright sphere appeared in the air and said that instead of talking, they could already gather and find the one they were looking for. The reflection of the man was in the air and he was saying that this is why he didn't want to use fools like them. Then the OCR looked at the huge eye and said that he did a little research on their target. Then he looked ahead and asked why he sent them here to deal with this man. The eye levitated in the air and said that it was none of their business and they had to do everything they were told. Agar held an axe in his hands and looked up. The goblin gritted his teeth and called him names. He held a dagger in his hands and said that he had ruined the whole mood, and then he suggested that they rest and move on. Then we see a blonde guy and a group of people. Ted and the girl were heading forward, and the goblin and his partner understood that if they killed everyone they came across, sooner or later they would find their target. Then he and the goblin went forward, because moreover, these students would still become their enemies, and they would have a chance to get rid of the threat here. The guy in the hood looked ahead and realized that they were complete idiots. Then we see a huge sphere of fire. Many people were standing and conjuring a huge circle of mana. 2 people were sitting in a cave near the fire. Then he stretched out his hand with the bracelet and realized that it was already 6. 2 people were hung from a tree and screamed to be freed, and Ted looked at his comrade and said that, apparently, they were one group in this rank. After that, they went forward, and the girl asked where he learned to track and catch people. Ted began to climb the mountain, because what's more, he also easily found their enemies on rough terrain, and he also did not look like a wizard. The girl looked ahead and plunged into thought, realizes that it was as if there was a completely different person in front of her. Ted was walking forward with his comrade. He looked back and called out to her. The protagonist went into his head and asked what was wrong with her. Frankly, before that he was a complete fool. The girl looked ahead, and he told her that he changed in order not to lose everything else. He remembered holding the girl's leg and being a complete scumbag. He never cared about his sister and she was his only relative. He put his hand on his chest and said that was when he realized it and decided to become a lot better. He also worked on himself and realized that he was not lacking in talent. He lowered his head and said that he wanted to apologize for all the terrible things he did. The girl looked forward with a smile and they decided to move on and take first place. We then see the blonde guy standing behind a tree. He stood with his arms folded and realized that he didn't bat an eyelid when he killed during the incident with the other family. He looked away with his arms folded and realized that he was a complete scumbag and had recently changed for the better. Then we see them running away. Ted was holding a piece of paper in his hands and realized that there were about 3 minutes left. He held his hand out in front of the map and the object, realizing that they could get points by taking from other students or capturing other objects marked on the map. He looked away at the girl and asked her to prepare for an enemy attack. Then he stopped abruptly in front of the opponents. The girl and the protagonist looked at the enemies in surprise. The goblin realized with a smile that they had come to them themselves. The monsters stood and looked ahead, realizing that this was their victim. Ted looked ahead and was lost in thought. He looked at the two monsters and asked if his girlfriend was okay. They watched the whole situation and were lost in thought, after which we see the injured girl, because the situation looked pretty bad. The girl looked ahead in surprise and did not understand what had happened here. They were standing near the monsters and understood that things were bad. The goblin put out a piece of paper with a smile and realized that these were their enemies. Ted looked ahead. The goblin took a dagger in his hand and realized that the wait was worth it. He and his comrades smiled and they decided to kill them and quickly leave here. The protagonist looked ahead and said that if they needed him, they should have let everyone else go and then they would talk somewhere else. He looked at his girlfriend and said that some people were still alive and she should have taken care of them when help arrived. He looked at his teammate and said that everything was fine because he was sure that he could defeat them. The goblin put out a dagger in front of him and left. He jumped parts and with the protagonist decided to go further. The girl stood and watched the dark silhouette. They walked between the mountains and Ted realized that this was a good place. The monsters looked away and realized that no one would find them even if they made noise. Ted stopped and the monster said that they just needed to cut off his head so that they would have proof of his death. The monster grabbed his axe and said that he had to finish this and get out of here quickly. Then he swung his weapon and decided to see how good the protagonist was. Then he deftly dodged to the side. Then the goblin ran forward with a smile. He jumped up and dealt several blows. Ted looked ahead in surprise. Then another monster swung his sword. Then there was a bright flash in the monsters and the goblin closed their eyes. Ted got into a fighting stance and held the sword in his hands. He put the sword in its sheath and said that they had better throw away their prejudices because he was also good with a sword. The monsters looked forward in surprise and asked how he knew their names. The protagonist held out his hand and began to cast a spell, and then said that if they told him who from the assembly sent them, he would not kill them. The monsters looked forward in surprise and realized that the situation was out of control. Ted looked forward with a smile, and behind him were his comrades, and even if they did not want to, he had to force them. The monster folded his hands in front of him and realized that they were deceived. The protagonist silently looked forward. Then he held out his hand and asked his comrade to wait. He looked back and realized that he had to kill anyone who tried to escape from here. The monsters stood with their hands outstretched. Then a huge orc ran forward. Ted held out his hand and dodged the attack. He knew that he should have tried to combine moves from his past life when he was a different person. Then he easily parried the blow, and then he swung his leg. Then he delivered a powerful blow. Then he grabbed the goblin's hand. Then he grabbed the sword in his hands. The goblin looked forward in surprise. Then he slashed. The goblin defended himself while Ted slashed many times. The huge orc fell to the ground. The goblin stood and held the sword in his hands. Then Ted looked forward. Then he slashed many times. Then he kicked him away with his foot. He stood on the ground and the opponent flew away. Then he looked back. The huge orc grabbed his head. Ted looked forward and asked if he didn't know that he wasn't finished yet. The two monsters stood and watched all this silently. The girl stood near the wounded people and decided to leave them. The blonde girl bandaged the wounds and said that she knew about her abilities, but it would be much better for her to stick together. Ted looked at the girl and realized that some were still alive and she had to take care of them. She looked ahead and said that she could not stand by while innocent people were dying. The blonde girl looked back and decided that they would follow him as soon as it was over, and it was also important not to be seen. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Then we see an orc lying down. Ted looked at the wounded monster and asked who sent them here. He continued to observe the whole situation. Then he extended his hand and called out to his comrade, after which a sword was thrown into his hands. He began to take out the weapon and said that he had other ways of finding out everything, so he saw no point in wasting his time on them. The monsters lay in the snow and realized that they had no choice. The goblin stood with wounded hands and asked why they should remain loyal to someone who treated them like dogs. Ted looked silently to the side and listened to all the information. He looked ahead and imagined many people. He understood that he assumed that someone from the congregation was behind all this, but he did not think that this person would be his opponent. Then he remembered the smiling guy who said that anyone who dared to look for trouble with him, he would find them all and kill them. Ted looked ahead and lost in thought, realizing that if this guy decided to do this, then even despite the threat, he knew what to do. And it also meant that he was confident in his ability to cover his tracks, and he thought that this was what these two losers were sent for. The goblin stood and looked at the protagonist. He gritted his teeth and said that no one knew this, because no one wanted to make this guy their enemy. Then we see snowy mountains, and the protagonist realized that this guy wanted to make his death look like an accident, and in this case he would have an alibi and other people would not pursue him. Then the goblin looked at his comrade and decided to leave. He began to help him up and asked if he could just up and leave. Ted looked ahead and said that after they killed so many students, he would not leave anyone alive. Then we see snowy mountains and a girl walking forward. She looked to the side and was surrounded by barriers. Then she looked ahead in fear. Then she jumped up. She was surrounded by barriers, reflecting magical attacks. Many people stretched out their hands and ran ahead. The girl looked ahead and realized that they were her enemies. The guy watched the whole situation with a smile and realized that this girl had run to the place of their ritual. She looked at the enemy and realized that he had attacked from behind and was not answering her questions. Then a huge whirlpool began to appear. The girl put out her hands, using magical powers. The guy watched the whole situation and realized that she had combined a snowstorm with ice magic. The girl swung her hand with an angry face. Then many guys flew to the side. The guy put out a magic circle in front of him and told everyone to dodge. The girl looked ahead and exhaled. She was surrounded by barriers and the guy said that she had terrible control at such a young age. The guy stood and looked ahead, and then he squeezed the eye in his hands, after which he put it to his head and decided to play with her a little. The guy stood and looked at the girl. She looked ahead in surprise and realized that it was black magic. The guy was screaming and was completely absorbed by tentacles. Then we see how the blonde guy was helping people. Then he looked to the side. He stood up and looked towards the forest. Then we see how the girl dodged the blows. She put her hand out and was under the barrier, and she also understood that at this rate she would run out of mana. Then the guy put his hand out and began to cast a spell. The girl put her hand in front of her and defended herself. Then her barrier exploded, after which she flew to the side. She raised her head and exhaled. The guy stood with his hand outstretched and smiled. He understands that he is much stronger than his enemies. The girl stretched out her hand and said that there was no difference in their experience, because he had only attached some unknown thing to his head. The guy and his comrades looked forward. Then he clenched his teeth and the girl began to cast a spell. Then she looked forward in surprise. The guy shouted and stretched out his hand because the games were over. The girl stood still and looked forward, and then many blows were heard. The guy stood in front of the monster and cut off its tentacles. The girl with blood on her face looked at her enemy. The masked guy looked back. He turned his head and said that he was a mercenary and he would deal with this and that she should run away faster. The girl put her hand in front of her face and realized that he was a mercenary, and she also did not expect him to show up here and deal with her alone. The guy looked forward and said that his goal was not to kill, and also he could not call his comrades here. He stood with his arms outstretched and looked at the tentacle because he wanted to cause an avalanche so she should run away. The guy stood and screamed, wondering who he really was. The masked guy looked forward and asked why he had to say that to an already dead man. Then the guy extended his tentacles forward and said that he was a huge fool, after which the guy walked forward. Then he began to strike many times. The guy and his comrades stood with their tentacles outstretched. The other people began to cast spells. The guy held his sword deftly and parried all the attacks. Then he suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Then he got into a fighting stance and cut many limbs. The girl watched the whole fight in surprise. Then we see a huge red sphere. The guy looked forward and the girl shouted that he should be careful of it. Then there was a huge explosion and he flew to the side. The guy with the tentacles stood. The fog cleared in front of him. People stood and covered their faces. The girl put her hands in front of her and was surprised. Then the guy delivered a slash. The man looked down and started coughing up blood. He looked forward in surprise. The masked guy became wary. Then he put his hands out and blocked the blow. Then he jumped to the side. He stood and held his sword, saying that everything was fine. He lowered his head and lost in thought. He realizes that the carrier should have been dead by now, but he was still moving. The guy with the tentacles started screaming that the monster had taken control of his body. Then he opened his mouth. He stood there and looked at the guy and then he started screaming. Then the monster ate the man. The guy in the mask looked at the whole scene. Then he grabbed the girl and jumped to the side. The guy with the tentacles ran forward. The other people moved away from the gust of snow. The guy in the mask held the girl, realizing that she had to get away from here while he distracted him. Then he ran forward. He struck several times and cut off the tentacles. The girl looked ahead and did not know who he really was, but he saved her life. She put her hand in front of her and started casting a spell, realizing that she could not leave him here. She put her hand out and created a bright blue particle. Then she looked ahead and realized that she should have taken her time. She put her hands in front of the icicle and decided to condense the energy. Then she made a huge ice spear. She put her hand out and held the spear above her. The guy was holding a sword in his hands at the time, and the girl realized that if she could summon her other comrades, they would easily win. And then he looked forward. He looked back, and the girl was holding the spear above her. He jumped aside and realized that the girl was too stubborn, and she should have run away a long time ago. The girl stood and looked forward at the time. Then she threw the spear forward. The huge ice weapon flew towards the monster. She pierced it through. The guy stood silently and watched all this. The monster stood and looked down. Then we see a bright red core. The guy looked forward and realized that if he broke it, he would win. And then he swung his sword. He stood and looked at the monster, realizing that it was too close, and he hurried. Then the monster went forward. The guy became wary and looked forward. The other men stood holding their weapons. The monster pierced them with its tentacles. Then it pierced the guy's eye. He stood there holding all his comrades. The girl and the guy looked at the whole scene and didn't understand why he was doing this. Then all the guys turned into normal skeletons. The monster stood there absorbing all the energy. Then it raised its tentacles over the guy. The guy in the mask looked and realized that this was too bad. He clenched his hand into a fist and began to concentrate the energy. He put his hand in front of him and realized that it was a coating of ice. He looked at his blade, which was covered in an aura, and it also had a sharpening spell. He stood on the ground and realized that there was also a speed-up spell on it. He looked at the girl who was kneeling. She lowered her head and he realized that she used all her remaining mana on him. He stood there looking at the monster, realizing that he shouldn't have forced himself. Then he suddenly jumped off the ground. He rushed forward and realized that his body was very light. The monster looked to the side and became wary. The guy looked forward. Then there was a bright flash. The guy stood with his hands out in front of him. He looked at the huge tentacle. Then he deftly dodged and realized that he needed to find its core. He rushed in front of the monster. At this time, the enemy stood and watched all this. The guy got into a fighting stance and realized that he was too strong. The monster was cut in half and at that moment began to scream loudly. The guy stepped aside and it opened its mouth. The guy looked forward in surprise, and then he put his sword in its sheath. After which the blonde guy looked to the side and asked who he really was. The hero stood and looked seriously, thinking about why it was Agatha. There was a large distance between them and they stood silently and watched each other. The blonde confidently threatened the man in the mask, saying that if he did not answer, she would kill him and remove the overlay. Suddenly, a sound came from somewhere and people looked up. The man calmly said that the black magicians had set up a huge magic circle with explosive magic, and if it was not destroyed now, many students would suffer. The angry girl ordered him not to lie. She turned her head to the side and looked around when the stranger said that something would explode soon. Suddenly, someone quickly disappeared, saying that he was relying on the short-haired girl, and she was surprised by this action. After him, she angrily called him loudly. A bright flash occurred on the mountain, and with rage, Agatha decisively said that she would get it at least from under the ground. She began to climb up the walls and scream out of panic. Someone was holding a mask in his hands and exhaled with relief and thought that it was close. Ted stood behind the partition and looked at the collapsed stones and nervously thought that if this was the girl, she would definitely cope. A strong wind raged outside and there was a blizzard. The dark building stood in the middle of the streets and it was in the Strait of Tenor. The blue girl was lying on the floor, not moving. Candles were arranged around her and a bird was lying. Jester was above her and magic was coming from his hands. He was looking at something carefully and then lowering his head, he exhaled. The man was standing opposite the mermaid and casting a spell, saying that this was his private property. An unknown person was sitting on the windowsill and watching menacingly, and the man in the hat said that it was possible to warn about the visit. Colin, smiling ominously, said that he had an unusual business with him. Someone stepped on the floor and walked. The fair-haired man was heading towards his friend and saying that he did not underestimate him, and if it were not so, he would not have done stupid things. The wizard looked away, and his eyes were glowing with a blue light, and he said that he did not understand. The blonde man's face changed and he angrily asked about Jester pretending not to understand something, and his hand lit up with a green light. He shouted threateningly that he could arrange a funeral for the man in the hat. Stuttering, the man nervously asked what he wanted. He pursed Colin's lips in displeasure. He looked towards the bottle and took it, examining it, and said that he knew what he wanted. The man poured the liquid into a glass and said that if he insisted that this was a natural disaster and he had nothing to do with it, there would be bad troubles. He said that the wizard should lend him his diligent laziness for a week, and he was surprised. Smiling contentedly, the man intended to drink the contents of the glass, but before that he said that he would close his eyes to what the man in the hat did. The tall building was illuminated by the sun, and white clouds were flying in the sky, and a stone castle stood in the middle of the forest. Someone in long boots was walking on the tiles. Ted was looking at the screen of the device with a serious expression and was heading somewhere, and behind him was a group of people. The news said that the Black Mage was defeated by Agatha's assistant, that an interview was conducted with the Imperial Bureau of Investigations, and that the girl claimed that an unknown swordsman slept with her. The hero stood and thought about the fact that someone was removed and someone else took over the investigation, and this was problematic, and he decided that for now it was not worth sticking his neck out. At that moment, a blonde was watching the protagonist. Noticing her, Mick looked closely and asked if she liked the knight's playground. The girl put her hand on her head and hesitantly said why she came there for some wizard. She indifferently pointed her hand back and called the guy with her. They walked along the street, which was located between stone buildings. The protagonist contemptuously thought about whether the heroine had learned anything. She stood confidently and asked about whether the character knew why she was here. He looked ahead with displeasure and remained silent. They stood opposite each other and the green-haired man said that he was partly surprised and the girl. She grinned and said that this simplifies everything and thought about extreme straightforwardness. Ted lowered his head down and said upset that he was not ready to start close communication with the opposite sex, and hearing this, Agatha screamed. She got angry and rudely said that she was told about 2 people who killed many students and she asked the guy what happened to them. The protagonist tensely said that he did not know and he was able to run away when someone was distracted. The guy looked at the girl who was standing next to him and thought that it was good that Dina did not say that they came for him. The blonde laughed and called MC's words a lie and asked him if he really thought she would believe it. The hero shamefully lowered his head down, said that it was true and asked to forgive him. Someone's foot slid on the asphalt. Agatha jumped and headed for Ted. She swung to hit him and he bent down, trying to dodge the blow. He swung his sword and a bright flash formed between them. The protagonist flew to the side and left a trail of dust behind him. The blonde smiled maliciously and said in surprise that the magician was able to block her attack. The green-haired man looked at his weapon with interest and thought that he had only pushed her sword away from himself. The short-haired woman looked at the guy with disdain and said that it was kind of suspicious. Vivian stood behind the wall and eavesdropped on what the guys were saying, and one of them asked the heroine that she suspected him of being one of the black magicians. The long-haired girl clasped her hands near her chest and thought upset that the character was an enemy. The girl pointed the weapon in front of her and angrily said that this was the only logical answer because he always behaved suspiciously, and in the case where she was caught in a trap, Mick was able to defeat the opponent. Agatha remembered the man in the mask and seriously thought about the fact that the voices were different, but the physique was similar, and she wondered how the guy did it. The green-haired man stood calmly and understood that they did not believe what he told the bureau, and the blonde confirmed these words and wanted to say something else. She sadly noted that Vivian had changed a lot and she asked the one what he did to her. The long-haired girl was surprised when she heard that they were talking about her. The protagonist was focused and silent. Someone said that he had just saved her and the green-haired girl was surprised by what he heard. Agatha looked questioningly and repeated the hero's words, and he said that he had entered the barrier and helped her. The embarrassed girl tilted her head down and thought that Ted was Mr. Fairy. The lady standing behind the wall was scared when she heard that someone had shouted that it was enough to deceive him. The blonde pointed the sword at the character and angrily asked how such a person could freely enter and exit the black magician's barrier. Someone shouted that it was true and people turned around in surprise at the voice. Vivian walked towards the fight and said that the protagonist had saved the girl's life and he was surprised when he saw her. Agatha looked ahead with displeasure and was silent. The knife was pointed at MC's throat and he did not move and stood calmly. The blonde angrily put away her weapon and snorted. She left saying that she would keep a close eye on Ted. The guys were left alone in the square. The guy thanked the heroine for her help and she calmly told him not to worry about it. She silently looked at him with interest and someone thought that this confirmed everything. Ami was carefully examining the papers on the table and writing something down. Suddenly, someone distracted her and said that they had finished cleaning the estate. The maid was smiling and holding a tray in her hands, and the girl thanked her and added that it must have been hard to clean because the area had been abandoned for a long time, and the maid said that she didn't at all and wanted to say something else. She put coffee and food on the table and said that they considered it disrespectful to enter the previous lord's study and she thought that the green-haired girl should do it first. The heroine got up from her chair and confidently said that she would do it right now. She walked down the corridor and stopped near something that surprised her. The lady stood in one place and did not move. Ami looked at the door and thought that this was her father's study. She was upset when she remembered how she was scolded for hiding there while playing with her brother. She touched the handle and said that a lot of time had passed since then. Opening the door, the girl looked into the dark room. Things in the room were scattered, and the mirrors were broken, and the heroine called it a mess. She walked into the depths of the office and said that this place was not looked after at all. The green-haired girl looked down at something with interest. She saw a broken photograph and touched it. Taking it in her hands, the lady became sad. We are transferred to the Welton territory, where a train is traveling along the railway tracks. Ted closed his eyes, exhaled, and asked Colin if he was too impudent. The man folded his arms and said with displeasure that the greatest magician of the continent openly appears in such a crowded place. He called the protagonist names and said that the wizard was only giving him instructions and that the guy was being hunted because he was too weak. The blonde smiled and suggested getting down to business. At that moment, the green-haired man thought that he had not been hurt at all. They were sitting in a carriage and the man asked about MC's aura in the Dachin and mana in the heart being essentially the same thing, and he replied that this was true. A statue appeared between the people and something was glowing inside it, and Colin said that in theory he could transform the aura into mana and vice versa. He also added that this was impossible without a double core, but for them it was not a problem. The man interrupted himself and said that he would teach Ted a method that he had developed himself, and it was called transmission. After 10 minutes, the guy was sitting with his eyes closed and something was happening inside his double, and he thought that the technique and activation were very simple. The blonde looked at the protagonist with interest and thought that he didn't think it was possible to transform mana into aura so quickly. He sat and watched, and the guy thought about what a great technique Colin had invented. The master stood up and said that it seemed like the green-haired guy had learned everything and now he just needed to practice. He opened the window and Mick shouted that he wanted to discuss something, and the man listened to him attentively. Ted nervously asked him what he knew about the guy's father and family. The blonde turned his head and said that someone was someone's student. The guy was surprised when he heard it. The man confidently said that he should figure everything out on his own and he didn't want to explain anything to him. The protagonist shouted to the man who jumped out of the window and tried to stop him. The guy thought about the fact that he was a black magician and he never suspected that he was one, and he does not remember that the game said anything about it. The train was moving quickly along the rails and the hero thought that it was good that he was going home now, and after searching it, he might find something. The large building was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The brother and sister met and stood in the room, and the girl asked how Ted was doing and how the maid had cleaned up there. The green-haired man looked at something in surprise and was silent. They were in his father's office, and the heroine said that she had replaced all the furniture because there was a big mess. Smiling, Mick looked around and said that he could work there, and the heroine took a photo in her hand saying that she had made sure that she had saved everything important. Taking the frame in her hands, she smiled with joy and said that it was a family photo from when they were still children. Two adults were standing near their children and hugging them, and someone asked about what brought back memories. The guy smiled and thought about what he was experiencing, a strange feeling. He reached his hand to the photo and felt nostalgia and something else. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared between them and they were surprised when they saw it. A bright light filled the room and the girl screamed. From somewhere came the sound of something opening, and the protagonist turned around. An open door appeared in the bookcases, which creaked, and the guys looked at it questioningly. They looked inside, looked scared, and someone wondered what it could be. Mick looked with interest and thought that when he touched the photo, the magic circle worked. A bright light shone from the room and the guy thought that he opened a secret door. The man stood with his back turned and looked somewhere, and someone thought that the mechanism works only when the brother and sister touch the frame together, and that means that there must be a legacy, or, more precisely, a will inside. The guy resolutely thought that he should first go inside and there will certainly be something incredible there. He turned around and looked at the girl and sternly told her that he would go check what was there, and Ami objected, saying that she could not allow the hero to go there alone. The character confidently said that the place was connected with magic and it would be dangerous for the lady to go there, and she excitedly tried to say something. She got upset and screamed for him to go. The sister closed the door and finally told her brother to be careful, and he told her not to worry. The protagonist went down the stairs. Suddenly he stopped and was scared by what he saw. He looked at something with fear and thought that he felt black magic, and he had the same feeling from the page of laziness. He stepped on the steps and found himself lower and lower. In front of him was a corridor, at the end of which something was glowing. In the depths of the room there was a tree that glowed red. The hero came closer, and under his feet were flowers and green grass. The plants had different colors, and someone thought that there were so many rare flowers of fairies here. Ted carefully examined the tree, and someone said that it was the purest original sin and it was in the process of bearing fruit. The tree looked quite strange and it emitted dark magic, and the green-haired man asked in surprise that this was the main part of the codex. The young man looked in horror and thought about why there was something here that he had not seen even in the game. A bundle was hanging tied to one of the branches, and the protagonist noticed it. He touched it with his hand and examined it. Having torn off the note, he began to read with interest that it was from his father. A magical barrier formed around the guy and he became scared. He raised his head and looked around with fear. Some man appeared behind him, who was heading towards his back. Ted froze in horror and the stranger touched his head. The green-haired man stood nervously and did not move. The hero looked at something in horror. Someone held out a hand, on which lay a bone from some plant. Pierre stood in front of the worshipping Jack. In a pot of earth lay the fruit of something. Something began to grow from it. A group of people looked attentively at what was happening in front of them. Magic appeared around the bowl. The gray-haired man and the man with a mustache were very surprised by something. The green-haired man was holding a girl in his arms and covering her wound with one hand. He looked at his palm, which was covered in blood. The man looked angrily at the two children, and their father used magic with the help of a photograph. The protagonist stood with his back to him and was silent. He lowered his head down and, upset, realized what had happened. A group of people walked tensely through the forest, and someone thought that the Empire and the black magicians were in cahoots with each other. A bright light emanated from the tree, and Mick thought that everything was as Colin said. Jack studied black magic and grew the original sin. The man was lying on the bed and did not move, and someone was thinking that he was disposed of as soon as he did so, since he lost his value. The green-haired man was kneeling and something was flowing from his mouth, and someone was thinking that the death of his wife and the mysterious illness, the fall of the family, and the hero soon realized that all this was the machinations of the emperor. Nick was looking seriously somewhere, and behind him stood a tree, and the guy was thinking that someone decided to take revenge on someone by hiding the plant of original sin in a place where only the brother and sister can get to. The unknown person stood behind the protagonist and asked about the fact that he had watched his father's memories. The young man turned to the voice and looked with interest. Someone smiled maliciously and asked that it would be better for him to call Ted Makoto. Someone suddenly pulled a weapon out of its sheath. The hero held the sword out in front of the man and cautiously asked him who he was. The man smiled slightly and said that he had already thought that the character had realized who he was because he was a gamer. The dark-haired man held the phone to his ear and listened in fear to what someone had said, "Thank you for playing their games," and asked if he understood now, and the green-haired man got scared and thought that this couldn't be. People were standing near a tree, and the guy asked that his interlocutor was a developer who had added him to this game. The long-haired man smiled and said that he had guessed correctly, and then he asked how he liked the world of deadly sins. The protagonist got angry and clenched his teeth, and someone said that this was an amazing place. The angry man held the sword in front of him and asked why it had been moved here. The man smiled and said that there was nothing special about it, he wanted Mick to complete the game. A bright red glow emanated from the tree. The guy clarified that he needed to complete the game and in response received that this was true. The unknown person smiled evilly, and behind him there were many characters, and he said that the guy had already seen many ends of this world. A magical flash rose up from the tree, and someone said that in the end they all ended the same way, because everything was destroyed by the explosion of original sin and it absorbed all the mortal sins in their owners. The protagonist looked with disdain and asked what he was saying, and he said that when he collected everything and defeated the last boss, the end would be prevented. An explosion occurred behind the man and the building collapsed, and he said that as far as the hero knows, and he added that as long as the consciousness of the original sin exists, the world will sooner or later disappear, and to prevent this the guy needs to completely control it. The sword was pointed forward, and someone said that in order to control it, you need the flesh and blood of someone capable of this. Nick was surprised when a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the immature original sin asks for the contractor's blood and an offer that the protagonist can give his own. The guy looked at the magic screen in confusion, and someone said that the tree felt him. The man smiled and called the character names, and behind him were crowds of screaming people. Pointing his finger, the green-haired man said that only a few can enter there before the tree grows, and Ted is one of them. The short-haired man stood thoughtfully and kept silent. Magic appeared over the city and something was happening, and someone said that in 6 months, when the plant grows, it will go beyond that room and go in search of the owner. The hero stood thoughtfully and understood why he was reborn as such a weak character, and considering that Jack hid the original sin and only he and Ami can get it. The protagonist looked closely at the serious man and asked what he needed to do. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that everything was simple. He needed to make a contract with the tree and become its owner, and then feed it the deadly sins and tame it. The guy listened in surprise. The unusual tree emitted magic, and the man asked that if he failed, he would be killed, and Jack replied that nothing could be done and this was the only way out. The man's figure disappeared, and he said that if he succeeded, the world would be able to survive, and he apologized for dragging the hero into this. The character thoughtfully lowered his head down. Suddenly he heard someone call him a son and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. The green-haired man smiled and said that he believed in the guy. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he said with a smile that if it was him, then he was sure that Ted would cope, and he was asked to look after Ami. The man disappeared and left a golden trace, and the protagonist and the tree were left alone. He looked towards the plant and thought. The glove fell on the flowers that were illuminated by the light. Mick confidently put the blade to his hand. Sharply jerking the sword, he cut his hand and said that this is not one of those stories about reincarnation in another world. He decisively clenched his hand into a fist and said that he does not like to obey someone, but if there is no other choice, then he will have to do it. The hero put his bloody palm to the tree and thought that everything happens as always. He stood near the tree and suddenly magic began to form around him, which surprised him. The guy looked in fear at the notifications that the original sin had merged with the user's body and that the tree had recognized him as its master. A bright light appeared near the protagonist, and someone said that mana recovery had increased by 144% and its density would increase over time. The plant turned black and something began to happen to it, and someone said that the element of mana would lean towards darkness and there would be an increase in abilities depending on the number of deadly sins collected, and new powers would also open up. The man stood in front of the magic circle, and someone thought that Jack was the father of the other half of his soul. The girl stood next to the magic ring, bowing her head, and someone thought that she could leave Ami and the family to him. The guy stood in the middle of flowers and accumulated magic. Ted looked down and thought confidently that let someone's soul rest in peace and he will take revenge for all the injustices he experienced. In a bright room, a man was sitting bent over someone and someone said that he swears. Someone was wiping a magic weapon and asked if they found the original sin. Mike was nervous and silently looked at someone. The blonde man bent over and stuttered that they searched all of Jack's property before his death, and the bearded man looked at him with fury. Turning around, he began to shout insults at the head of intelligence. The angry man suggested that he entrusted the original sin to one of his relatives and sooner or later they would want to take revenge on him, and someone said that he would study their family more thoroughly. Pierre turned around with interest and said that right now one of them. The man calmly told the fair-haired man not to hurry because he would give him a little more time, and he shouted gratitude. The man looked surprised when he heard that for now it was necessary to continue searching and it would be good to start with the deadly sins. The master looked at his subordinates and asked about the cult of Zepar and whether he was sure that they had one of the deadly sins to summon the god. To which two people said that they had discovered suspicious actions and they thought that soon they would gather a huge number of people for the summoning ceremony. The unknown man folded his arms and smiled and stood in the water when people passed by him, holding some boxes above them. A huge building was in the middle of the city and someone asked if anyone would know the importance of this year's festival. Something was shining in the dark corridors and the depths and someone said that they had prepared everything necessary. Derek sat on the containers and listened attentively to what was said about the number of guards to the entry and exit points, and they also carefully studied the underground chambers under the arena. The man smiled with delight and said that this was a great job and if everything went as it should, then he would definitely introduce someone to good girls. The young guy smiled embarrassedly. The man threw his hand behind his head and hinted at himself, which made the hero scream in fear that it was not worth it. He smiled contentedly and said that he asked for help from their brothers and sisters at the academy and said that what good guys do their job. The man raised his finger up and asked if the guy had mentioned a worthy candidate. The girl angrily waved her hands and the character lowered his head down in frustration, and someone asked if he could recruit her, and the dark-haired man thought that he was most likely talking about Vivian. The green-haired woman looked away with indifference. The hero said that he talked to her, but she showed no interest and she said that she had already found spiritual support, and Derek replied that it was a pity. The man looked up with satisfaction and said that no matter what, he hoped that he could take care of everything himself because he would have very important things to do and he would be busy. The gloomy building was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The protagonist looked at something carefully and in front of him was a magic square. A week after visiting the estate, he received a notification about talents and traits. Mick walked around the room and thought that he was worried that the original sin could cause some problems, but fortunately nothing had happened yet. He opened the windows and thought about how he was even more worried about Ami now that he knew Jack's secret. The sun was shining on his face and he thought about how if it weren't for the events brewing at the academy, he would have preferred to stay with her. Ted looked at the houses and streets of his city. A large building was located in the middle of trees and someone thought about the terrorist attack that would take place in this arena on the last day of the festival. A terrible creature was standing behind a group of people and someone thought about how many people they would kill in their reckless attempt to summon an evil god, and they needed to get rid of them quickly before anyone got hurt. The guy put his hands on the windowsill and decided that he needed to protect the playable characters if he wanted to beat the game. He looked thoughtfully and realized that he didn't expect much. People were lying on the steps and near the man on the throne, and the protagonist thought about how they might have the chapter of the codex and he would need to check it out. Nick was leaving the magic portal and Mick extended his hand to him, saying that there was a lot more work to do since he got the original sin. The green-haired man looked at his subordinate seriously and suggested that he continue training. Suddenly, magic formed around Ted and he looked at it in confusion. The guy watched in surprise what was happening, and then a notification appeared that he had discovered diligent laziness. The surprised hero looked at his comrade and received that the original sin had connected with that ability, and additional effects and abilities were created and basic skills were strengthened. A magic cube appeared above Nick and someone spoke about laziness. The guy looked around in fear and the skill began to grow and he shouted about what feeling he was experiencing. The protagonist looked at the servant and realized that the original sin had recognized laziness in him. The man held an object in his hands and there was a magical glow around it, and someone thought that it was because he had been carrying it with him for a long time. The growth stopped and the character looked closely at the subordinate. A notification appeared that the skills were no longer linked and he looked at it in surprise. The skeleton stood and did not move and his characteristics appeared next to him, as well as an increase in mana and sensitivity. Ted looked at the messages in surprise and said that Nick's appearance had not changed at all, but his qualities had grown. Raising his hand up, the guy suggested celebrating the enhancement, to which the servant nodded his head. The protagonist in a mask walked past busy streets. He passed eateries where there were crowds of people. Someone was fighting with each other and someone said that he remembered that there should be cultists recruiting new members. He wandered around the grocery stores and thought that maybe he had mixed something up. The hero looked around and did not understand why he did not see familiar faces. Suddenly he saw some guy with something bright around him. The young man walked calmly, and the character thought that if he appeared right before the terrorist attack, it could mean something. A building with many windows stood in the middle of the city, and the hero decided to follow the unknown. In a dark alley, someone climbed into an underground hatch. Its lid hit the ground with a crash. The green-haired man slowly and carefully went down the stairs. Noticing something, he was surprised. An unusual girl was standing under him. She looked up and, noticing the protagonist, tensed up. He was already above her, swinging his weapon. The character and the unknown woman began to fall into the water. Having fallen, the red-haired woman looked attentively at MC, who was standing above her. He extended his hand and a portal appeared, and he thought that, as he thought, the cult was preparing to attack. The protagonist ordered Matthew to stay here and keep an eye on everything, and told Nick to follow him. The green-haired man and his assistant ran, and the protagonist shouted that they needed to go. The huge creature stood silently and looked down the corridor. In one of the underground rooms there were boxes and a large number of people. The guy stood in front of them and carefully examined something. He thought contentedly that it was difficult to bring explosives there, but installing them would take at least a day, and it looked like there would be no problems with tomorrow's ceremony. Suddenly, someone's head flew off his shoulders when the blonde man thought about being promoted for his services, and he was surprised to see it. Nick stood in the middle of the room, ready for battle, and someone screamed that they were being attacked. The guy screamed in horror for someone to kill the spy. The warriors immediately rushed at Ted with knives. He noticed them and looked seriously to the side. Swinging his sword, the bodies of people fell to the floor. The brunette ran at the enemy with rage and screamed about useless pieces. He was surprised when he realized that there was only one character. He did not have time to think, as his head separated from the body because of Nick. The servant landed on the floor warily. The protagonist turned to his comrade and praised him for fencing. Meanwhile, the bodies fell on the tiles. The hero stood near the water and said that he thought that they figured it out here and offered to take all the explosives. He looked around and said that they needed to call Matthew. Suddenly, the creature appeared above the character and he tensed up. It landed with a crash, and Ted jumped back and shouted the name of the summoner. The animal stood in the water and looked forward with interest. Derek raised the head of one of his subordinates and said that he was able to quickly finish all the business and decided to come early. He put the body part to his chest and addressed him, and Mick looked at it in surprise. The guy got angry and thought about when the man looked at the green-haired man with rage and asked him about the fact that he killed this man. The protagonist looked forward with fear and thought that this could not be. Derek threw his head out of his hand and looking at the guy said that he hoped that he understood what they would do to him now. He took off his hat and smiling said that Mick had played too much. The man took off his clothes and said that he would pinch a little, so Ted should tense up, and the guy was surprised when he realized that he was one of the highest members of the cult, who only appears in the middle games, and he possesses power comparable to the Master of Aura, and this is very bad. Next to the hero stood his friend in summoning, and he thought that the man was much stronger than Agatha, and the character wondered if Nick and Matthew would be able to defeat him. Derek raised his hands up and his body looked much larger than before. The protagonist thought that he was the worst opponent for them because he possessed skills that enhanced muscle and physical strength. The green-haired man looked at what was happening in horror and thought that it made cuts and blunt blows ineffective. The brute leaned over and said contentedly that he didn't know the man, but he seemed strong, so he wouldn't hold back. Mick braced himself and tensed when he realized that he was coming. A group of people stood in the middle of the room and dust rose in front of them, and the enemy disappeared somewhere. Matthew ran forward and was focused, and Ted stood confidently behind him. The animal jumped on the man and a fight began between them. Nick, angry, pulled out a sword from behind his back. The two fought and the assistant ran at them, preparing to strike. They fought and the man laughed, said that he was ticklish. Suddenly, a bright light appeared near his neck and he was distracted by it. The protagonist looked angrily and said nothing. The creature dug its claws into the enemy's face when the guy attacked from behind. Derek looked at the summoner and asked him why he shouldn't do something. He hit the animal's back with his head and it bent down. He put his leg forward and threw his opponent away from himself and shouted why he shouldn't lie down for a bit. The man confidently ran at the character, and Nick stood behind him and watched. Mick was serious and he took out a magic weapon from the case. He took a position to hit when the opponent ran with his fists. Suddenly, the green-haired man's friend hit the enemy's hand and it crashed into the floor, and both people were surprised without expecting it. They all looked at what was between them in confusion. Ted looked away and thought that he needed to do something now. He jumped and made a cut on the man's neck. The guy landed on the ground and dust rose around him. Derek rose up and angrily headed towards the hero. He quickly reacted and used magic to create an earthen shield. The enemy smiled widely and looked crazy. He flew into the obstacle that appeared and broke it, and the character covered himself with his hands from the falling stones. Suddenly, from a strong blow, he flew to the side. The man grabbed the frightened green-haired man by the hair. Swinging, he hit him hard in the face when he held him in the air. The guy winced in pain and someone laughed. The happy man smiled with pleasure. Embarrassed, he said that the protagonist was perfect. Nick and Matthew rushed at the enemy from behind, preparing to strike. The man felt something and hit the animal, and it began to fall, and he turned towards the skeleton. Derek looked at him with anger and raised his fist up. He jerked his hand and hit the servant in the face. Meanwhile, Mick winced from pain and sudden movements. The man squeezed the character with all his strength and looked at him smiling. The madman squeezed Ted and he began to scream, and the thug laughed and shouted that he liked the sounds the guy makes. The green-haired man clenched his teeth in horror and thought that he would really die here, and he thought that there must be some way, and suddenly a notification appeared about a skill that responds to the call of the owner. The hero's eyes rolled and someone asked him if he wanted to use a special skill called laziness. Closing his eyes, he thought that he did not know what the price was, but he had no choice and he used the ability. The man was surprised by something and looked up. Matthew and Nick looked up in confusion and watched. The severed body parts lay on the floor in pools of blood. Derek looked around and asked where the sound was coming from. Drops of red liquid were accumulating under his feet and he was surprised by this. They began to rise up, heading towards someone. The man was horrified and wondered what this terrible feeling was. He was thrown back with force and the protagonist remained hanging in the air. Ted was floating in the room and magic was forming around him, and a notification appeared that his characteristics had increased significantly. The protagonist's face was tense and he was thinking that he was too lazy to think and it hurt to move. Someone snapped his fingers and cast a spell to create an earthen shield. Derek watched what was happening, confused. Suddenly, his hand separated from him and fell, and at that moment the man was surprised. He looked at the guy from whom the magic was emanating and screamed in horror about what he was. The tense green-haired man broke the wall in front of him and thought that it was even hard to maintain a heartbeat. Matthew watched what was happening with confusion and remained silent. Nick also watched what was happening in silence. There was an explosion and stones flew up and someone said that something was tiring him. The man covered himself with his hands, trying to protect himself. A large blast wave knocked him off his feet. Derek smiled and silently looked forward. Small stones fell to the floor. The bully laughed at the hero and asked him what it was all about. Ted bowed his head down and said that he was annoying. The man smiled and asked what the guy had just said. The protagonist confidently decided that he needed to quickly kill the enemy and rest. The man looked at something in horror and froze. Bart was very surprised by something and looked at something in horror. He was standing in the middle of the street and turned around. The guy falls down, holding a sword in his hands. The young man presented the weapon to his chest. Bart folded his arms and looked away while the audience raised their hands. A girl was standing next to him. He asks himself what it was because he felt the aura of black magic, but the barrier he put up against black magic worked against him. Dina looks at him and asks what's wrong. She is asked to stay here because something happened. The stones near the protagonist rise up. A monster stands next to him. His chest and stomach begin to glow. Looking surprised, he wonders if this is basic magic. Sharp rocks fly past Ted. Smiling, he asks what kind of show is this because he thought he would use non-basic magic and these rocks did not scratch him. A skull appears near him and strikes. Baring his teeth, the monster begins to get angry. He waves his hand, calling the skeleton ugly. The monster's legs and arm are torn off by the explosion. Squeezing his hand, he asks what now. A bloody circle appears near the protagonist and rocks fly. He turns his head and thinks. Opening his mouth, he asks if he can kill him with a couple of spears. From behind, his arms are grabbed. His eyes look back to understand what happened. Straightening his arm, Ted asks him to die. His eyes widen from this phrase, as suddenly, spears fly past the monster, hitting him. Holding the enemy by the arms, he has a weapon in his chest because the duration of the skill laziness has ended. The protagonist begins to fall because due to the enormous load he gets the inability to move, use aura and mana, and also has suffered enormous damage to the body. Then Ted falls to his knees. His head is on the floor. He himself thinks that his body is torn to pieces, but he must get up to finish him off. Then a message comes that all summoned creatures will be recalled due to mana depletion. All his allies are teleported. Ted is close to the enemy. A notification comes that the condition has been fulfilled and a sample capable of evolution has been exposed. His eyes are closed, but blood was flowing from them, and the probability of evolution was 33% and one deviation is possible with it. His hands are on the stones. He himself thinks what they want from a dying person. Lying on the floor, he wonders if they want to give him a parting gift in the grave because he agrees. Near the cut guy they stand and think that this is a vulgar view. Bart narrows his eyes and wonders what they are doing in the sewers because they must be somehow connected to what he felt recently. A ball forms near him because he decides to check the area. Running, he feels traces of black magic. A smile forms on his face. Entering the room, he sees dead monsters as well as Ted lying on the floor. Bart looks at the monster who has spears in his chest. Then his gaze turns to people because it smells of gunpowder. After that, he looks at the decapitated man. He understands what will happen if he detonates something like this under the arena. His eyes widen as he remembers his children because so many people could have died like that. He approaches the monster with spears in his chest. Bart walks on, seeing a guy on the floor. He looks at his face, but wonders what the boy is doing here. He walks closer to him. Standing next to him, Bart realizes that this is where the trail of black magic ends. His eyes widen as he realizes. He remembers the man with green hair and wonders if he inherited the original sin. There was 0 time left. Ted evolved and the transformation was complete. The dual core trait disappears and the vessel trait is formed. Opening his eyes, everything was blurry. He has a bandage on his nose, also wondering if he agreed. He lies on the bed, the sun is shining on him. When he looks away, he is told that he had severe injuries and should have died. The man has a mask over his eyes. He says that he was able to fully recover in just 2 weeks. Ted gets up from the bed, surprised by him. Opening his mouth, they ask him what he was doing there. Looking at him with disdain, the protagonist asks again. Standing next to him, he asks him about the incident in the sewers. Silence hangs in the room, looking at each other. Narrowing his eyes, Ted understands that he needs to keep a secret. Sitting on the bed, he says that when he was walking, he saw a fight between suspicious people and tried to run away, but was eventually caught. Tilting his head, Bart asks if he was really caught. Getting up from his chair, he asks where everyone else is. Looking suspiciously, he thinks that he will not answer him. Bart silently looks at him. Standing next to him, he asks what he is trying to hide from him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explains that he is not hiding anything. He remembers Jack, who asked him to take care of his children. Standing next to the guy, he says that it is easier to catch the pawns of the Zepar cult scurrying around the city. Opening his mouth, Bart says that he doubts that the one who barely got out alive has any useful information. Ted is surprised because he did it so easily. Turning his back to him, he says that he will leave. Opening his mouth, Bart asks if he forgot about the bet because he has a week left. Then he evaporates. The protagonist sits silently. Looking seriously, Ted thinks that despite knowing who he is, he decided to let him go. They were flying near the moon on a broom, but he thinks that the man did not look like he cared whether Bart would know about it or not. He remembers the man because he saw Bart in his visions in the Cromwell estate. He opens the door. The protagonist is sure that he knows everything about his father. Then he is surprised and turns his head. The guys come to him, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time. Sitting on the bed, he asks why they are here. Closing her eye, Dinah says that her father told her everything and came to visit. Smiling, Carlos says how good it was to see the 3 of them together because it reminded him of old money. His eyes widened and he was asked a question. Smiling, Ted thinks that in his past life, all attempts to save someone failed, but in this life it is different. He remembers how they stood next to each other as children. He was glad to see them, because now he has the power to protect those who are dear to him. Ted is on the street. Carmen is holding a prize in his hands because he won the tournament, and despite the huge number of visitors, thanks to the careful preparation of the authorities. The protagonist looks at the screen and thinks that there is not a single news about the terrorist attack of the cult. Putting it in his bag, he thinks that this is not surprising, because such an organization was able to penetrate the heart of the academy, and the original sin has been quiet all this time and there is no need to worry for now. Approaching the guy, they tell him that he is early. Opening his mouth, he says that Bart is waiting for him and let him follow him. Walking up the stairs, there were different mechanisms everywhere. Standing near the door, he says that the Tower Master and Cromwell are here. A man sits on the throne and says that they are on time. Smiling, Bart asks to show the potion. The protagonist is embarrassed and thinks that he is pretending that the events in the sewers did not happen. Holding the potion in his hands, he opens it. Putting his hand on his ribs, the man begins to drink it. Looking at the red liquid, the man says that he removed the side effects like last time. Leaning over, Ted says that, as expected, you recognized it right away. Holding another potion in his hands, he says that he also removed the side effects of the Diron potion. Looking at him in surprise, they ask him, did he do it in such a short time? Closing his eyes, he says that it is all thanks to his materials and moderation support. Looking disdainfully, he says that he could have made one and shown it right away because it looked rude, but still won the bet. Bart snaps his finger and decides to go to the warehouse and reward him. His eyes widen and he sees a spell. Suddenly rings appear near them and they begin to teleport. There are various objects on the shelf. There are crystals on the other. He closes his eyes and offers him to choose whatever he wants. Looking around, he realizes that there is a lot of stuff and the warehouse is bigger than he thought. Approaching the items, he is told that the box is cursed and the music from it is filled with magical power. The longer he listens, the weaker it becomes, and the pocket watch stored mana. Looking at the items, he realizes that any item is worth more than 10 million pitchforks. Ted pays attention to the sword. His eyes widen sharply. A notification appears near the weapon that the sword is called Galaxer and has a monoconductivity of 73% and is also sealed. The tip is golden. The protagonist realizes that this is a named item, which he only heard about in the game and would never have thought that Bart keeps it. Taking it in his hands, he says that he wants it. Looking at it, the man also begins to look at it. Folding his hands, he says that Ted is strange because he chose this thing. Closing his eye, he says that he found the sword in one of the dungeons and appraised it several times, but it does not seem to be of much value. Holding the sword in his hands, he says that he will take it as a reward. Closing his eyes, Bart says that he is stubborn, like his father, because there were many much better things. From the cloak he begins to pull out something, and if he comes in tears to beg him to change the item, then he will not care. Bart begins to hold out envelopes, asking to take them. Taking them, he asks if he can find out the contents of the envelope. Remembering how he was lying in bed, the man says that the letter from the Imperial Majesty regarding the rank of the Cromwell family and kept it while he was in a coma. His eyes widen in surprise because the letter was a recommendation and Bart saw his interest in fencing, so there is a place that would be useful to visit. There is a building in gray tones. Ted is sitting at the table. Next to him is a skeleton. Holding a letter in his hands, he reads that his demotion and rank will be postponed until next year. Ted thinks that this letter is about his merits and just a threat from the Emperor. He needed to tell her this so that she could contact him if anything happened. Tearing the sheet of paper, he shouts that he is annoying. Taking another envelope in his hands, he says that Bart seems friendly and even gave a letter of recommendation. There is a road drawn on the sheet, because they asked to give it to an old man living in the marketplace, and if he finds out that it is from him, he will teach him a few things. Putting his hand on the table, he says that the map looks familiar. His eyes widen after reading the name of the old man. Grandpa has a sword on his back. He was one of the 10 great masters of the continent, and without a letter of recommendation, he would have nothing in store, but thanks to Bart, he has a chance to learn about the sword master. Putting his hand to his chin and remembering the map, he understands that there is something interesting nearby. Getting up from his chair, Ted decides to check and go now while there is a vacation. There is no one in the wasteland. A beetle is crawling on the mountain. He approaches the skeleton. Near his hand is a spear. Looking at the beetle, he decides to throw it. A second later, the weapon was thrown. The beetle's body was pierced by a spear. Walking towards it, he understands that the rewards from the battle with the Payat are simply enormous. Taking off the mask, Ted thinks that by combining aura and mana, even basic skills become much stronger. A window appears. It says that the vessel trait removes the boundary between the Danshin and the heart. The aura and mana can freely transform into each other. Remembering his body, the protagonist thinks that the vessel is the perfect version of the skill transfer, and the total amount of aura and mana is so great that there is no point in switching between them. He sticks a knife into the bug because his strength will never run out. Sitting next to the monster, he decides to take everything he can from the monster. Then he puts his hand on his head. Looking into the distance, the guy thinks that Mount Claton, the highest point of the monster-inhabited Crates Ridge, is where he can find Desran. Looking in the other direction, he decides to do something initially, namely, go to the giant's lair. The monster leans on the sword and smiles. Ted thinks that he can get the corpse of the giant warrior. He closes the jar with bugs with his hands. Then he puts it in the bag. Having given her allies, he says that he has collected everything and therefore they go further. His gaze is fixed back because he heard a sound. Putting on a mask, he looks from the top of the cliff. Looking down, Ted sees a leopard. His eyes, he was a leopard man. Approaching him, he begins to pour something into his mouth. Sitting next to him, the main character asks if he can speak and what happened. Grinning his teeth, he wrinkles his face. Remembering their race, Ted thinks that each of the leopard people is a skilled warrior, skillfully mastering close combat skills. Someone flew up to him. He thinks who could have battered him like that. A monster with red eyes was flying behind. He begins to take out a sword with his hands. At the same moment he kills him. He looks at the monster, who fell to the ground. Putting the sword back, the guy thinks about a huge beetle. Recalls Rannox, who was a manipulator of bugs and controlled them. Then he depicts him with a bunch of monsters, because Rannox must search for treasures on orders. A leopard stands behind him, talking about bugs. Opening his mouth, he explains that the bugs attacked their village. Looking at him, the protagonist thinks that he probably came here for the Lunapult crystal and this is the only treasure they have. Standing next to his pets, he asks to take him to the village and maybe help. Grinning his teeth, Justin thinks whether to risk it and bring a man to the village. Standing next to him, Ted understands that he doubts, but let him think for himself that if he were an enemy, he would not offer help. Then they agreed with him. The guys are running along the path. Running along the road, the protagonist wonders if this direction does not coincide with his goal. Then they run up and stop. There is smoke near the rocks. The protagonist looks down and sees monsters. Holding the sword, he realizes that this is the place. Nearby is a cave with a giant's corpse. Leopard people are trying to fight back. A mother with a child is trying to defend herself. Justin is crying next to him. Ted realizes that this was not in the game due to Rannox's attack. Having created magic in his hand, he says that he will get rid of the bugs first. A green aura appears near the monsters. A window pops up that basic necromancy has been applied. Then monsters begin to appear. The enemies look at them. They ran towards each other. Looking through the mask, he decides to read the corpse explosion skill. The monsters begin to kill because of the explosion. Justin is surprised with his mouth open. The leopard race is trying to escape. The monsters are flying at them again. The mother covers the child from danger. Squeezing him tighter, she looks down. Matthew is next to her to protect her. He bites a bug and green blood pours out. Other monsters also fly towards him. Matthew kills them with his hands. Then he cuts them into pieces. Nick takes the sword and cuts the bugs. A real battle is taking place in the village. Someone is standing behind the rock. Looking at the village, he thinks about who Ted is. Squinting, he realizes that he was just looking for the deadly sins on the orders of the master and decides to leave. Looking behind the rock, he thinks about the bugs. Suddenly, they aim a sword at him. The protagonist stands next to him and holds the sword, saying that he knew about it. Opening his mouth, they ask him who he is and how he knows him. Standing next to the enemy, he orders him to be silent because the guy is the only one who could ask questions. Looking through the helmet, he asks if he is looking for the deadly sins on the orders. Looking surprised, Rannox asks how he knew. Exhaling, Ted asks to just answer the questions, otherwise he will cut off his hand. Gritting his teeth, they tell him that he apparently came for the Lunapult crystal and thought that the crystal was a deadly sin. With his arms straightened, he asks him to think before answering, because he could die right now. Narrowing his eyes, Rannox begins to get angry. Putting his hands out in front of him, he asks him to wait, because he is going to speak and there is a list of possible deadly sins. Handing him the sheets, Ted says that he will accept them with gratitude. Putting away the sword, Rannox sobs. Reading the documents, he sees a crown. It had different stones, because these are mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea and will be sold at auction. Putting away the sheets, Ted realizes that this thing is most like a sin. Remembering the ships, the guy understands that the port city will be the next target. Rannox is cut in half. He manages to say that he was promised mercy. Putting away the sword, he thanks the dead man for the information. Looking at Rannox, the protagonist understands that there is little time left before the auction, and as soon as he is free, he will immediately move to Muriel. Smoke rises to the clouds. People are standing near the tents. Holding the crystal in her hands, she thanks him for saving the village and that they can't pay him properly, so she gives him the Lunapult. Standing next to her, Ted says that they need to, because he doesn't need them. Pointing his finger back, he asks if he can go in there. All the leopards look at him in surprise. They start getting angry and talking. They think that the main character is thirsty for their mine and people can't be trusted. The girl closes her eyes and remains silent. Holding the crystal in her hands, she allows them to come in. Standing behind her, he says that they don't owe him. Opening her mouth, she says that if it weren't for the man's help, the village would have been destroyed and then it wouldn't matter whether the mine would be theirs or not. Standing next to her, Ted says that he's not interested in the mine. Looking at the cave, he decides to explain everything inside because it has what he needs. Something was glowing green in the cave itself. Then they go into it. Feeling the walls, he understands that it's somewhere here. Looking at him in surprise, she says that there is a stone wall. Standing next to Matthew, he asks to break through it. Then he breaks through the wall with his paw. Opening her eyes, she understands that this is a terrifying force. Her defenders are standing nearby, asking them to leave because of the danger. The three of them stand and watch in surprise. When the wall collapses, they see crystals. Looking at Ted, she understands what he needed. With a mask on his face, he says that he knows their value, but they are not interesting. There was also a statue near them. Bella looks with her mouth open. The statue did not have a horn and also rests on a sword. Widening her eyes, she opens her mouth. Standing next to her, the guard asks what a huge statue is doing here. Turning his head towards them, Ted says that he will leave all the Lunapult, but in exchange they must leave him here alone for a while. Opening her mouth, she asks to tell the reason, because as the head of the tribe she should know. Standing in a mask, the guy asks not to worry, because if he had the intention to harm them, he would have done so long ago. The girl straightens her hand so as not to miss her guard, who asks how he dared, because this is unacceptable. Putting her hand on her chest, she decides to trust. Looking through the mask, they tell him that he is the first person to whom they made a promise and let him appreciate it. Standing near the statue, he is glad that he is left alone. By the silhouette of the statue are visible, Ted understands that he died long ago and it is better to turn into a ghoul. A ball appears in his hand because he uses basic necromancy, namely the summoning of a ghoul. He is surprised in the mask that there was an insufficient skill level and the summoning of a ghoul failed. Then he takes off his mask and cloak. Training his hands, Ted says that he will make him his own. Something glows near the statue and again the skill level is insufficient. Near the crystals it glows, and again the summoning of a ghoul failed. On the other side it also glows, and again everything fails. Then he puts his hand on his head. Putting his hands on his knees, he realizes that he has been trying for over a week, but his attempts have failed. Opening his mouth, he decides not to give up, because there was no guarantee that the giant would still be here the next time he came. Having created a ball, he decides to increase the amount of mana invested. A ball appears in his hand because he uses basic necromancy. Looking seriously, Ted realizes that there is still time. The statue is still standing. He tries to continue. His eyes widen because the summoning of the ghoul was successful. The stone begins to fall from his fingers, and the ghoul titan is summoned. Also, the level of the corpse is very high and additional effects were added. Grinning his teeth, petrification pours out of him, and the level of the corpse itself is beyond the limit, because of which the class is increased. Then he stands next to the main character because he could take over part of the spirit of the original body. His eyes glowed because the undead was a mythical level and his name was Redrudal. Then he aims his sword at the ground. Kneeling, Ted realizes that it is frightening. Smiling, he thinks that now he is the only one who can command a member of the giant tribe, and now hordes of enemies are not scary. It was night. We see a building. Someone is sitting at the table and reading a book. A fly is crawling on the glass. At that very second, it dies. Jester looks at the fallen fly. Looking at the stops, he understands that Ranox is dead. Remembering him, Jester understands that there are still many pawns. A raven flies to him and says that the Imperial Highness wants to see him. Looking at him, he asks to tell him that he will be there soon. Looking at the document with the crown, he decides to tell you something. Near the cliff there is a house. He is sitting on the terrace with his back to us. Holding a potato in his hands, Desrin asks if the Empire sent him. Ted is standing behind him. The man turns his head to look at him. Holding a letter in his hands, he says that he is here on the recommendation of the Duke. Squinting, he asks if the boy sent it. Then they stand on the cliff, holding swords in their hands. Standing in position, he thinks that his aura is more overwhelming and could not believe that this is just a test. His eyes were red. Desrune asks to attack first. Looking at him, he thinks that he does not take him seriously at all. In that same second, he decides to run at him. Flying up to him, he decides to attack. Then he makes a blow, but the man slips away. With a straightened arm, he is told that Desrune got a rough idea of his abilities. Taking his hand, he says that he does not need fencing, because it is a poor fighting style and relies only on tricks. Then he lifts the boy up, because the movements are obvious and it is not worth holding on its speed. Smiling, he looks at him. The protagonist looks at him. He is told that this is the inability to see the intentions of the opponent. Grinning, he is thrown to the ground because he lacks experience. Putting his hands on his back, he asks not to worry because he will easily get away from this problem. On the first day, training was with sticks. On the 7th day of training, they ate potatoes. On the 15th day, Ted fought with logs. Then he throws the sword on the ground. On the 22nd day, Desrune takes him by the neck. On the 27th day, the protagonist holds a sword and fights with stones. On the 31st day, they fought. Looking down, he realizes that the movement has become better. With a straightened arm, he stands near the man. Then he hits him in the stomach with his hand. Ted flies away because you can't be distracted during a fight. Desrune kicks him and the protagonist falls. Opening his mouth, he admits it because there is a desire to become better because he has never complained. Something flies near him. Ted stands in a pose and holds a sword in his hands. Smiling, he says that even a master swordsman can let his guard down. Then he falls to the ground. The man thinks that it was very clumsy because he collected the aura and released it. Looking seriously, he wonders if he used it instinctively. He remembers the guy and Ted because it was interesting to watch their fight. He opens his eyes and sees the sky. Then his eyes widen. Looking at Desrun, they ask him if he is awake. Opening his mouth, he asks to repeat the release. Clutching his head, he understands what they are talking about. Sitting on the ground, Ted says that he is desperate, to which Desrun answers that he will use this opportunity and teach him some sword arts, at the same time teach him basic aura control. Clouds fly across the sky. Guys are standing near the tree. The man asks to imagine that the aura envelops the blade like a sheath. Taking out the sword, he says that then send the sheath. Strikes the blade against the tree. The protagonist opens his eyes in shock. Standing near the broken tree, he says that although this is the basic form of a normal strike, it can be used in many ways. An explosion or a wave, it all depends on yourself. Approaching him, he talks about pouring aura into his body instead of a sword. Standing behind him, Desrun says then he will be able to move quickly. Opening his mouth, he is told that this is a mystical technique of aura, the pinnacle of using aura, based on the same theory as the technique he showed. Smiling, the man says that he covers his body or sword with aura to strengthen it accordingly, but this is something that is still far from being. Jumping from the blow, he is asked to use the art of the sword. Standing in a pose, Desrin asks him not to stop, and as soon as he gets used to it, to put in more power. A window appears near him. Looking at it, he sees that a target capable of evolution has been found. Swinging his sword, Ted understands that this is good news and it will be easier to train. He hits the tree with the blade. Then he makes more cuts. Desrin is surprised by this situation. Looking at the main character with red eyes, he understands that such talent exists. Remembering Louis and the others, he thinks that Ted cannot compare with them. Looking at him with his mouth open, because if he directs it correctly, he will shine brighter than anyone else. The guy holds the sword in his hands, and they tell him that today is enough and he needs to go eat, so let him go home, dig up some potatoes and cook them. Making a dissatisfied face, he already feels that the potatoes have sprouted inside him. He opens his eyes in surprise. Looking at Desrin, he asks if he was called a student, to which he is asked, "Do you not like it?" Watching him leave, Ted denies. Sitting at the table, they eat. Holding a potato in his hands, he wonders if they decided to make him an apprentice even though he was with him for more than a month. Then they present him with a book. Opening his mouth, he is asked to take it, because the book was written when Desrin lived on the mountain. Taking it in his hands, he asks why he is giving it away. Looking at the book, a window lit up that it contains extensive knowledge about fencing. Looking in surprise, Ted understands that the book is about skills and it is comparable to notes on black magic. He remembers the man with red eyes because now he can use a soulless sword. Both are silent at the table. Opening his mouth, he begins to laugh and ask if Ted really hates his personal instructions. Looking down, he begins to deny. Closing his eyes, the man says that he likes to teach and sometimes excessive care can ruin talent. Pointing at him, he says that especially someone like the protagonist, whose body is full of aura, and therefore decided to give him a book so that he could personally find his way. Holding the book in his hands, he thinks that the sword master personally accepted him as a student. Starting to get up, Desrin says that he has finished his training and it is time to go down the mountain, because if he stays, his skills will weaken. Putting his hands on his ribs, they ask him where he is going. Looking at him, he says that he will go to the Alliance of the Southern Kingdoms because he is heading in the opposite direction. Walking in the darkness, he wants to eat. Closing his eyes, he thinks about how long he has been walking. Closing his mouth, the guy realizes that everyone in the village has died except him. Then he falls to the ground because he does not know what to do. There were clouds and a thunderstorm in the sky. Rain begins to drip on him. They put a hand on his head. Opening his mouth, he realizes who it is. It was Benjamin, who is unconscious. Looking at him in surprise, he couldn't believe he met a game character in a place like this. Remembering how the guy holds the sword, he realizes that this is a sword master who owns the Sword Lord trait. Lying on the ground, Ted talks about the demonic sword, the sword that was sealed in Benjamin's village for many years. People are wearing masks because the village was destroyed. Standing next to the man, he remembers that in the game, Benjamin was able to save himself with the demonic sword and their meeting cannot be ignored. Looking down, he needed the game characters to be in his debt. There is a fire burning in the forest. Two guys are sitting near it. Opening his eyes, Benjamin wonders. Stirring the sticks, he asks if the guy is awake. They bring a little meat closer to him. Benjamin asks who he is. Grinning, they push food further at him. Looking at the main character, he asks what he has planned. Opening his mouth, Ted asks to calm down because if he wanted to harm him, he would not be breathing. Looking at the sword, he is asked to calm down and regain his strength. Then he remembers how the old man touched the sword. His eyes were big and scared. Then he holds the card and the grandfather shows. Benjamin begins to cry and opens his mouth. Closing his eyes, he realizes that he resembles someone as sensitive as in the game. Holding a stick in his hands, the main character asks how much longer he should hold it. Having started to eat, he is told that it is good to eat and let him drink a potion to quickly regain his strength. Grinning his teeth, the guy thanks him. Ted, looking at him, begins to smile, as suddenly, his eyes became wider. Putting his hand on his knee, he says that they do not look like beggars and it is very rude of them to stand aside and watch people eat. People in masks are standing on the rock, saying that he has a sharp tongue. There were dots on the masks. People were killed because they were the ones who killed his grandfather. Benjamin's eyes were angry and red. Taking the sword in his hands, Ted looks at his reaction. Looking into the distance, he realizes that these are the same ones who attacked the village. Acolytes are a group of orphans raised by Jester as a personal squad of assassins. They trained, and also resembled Ted in a past life, universal soldiers, trained to the level of special powers and able to use basic magic. Their eyes are red, because as soon as they can control the aura, they receive a special mask from Jester in recognition of their abilities. Looking at the fire, he realizes that they are pathetic, but not those with whom you can negotiate. Benjamin stands next to him, asking not to interfere. Opening his mouth, he says that they need the guy himself. The enemies run at him, forcing him to give up the sword. He runs at them. Ted is behind. Benjamin makes a blow and smoke rises. The enemies look at this in surprise. Then balls appear near them. The enemies run up to the guy. He tries to hit the enemy. After that, he holds his sword to avoid getting hit. The enemy with the mask is surprised. Then he is cut in half. The enemies are sneaking up behind him. Ted just watches this. Watching the fight, he wants to say that this is expected from the youngest game character. Benjamin defends himself with a sword, but Ted does not understand how they were able to seriously injure him in the original story. Gritting his teeth, an arrow hits him. Suddenly, the enemies are killed. Benjamin looks at this. Then he turns to see what is happening. Ted is standing in a pose because he had to end it all. His face was serious. The enemy is twirling the ropes in his hands. Holding a sword in his hands, the enemies shout that they need to deal with him. Then he looks to the left because he strikes. The enemy is killed near the other. Benjamin looks at Ted, who does everything quickly. With his mouth open, he thinks it is incredible. The main character was serious, and the guy understands that he dealt with them so easily. His eyes widened, the pupil was black. Then it turns white. The enemy falls to the ground, making different sounds. After that, they step on him with a foot. Holding a sword in his hands, he is silent. Putting it away, he says that it seems that's it. Looking back, Benjamin thinks if he was able to protect the village with such strength. Turning to the guy, he asks, "Is it okay?" To which he is answered in the affirmative. He looks embarrassed and remains silent. Smiling, he wonders what is wrong with him, because he changed his attitude after seeing his fencing. Putting his hand on his hip, he says his name. Opening his mouth, Benjamin also introduces himself. Putting his hand on his head, they asked him if he had somewhere to go. Then he remembers Louis and other characters who will enter the academy. They look surprised because they ask him why he is not taught fencing. Opening his mouth, he says that it would be a crime to ignore such talent and let him enter the academy, because he will give a letter of recommendation. Benjamin looks at him. Looking down, the guy says that he has no money, to which he was told that he would also sponsor. His eyes widen from this information. Folding his arms, the protagonist says that he is not deprived of funds. He begins to cry and open his mouth. Lying on the ground, he says that he will repay all the kindness. Sitting on a chair, looking at the tablet, Benjamin writes to him with gratitude. Standing near the building, he understands that with his skills he will not have problems with training. Smiling, Ted will provide him with an unlimited supply of funds. Poking at the tablet, he decides to prepare for the auction. In the correspondence, he writes that he wants to accept the participant. In the correspondence, they wrote that the entrance ticket can be left with him and his father will be able to get it. Putting his hand on the table, he decides to go. Looking away, Ted decides to go after the deadly sin in the most lawless entertainment district. It is dark near the building. They asked what happened to the demonic sword, to which they answer that the boy escaped with the sword and they sent people after him. There was a stone on the mask. He says that the allies did not return. Jester is standing near the table and asks if they missed him. His eyes were glowing. He thinks that this demonic sword enhances the magical and physical abilities of the owner and wants to study it and make a mass-produced weapon based on it. There was an aura near the sword because it was vital for his plan to strengthen the army. His hand holds his head and trembles because he thought he had it in his hands, but it slipped away. Squeezing his hand, he asks to send someone to Muriel. The masked man is surprised. He is asked to join the auction. Above his head is a mask because he wants to get it at any cost. There is a man with red eyes because he can help bring it back. There is a ship in the port city of Muriel, the largest auction of the entertainment district where people sit. Sipping wine, Ted thinks that his main goal is the deadly sin, but if possible, take other lots. Holding a tablet in his hands, he looks at the sword because it was known for its high mana conductivity. Pressing the green button, he understands that if he wins, he will give it to Benjamin. Next to him sits Carl, who asks if he is into fencing. Opening his mouth and laughing, he says that he just wants to give it to someone. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy says that 20 million is not enough and should be raised to 50. Looking at him, the main character says that the bids have just begun and the price will grow gradually. The host says into the microphone that the White Nightmare was sold for 23 million. Embarrassed, he thinks that his bid was not so far from the final price. Then a map appears on the tablet, which many scientists tried to decipher, but no one could do it. Opening his mouth, he is surprised because the map is also here. He remembers the dragon. The map was secret, which led to the dragon's tomb, and thought that it was just an Easter egg. People are sitting and looking in one direction, but Ted needed a map because corpses are very important. Poking at the green button, the price increases to 5 million. Smiling, he thinks that if he can get the dragon, he will be stronger than the whole country. Then he squeezes his hand because he takes it. The man turns, thinking who he is. A circle is created and he understands that they have a lot of money. People are sitting on the floors. He says that they should rejoice while they can. Smiling, the man says that the main thing is the crown and the more money he spends, the less chances there will be against him. The host points to the next lot. It was a rechargeable teleportation scroll that will allow you to go anywhere and anytime. He presses the green button with his hand. Next at the auction, a watch, which is also bought. Smiling, Carlos wonders if he thinks when he buys. The guys are surprised because now the final lot, namely a relic collected from the deepest depths of the sea. On the table lies the crown. Ted is surprised because he discovered the power of generous greed. He opens his mouth because the starting price is 1 billion. Hesitantly thinks that if he had income from potions for the next month. Carlos looks at him in a mask. Putting his hands on his knees, he asks if he wants it. Opening his mouth, Ted says that he will make several bets, but if anything, he will give up. His eyes looking at Carlos because he wanted to buy it for him. Looking at the main character, he says that his father told him everything, namely, that he was injured in the sewers and tried to save them. Looking away, the guy says that it all passed quickly. Smiling, Carlos decides to show off his family's wealth. Sebastian looks at the tablet screen. Sitting on the balcony, he asks if they have any money left. Pressing the buttons, he thinks that he can easily wipe the boys' noses with the master's wealth and places a bet of 1.5 billion. They press the green button and bet 2 billion. Two guys place a bet of 3 billion. The main character bets 7 billion. The girl bets 8 and 7 billion. Opening his mouth, the host says that they have reached 10 billion. Carl is on fire because it was getting more and more interesting. Smiling, Ted realizes that he likes to compete. Spreading his arms, he says that since it has come to this, it is better to win and then he will not remain in debt. Raising his hand up, the bet rises to 50 million. Carlos smiles because he bet 70 billion. They were shouting in the building because it was already 90 billion. He opens his mouth and laughs because he bet 100 billion. He remembers Jester, who told him to win no matter the price. Tears flow from his eyes because he won 100 billion. Someone stands behind him and says that he screwed up. As he starts to approach, the man says that the master predicted that he would screw up and that's why he sent him. Louis opens his mouth, asking to come back and wait. A circle appears near the guys because he doesn't know them. A smile appears on his face because it will allow him to enjoy the taste of victory before death. Raising his finger up, he says that he will be scolded, but now he wants to eat. The light is on in the building. The protagonist puts on the crown and they start laughing at him. Carlos's eyes started to cry from laughter because it suited him so well. Sitting down at the table, he offers to drink for the purchase. Clinking glasses, Ted thanks him. As he starts to drink, he thinks that thanks to him he was able to get greed, and it seems that the meeting is not going to do anything yet since nothing happened to them. They look in one direction because someone shouted that they can't come in here. Suddenly, they start breaking down the doors. Carlos gets up from the table and asks who they are. The protagonist looks and remembers what he thought about them. People start entering the room. Opening his mouth, Louis says that if they give him the crown, he will kill him painlessly. Ted becomes serious because of the situation. Looking at Louis, he realizes that of all people, the guy was the dog. Even though he can't use mystical techniques, he is still strong as an aura master. He remembers S1 because the guy was always arguing with him. Turning away from him, he eventually goes underground. He joins Jester because his abilities were noticed. Holding a bag in his hands, he wanted to leave here without problems. Ted closes his eyes and says that things are getting tough and they need to run. Smiling, the enemy says that he won't let him and asks to catch him. The men with guns run at them. The two of them break the window and jump down. Louis watches them run away. Opening his mouth, he asks them to try not to get bored because it's hunting time. Near the river, someone is trying to catch their breath. Standing in the bushes, Carlos says that they won't be able to catch them if they cross the river. Getting into the boat, he says that Muriel is a lawless zone where the Emperor's authority does not extend, so they need to leave. They tell him to go first. Ted turns away and says that they can't run away together because it's too dangerous to move together. Closing his eyes, he is told that it will be easier for the protagonist to escape alone. It was night. Carlos says that he will bring help quickly. He stands and looks at the boat because his ally is now safe. He smiles because there are enemies behind him and he can no longer hold back. With his back to them, they ask where the other one is. Throwing his bag on the floor, he tells them to come and take it. Taking out his sword, Ted says that if they can. Holding a dagger in his hands, he asks how he dares to mock them like that. The opponents run at him because they want to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, the main character begins to kill them. They were also above, wishing him death. His eyes lit up because he decided to restore his own. Louis looks nearby and thinks about his undead summoner spell. A huge foot steps onto the ground. The enemies are very surprised by this. A huge hand begins to appear from the portal. Ted kills one, asking not to be distracted. Then he begins to swing his sword to kill the others. Louis watches from the side. Smiling, he understands that the guy is not only skilled in black magic, but also knows a lot about the way of the sword. Someone is trying to kill the protagonist, but he spreads his legs. He turns his attention back because something is happening. Louis runs up to him. Opening his mouth, the man asks who he is. The guy with green hair asks him to guess. After that, he tries to kick him, saying that he is an impudent bastard. Ted stops, holding a sword in his hands. Standing next to him, Louis says that he saw the sword in a book and will not allow him to keep it. Opening his mouth, the guy realizes that he is stronger than someone and thinks that he can win if he uses laziness, but the consequences are not very good. A pink aura appears near him because he decides to add his sword to the collection. Holding the sword, he calls him a showy thief. Louis begins to bare his teeth and get angry. Nick appears and also another servant of the protagonist. The man's eyes widened in bewilderment. Enemies are also standing near the protagonist. Smiling, Louis begins to laugh strangely. Standing next to them, she calls him interesting. Holding the sword, he calls him a successful necromancer. There was gold dust near the sword because he summoned a sword that destroys demons. Ted's eyes widened, realizing that this is a sword against the undead. Standing near his opponents, he thinks about how many swords are hidden in his subspace. Straightening his hand, he decides to start a war of attrition. Then the monsters run at Louis. Opening his mouth, he says that he will not defeat him. After that, he strikes with his sword. The monsters begin to die because they are killed in half. Ted's eyes widen in shock. Matthew is near him. Then he begins to run towards the enemy. Smiling, Louis says that the undead are an easy opponent because they are stupid. Nick is above him, who wants to strike. Then the two of them hit the ground. Louis looks from above and says that the pile of bones is moving well. A ball begins to appear in his hand. Red Rudolph comes out of the portal. There is a monster behind Louis. The monster swung his weapon. The man smiled widely. He grabbed the sword. A glow appeared around his sword. The protagonist thought, wide-eyed, that it was a magic sword, a sword that increased the owner's strength by absorbing it from the enemy. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The man raised the sword up. Purple rays emitted from it. Smiling widely, he left. Looking at it, the protagonist thought, damn, he wanted to absorb significant power. Gritting his teeth, he added, damn, what an inconvenient opponent for him. People stood in front of the monster. Smiling, the man asked what just happened. It was a corpse from the giant tribe. Yes, he said that thanks for the strength. Suddenly, the man swung his hand and shouted. He sharply cut him in half. The head fell to the ground, and it was heard that and also thanks for killing this trash. He took them with him because they were subordinates of his clients, but all they were capable of was whining, which is why he wanted to kill them so badly. Ted looked furiously and thought that if they caught a blow from him, it would be bad. Louis smiled widely and said that since they got rid of all the chaff, they were moving on to the most fun part. Suddenly, the skeleton swung his sword. Jumping up, the man said that they would start with the most interesting part, with him. A glow appeared around the weapon. Swinging, the man said that he had not used the sword destroyer for a long time, asked what would amuse him. Okay. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that damn, he was changing his swords too quickly, and then shouted that he should not let his sword touch his. He rushed forward sharply. A bright explosion was seen. The protagonist swung his sword. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Louis looked away. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. The monster looked furiously. Ted gritted his teeth. The skeleton looked straight ahead. Louis smiled widely. Standing in front of the hero, he said that it was a pity. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was close. Looking at the skeleton, he added that if they weren't here, he would have been cut in half by now. Ted's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that oh no, his left arm, even his sword was broken. Smiling, the man said that it was time to wrap it up. It was fun with him, an undead who could use aura. Frowning, the hero wondered if he really had no choice but to use laziness, let Nick retreat. The skeleton silently looked straight ahead. Looking at him, the protagonist shouted what he said, back. Standing in front of him, Louis said that even a skeleton has more courage than his master, not showing weakness in front of the enemy. Yes. A notification appeared that the Phantom of Sloth wanted to use Sloth. Nick's eyes lit up. It was said that the Phantom of Sloth and Sloth would share a common cooldown. Ted opened his eyes in surprise and thought that right, he forgot that Nick could also use Sloth. A bright glow appeared around the skeleton. The hero lay on the ground. A thought occurred to him that considering all the pain he felt from using Sloth, maybe it would be better if Nick, who felt no pain, used it. Pulling out his weapon to the side, Louis said that it seemed like he had run out of moves, let him end it. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. The skeleton swung his sword. With wide eyes, the man asked what he had come up with this time. Swinging, the protagonist heard that he should not dare to interfere with him. The man parried his blow. He raised his weapon and shouted that it was impressive fencing for a mage, but Ted gritted his teeth when he heard that it was too weak. The man smiled and said goodbye. Suddenly, the monster struck the ground. Gritting his teeth, Louis shouted that what a pesky cat, he would kill him first. He looked away angrily. A bright glow appeared around the skeleton. Nick's eyes lit up. Turning around, the man thought what the hell, what kind of terrifying aura was this for the undead? The skeleton landed on the ground. The thought came, what the hell, just one swing, didn't he use up all his aura? The protagonist smirked slightly. The man opened his eyes in amazement and thought no. Bright rays appeared. The thought arose that this was a mystical aura technique. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. An image of a man appeared. The thought arose that Nick. Ted looked at him. The skeleton's eyes lit up. Nick began to disappear. The thought arose that thank you. The man stood in the smoke and cleared his throat. Frowning, the hero thought that he had survived Nick's technique. Looking at his weapon, Louis said that it couldn't be a sword destroyer. Suddenly, the monster jumped up. He slammed his head down on the ground. Raising his head, the man thought about him. Gritting his teeth, he screamed that he was a damn corpse. Louis swung his sword sharply. He stretched his arms out to the sides. The man's eyes widened. Suddenly, the monster struck him. Grabbing his weapon, the hero thought that they would finish him off, a soulless sword. Louis looked away in amazement. The protagonist stood in front of him. Grinning, he asked why he decided to join the fight only now, said that he was a bastard. Fine. The man looked straight ahead. Ted rushed forward sharply and thought that he would finish him off before he recovered. Louis glared at him. A bright light appeared around them. The sky opened up. The moon appeared, and the thought occurred that he was partly right. Looking straight ahead, Louis exclaimed in surprise. Sitting at the table, the man said that the sword was just a tool and he should think about the tool last when fencing. Frowning, Louis replied that he did not understand why the sword was not important in fencing. Wasn't it obvious that among warriors with equal skills, the one with the better equipment would win? Sitting in front of him, the man said that this was only true when ordinary people fought, and that was why he said that he was only partly right. The winner between those who had reached the state of an aura master was determined by their enlightenment in the way of the sword. Frowning, he added that if he had progressed less in the way of the sword than his opponent, then it would be enough for him to use an ordinary wooden stick to threaten his life. Both of them had the talent to become aura masters. Holding a stone in his hands, the man said that if they relied too much on objects, Louis smirked and thought that it would ruin his own talent. The skeleton swung his sword. A thought occurred to him that the undead who could use mystical aura techniques with a broken sword probably needed to listen to that old man. The man fell to his knees. He smirked and asked if he was the old man's apprentice. The hero frowned and said yes. The warrior, sitting in front of him, said no wonder he could smell the potatoes from his sword. The view of the sky opened up. People were standing on the shore. They heard that they were coming this way, quickly. The man looked away and shouted that they should get on the boat. He frowned and added that they should hurry before it was too late. The protagonist swam out of the water. The man looked at him and exclaimed. Ted looked up and said that he thought he was going to die. He should quickly pull him out. Sitting on the boat, the man asked how he swam all the way here, to which he replied that those men had piled on him, so he had thrown them off the scent and swam as if he had been stung in one place. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that those were bastards, to which the hero asked him to calm down. Putting his hand on the bag, the hero said that the things were safe. Closing his eyes, he added that yes, and isn't that normal for him? Carlos looked at him and thought that among them there was a rather strong owner of the aura. The protagonist raised his head, hearing that he finally understood, to which he asked again. The pier appeared. It was heard that he finally understood why everyone called him mud-headed. A view of the mountain opened up. A glow appeared in the cave. The hand was sewn back on. Grinning, Ted said that that's it. Let him try to move it. Louis's hand should fit. Sitting on the ground, he added that so, and now that they fixed Nick's arm. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise. Several notifications appeared. Looking at the message, he thought that their chances of evolution had increased significantly after the battle with Louis. It would be nice to evolve him. A glow appeared around the monster. A notification about evolution appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that he would need to work on magic when he returned. There was still something he wanted to explore. A view of the castle opened up. He heard why he was here. Frowning, the man said that he heard that he was kicked out of the meeting. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was true. He was the one who suggested it. Standing at the table, he added that because the meeting does not tolerate unworthy people, especially those who cannot control their own student. The man frowned and said that it was. Jester, standing in front of him, said that even though he had done something useful for the assembly, he had not provided a single useful research or artifact. Charon stood still. It was heard that in terms of merit, he was already far behind his problematic student. He knew how important the codex was to them, right? Looking straight ahead, Jester turned to him. The man frowned, hearing whether he wanted to stay in the assembly. Looking surprised, he said that he would do anything. Let him order. Crossing his arms, the man said that they had recently discovered the habitat of an ancient magical beast. It was very close to Rodlin. Frowning, Charon thought that the creature was from the era of myths. People were running away from the monster. The thought came that they had discovered in their time a beast that dominates intelligent life forms and sucks out their strength through lower evil spirits. He had only heard mentions of this beast in ancient texts. Holding the crystal in his hands, Jester said that he would tell him where it was, how to unseal it and control its power, and after subduing the magical beast, he would bring his impudent student to him. The man frowned and thought that he seemed very dissatisfied with his behavior at the meeting, which was to his advantage. Grinning, he added that he would be able to get rid of Ted, who was putting a spoke in his wheel, but at the same time, if he was lucky, he would be able to get the magical beast. Standing in front of him, Jester said that he should forget what he had just said, and Charon thought that it was all because of the deal with Salem Adidia. Smiling, the man said that he should rely on him, his duty as a teacher to punish disobedient students. The fountain in the Rodland Academy appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that today he understood only one thing. Moving forward, he added that they needed to conduct research in a more suitable place, although the progress was good, but they would have to wait until they got the results. The protagonist frowned and thought that he needed to go back to the dorm right now and rest. He angrily clenched his teeth when he heard his name. Looking straight ahead, Lucia shouted that why he ignored her calls, why he needed a tablet. Looking away, Ted replied that he was to blame, he was walking with a friend, and then thought that they got along well. Holding the tablet in her hands, the girl asked what he saw at all, said that there was a spirit in the dorm. Crossing her arms, she added that she could finally forget about this damn dorm, and Vivian thought that she wanted to live in the same dorm as Mr. Fairy. A warning message appeared, the thought arose that this was the same. The view of the mountains opened up, the thought arose that the incident with the spirits attacking the students in the Tunrico dorm meant that the event with the ancient magical beast would soon happen. The hero, with his eyes wide open, thought that why now, then, in the game, it was supposed to happen only 6 months after the start of the game. Looking straight ahead, Lucia asked what kind of gloomy expression she was wearing, said that she had to stop being silent and let him tell her which dorm he was assigned to. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that, well, he was assigned to the Delgin dorm. The girl grinned and said that he was lucky to live in the same place with a beauty like her, to which he asked again. Ted closed his eyes and said that in any case, he was going to the dorm now, he needed to pack his things and check the situation there. Standing in front of him, Vivian said that she would go with him, to which the hero replied that that would be just fine. The girl lowered her head down. The view of the building opened up. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist asked that she saw them, to which the girl replied that she had only heard rumors, so she did not know all the details, it was all connected with the magic department, all she knew was that Professor Charon took up the investigation. Frowning, Ted said that I understand. Suddenly they looked at each other in surprise. Looking at the girl, the hero said that it was. She froze and said that it was a mistake, it was all a mistake. Looking at her, the protagonist turned to her, to which Dina replied that he should not touch her and not talk to her. Frowning, he thought that even her. The image of the professor appeared. It was said that in Rodland there are 2 mid-level bosses, including Charon. In the game only one of them could encroach on the monster. Since the other boss has not yet made his move, this means that the culprit is certainly. Ted looked away and said that she definitely couldn't handle it, advised to leave here as soon as possible. Turning her head, the girl asked what he was talking about. A thought appeared that maybe she should try to name the name of the master of this spirit. It was worth trying. Dina gritted her teeth, hearing the name of the monster. Suddenly, she leaned forward. Vivian deftly caught her. The hero looked away. Sitting in front of the girl, she asked that she had come to her senses. Closing her eyes, the girl asked where she was. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that he knew who he was, to which Dina replied that he was Ted. Yes, why ask such stupid questions? Frowning, he added that she was in danger, the spirit had taken possession of her, and Vivian added that Ted had come to her aid. Closing one eye, the girl said that this is how she vaguely remembers something, and the hero replied that they needed to leave the building. The view of the building opened up, and a voice said, "Please forgive me for causing trouble." Standing in the middle of the street, the protagonist said that he didn't mind, asked that she volunteered to investigate this case, to which Dina replied that yes, she was curious, it's not every day that you meet a spirit, and here the professor asked him to help. Frowning, Ted thought that this explained everything. The professor looked at the girl. The thought arose that his offer was bait. He did all this so that the spirit would take possession of Dina. The spirit flew towards the girl. The thought arose that he was thinking. Dina was very focused on magic, which made her vigilance weaken, which allowed Charon to summon the spirit. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that this coward had become bolder, and then asked that he did not know where Professor Charon went. Turning her head, Dina said that if she was not mistaken, he said that he went to look for the main body. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the place of the seal. Particles appeared in the air. The thought arose that he needed to hurry. The magician stood in front of the statue. Grinning, he said that he did it. A purple light appeared near the statue. Smiling widely, Charon thought that all that was left was to get rid of it. People quickly ran forward. Turning his head, the hero said thank you for coming with him, to which Vivian replied, "Oh well, glad to help in any way she could." Frowning, he thought that he took her with him because he had no good reason to leave her, but she would be fine anyway. At this rate, not only would he not be able to use the summoning, but if he screwed up, then The protagonist stood next to the professor and thought that she would be able to detect the connection between him and Charon. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had really loosened his grip after a night without rest. Maybe it would be better to send her back somehow. Suddenly, they froze in surprise. Looking at the people, Ted said that it couldn't be, they were students. The students looked at them. It seemed that it was all Professor Charon. Yes, all these students went to his classes. Looking down, Vivian asked why the professor would do this. Yellow foliage appeared and the hero turned to it. Looking straight ahead, he asked what could neutralize them without harming them. Time was running out. He would go and stop the professor. Grabbing the weapon, the girl said that it was good, she would catch up with him soon, to which the protagonist thought that no, it would be better if not. Rushing forward, Ted said that it was good, he would leave them to her. The man extended his hand forward. The girl looked angrily. She blocked the blow with her sword. Vivian looked away. Grinning, the hero thought that he had finally managed to separate from her, but she would not accidentally cut them. Running forward, he added that he thought he had no choice but to trust her. A view of the mountains opened up. The monster raised its head up and screamed. With wide eyes, the professor said that it was wonderful. He controlled it perfectly. Suddenly he froze in amazement. Charon swung his hand and thought about the bone wall. He clenched his teeth tightly. The man turned around, hearing that it seemed he could. The hero took a step forward, heard that he forgot there. Frowning, he thought that the devil must have been late. The monster looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that the unsealing time was abnormally fast and the strange magic around his body. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist thought that the crystal, he remembered that Jester had won in the game, thought he was behind all this. Smiling, the professor asked how he dared to attack him, said that well, it doesn't matter, he was just about to find him. Closing his eyes, Ted replied that he was surprised. To be honest, he didn't expect this from such a mediocre necromancer. Standing in front of the man, he added that like him. The man lowered his gaze. Stretching his hand forward, he laughed. The professor smiled broadly and said that what an impudent manner of communication. He knew that taking him as an apprentice was the right decision. He had overheard a conversation between his father and the master a long time ago. Standing around the corner, he heard that if they raised it, it could change the foundations of black magic or even the whole world. Really, what a terrifying thing. The hero frowned and thought that even a mob like him knew about it. It sounded like all the changes in him were due to the fact that he had acquired the subject of their dialogue or learned to use it. He really took him as an apprentice. Looking straight at him, the professor said that he should show him if he knew how to use the family legacy. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was a dumbass. He was always interested in what he was planning to say, but he just wanted to limit the child. The man's eye twitched. Raising his hand, Ted said, "Okay, enough talking." The professor looked at him in surprise and thought that it was the Tiger Lord whose corpse he had received at the meeting. Looking at the hero, he added that he could already control high-level undead. The man grinned and said that he should not forget who his master was. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had learned nothing from him, but in response he could say that the student had surpassed the teacher. Raising his hand, Charon shouted that he was indeed an impudent bastard. Many monsters appeared around. The eyes of the undead lit up. The skeletons walked forward. A headless warrior appeared. The monster looked forward. Frowning, Ted thought that the monster was strengthening all his creatures. He grabbed his weapon. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had already suffered enough from him. Here he was breaking off all their relations and they were no longer connected in any way. Charon smiled and said that they would see if he could, because he was going to kill him and take the inheritance. The protagonist glared at him, hearing that he would then resurrect him and make him his slave. Vivian jumped up. She turned around and looked at the monster. Frowning, the girl thought that she needed to quickly catch up with Ted, but looking at the rivals, she added that they were all coming. The student clenched his teeth, the thought that there was no end to them. Looking straight ahead, the girl exclaimed. Holding the weapon in her hands, Vivian thought that she could. Looking to the side, she added that she could just kill them. Ted frowned and asked what could disable them without harming them. Standing among the rivals, the girl thought that no, Mr. Fairy would not want this. Lightning rushed towards her. She reflected the enemy's attack. Vivian opened her eyes wide and exclaimed. She looked at the hero. Dinah began to fall forward. The thought appeared that he was saying some kind of spell. The girl grinned and thought she remembered. She said the name of the spirit as she struck. Vivian stretched out her hand and thought about that too. The student, lying on the ground, exclaimed, and the thought appeared that it was wrong. Turning around, the girl thought about what had happened. She said the name of the spirit as she struck with her foot. The student's eyes lit up. The guy was hit, and the thought appeared that it was also wrong. A glow appeared in the middle of the forest. The sky opened up. The girl slid along the ground. Looking to the side, she thought that it was not good. If this continued, they would die like this. and then asked what Cushing could do. The students' eyes widened. They suddenly froze. Standing in front of them, Vivian thought that it worked in that case. Clenching her fist, she added that all that was left was to beat them up properly. The spirits flew out of the students. The girl jumped up. The thought occurred to her that she needed to finish them off. She swung her fist and added that so far they hadn't done anything. The spirit's eyes lit up. The girl ran forward quickly. Vivian's eyes widened. She looked away in surprise. Looking at her, the spirit asked what she was hiding. The girl froze, hearing that no matter what, she would still be abandoned. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that in the end, she was destined to be abandoned, trying to cling to life. How disgusting. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said no. Looking at her hands, she heard that even her mother had disowned her, and she, out of despair, entrusted her life to a stranger, hadn't she? Vivian looked around in fear. She heard that she wanted a son. I wish she had never been born. She widened her eyes, hearing that her very existence brings troubles. She will cause the death of people close to her. Looking straight ahead, the spirit asked why she doesn't just die, to which the girl replied that if she disappears. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl asked that Mr. Fairy will be fine, to which she was told that he promises. Looking straight ahead, she asked again. The hero held Vivian's hand. It was heard that he was asking. Grinning, the protagonist said that he should keep his word. They stood in front of each other. It was heard that of course, he swears. The girl widened her eyes. The monster attacked the undead. The hero looked away. Smiling widely, the professor said that they will see how long the three of them last. The monster opened his mouth. It was heard that he should receive. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Stretching his hand forward, he used a spell. The hand grabbed the creature. The man turned around in amazement. The hand was sticking out of the portal. A thought came to mind. What for? Ted looked at the beast and turned around. Looking at the monster, he thought that he was leaving this big guy to him. The beast growled furiously. Turning his head, the hero turned to Nick and said that he should destroy the little thing and hide. The beast looked at the creature. A thought came to mind that he needed to get rid of it quickly. Frowning, the protagonist thought that why waste mana on a costly spell. Looking straight ahead, he added that it would be better to aim directly at Charon and steal the crystal. The monsters fought, and Ted thought that he would end the battle in an instant. Looking at the monster, the professor said that of course, he couldn't die from such an attack. The man opened his eyes in amazement. The hero opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, Charon turned around. The protagonist stood in front of the monster. Frowning, the professor shouted that he thought he was an opponent of an ancient magical beast. Looking at him, Ted thought that if he used Sin here, everything would be much easier, but the recoil and laziness on reloading. Pulling the weapon to the side, the protagonist said that it seems that he likes all sorts of junk regarding ancient magical beasts. He also has one, remembers that huge hand. Wide-eyed, the professor wondered if it was really a giant's hand. Where did he get such a corpse from? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that next time his hand would crush his head, and then thought that he needed to irritate him more. Grinning, the man said that he should try if he could. Ted's eyes widened. Red particles appeared under him. A flame burst out in the middle of the forest. Looking straight ahead, Charon laughed loudly. The hero hung in the air. A question was heard, what and how? Suddenly, he landed on the ground. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that this was vampire blood magic. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was related to that incident. Of course, Charon was studying Angela's blood. Stretching his hand forward, the man asked how he survived high-level blood magic. Grinning, Ted asked who knows, maybe he should thank Angela. The man looked at him in amazement and asked that he really helped the vampire escape. Looking at him, the hero said that it looks like he was found out. Maybe he should treat his students better. The professor shouted his name angrily. The protagonist glared at him. Suddenly, he jumped up. Frowning, the man asked how dare he ruin the opportunity of his life. Ted jumped to the side. Turning his head, he thought that it looked like Nick had successfully hidden. The hero glared to the side. Looking at the man, he thought, what now? Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword. Flames appeared around the monster's hand. Gritting his teeth, Charon thought that this kid, he wielded the sword more skillfully than he thought. Ted suddenly appeared behind him. The monster's hand swung at him. Blood came out of his mouth. A thought appeared, damn it. The hero abruptly fell to the ground. The man's hand suddenly fell off. Nick pulled the weapon out in front of him. The professor's eyes widened in amazement. The protagonist looked at him and grinned. A view of the forest opened up. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted. Looking straight ahead, Ted said good job. The professor grabbed his hand. His eyes widened. He thought about the crystal. The monster raised its head up. Looking in surprise, the hero thought, damn, the creature was out of control. Charon reached for the crystal and thought, no, without it. The man looked down in fear. There was a bright flash. The protagonist froze in amazement. Suddenly, the monster struck him. Charon fell to the ground. The creature looked forward angrily. Looking to the side, Ted said to let Nick distract his attention. We need to take this crystal. The monster clenched his fist tightly. Standing in front of it, the hero shouted, damn. The monsters froze in amazement. Looking at the creature, the protagonist said, "Bad." The monster opened his mouth wide. Turning around, the protagonist shouted for everyone to dodge. A flame erupted in front of the creature. Ted held his weapon out in front of him. Suddenly, the monster grabbed it abruptly. The creature raised it up. The beast looked at him furiously. The skeleton raised its head up. Suddenly, the beast fell to the ground. Vivian abruptly struck the monster. Frowning, the hero thought he was her. Rushing forward, the girl shouted his name. She reached out to him. Gritting her teeth, Vivian thought no. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted to be careful. The monster abruptly struck. The girl flew to the side. Ted turned around in fear. The beast was holding the girl. She was unconscious. Looking at her, the hero sighed. He stood silently in front of the monster. The protagonist frowned and said that there was no time to fuss. He called up the spell and thought that he wanted to study it better before using it, but Ted put the crown on himself. A notification about the original sin appeared. Looking straight ahead, he thought, well, it's better than just dying, and then said what to use. Vivian suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened. Particles appeared around the hero. The girl looked at him in amazement. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. Red rays emitted from the monster. Raising his hand up, Ted said that a vile ancient beast. Rushing forward, he added that he would turn him into an undead and make him his slave. The hero smiled widely. Suddenly, he struck the monster. A bright glow appeared in front of him. The protagonist slid along the ground. Looking at the creature, he said, "I understand absolute defense, which only reacts to perceived attacks." Smiling, Ted said that it means you need to attack unexpectedly. Standing still, he ordered Nick to distract him. Suddenly, the skeleton jumped up. Vivian watched the battle. The skeleton swung his weapon. The thought came that it was undead. She looked up. Looking straight ahead, the beast growled. Swinging his sword, the hero said that it was great. He smiled widely. The protagonist stabbed the sword into the monster. Raising his hands up, the creature screamed. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that now he would turn him into undead. A notification appeared about absorbing the blood of a magical beast. Grabbing the sword, he asked again. A message appeared that the duration of greed ended. Frowning, the hero spoke about receiving a return. The girl looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, the protagonist began to fall backwards. He abruptly fell to the ground. Rushing forward, the girl screamed his name. The monster began to squeal in pain. They looked at the lightning flying around him. A glow appeared around the monster. A thought appeared that he could not even imagine that the blood of an ancient magical beast would serve as the key to removing the seal, and Vivian asked that it was over. Looking down, Ted said that he should forgive him for putting her in danger. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that everything was fine as long as he was safe, to which he replied that he should forgive him for hiding his true abilities from her. The sword was stuck into the ground. It was heard that she did not care, no matter who he was. For her, he would always be Mr. Fairy. Closing his eyes, the hero wondered if there was anyone else who trusted him so much. A view of the stadium opened up. It was heard that the 111th opening ceremony of the Rodlin Academy had officially begun. Holding a paper in his hands, the man said that he asked him to go on stage. A thought appeared that from this moment the game truly began. The students stood in the stadium. It was heard that he had demonstrated brilliant academic ability and exemplary behavior. The thought arose that somehow he had managed to survive despite the terrible start and lack of information. Lowering his head, the hero thought that although the number of people he had managed to protect had increased, sitting next to the girl, he added that at the same time, he had become even stronger. The man's eyes lit up. The thought arose that from now on, various events would increase, and he would have to face them all. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was a war for deadly sins. The girl was kneeling. The students stood in the stadium. It was heard that, and now the words of the oath from Louis, the best in the class. Frowning, Louis said that he swears, he and the new students of the 111th class swear to stand shoulder to shoulder with their seniors from the proud Rodlin Academy. Standing among the spectators, the hero heard that and will make every effort to become the spear and shield of the empire and people. The guy frowned. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that in heroes who will bring glory to their empire, it was Louis, a representative of the first years. The guy was going down the stairs. He opened his eyes wide. The students were looking at him. The guys were watching carefully. The thought arose that they were all his seniors. Frowning, Louis thought that they looked strong. The protagonist crossed his arms. The thought arose that this robe means that he is from the Faculty of Magic, but why is he wearing a sword? Grinning, the guy thought that the Rodlin Academy. A view of the stadium building opened up. The thought arose that it seemed that there were many interesting personalities here. It was heard that battles between students, without divisions by faculty, does not it sound interesting? Closing his eyes, the student said that he shouldn't be too happy that they don't have classes today. Right now they are first years, but next year it will be their turn to shine at the tournament. To which the guy replied that it is precisely because they are first years that they can calmly watch the battles. He thinks it will be very educational for them. Looking away, Louis thought that watching the battles could be useful. You can see many different skills and techniques, especially since the magic faculty is also involved. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was a bastard, to which he replied that he should forgive him. He was distracted. Louis opened his eyes in surprise, hearing what he was doing. For what? The guy struck and added that his eyes were damn good. The student fell to the floor. Smiling, the guy asked that he blocked a blow from one of the best knights of the faculty. It seems that the fame of the best among the first years is not lying. The girl looked at him in amazement. Looking at his hand, Louis thought that his blow was not very fast, but it was very heavy that he could not completely block it. Standing in front of him, the student said that he knew this form was very expensive. He would let him get away with it if he paid him 100,000, to which the girl replied that this was outright extortion. Lucia leaned on the table and said that he had some dignity. He wasn't a beggar, to which Dina replied that indeed, it seemed like he didn't mind being disqualified for causing a disturbance in the street. She turned around and addressed the boy. The students looked at him in surprise, hearing that, following his logic, he would have to pay her. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, thinking of her. The girl raised her hand and said that he should take a look. Looking away, the boy said that he was a lucky first year. The students looked at him. Closing his eyes, Louis said that he was grateful for helping him. Grinning, Dina replied that he shouldn't worry about it, and Lucia added that he was the first year who spoke at the opening of the academy. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that he did, and then introduced himself. A sign appeared, and it was heard that she was Dina, a fourth-year student, and she was Lucia, a second-year student. Unlucky for him, he got into trouble so quickly. Putting his hand behind his head, the guy said that it was embarrassing, to which Dina replied that everything was fine. That guy was one of the best in the knight's house. Louis looked surprised when he heard that she was going. Grinning, Vivian said that Ted's match would start soon. The student, wide-eyed, said that she was the eldest of the knight's house, glad to meet him. He extended his hand to her. The guy froze and waited. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Raising her hand up, Lucia laughed and said that she also wanted to see it, would go with them, to which Dina asked that she did too. She didn't think that she was interested in such things. Winking, the girl said that she shouldn't say that sometimes such things can be interesting, to which she was asked that but she wasn't going to participate. Looking away, she replied, well, yeah. Dina turned her head and asked if they were going soon. What about him? To which Louis replied that he was just on his way there. Smirking, she added that they would go together then, and he replied approvingly. The students looked at the stadium. The guy, wide-eyed, said that it was an incredible match, as expected from Rodlin. They were on a completely different level, to which Dina replied, well, not bad. It was heard that the next match was about to begin. Looking in surprise, Louis said that it looked like the next match had already begun. The guy stood still. It was heard that in the blue corner was the best of the knight's faculty. Terry, as the best of the faculty, great hopes were pinned on him in this tournament. The hero took a step forward. It was heard that on the red side, with them. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that the Faculty of Magic, 4th year of study Ted. The protagonist looked down as he heard the attention he was getting after inventing a new potion. The guy smirked and thought that this was the same guy he saw at the entrance ceremony. He was going to fight the knight with swords. Standing in front of his opponent, Ted heard that the match was about to start, and Terry said that he was the same one, the mage, who was pretending to be a swordsman. Frowning, the hero replied that he was not pretending, but if he thought so, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was an insolent bastard, and it was heard that the match had begun. Rushing forward, he added that he would show him the true power of the sword. The hero jumped up, and it was heard that Terry immediately launched a ferocious attack. Looking away, Lucia asked what she heard, to which Dinah asked what she was talking about. The spectators watched with delight. It was heard that she heard that after the tournament they would have a friendly exchange with the Milko Academy, and she was talking about it. Looking away, the girl said that the academy calls for students with good academic performance to participate, although she has no choice and will go anyway. Smiling, Lucia replied that she has a hard time. The hero dodged blows. It was heard that she also heard that if she performed well in the tournament, she would also be invited. Dina looked at Vivian and said that then she would be able to participate too. Vivian defeated her opponent. It was said that she thought after winning yesterday's fight, she had a good chance. The protagonist crouched, and the guy shouted that he had enough dodging. Stretching his weapon in front of him, Terry said that he would never have thought that he would use his technique on someone like him. Ted looked away. Suddenly, the guy jumped up. He flew sharply past the hero. The hero turned around abruptly. The guy abruptly struck. Terry swung his sword. It was heard that what a menacing onslaught. Ted was in danger. The boy's eyes widened. He thought that this style, he had seen it before. Vivian smirked and said that Mr. Fairy had won. Terry looked furiously, asked what he needed the sword for decoration, said that then let him show him his magic, which he was so proud of. It was heard that Ted was too busy dodging. The hero looked at the boy and said no. It was heard that this was the end. The students looked in amazement. The boy was lying on the floor. The protagonist rose above him. Frowning, he said that he simply did not need to use them against someone like him. The end of the first season. The students were standing in the stadium, and now the words of the oath were heard from Louis, the best in the class. Frowning, Louis said that he swears. He and the new students of the 111th class swear to stand shoulder to shoulder with their seniors from the proud Rodlin Academy. Standing among the spectators, the hero heard that and will make every effort to become the spear and shield of the empire and the people. The guy frowned. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that and the heroes who will bring glory to their empire. It was Louis, the representative of the first years. The guy was going down the stairs. He opened his eyes wide. The students looked at him. The boys watched carefully. The thought arose that they were all his seniors. Frowning, Louis thought that they looked strong. The protagonist crossed his arms. The thought arose that this robe meant that he was from the Faculty of Magic. But why was he wearing a sword? Grinning, the guy thought about the Rodlin Academy. A view of the stadium building opened up. The thought appeared that there seemed to be many interesting personalities here. It was heard that battles between students, without divisions by faculty. Doesn't it sound interesting? Closing his eyes, the student said that he should not be too happy that they do not have classes today. Right now they are first years. But next year it will be their turn to shine in the tournament. To which the guy replied that it is precisely because they are first years that they can calmly watch the battles. He thinks it will be very educational for them. Looking to the side, Louis thought that watching the battles can be useful. You can see many different skills and techniques, especially since the magic faculty is also participating. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he is a bastard, to which he replied that he should forgive him. He was distracted. Louis opened his eyes in surprise, hearing what he needs for what. The guy struck and added that his eyes are damn. The student fell to the floor. Smiling, the guy asked that he blocked a blow from one of the best knights of the faculty. It seems that the fame of the best among the first years is not lying. The girl looked at him in amazement. Looking at his hand, Louis thought that his blow was not very fast, but it was very heavy, that he could not completely block it. Standing in front of him, the student said that he knows this form is very expensive. He will let him get away with it if he pays him 100,000, to which the girl replied that this is blatant extortion. Lucia leaned on the table and said that he does have dignity. He is not a beggar, to which Dina replied that indeed, it seems that he does not mind being disqualified for creating a mess on the street. She turned around and addressed the guy. The students looked surprised, hearing that, following his logic, he should pay her. The guy, widening his eyes in amazement, thought about her. Raising her hand up, the girl said that she should take a look. Looking away, the boy said that he was a lucky first year. The students looked at him. Closing his eyes, Louis said that he was grateful for helping him. Grinning, Dina replied that he should not worry about it, and Lucia added that he was the first year who spoke at the opening of the academy. Looking straight ahead, the boy answered that he was, and then introduced himself. A sign appeared. They heard that she was Dina, a fourth-year student, and she was Lucia, a second year. He was unlucky, he ran into trouble so quickly. Putting his hand behind his head, the boy said that it was embarrassing, to which Dina replied that everything was fine. That guy was one of the best in the knight's house. Louis looked surprised when he heard her go. Grinning, Vivian said that Ted's match would start soon. With wide eyes, the student said that she was the eldest of the knight's house. Glad to meet you. He extended his hand to her. The boy froze and waited. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Raising her hand up, Lucia laughed and said that she also wanted to watch it. She would go with them. To which Dina asked what she did too. She didn't think that she was interested in such things. Winking, the girl said that she shouldn't say that sometimes and such things are interesting. To which she was asked what, but she wasn't going to participate. Looking away, she answered that well, yeah. Dina turned her head and asked that they would go soon. What about him? To which Louis answered that he was just on his way there. Smirking, she added that then they would go together, and he answered approvingly. The students looked at the stadium. With wide eyes, the boy said that an incredible match, as expected from Rodlin. They were on a completely different level, to which Dina answered that well, not bad. It was heard that the next match was about to start. Louis looked at him in surprise and said that it looked like the next match had already started. The guy stood still, and heard that in the blue corner was the best of the knight's house. Terry, as the best of the house, great hopes were pinned on him in this tournament. The hero took a step forward, and heard that on the red side, they had. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that the House of Magic, 4th year Ted. The protagonist looked down, hearing that he was being paid close attention to after inventing a new potion. The guy grinned and thought that this was the same one he had seen at the entrance ceremony. He was going to fight the knight with swords. Standing in front of his opponent, Ted heard that the match would start soon, and Terry said that he was the same one. the magician, who was pretending to be a swordsman. Frowning, the hero replied that he was not pretending, but if he thought so, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, the boy said that he was a cheeky bastard, and it was heard that the match had begun. Rushing forward, he added that he would show him the true power of the sword. The hero jumped up, and it was heard that Terry immediately launched a fierce attack. Looking away, Lucia asked what she heard, and Dina asked what she was talking about. The spectators watched enthusiastically, and it was heard that she heard that they would have a friendly exchange with Milko Academy after the tournament, and she was talking about this. Looking away, the girl said that the academy calls for students with good academic performance to participate, although she has no choice and will go anyway. Lucia smirked and said that she was having a hard time. The hero dodged the blows, and it was heard that she also heard that if she performed well in the tournament, she would also be invited. Dina looked at Vivian and said that then she could participate too. Vivian defeated the opponent. It was said that after winning yesterday's fight, she thought she had a good chance. The protagonist crouched, and the guy shouted that he had enough dodging. Stretching his weapon in front of him, Terry said that he would never have thought that he would use his technique on someone like him. Ted looked to the side. Suddenly, the guy jumped up. He flew sharply past the hero. The hero turned around sharply. The guy abruptly struck. Terry swung his sword. It was heard that what a formidable onslaught. Ted was in danger. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that this style, he had already seen it. Grinning, Vivian said that Mr. Fairy had won. Looking furiously, Terry asked what he needed the sword for decoration, said that then let him show him his magic, which he was so proud of. It was heard that Ted was too busy dodging. Looking at the guy, the hero said no. It was heard that this was the end. The students looked at him in amazement. The boy was lying on the floor. The protagonist rose above him. Frowning, he said that he simply had no need to use them against someone like him. The audience opened their eyes in shock. It was heard that it was incredible. The favorite of today's match, Terry lost to a student of the Faculty of Magic. The hero stood on the destroyed floor. It was said that the winner. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing his name. Louis opened his eyes in amazement and asked that he defeated the best of the knights of the faculty with his bare hands. Who is he? Looking straight ahead, the girl answered that it was Mr. Fairy, to which Lucia said that it could not be. It was simple. Dina opened her eyes wide and said that the magician was able to use the knight's aura to strengthen the body. Standing on the balcony, the man said that a double core, that's how. Looking down, he added that he used it in such a situation, which means he no longer intends to hide his powers. Ted walked straight. It was heard that it looked like a storm was coming. A view of the stadium opened up. It was heard that this was the last match for today. Walking down the corridor, the protagonist heard that the battle between the 16 best would be held tomorrow. Let them follow the current information about the battles on their tablets. Raising her hand up, the girl turned to him. Grinning, she said that he was incredible. Congratulations. Surprised, opening her eyes, the protagonist asked what they were all doing here. Looking at him, Dina replied that who knows, just a coincidence. Frowning, Ted thought that by the way. The guy grinned, and he added that Louis forgot here. Bowing, the guy said that his name is Louis, glad to meet you, to which the hero introduced himself in response. Looking straight ahead, he thought that seeing the first character he played for live, nostalgia, even a little nervous. Looking at him, Dina said that it was an amazing sight, did not know that he owned an aura. Putting her hand to her face, she added that he had not learned fencing before because he did not know about his special physique, so that was why he had recently started training with a sword. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes, she was right, and then thought that she had studied everything thoroughly. Standing in front of him, the guy asked how he was able to move like that, although he had only recently started learning fencing, and Vivian wondered what Lucia had done. When did she manage to cling to him? Looking straight, Louis asked that maybe he knew some special training method that was not taught at the academy. The thought arose that they had just met, and he was already so assertive, thinking that this desire for strength and good talent were the basis of his growth. Looking straight, Ted said that it was nothing special. He just used aura to strengthen his body, that's all, and then thought that although he was still far from the instant movements of a master, an image of a man appeared. It was said that after Louis left, the only accepted student was him. As for Louis, he only gave him a few tips, being interested in his talent. The guy looked at his hands and asked that using aura to strengthen the body. A thought appeared that maybe that's why he doesn't know about the master's aura control techniques. Grinning, he asked that if it's not too much trouble, he could show him once, said that it was hard to understand from words, which the hero thought. He would like to teach him this, but it's not something that can be learned in a day or two, maybe next time. Besides, in the future he will have his own ways to become stronger. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he is busy preparing for matches, maybe later when he has time, to which the guy replied that he is very grateful. Grinning, he said that his desire to learn is commendable, considering that he just entered here, and Lucia asked that by the way, didn't he do terrible? She crossed her arms and added that they had been studying potions together for half a year and he hadn't told her anything. To which Ted replied that it was his fault, he didn't want to stand out then, and Vivian thought that they had been together for 6 months. Frowning, the girl asked what and why he wanted to do it now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he had thought that he would like to participate in the meeting with the Melko Academy, knowing that it was hard to climb to the top relying only on magic, to which Lucia said that it was understandable given his mediocre talent in magic. A passage appeared, and he said that he had also been working on fire magic lately, and the girl wished him luck. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he had never encountered this exchange between academies in general. There was no particular point in him participating in all this, but there was a person he would like to meet, another game character. Vivian smirked and said that she would also try her best to participate with Ted, to which Lucia replied that her seniors were so ambitious. Looking at the tablet, Dina said that if they were going to participate, it would be nice to take first place. In that case, they should look at the battle order. Looking at the tournament bracket, the girl said that if they all win, seniors Vivian and Dina will face off in the top 4 and the winner will face Ted in the final. Frowning, Dina said that she was confident. Smirking, the girl said that she would not lose either. The protagonist looked down and said that he would do his best. Closing her eyes, Dina said that well, they will try their best. Looking to the side, Lucia said that the 2 dark horses and the favorite of the tournament. If you think about it, all the favorites to win were gathered here, to which Louis asked that he encountered amazing people. Yes, the students were standing in the arch. It was heard that it was true. Let him consider it an honor. The view of the stadium opened up. It was heard that the final of the 58th spring tournament of the Roblin Academy began, 2 contenders asking them to enter the arena. The hero walked straight, listening to the fact that this tournament had many ups and downs, but the most interesting was the man who reached the final, the Faculty of Magic, 4th year. The protagonist stood still. His name was heard. The man walked forward. It was said that against him was the one who stopped Vivian. Another dark horse will fight for the title of champion, the Faculty of Magic, 4th year. Dinah's eyes widened when she heard that for the first time in 12 years of the tournament, the champion would be a student from the Magic faculty. Vivian smirked and said that he could, to which the girl thought that she looked like a completely different person when she fought. The students watched the stadium. It was heard that the unexpected circumstances of the tournament had generated great interest among the public. Let them prepare themselves. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that he could forgive her, but she was not going to give up the champion title to him. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that then she would have to give it her all from the very beginning. The command to begin was heard. Stretching her arms out to the sides, Dinah said that as she wished. The students looked at her in amazement. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that she would end it right now. Smirking, Ted said okay, he was attacking. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Dinah glared at him. The hero was rapidly approaching her. The girl exclaimed as he struck. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Gritting her teeth, Dina asked again. The protagonist made a sharp swing of his sword. His eyes widened. Ted looked away and thought that she might be using spatial magic. He smirked and added that she had exceeded his expectations. Dina stood behind him and thought, what a monstrous speed. The hero smiled and said that he should entertain him some more. The girl looked at him in amazement and thought that he was enjoying the battle. Gritting her teeth, she added, how annoying. Dina raised her hands and shouted at him not to underestimate her. Lucia looked at him in amazement and thought, what a powerful spell. The elder had already surpassed the student's level, to which Vivian replied that Dina was strong. Frowning, the girl thought that she had not been able to do this spell before, but she felt that she could do it now. Flames appeared on her hands. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that a flaming spear with an explosion effect was a good idea, but if you dodge. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. A flame suddenly burst out in front of him. The girl looked away in surprise. Ted slid along the ground. Grinning, he thought that if he had not protected his body with mana, it would have been difficult. Simply using spatial magic was already a feat. Just think, she was able to combine it with an attack by double casting. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that he was able to withstand the spear strike with his body. He was definitely a human. Standing in front of her, the hero thought that Dina's growth rate exceeded all his expectations. The protagonist frowned and thought that seeing the growth of game characters. Flames appeared in the stadium. A thought arose that it was exciting. Lucia's eyes widened as she said that even if it was Ted, she would be hit by such a spell. Looking at Vivian in surprise, she thought it was murderous intent. Standing in front of the gray smoke, the girl said that she had done it. She smirked and added that it was hers. Suddenly, a blow flew across the ground. Crouching, Dina thought that this was the arena that her father personally fortified 5 days ago. Taking a step forward, the hero said that she showed her something interesting. Thank you, let him repay her for this service. Frowning, the girl asked again. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist said that first you need to cover the sword with aura. Particles flew around the weapon. It was heard that after replacing the aura with mana, he uses a spell. Grinning, the protagonist said that this is what happens, you can use aura instead of mana to use spells, his own technique combining sword and magic. A view of the stadium opened up. Dark particles appeared. A barrier appeared in front of the girl. Looking to the side, the girl exclaimed. The hero was standing in front of her. Looking down, Dina thought about it. The protagonist smirked and thought that he couldn't believe that she had managed to block his blow. Taking off his robe, the girl said that he had been hiding such an incredible skill all this time, it was somehow related to his special physique. Looking straight at her, Ted said that it was true and then thought that he wasn't lying. After all, his vessel trait was an advanced form of the dual core. Looking away, he added that now, surely, someone would realize that his trait wasn't just a dual core. Bart clenched his teeth tightly. Crossing his arms, he thought how dare he hurt his Dino with the sword he gave him, and the man said that he used his aura to cast magic. Frowning, he added that such a thing was even possible. Looking down, the master replied that only if there was no contradiction between his aura and mana. The girl stood still. It was heard that even if his whole body became a huge vessel of mana, then this was possible. The thought appeared that he was almost out of mana, there was enough for a couple of blows, but clenching her fist, Dina added that she needed to be wary of this strange fire from his sword in close combat. In this case he had little chance, so she needed to dodge and wait for the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Standing in front of her, the hero asked what she was thinking about in the middle of the match. Lowering her head, the girl answered that she was thinking about how to win. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was too. He spread his legs wide. Suddenly Ted swung his sword and added that he was thinking about it. The girl deftly dodged the blow. The hero looked away in amazement. The robe lay on the ground. The thought appeared that the protagonist began to run away from the flames. He ran forward rapidly. Ted's eyes lit up. Lightning flew near the girl's hands. She pointed her hands down and shouted about the thunder cobras. The hero gritted his teeth and shouted that attacks of this element would not work on him. She must have forgotten, but he specialized in the earth element. Extending his hand forward, he added about the earth shield. The protagonist looked at the debris in amazement. Looking down, he thought that he had miscalculated with his current talent in magic, in addition to keep body enhancement and magic active. Lightning flew around him. The thought arose that he would not be able to fully use the earth shield. Smirking, the girl asked why he relaxed. Gritting his teeth, Ted thought that it was a curse to lose like this. Clenching her fist, Dina said that she had won. A view of the stadium opened up. It was heard that the match was over. The hero crouched down as he heard Dina skillfully push Ted out of the arena, to which he thought that she had a good chance of knocking him out, but she decided to play it safe and just push him out. He closed his eyes and added that it was a wise decision. The girl smirked as he heard that she had won first place in the 58th spring tournament of the Rodland Academy. The tournament had ended. Dina held the cup in her hands. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that as a reward for second place, he was given a scholarship for research. Dina looked in amazement and thought that in addition to this reward, she had received an elixir that increased mana reserves, and Vivian, who took third place, had her last year of study paid for. Vivian looked down. A view of the entrance to the office opened up. Putting his hands on his hips, Ted said that it was a little smaller than Louis' lab, but quite bearable, and the security level was good, which would make it easier to dissect corpses and study black magic. The room appeared, and he thought that thanks to the prize, he was able to save on buying a lab. Looking away, the hero said that he had a lot of work. For example, he needed to combine sword skills and defensive skills with black magic. A bank account appeared, and the thought appeared that his current fortune was 9 billion pitchforks. Even after deducting the cost of the house and other expenses, selling potions allows him to feel free. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist thought that to be honest, he had enough money, he would prefer a mana potion to a scholarship. Standing still, he added that of course, thanks to his vessel trait and original sin, he already had a huge amount of mana in his body, but considering his future, he needed to increase its reserves even more. Vivian sat next to him. A thought appeared that however, because of that incident, his mana had increased greatly, so he thought that everything was fine for now. The girl opened her eyes in amazement and turned. Ted looked at the particles in surprise. With wide eyes, he asked what was going on. Looking at the potion-making equipment, the hero thought that after that incident, the amount of mana he could use had increased significantly. The first time he summoned Nick, he spent about 25% of his mana. A skeleton appeared in front of him. A thought appeared that now he was spending 1%. No, even less, a plus, considering that Nick was not a simple skeleton now. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that a plus, considering that Nick was not a simple skeleton now. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that with all this, he could summon a huge army, use the fusion of magic and sword, and even his trump card, Original Sin, with its characteristics. You can not worry about the upcoming events. Holding the tablet in his hands, Ted thought that the only thing that bothered him was that his intervention changed the course of events. For example, there was no exchange between the academy and the game. Putting the tablet on the table, He added that well, now the main thing is not the fact that the events changed, but how and by whom. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that even if something changed, he would still have a huge amount of information. If this, he would be able to bring this game to a successful ending. Surprised, wide-eyed, Lucia asked if the eldest also goes to class. Sitting at the table, the protagonist answered that she is usually lazy, but when it comes to potions class, she always comes, to which she replied that because the professor wants a genius like her to go to class. Leaning on the table, the girl asked what for sure, he is free after class, to which Ted asked what for. Lucia smirked and said that she was working on a new potion and needed his help, to which he thought that she must be talking about a healing potion. Looking away, the protagonist asked what kind. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she once mixed frog tongue slime with fairy dust, then added Ithrium solution and a slime core and let him guess what happened. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. Raising her finger up, Lucia said that the solution removed all the special properties, dissolved and disappeared. Looking at her, Ted thought that it couldn't be. He didn't tell her anything, but she herself found the key to creating a healing potion. Sitting at the table, he added that she and Dina, how talented game characters are, and the girl said that but after that, progress stalled. Looking away, the hero asked what and how he could help here. It was hard for him to find time for her now, but he would definitely find it in the future, he promised. Lying on the table, the girl said that even though his cute little one was asking him. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that there was still time before Lucia's illness caught up with her, let her forgive her, but now there were those who were in greater danger. Images of people appeared. The thought appeared that Selena and Archie, game characters who had just entered the academy and were Lewis's classmates. The people's eyes lit up. It was said that the first event would begin in the middle of the midterms. He somehow needed to make them stronger before that. Frowning, Ted thought that this was the first event in the game, so it was not that difficult, but if they were not strong enough, they could very well die. Looking at the girl, he added that fortunately, Lucia had nothing to do with this event, thanks to her concentration on creating the potion. The girl looked angrily. The thought appeared that Dina had already grown beyond his expectations. Louis looked at his hands. The thought appeared that he would definitely be able to become stronger, even if he left him. Sitting at the desk, the hero thought that, frankly, he would like to skip class and meet the two of them right now, but he can't, because the man held books in his hands and said hello. Standing in front of the students, he said that he would be in charge of the potion mixing and production classes. Looking straight ahead, the teacher introduced himself. Smirking, Kyler said that it was nice to meet you, and then thought that he was the boss of the first event. Stretching his hand forward, he added that as they saw that when mixing the Platra's potion with purified kale water, a red sediment and black bubbles formed. The thought arose that maybe it was worth meeting Archie and Selena at the Knight's training ground. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he was sure that they were now training hard to catch up with Louis, but looking at the man, he added that he should already know that he was a black mage after that mess with laziness, and yet he showed no interest in him. The protagonist watched the teacher. Standing by the table, the man said that he wanted to discuss something with them. Looking at the mirror, he turned to Jester. Standing in the middle of the room, he asked what was going on. Looking to the side, Kyler said that Bart was starting to suspect him, was afraid, and would soon have to leave the academy. Looking straight ahead, Jester heard that it was all because of Charon's death. The room appeared, and it was heard that yes, perhaps they had found some information about him in the lab. Jester froze and thought that he was starting to be afraid. Rannox and Louis were dead, there was no news from him, and Charon's failure had set Kyler up. Images of people appeared, and the thought appeared that, moreover, the acolytes had suffered huge losses, and everything was not going according to plan. Holding the flask in his hands, Kyler heard that when he was going to leave, to which he replied that very soon, any day now, the exchange between the academies would begin. Looking straight ahead, Jester asked what and how it was connected. Pouring the potion, the man said that before leaving. He smirked and added that he didn't think it would be a good idea to get rid of these young geniuses before they became a problem. Jester looked at him and said that it was a good idea. Standing by the table, the man said that he was going to leave during this mess. Well, he would contact him later. The mage closed the mirror and responded approvingly. Walking straight, he said that all the people embedded in the academy had died. As for the reason for this, the mage stood by the window. Looking out the window, he said the hero's name. A huge building appeared. It was heard that he had no choice but to invite him to the meeting. Selene held the weapon in her hands. She lowered it down. The sword fell to the ground. Crouching, the girl was breathing heavily. Looking straight, she said that she needed to rest. The guy was waving the weapon. Looking at him, Selene said that it was better to rest. Excessive strain would only harm the body. Archie frowned and asked if he could take better care of himself. Walking towards him, the girl said that oh my god, how stubborn he was, asked why he hadn't watched the tournament final, to which he replied that no, he had been training. Raising her finger, Selena said that there had been an incredible guy who could use both aura and magic. Smirking, Archie replied that she had made him laugh, meaning that an idiot who couldn't master anything had made it to the final. Swinging his weapon, he added that it seemed like it was worth it for him not to watch, to which the girl said that he said that because he hadn't seen the battle. Looking at him, Selena said that she had heard that Louis had also recognized the Elder's abilities. Smiling, the guy asked why Louis had recognized such a talentless person, saying that he must have vision problems. They looked away, hearing that it was rude for a freshman to badmouth a senior he had never met. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that it was a bit rude. Looking at him, the guy asked who he was. The girl smiled, hearing that he was that idiot from the magic faculty who fought with a sword. Bowing, Selena said that she was very sorry. He was very proud when it came to swords and could not resist making caustic remarks. Looking straight, the protagonist asked what was proud. Yes, he said that he did not see anything like that in his fencing. Archie looked angrily, hearing that he was like those fools who could not bring themselves to accuse their girlfriend of cheating. Looking straight, he thought that he had hit a sore spot. He determined this with one glance. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the guy asked what a mage could know about fencing. Ted lowered his head and replied that yes, more than him. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and said that in that case, he asked to demonstrate. Grinning, the hero thought that he was a confirmed loser and then said that of course. Looking at them, the girl shouted at them both to calm down. They would be punished if they started a fight at the academy. Looking away, the guy said that they would just have a friendly sparring match on the training ground, to which the girl asked who he was telling. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that a friendly sparring match would not cause any problems. Taking a step forward, he added that he guaranteed it. Grinning, Archie said that for a mage, he had a lot of guts. Standing in front of him, Ted said that he should attack. Frowning, the guy said that he hoped he would not regret it. The hero looked at them in confusion. The girl smirked and asked if she too, could she also train with them, fight this weirdo who could use aura and mana at the same time. She wanted to say that it was rare to have the opportunity to fight an upperclassman. The protagonist looked away and said that he should get ready, it would be her turn soon. Looking straight ahead, the girl exclaimed in surprise. Archie smirked and apologized, saying that it wouldn't be her turn. Suddenly, he jumped up. They started fighting. The guy jumped to the side. He clenched his teeth angrily. Suddenly, Archie jumped up. He struck from above. The hero smirked and thought that he was pretty fast, but one of the 5 greatest swordsmanship arts of the continent could be anything but that. He slid along the ground. The girl watched the fight. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought that in the game his process was based on understanding this technique, but he abruptly struck the guy. Archie fell to the ground. A thought appeared that now there was no trace of style in him, a style famous for its fast and unpredictable strikes. Apparently he tried many things and got on the wrong path in trying to defeat Louis. Gritting his teeth, the guy cleared his throat. Holding the sword in his hands, he thought that he would take advantage of this opportunity and show him the right direction. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that he would stop fooling around and give it his all. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what he said. Swinging the sword, he shouted that he would make him pay for these words. Suddenly, Archie jumped up. His eyes widened. The protagonist looked at him. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. The protagonist dodged his blow. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard her call it Einer-style fencing. The sword fell to the floor, and it was heard that he thought he could become strong by simply taking the best from everything. Turning around, Ted said that he should continue to follow his own path without a doubt. The boy froze in amazement, hearing that this was his path. Looking at the girl, the hero said that it was her turn next, to which she responded approvingly. Holding the weapon in her hands, Selena said that she was ready, and the thought arose that she was completely opposite to him, her family technique neutralizing her strengths. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should attack, and then thought that only those with innate physical strength were suitable for fencing in her family. In other words, this technique was completely unsuitable for her, deprived of such strength. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that she was attacking. Ted smiled and thought that was great. She shouldn't be shy because he had a lot to teach her. The girl started to fall to the ground. She slid across the floor. Looking to the side, Archie thought that he had instantly found Selena's weakness. The girl's eyes widened and she said that it was impossible, even though she was using all her strength. Standing in front of her, the hero said that a heavy sword wasn't suitable for her. Raising her hand, Selena replied that she had always used it, to which Archie said that he was right. She turned around, hearing that she should listen to what he had told her. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that she had picked up a sword for a reason. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked what motivated her to train again and again, to which Archie asked why she had such questions. Frowning, Ted said that he did. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that he had picked up a sword to survive. Raising his hand, the hero said that as a mage, he was ashamed to admit, but he lacked talent for magic. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that due to some events, he almost died, and then the sword became his salvation, and the two of them, who dedicated their entire lives to fencing, lost to him. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that they knew what it meant. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that the difference was in talent, to which he replied that it was not. Stretching his hand forward, Ted said that it meant that they had not yet realized what a sword was. The guy frowned, hearing that they were fencing just to hurt someone. The girl looked surprised, hearing that they were doing it under the weight of responsibility, which they did not want to take. Standing still, the hero said that he would continue to use the sword to survive in this world. Turning his head, he added that so, why did they take up the sword? Raising his hand, the protagonist said that they should think about it, and when they find an answer, they should come to him. He would be glad to see them at any time. He stopped abruptly, hearing his name. Frowning, the guy said that he would definitely challenge him. A view of the fortress opened up. It was heard that he was waiting impatiently. People were walking to the administrative building of the Rodlin Academy. Looking straight ahead, Vivian thought Ted was late. The students looked at her in surprise. Looking at her reflection, the girl thought that maybe she should smile like Lucia when she saw him. Grinning, she added, like this. The girl looked at her weapon and thought that she would be cuter, and the hero turned to her. She turned around in fear, and he asked what she was doing. Orientation would start soon. The girl fixed her hair and said nothing. She was waiting for him. Pointing to the side, the protagonist said that they would go. Suddenly, Vivian grabbed his robe and turned to him. Ted turned around and asked again. Looking straight ahead, she said good morning. The hero looked at her in surprise. Then he grinned and answered in kind. People were walking around the building. They were talking to each other. The guy frowned. Looking away, the protagonist said that all the excellent students here accept them. It seems that the newcomers were selected based on entrance scores. They stopped, hearing that he was addressed. Grinning, Dina asked that he came with Vivian. Stretching his hand forward, Ted answered that yes, they met on the street. Apparently, the students from Milko Academy had not arrived yet. To which she replied that well, this is an agreement between the two academies. I am sure that they will come. Walking straight, the guy said that there are many cuties at Rodlin Academy. Henry smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. When will she become his wife? Frowning, the girl said that anyway, stop being familiar and talking to her. He is disgusting, to which the hero thought that how arrogant. Raising his hand, the guy said that with such behavior she will remain an old maid. Vivian looked at her and asked her that she was getting married, to which Dina replied that no. He was just the son of the headmaster of Milko Academy. She had only met him a couple of times when she was with her father. The girl looked away and said that she was such a strange pig. The guy smirked and asked what her name was, going on a date. He fixed his hair and added that how about tonight? Someone greeted the students. Henry turned around and thought that everything was going so well, to which Dina thought that he was on the verge of death. Stupid pig. The host stood in front of the students and said that they would have a series of friendly meetings planned for the coming week, where they would be able to improve their skills in a competitive environment. To start with, they would group themselves by houses, regardless of the academy, the knight's house on the left, and the magic house on the right. The students looked at him in surprise. Looking down, Vivian said that if only they could stay together. The thought came that the exchange had already started the next day, an event they had never seen before. Holding a pencil in his hands, the man said that if you write a reverse spell on the rotation spell. Looking at the students, he added that as a result. The teacher raised his hand and said that now, let them try to draw a magic circle themselves. Looking at him, the hero thought that a magic circle, then, looking to the side, he added that the topic that the guy succeeded in was a game character, a genius of thought when it comes to magic and maintaining magic circles. Aaron grinned and asked if something was wrong. Looking at him, the protagonist introduced himself and offered to work together this week. Shaking his hand, the guy introduced himself, to which he replied that it was nice to meet you. Looking at the girl, Ted thought that the stage was set. Now he could calmly watch the confrontation between Aaron and Dinah. Both recognized geniuses. They could even inspire each other with their magic circles. Looking up, the hero thought for a second, since this was inspiration, maybe he could become their muse. Frowning, he added that he might lack talent in magic, but that didn't mean he lacked ideas in creating magic circles. The man sat at the table. A thought came to him that he had played this game for God knows how long and drawn myriads of these circles. He was sure that there was no one who understood them better than him. Drawing a pentagram, the protagonist thought that he had several ideas in mind. Putting his hand to his face, he added that but the reverse rotation would not surprise anyone. He wanted to show them both a special way that they had never seen. It seemed a little complicated, but maybe it was worth showing something related to life. Ted looked to the side, heard how many spells there were. Particles began to fly in the air, heard that as expected from Dina, an incredible student. Grinning, the hero thought that the magic circle was hovering and water was constantly rotating around it, as expected, very bright. Looking at the girl, he added that geniuses are scary. The guy smiled and said that he was also finished. What a pity, the paper was a little bigger, he could have added more details. A glow appeared near his hand. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The guy froze and exclaimed, The students looked around in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, Ted thought that they were joking. The students looked around in amazement. The teacher froze in surprise. Smiling, Aaron said that this is a magic circle of illusions created by rotation and reverse. The duration is short, so everything will quickly return to normal. He raised his hands up. The hero's eyes widened and he thought that he was even more of a genius than he thought. The drawing was emitting a glow. Sitting at his desk, the boy said that it looked like he should pay attention to its duration. Grinning, Dina said that it was amazing, to which the boy thanked her and said that she was also incredible. Watching the boy, the protagonist thought that even Dina could not compare to him when it came to magic circles. Well, that's what makes the game interesting. Each character has a unique talent. Lightning flew around the girl. The thought appeared that Lucia, who cured her illness, is the best in combat magic. A pentagram appeared under the boy. It was said that while Aaron is the best in support magic and magic circles, and Dina, the girl looked straight, and the hero thought that with her unrivaled space and time magic, because of this ability, she is dubbed one of the most cheating characters in the Deadly Sins. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that they both showed an incredible result. Let's see what the others have prepared. The protagonist looked away and thought that he had given it his all, but to show his circle right after them. A plant appeared in front of his hands and he added that it was not that he had anything to be ashamed of. Ted looked in bewilderment, hearing that they should look at what he had done. Stretching his hand forward, Henry asked what and where was the rotation in reverse, said that the flower that he had created looked creepy. It did not even bloom. Frowning, he added that it was strange how such a fool could end up at this meeting. The thought appeared that it was him again. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that when he played as Aaron, he always got into trouble. Since everyone avoided him, he was always alone, but he annoyed 10 people. Wide-eyed, the guy said that it was incredible. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he had never seen anything like it. Henry grinned and asked if he was blind or something, saying it was just a flower. Dinah stood up and said he should open his eyes wider. Smiling, she added that she wasn't sure he was smart enough to understand the formulas and spell that were being used now. A thought came to mind that, as he thought, one would need to be at Dinah's or Aaron's level to understand how this magic circle worked. The protagonist looked down. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked if she would mind explaining everything to everyone, to which Ted replied that he would. Sitting next to him, the guy said that at first glance it seemed that this flower was created using the formulas nature and life. But that was not all. A plant appeared. It was heard that in addition to this, there was also time and rotation to complete the spell cycle of life. Then, thanks to the addition of the reverse formula, a fresh and dried flower was created at the same time. The teacher looked in amazement. The student's eyes widened in surprise. Henry frowned. The student grinned, looking away. Looking at the flower, Dina said that, roughly speaking, dead and alive at the same time, using rotation and reverse, he created a contradiction. Looking at the hero, she added that in addition to this, there is a formula for life, to which he thought that was an amazing explanation. Looking down, the protagonist thought that being a necromancer made it a little easier to use spells related to life, but it was quite difficult to make all this work without using black magic. Putting a hand to his face, the guy said that the more he looked, the more he wanted to study it, to which Ted replied that this was the result of how he wanted to create a contradiction. Crossing her arms, the girl asked that in any case, he must have done something incredible, right? Smiling, Henry replied that of course, it would surprise everyone. A bright glow appeared in the air. The guy looked away and said that this was bad. Henry raised his hand. He rolled his eyes and thought that he hoped no one noticed. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what it was, saying that he was just faking a magic circle. Clenching his fists, Henry asked if she had proof, to which Dinah replied that except for the basic formula, the composition of the circle was entirely hers. Bright particles were flying in the air. It was heard that in addition to this, he was using the wrong form of levitation. He did not see it because he was too far away. Getting up, Henry asked what nonsense. His hair suddenly caught fire. Looking at him, the girl said that he was hopeless. Waving her finger, she added that he was such a problem. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that she was the one who ruined his formula. Looking at them, the man told the two of them to calm down. Swinging his arm, Henry asked how dare she make a fool of him. His eyes widened. The students looked in surprise. Particles were flying around the hero. Turning around, he said that he should lower his hand if he did not want to lose it. Aaron looked at him in surprise and wondered what had happened to him. Henry looked at him in fear and thought that he would be killed. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that he should stop causing problems during the exchange. No, even when he returned to the academy, he should stop showing off. The guy frowned. The students looked at him in surprise, and he heard a sound of "damn it." Henry began to run away quickly. Looking at him, the man exclaimed. Ted turned his head and thought that he did not think that this fool realized anything. He would need to give him a few lessons in pain. Pointing to the side, the guy said that he would follow him, to which the man responded approvingly. Looking down, the hero thought that this guy looked familiar. A view of the building opened up, and he heard a sound of "damn it." Raising his head up, the boy shouted that it was all their fault. They made a fool of him, he would kill them, he swears he would. Standing on the street, he added that he was so annoying and someone had addressed him. Henry turned around and said that there had been a misunderstanding. Smiling, the student said that he thought he had confused him with someone else. Bowing, he said that he was Antonio, a graduate of Rodlin, Professor Kyler's personal student in potion making. Grinning, the boy said that earlier he had seen him confused by two ignorant juniors. He had come to show him something that could help. Henry looked at him in surprise and asked what he had said. Holding the flask in his hands, Antonio said that his teacher had created a potion that temporarily increased strength and mana. However, the potion had only one side effect. It was a temporary loss of taste, and in order for the potion to be approved, people were needed for testing. The boy's eyes widened in amazement and asked why the potion had not been approved just because of that. Antonio looked straight at him and said let him try it. He was sure he could easily beat those stupid juniors. Smiling widely, the student thought he could beat those too. He began to drink the potion, to which the boy asked that he drank it right away. The student lowered his head and cleared his throat. Antonio grinned and asked how it was. Suddenly the boy's eyes lit up and he thought that mana was overflowing him. A flame appeared on his hand and he added that this power was also in the body. The boy stretched his hand forward and wheezed. Suddenly he put his hand up. The sphere rushed into the sky. It was heard that it was incredible. With this he could do it with ease. No. Smiling, Henry said that all the potions he had, let him give them to him. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that a flower. Looking straight ahead, Vivian said yes. Ted said he gave it to her, asked what he could give it to her. Putting her hand to her face, Dinah asked what, but isn't she from the Knights? Why does she need it? And she wants to study it, so. The girl looked straight ahead. Lowering her head, Vivian said what does that mean? She can't, to which she replied that it was fine, she would give it. Lucia looked away, hearing that she would just make another one, and to see it, she would need to use mana like this, and then. Looking at the flower, Vivian exclaimed in surprise. She turned her head, hearing that it was the same flower. Wide-eyed, Lucia asked what the contradiction created by the elder mud-headed. Raising her hand, Dinah asked where she was going now, to which she replied that classes were over, so she wanted to go to the lab. Putting her hand to her face, Lucia said that it seemed like something was missing. Pointing to the flower, the girl asked what was here, wasn't this part strange, to which she was told that it was, she thought so too. Lucia grinned and said that it seemed like he did it on purpose. Standing in front of Vivian, she added that if you align it here, let it not move. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The student grinned and said that now they would add the flower spell. Dina looked in amazement. Flowers began to grow around them. They heard what it was. Raising her head, the girl said that at first she did not believe it, but it really was a double magic circle, to which Lucia asked that the elder mud-headed one did it. Crouching down, the guy said that this is what the much talked about circle looks like. Williel closed his eyes and added that what a great discovery, to express a contradiction to such an extent with only basic spells. Bowing, Dina said that he should forgive them for using a magic circle in such a place, to which he asked that the student who did it, what was his name? Looking straight, the girl said that it was a fourth-year Ted. Looking at the flower, the magician thought that Ted, his name has been heard lately, such a magic circle. The man raised his hands. A thought appeared that it could serve as a stepping stone to creating legendary immortality. The guy closed his eyes. Looking at him, Dina asked what something. The magician began to leave. Looking at him, Lucia asked what was wrong with him, said that he simply asked them and left, to which Dina replied that he should not say that. Balil, walking straight, thought that it was incredible. I would never have thought that a student's work could inspire him. Ted, you need to pay attention to him. The students fought each other. Wiping his forehead, Louis said that thank you for fighting him, she is really strong. Holding the bottle in her hands, Vivian said that he was not bad either. Looking away, the boy thought that he rarely talked to the elder Vivian. They looked surprised to hear that he was second in his course and that was all he could do. The students were fighting with swords. Swinging his sword, Archie said that he should cover himself. Suddenly, he flew to the side. Clutching his chest, the boy thought that with his improper fencing, it would be difficult to defeat him. The hero turned around and said that he should continue to follow his own path without doubt. Frowning, the boy thought that, as the elder Ted said, he should not doubt his sword. He kicked the ground and added that because the essence of Einar's style was already engraved on his bones. Rushing forward, the boy shouted that whatever he did, it was useless. Archie parried his blow. Frowning, the student thought that Einar's style is. The swordsman looked at him in surprise, thinking that it was a sword that confused his opponent with constantly changing blows. He swung his sword, thinking that he would parry his opponent's attack and destroy his stance. The student frowned, hearing that he was moving around like a worm. Holding the sword to his throat, the guy thought that he would deliver the decisive blow. Looking away, Archie said that it looked like he had won. Hitting him on the sword, the swordsman replied that damn it. Throwing the sword, he added that he lost to such trash, this was absurd, he had had enough. Standing behind him, Archie shouted that no, this was not absurd. Frowning, he added that his swordsmanship was also impressive. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman said that he should watch his language. He threw the weapon to the side. The sword lay on the floor. It was heard that it was. The student glared and asked what he wanted. Wasn't it a real sword? The swordsman scowled and told him to shut up and take it. He'd make him feel sorry for making fun of him. Louis raised his hands and yelled at him to just apologize, and the boy thought it was a potion. Looking at the students, the man asked what was going on. The swordsman's eyes lit up. Taking a step forward, the man asked what a student like him was doing here, then said that it was a real sword. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he should put it back. Archie clenched his teeth. Louis looked surprised. Suddenly, Terry struck him. It was heard that he was a killer. Traces of blood appeared on the sword. It was said that he was a first year. Smiling, Terry said that it was the second round. A view of the building opened up. Someone addressed the hero. The protagonist turned around, hearing his name. The guy smirked, hearing that he should just call him Ted, to which he replied that but he was 2 years younger than him. It was only natural that he call him that. Looking at him, Ted asked if he was sure, to which Aaron replied that of course. Looking straight ahead, the mage asked, by the way, about that magic circle. It was a double magic circle. Yes, how did he make it? Walking forward, the hero asked, isn't it cool when there is a twist? To which Aaron clarified that this is his reason. The correspondence appeared. The thought arose that he really tried to hide it, but in the hands of 2 game characters, this secret did not last even a day. Looking to the side, the guy said, by the way, he heard that Lucius' potion was created by him, asked what he would show them in the potions class today. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he planned to sit quietly, lower than water, lower than grass. He cannot show all his trump cards in front of the whole class. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in front of them. Ted's eyes widened in amazement. A barrier appeared around the girl. The hero looked at her in surprise. The man grabbed the wall. It was heard that there was a monster there. Henry's eyes lit up and he asked how dare she make him look like a fool. The protagonist frowned and thought that he was a dumbass. The dust rose up around the audience when someone thought about the ever-growing body. The man's eyes glowed purple when someone thought about the blackened eyes. The man opened his mouth, looking forward, and exclaimed that he would show what would happen if they crossed him. Then everyone realized that it was definitely a side effect of the Kyler potion. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked about whether he was crazy and whether he thought he could save himself after what he did at their academy. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he thought about who would have thought that the event that was supposed to happen during the exams would happen now, and that he thought that this was the result of relying too much on the information from the game, and that he should have been watching him since the beginning of the year. Then the boy called Kyler a name. A man stopped in front of a majestic building. There was a suitcase next to him. The hooded man looked away and said that it seemed to have started, adding that it was his farewell party. Streams of fire appeared above the boy as he exclaimed that he would burn her dirty mouth. The fireball headed towards the girl as Henry screamed. The protagonist swung his blade in front of her. The boy looked ahead in confusion. Dina raised her hand to her face and addressed Ted. The boy stood in front of her as he asked Henry not to regret what he said. The student's mouth was drooling as he called the protagonist a scoundrel from yesterday's class. Then Ted realized that he still had signs of consciousness, which meant that he had taken the potion recently. The boys stood in front of Henry, who said that it was perfect and that he would kill them both. Then the protagonist was asked if he was okay. Ted looked at his comrade and answered in the affirmative, then asked the two to move away. Then Dina informed him that he had killed a student from Milko Academy. Henry tore his clothes when the protagonist replied that he would let the professors handle everything, and that he would buy them time, then turned to her and asked her to prepare powerful magic so that she could defeat him in one blow. The girl looked ahead in shock and answered in the affirmative, wondering how he could be so calm. Henry looked ahead in anger and screamed when someone said that his body was very strong. Aaron turned to Ted, who replied that it didn't matter, adding that with the boy's support she should be strong enough. Dina turned to him as he exclaimed that he understood. The students stood back from the fighting. Henry swung at the protagonist and asked them where they were going. Ted was attacked by a stream of flame as the opponent wished him death. He opened his mouth, frowning when the protagonist said that he was too loud. The protagonist looked forward seriously and exclaimed that if he couldn't speak properly, he should just shut his mouth. He swung his blade at the opponent. There was a bright flash. A dome appeared over the fight. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that even though he was spoiled, he was still a mage and that thanks to the potion, his shield was much stronger. Henry opened his mouth wide and growled. Streams of energy appeared in front of Ted as he decided that it didn't matter and that he would break it. There was a flash in front of the guy. Dina looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he filled his sword with magic even faster than in the tournament. Henry gritted his teeth in anger. He pulled his hand to the side. The protagonist approached his shield. Magic circles appeared on the floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking ahead. Aaron turned to the side and asked him to be careful. Henry extended his hand forward, growling. Ted bent his arm in front of him and used the Earth Shield skill. The blades pierced the barrier between the guys. The protagonist looked at the tip, wondering if he was crazy to use offensive magic with the barrier active. There was an earth barrier between them. Henry increased in size and growled loudly. The protagonist extended his hand in front of himself, thinking that this was not good and that he needed to stop him before the final stage. Ted approached the opponent's head and attacked. The mage gritted his teeth in rage, and the protagonist cursed in his mind. The protagonist looked down in concern, thinking that he was as strong as Derek. Dina lowered her hands to the floor and asked the guy not to interfere with her. Ted looked back, realizing that this was it. The protagonist deftly dodged the enemy's grip. A glow appeared above the floor. The girl covered her face with her hands and used the iron shield technique. Henry's body was pierced by swords. The protagonist looked back in shock, realizing that this was advanced magic. Blades were sticking out of the guy's body. When Ted thought that even with help, it was still surprising that she was able to repeatedly use magic that could pierce his skin. Dina's arms were bent when the protagonist thought that this was expected from a character with cheats, and that at this rate, she would be able to create unique magic before graduating from the academy. The body with the blade stuck in it towered in front of the guy as he thought about how turning the son of the director of the academy into such a mess wasn't the best idea after all, and how much noise would be made. The guys turned to Dinah, who said that even though he had turned into a monster, it would be a problem. Then Aaron replied that there was nothing to be done about it, and that he would help them as much as he could. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that since Dinah was involved, Bart would not stand aside and cover up all the tracks. He headed towards his comrades when he said that if anyone came, they should explain the situation to them, and he would bring Professor Kyler, who was in charge of the lesson, to which they agreed. Explosions occurred when someone shouted that there were monsters there and that they shouldn't try to fight them, adding that they should quickly bring the professors. The protagonist ran with his arm folded, thinking that Kyler must have gone to a secret place during this mess and that he needed to get rid of him now to prevent future problems. Ted looked away in shock, thinking that his potion would cause a lot of trouble during the war. A young man walked past him when he realized he remembered. Sweat was running down the boy's face when the protagonist thought that it was Antonio. He remembered the guy in the cloak who said he would follow him when he realized that he was Kyler's lackey and that he rarely showed up, which is why he forgot about him. Antonio looked away suspiciously when Ted thought that he must be one of the people who distributed the potion and that if he followed him, he would definitely be able to track Kyler down. The protagonist looked ahead intently when someone asked Lucia to run. The protagonist looked back worriedly and thought about her. The girl stood in the center of the magic circle. The monster in front of her opened its mouth as she asked the two to run away quickly. The woman held the boy as she asked how she was. Lucia held the shield in front of her. The purple energy began to spread. The two people were thrown back by the shockwave as they shouted her name. Energy was erupting from the monster's mouth. The girl pursed her lips, thinking about the burning and whether she would die there. In front of her was a blue magic circle. When she thought about how if she knew about it, she would not have looked for a cure for her illness and how she should just live carefree. Ted's blow sent the monster flying back. Lucia opened her eyes, thinking about him. There were silhouettes near the building when someone exclaimed that his hand was hurt, to which he was told that they would go get the professors. People were leaving the academy when they asked if everyone had left. Blood was running down the guy's forehead when Selena was asked to take care of Chris, then she asked what he was saying. Louis looked back and exclaimed that he would go back to help Vivian, adding that he had a bad feeling. Someone approached them and asked what the noise was. Agatha looked forward seriously. Vivian was fighting her opponent. She was looking ahead, thinking that if she didn't stop him right now, he would definitely go after Ted. The dark-haired man clenched his teeth in anger. He pulled his hand back behind his back. He and Vivian were facing each other. The girl leaned back. The opponent hit the ground in front of her. Blood was dripping from the man's mouth as he growled. Vivian looked ahead emotionlessly. The man's clothes began to tear. The girl looked serious when she realized that it was dangerous. The opponent opened his mouth wide, then she decided that this was why she needed to finish him off there. Vivian rushed forward, grabbing her sword. The man stood with his back to her, defending himself. The girl looked down attentively. Her cloak was fluttering in the wind. She flew back from the opponent's blow. Blood began to drip onto the ground. Blood was dripping from Vivian's mouth when she coughed and realized that she was too weak. The girl got into a fighting stance, thinking that in her current state she was not able to protect Ted. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. Vivian looked ahead with empty eyes. The enemy swung at her. Agatha appeared next to her and ordered her to stop, and then asked if she really wanted to die. The girl stopped the monster with her bare hands. The blonde looked sternly ahead and called Terry by name, adding that she felt sorry for him. She decapitated him and cut off his hand. Vivian blushed, thinking that she was very strong. Agatha put the sword in its sheath and said that it was too late. The blonde silently looked at her glove. In front of them lay a decapitated body. When she said that in any case Vivian was good that she was able to delay him, then the girl decided that she too needed to become stronger. The monster was chasing the guy. The protagonist moved his hand behind his back and used the Earth Shield skill. A boulder appeared from the ground as he thought that if he let Kyler go now, the future war event would become too problematic. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that in such a situation where he could not summon the undead, he had no chance of winning. He ran forward, running away from the monster and thinking that he first needed to take Lucia to a safe place and then catch up with Kyler. The girl's eyes were closed. A man in a white suit appeared, then the guy recognized him as Belial. Ted looked ahead with displeasure, cursing in his mind. The blonde's eyes were closed as the young man thought about his students being attacked, and he was just standing there. The protagonist ran past him and said that he was leaving this monster to him, thinking that the psychopath needed to do his job. The monster was approaching Belial, who was thinking that he hoped that the guy would show him something interesting. The blonde opened his eyes slightly when the monster roared. White light incinerated the monster. A flash occurred on the territory of the academy. The guy was standing next to the bed. Lucia was lying in bed when the doctor said that she was fine and that she was only in slight shock due to mana depletion, so she just needed to rest for a while. The girl opened her eyes slightly when the doctor added that it seemed like she had regained consciousness. Ted looked away and asked if she was okay. Lucia looked at him and said that it was not a dream and that she thought she was going to die, to which the guy replied that she was close to it and then asked why she fought that monster. The protagonist looked closely at the girl, who said that it was not that she wanted to do it, but not everyone could escape, so she had no choice. Ted smiled slightly and replied that she sounded like some kind of hero, thinking that if it weren't for him, none of this would have happened to her and that it was his fault. Lucia was lying in front of him when she exclaimed that his sweet ward almost died, and the protagonist said that she seemed okay since she was able to be sarcastic, and he thought that it was too much for her and that maybe she should prioritize and do more than just research. The protagonist had his back to her when he said that he was very busy right now, so he was leaving, and the girl asked if he had come there just to laugh at her. Ted looked back intently and suggested that she start working on her potion when this was all over. A blush appeared on the girl's face. She remembered the boy attacking the monster. Lucia closed her eyes, thinking about him. The girl began to fall. The protagonist extended his hand forward and shouted her name. Lucia pursed her lips and remained silent. Her silhouette was visible through the window. A bird was sitting on a tree branch. The protagonist walked towards the house, thinking that if all events had gone right, Kyler should have been hiding there. But the event had appeared at a different time and whether he was really there. A hut was visible among the trees when the young man thought about the fact that in the game he needed to be defeated by NPC companions. Evil spirits began to appear near Ted. They rushed forward when he ordered them to. Evil spirits began to destroy the house. The protagonist looked ahead when he thought that it was not necessary to create such a mess. Matthew grabbed the man by the throat. Ted looked ahead in surprise when he realized that it was Antonio and that this meant Kyler should be there. The evil spirits cut the guy in half, then the protagonist thought that it was worth noting that he had become incredibly strong after his successful evolution. There were pieces of the house lying on the ground when he added that even the monster in the final phase was no match for him. Matthew was shown in profile when the system window with his characteristics appeared. Nick's eyes glowed when Ted thought about the fact that there was also him, improved by mortal sins, so the middle boss would not cause problems. The protagonist crouched next to the rubble. There were boards and logs in front of him when he said that it was somewhere there. A magic circle appeared under his hand. An entrance underground opened in front of them. The stairs led down when Ted said that they needed to go to honor Kyler with a visit. He took a step forward. The protagonist looked down intently. Streams of dark energy rushed towards him. The man opened his mouth and asked how he knew about this place. Ted, Matthew, and Nick stood in front of him. Kyler looked forward confidently and called the protagonist Charon's apprentice. A huge hand reached out to the man. He deftly jumped away when the fist clenched. Kyler looked down, worried, and cursed. Someone had cut off his hand. The man looked away in horror. Nick looked forward furiously. Kyler opened his mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist looked pleased when he said that he was guilty and that it should have been his neck. The man held his hand out to the side and cursed, and then replied that he thought he understood everything, adding that it was the young man who killed Charon. Matthew swung at Kyler. He crashed into the ground in front of the protagonist, who ordered the evil spirits to deal with him quickly. Matthew bared his sharp teeth and growled. He delivered a powerful blow. Ted looked carefully in front of him. There was a dark formation on the ground. The evil spirits were enveloped in a black substance when someone said that this was incomprehensible. Kyler was in a different state when he said that as selfish as they were, black mages, but killing Charon, the man who raised him, was cruel. The creature's eyes lit up. Ted looked serious when he thought about how this was the final stage of the shadow armor and how that meant he could also replace lost body parts. Kyler stood in front of the guy who said it was the shadow armor, and the man asked him how he knew. The mage looked forward and exclaimed that this was nonsense, and that no one should know about it except the master. The protagonist stood in front of him when he swung his sword. Kyler jumped to the side from the blow. Dust rose in front of Matthew. The protagonist stared forward and said that he knew about it well, and that it was a rare high-level item that combined defense and attack. The mage was shown in profile when he replied that then he should know that he had no chance of winning. The boy raised his hand to the sword, asking if it was true that this item was very vulnerable to fire. A black substance appeared in front of Ted. The protagonist jumped aside when the mage asked what he was going to do. Kyler extended his hand to the protagonist and exclaimed that he just needed to stop the boy from casting magic. Someone struck the mage. He flew away from Matthew. The protagonist approached him and ordered the evil spirits to hold him back. Kyler grinned and asked that the boy really thought that a simple undead could win against him. The mage extended his hand forward and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Nick's eyes lit up. Matthew grinned fiercely. There was a powerful explosion. The hand reached for the blade of the sword when the boy thought about how much longer this took than he had planned. Matthew was enveloped in a black substance. Nick bent his arm in front of him, defending himself. Kyler raised him in front of him. The mage looked ahead and said that even a crowd of such brainless monkeys could not defeat him. Matthew towered over him. Nick waved his hand when he thought that this one parried his attack too. Kyler grinned and asked if a mere undead could break the shadow chains, and he thought that it couldn't be, and that it was impossible. Matthew and Nick rushed forward as the mage wondered who they were. Kyler folded his arms in front of his face when he wondered if these were the corpses from the meeting. He flew back from the undead's blow. The mage grinned, looking forward. The protagonist held a sword in front of him as he used the fusion magic and bone whip skills. Kyler took a step forward and assumed it was a whip. He stood in front of Nick as he ran. The mage pointed his hand towards him. The protagonist swung the blade. The whip rushed towards the opponent. The sword enveloped Kyler's body. The mage's face twisted. He turned to the protagonist and exclaimed that he said he would attack with fire, but he used physical attacks. They stood in front of each other when he asked about the fact that the boy was just pretending, and in fact, he did not even know any fire spells. Blood was pouring from the boy's nose when the man threatened that this cheap trick would cost him his life. Ted opened his mouth and used the skill bone explosion. Kyler gritted his teeth in pain when he realized that it was a double spell. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said that the recoil on the body was stronger than he expected, thinking that Dina was really on another level if she could do this with ease. They stood in front of the fire when he thought about what to say, that everything went surprisingly well, but because he poured too much mana, his corpse exploded into dust. There was debris behind him as he said that due to Kyler's high status, the council couldn't help but take action and that they needed to search his hideout and cover their tracks now, adding that the academy was in disarray so they should return quickly. Someone slammed their fist on the table. Bart looked away seriously and asked to repeat how many people had died. The man with glasses opened his mouth and replied that 15 people had died, including 4 students from Melko Academy. Bart stood in front of the table when he was informed that according to eyewitnesses, the student who had been handing out the potions, Antonio, who was now missing, was Professor Kyler's assistant, so Kyler was most likely involved. The man sat down on a chair and said that that was enough. The man with a mustache opened his mouth and told the assistant to suspend all activity at the academy until the investigation was completed, adding that further details would be announced after discussing with the principal. Bart was sitting with his back to the room when he thought about what was going on in Rodlin. He frowned, looking ahead. There was gray smoke everywhere. Torches were burning in the hallway when someone said that maybe it was because of the time difference with the game, but there were a lot of things he hadn't seen before, although most of them were garbage. The guy was standing in the lab, thinking about how this was Kyler's magic book and it had notes on shadow magic, and how he wouldn't have paid attention to it during the game, but now that he was a black magician, he was very interested in it. The protagonist handed the book to Nick and said that they would take it too. The protagonist looked to the side with interest. There was a chest near the wall. Ted looked towards the object, assuming that it was a chest with a chaotic mimic, and adding that he came so close to it, but it didn't react. The boy imagined a hand with an ominous aura as he thought about how it looked like someone had separated the mimic's body from the chest, and how that meant he could easily take the items without having to fight it. The boy took a step forward, adding that this would happen if Kyler hadn't already looted it. The protagonist opened the chest, thinking that once all 3 items were taken from it, it would turn into a normal chest. Ted held out his hand, looking forward as he explained that since the chance of stumbling upon it was very low, all the items in it were very valuable. The protagonist stuck his hand into the light substance. A key appeared in his hand. His fingers then wrapped around a sphere, and he said that it was the core of a chaotic mimic. The protagonist continued to rummage through the chest as he said that he didn't need it now, but that it would definitely have a use. The boy looked down in interest as a thud was heard. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. Ted looked at the blade as a system notification appeared stating that it was an ever-changing sword, the shape and attributes of which changed depending on the owner. The blade touched his palm as the protagonist said that it was interesting, but he already had Galaxer, so he did not need it. The boy looked back carefully. Nick opened his palms, looking at him, then Ted assumed that he was asking him to give it to him. The protagonist threw the blade to the undead and said that, of course, he wanted to buy him a new sword anyway. The boy looked forward in surprise. Mick was holding the blade in his hand as a system window appeared with its new characteristics. The boy looked carefully at the shining blade, thinking that its shape and balance had changed to suit Nick, and that additional characteristics had also appeared, so now it was the perfect sword for him. They were standing in front of each other when the boy said that it was great and then asked the undead to pack their things, explaining that they were heading back to the academy. The train stopped at the station 5 days later. The protagonist got off the train when he was called. Lucia was waving at him when she exclaimed that she was there. The girl was in front of him when he said that he shouldn't have come and greeted him. Then she retorted that her father told her to go for a walk with him because they suddenly had important guests. The protagonist looked ahead suspiciously and suggested that she go to her house and do her research, adding that they needed to get as much done as possible before classes resumed. The girl was in front of him when she parodied his words. Lucia crossed her arms and told him that his beautiful ward would show him the sights of the city, then Ted reminded her that they didn't have much time. The girl stayed behind the boy. The carriage was traveling down the road when she said that she had heard that the son of the academy's director Milko was among the victims, adding that he had been causing trouble until the very end. Lucia put her hand to her face and said that since the elder Dina was the one who stopped him, it seemed that she would not be punished. Across from her was Ted, who answered in the affirmative, explaining that her father had been a duke and one of the 10 greatest of the continent before becoming the master of the Rodland Magic Tower. But despite this, he thought that this incident would tarnish the reputation of the Alvin house. The girl looked ahead with interest and said that the elder had a solid background, then asked if he had heard how Professor Kyler died, to which the boy replied that he had heard that he had been killed by a monster he had created. Lucia propped her face with her hand and called the man a fool for creating a monster he could not handle, then wondered how he had not died sooner. The protagonist opened his book and looked ahead. He imagined the remains when he thought that everything was reported as he wanted, but they were probably conducting a secret investigation, and that he should be more reserved for a while. The carriage stopped near the estate when they were informed that they had arrived. The girl turned to the protagonist and asked why he had suddenly agreed, although he had always said that he was busy, to which he replied that he thought he could help her with the potion since he was signing a contract for a new one. They headed towards the estate when she asked if the guy was serious. The boys looked in the same direction when the woman said that she did not think that he could deceive her, to which the man replied that he had already told her that the orc from the Great Forest was an uncontrollable beast, which made it very difficult to obtain materials. The blonde turned to Lucia's father and asked if he thought the orcs were scarier than her, to which he replied that they weren't and that wasn't the point. Louise and Ralph looked ahead as the girl turned to her father. The blonde pointed at the boys and asked if she was his daughter, then he asked what she wanted. They were standing opposite each other when the flash occurred. Louise appeared behind Lucia and called her to follow her. The blonde approached the girl's face when she asked where and explained that her father hadn't kept his promise. The protagonist looked away carefully, thinking about how this woman had a very scary aura and who she was. The man ran forward, asking Louise not to do this. There was a flash near Ted and they disappeared. The woman appeared on the roof when she said that she would bring Lucia back on her next visit and asked Ralph to make sure that he got the neutralizer by then. The blonde was holding the girl in her arms when she said goodbye, then the protagonist noticed the magical tattoos. The protagonist looked forward in surprise when he realized who it was. He was behind Louise when he shouted out Colin's name. He smiled, being inside the blonde, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The mustachioed man looked forward in amazement. Sweat appeared on Lucia's face. They were standing in front of the estate when Ted asked if he could leave the girl there. Louise looked down in displeasure and replied that she had helped him once, and now he had become completely insolent, and then asked about the fact that the young man really dared to order her around. The protagonist looked serious when he exclaimed that it was not an order and that he was begging her, adding that in return he would give her information of the same value. The blonde lowered her attentive gaze and asked if the guy could keep his word, reminding him that the tongue was the source of all evil. Her pupils narrowed when Ted spoke of a book written by the god of the mythical era. The protagonist looked askance and said that he would tell her where she could be found, and wondered how he felt about that. Louise and Lucia jumped down to them. The blonde looked sternly forward and asked where she was. Ralph and his daughter were behind the guy, who asked if she was sure he should tell her about her there, adding that there were extra ears. They turned away, covering their ears, when they told him to just tell her, reminding her that if she didn't find her there, she would just get rid of them altogether. The protagonist presented the map when he said that it was in Lake Irva, southwest of the Empire's borders, adding that there should be a cave underwater in the 7 o'clock direction. Louise was in front of him when she asked if the young man had made it up right now, then Ted asked if she seriously thought he could do that. The blonde frowned and asked where he got this information from. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered that this was the only thing he couldn't tell her, and he thought that in the end this was information from the game. Then Louise started talking about his secrets. She looked away carefully and told Ralph that she would forgive him this time, and then asked if he knew what would happen to him next time. The mustachioed man closed his eyes and answered that a promise was a promise, and that he would collect the materials regardless of the cost. Louise turned to the protagonist and said that it was right, reminding them that a merchant lives and dies on trust, and then asked the boy how he knew that she was actually Colin, to which Ted replied that he had recently started seeing mana flows. The boy stared ahead as the system window with his stats appeared, thinking that he never thought that his talent for mana combined with his vessel trait would come in handy like this. The blonde had her back turned as she waved and said goodbye, and it was explained that Colin had carved many magic circles into his body to increase his magical abilities. However, this was causing his body to slowly disintegrate. The protagonist looked serious as he decided that he, like Lucia, was like a ticking time bomb. The young man presented the tome when he told that the book he had given him the information about contained knowledge about harmony, and that if he read it and was able to establish harmony between his magic circles and his body, he would be able to survive. Ralph looked at the protagonist and thanked him, adding that he would definitely repay him for this favor, to which the boy replied that it was not necessary and that everything was fine. Ted stood in front of Lucia when she asked how he knew Colin, to which the young man replied that it was one thing, and what was more important was where her lab was. The girl turned her head to the side and said that then she would not tell him anything, asking how she could let a potential accomplice of one of the most wanted criminals of the Empire into her lab. Ralph stood next to them, saying that he would go into the house, when the protagonist asked if that meant that she would not let the Viscount in either, to which Lucia replied in the affirmative, adding that she would not let her father in either, and then asked why the guy should not go and make a contract with him, reminding him that this was the purpose of his visit. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked her not to be so angry, adding that the contract would not run away. Drops of blood appeared on the ground when she replied that he himself was angry and constantly hid everything from her. Ted suddenly opened his eyes and turned to the girl. Lucia covered her mouth with her hand, holding back the blood. She ran past the protagonist and said that she did not want him to see her like this. Then the young man asked if she was okay. The girl began to fall forward. Lucia was lying on the ground when the protagonist turned to her. The lab was cluttered. The girl looked closely at the test tube. She made notes in her notebook about how N1121 had failed and the oxidation of the Pollack frog slime had failed, and how N1122 had failed and the attempt to change the ambient temperature had failed, and how the first 3 attempts had failed after trying different settings. Clouds were floating above the estate when it was told that after trying almost every possible option, it could be concluded that the problem with the instability of the reagent could not be solved and that some ingredients needed to be replaced. Winter had arrived when it was noted that N2735 had failed. There were mountains behind the estate when it was added that N3160 had failed. Ted was standing in front of Lucia when he said that it was time to introduce something new and suggested that she try using the Yabin root, which might help stop the oxidation. The girl was sitting at the lab bench when she said that this was another failure and that the boy had simply given her the ingredient and run away. Lucia remembered the protagonist's face, who said that it would be difficult for him to find time, but he promised that he would try to come to her later. She had a journal with notes in her hands. She hung another sheet on the wall. The protagonist looked down sadly, thinking that earlier he saw all this through the prism of the screen, so he could not immerse himself, but now this is a battlefield at stake for her survival. He was standing in front of the lab table. The guy turned his gaze to the door when a sound was heard. The maid smiled and said that the young miss had already woken up, and then asked if he wanted to see her. Ted stood in front of the girl when he asked if she had any more attacks besides this one, to which he was told that she had not. The maid looked sad when she added that from what the doctor said, one could conclude that her condition worsened due to too much mana use. The protagonist looked down with a serious expression, realizing that he was partly to blame as well, as Lucia would not have been in danger if he had stuck to the events of the game, and now time was rapidly leaking out of her. The girl was lying in bed when she thought about how heavy her body was and how her mana flow seemed to be disrupted. Lucia was shown in profile when she thought about how she was probably going to die soon and how she wanted to spend the rest of her time with her mentor. She imagined Ted opening his mouth wide and calling her name. The girl smiled, thinking about his panicked expression and how nice it was to have someone who cared about you. The protagonist entered the room and spoke to her when she thought about how she was sure he would remember her. Lucia's eyes suddenly widened when someone exclaimed that it was very rude to enter a lady's room without permission. There was a window in the wall when the boy asked what she was talking about, because he just wanted to check on his troubled charge. The protagonist was standing next to her bed when she exclaimed that she had just woken up and looked terrible. Then the boy said that only her personality was terrible, after which the girl assumed that he was looking for a fight. The boy closed his eyes and asked her to meet him in the living room as soon as she could move, adding that he needed to sign a deal with the Viscount and that after that he would help her with her research. Lucia put her hand on her head and said nothing. The man was holding documents in his hands. Ralph was in front of the boy when he said that he hoped to continue working with him and that as the head of a trading company he did not want such a good product to go to others. Then Ted replied that he felt the same way and then thanked him for such good conditions. The protagonist stared ahead when he asked about the deal he had made with Lady Louise. The man with the mustache covered his mouth with his fist and replied that she had given him the recipe for the potion and every 3 months he prepared it for her. The boy looked at Ralph, thinking that it must be a potion that slows down decay, and that he didn't think that the Everlast Trading Company had anything to do with Colin, and that it seemed like the Viscount was hiding a lot more. Someone approached them and asked if they were done talking, to which the boy replied that they had just now. Lucia opened her mouth and offered him to come with her. The protagonist bowed to the Viscount and apologized, and the Viscount thanked him for looking after his daughter. The boys walked down the corridor. Ted looked at the girl incredulously, thinking that she couldn't heal herself without the player's intervention, and that he had all the necessary ingredients, but since this world was no longer a game, he would have to find a way to mix them himself. Lucia was shown in profile. She looked at the protagonist, who was pondering that the main problem was the Yabin root he had received at the meeting, as it was almost gone. He imagined a brown plant. The protagonist turned to the girl, who asked what he was thinking about now. Lucia's face blushed as she assumed the boy was thinking about Vivian, to which he replied that she should not be stupid and asked him to tell her how far her progress had gone. The girl walked next to the mentor when she said that she had already told him that she had made no progress since she discovered the reaction, adding that the Yabin root would soon run out. The protagonist looked forward thoughtfully, thinking that it was impressive that she had made it this far, and then said that they would make this medicine. She stopped behind him. Ted was shown in profile as Lucia said that she was going to die soon. They were in the hallway when she added that she was originally supposed to live for a couple more years, but because she had overexerted herself fighting the monster that day, she was told she had 2 months left. The girl looked surprised when he said she would not die. Lucia was standing behind the boy when she said she was serious. The protagonist turned around and looked back when he said that time was short and that they should hurry. The night sky was above the manor when she agreed. The moon could be seen through the window when the girl said that she had already tried that. They were near the table when the boy said that since she said so, they should move on to the next one. Ted was holding a piece of paper in his hand when he said that he understood everything more or less, so Lucia could go to sleep, to which she replied that she would stay with him for a while. The protagonist was taking notes when he told her that she would not grow up if she did not sleep enough. They were in front of the window when the girl suggested to the mentor that they have fun tomorrow, to which he replied that they did not have time for that. Lucia looked sad when she said that she was bored and that she had been sitting there for a long time and it was exhausting, and then asked if it was all useless, adding that she would like to do something memorable for the last time. The protagonist was shown in profile when he remained silent. The girl stood next to him when he agreed, saying that only for 2 hours, then she asked him again, adding that she had never tried beer. A mountain was visible behind the estate. When the young man asked her to forget what he said, then she exclaimed that she would do without beer. Clouds could be seen between the houses. The boys were walking through the market. They stood next to each other, looking forward. Lucia clenched her fists, closed her eyes and thought that she wanted these days spent with him to last forever. The boys were sitting together at the table. Ted poured the contents of the test tube into another. The girl looked away, fascinated. They were standing outside 3 days later when the guy announced that he was leaving. Then Lucia said that he should have gone with her tomorrow, and Ralph told him to take care of himself. The protagonist waved and told Lucia that they would see each other tomorrow at the academy. The girl looked pleased, thinking that even if she didn't have much time left, these last few days had been good. The boy headed towards the gate. Someone was holding dishes when the academy reopened. The protagonist was sitting at a table, thinking about how obviously they didn't have Kyler's lectures anymore and how that gave him more time to do his research. A curved flask sat above the flame. Ted was dripping liquid into the container. He had a glass decanter in his hand. He touched his head with his hand, sighing as he brought up the status window. The system windows appeared in front of him as the boy thought about how he had been using black magic a lot lately, so it was able to evolve. But his potion-making skill was low, and that it could be assumed that he would not be able to develop his potion-making talent anytime soon. The protagonist looked ahead tiredly, thinking about how there was also a 2-month deadline, and that his only chance was to discover a new potion recipe and increase the evolution chance. He opened his mouth as he cursed in his mind, and realized that because he thought he had a lot of time, he had delayed treating her. Ted imagined Lucia with her eyes closed as he thought that it was because he was trying to follow the events of the game. The protagonist stood up from the table, saying that they needed to look for other options now, and that he had also ordered the ingredients for the treatment from the Everlast house. The boy opened the door in front of him. The professor appeared in front of him, saying that he had finally opened the door. They were standing opposite each other when he added that he didn't think the boy would make him wait so long and that he had to stand all morning. Then Ted wondered why he was there. Belial looked menacingly forward and asked the protagonist if he knew black magic. The professor stood in front of the boy. The protagonist stood silently in the doorway. He opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about, saying that he thought that only a psycho or a hardened villain could use black magic in the academy. The blonde smiled slightly and asked if the guy really thought so, adding that, for example, Professor Kyler skillfully hid his black magician guys under the mask of a teacher, and that, for the record, he himself did not think that all black magicians were bad people. The protagonist stood in front of him when he said that he was busy and that if he had nothing else to say to him, the dean should leave. Then Belial said that he saw his magic circle. Ted looked ahead with interest. The man presented a magical flower when he said that his understanding of contradiction impressed him, so he assumed that the boy knew black magic because that was what it was all about. Belial stood in front of Ted when he explained that it did not matter to him what kind of mage he was. The blonde smirked, adding that it would be more interesting if he were a warlock. The protagonist looked ahead with determination when the man said that then he could impress him even more. They stood opposite each other when the boy asked the professor what he was getting at. Belial smiled and said that he was thinking about giving him a few lessons, so the boy mentally asked him again. The boy looked seriously at the blonde, who said that if he agreed, he would quickly become a warlock. Ted thoughtfully looked ahead, thinking that becoming a black mage meant being able to create his own unique magic. He imagined Colin and Desrin as he thought about how it was like becoming an aura master compared to fencing. The professor's eyes were closed as the protagonist thought about Belial holding the title of the youngest warlock, and how normally he would have to accept his offer without hesitation, but it was too dangerous to mess with this psychopath, and besides, treating Lucia was more important right now. The young man was in front of the professor as he replied that he was flattered by the dean's generous offer. The blonde man opened his mouth and interrupted him, saying that in other words, he agreed, and that in that case, they would start with the heart of elemental magic, matter synthesis. The protagonist stood behind Belial, who said that he would come at the same time tomorrow, and the boy exclaimed that he didn't mean that. A green glow appeared in the hallway. The protagonist looked surprised as he cursed in his head and thought about how he did whatever he wanted and how he managed to catch the eye of such a problematic professor. The academy building was illuminated by the sun 6 weeks later when the boy said that he brought food and suggested that they take a break. Lucia was sitting in front of him, who asked what was in it, to which he replied that there were sandwiches. The girl began to eat, blushing. She sat in front of Ted, who was thinking about how well she ate and how glad he was that she had an appetite. The protagonist held a glass in his hand, thinking about how even with the help of the Everlast company he could not get the ingredients for the potion, and about how he even skipped classes and tried other options, but the chance of success was still 51%. The sun was shining through the window as he considered that he might be able to make something work if he continued, but time was running out. They were sitting at the table when Lucia said that earlier, when the mentor left, she had adjusted the formula and the boy had asked her to chew it first and then talk. The girl waved her hand and pointed. Her finger poked the paper as she said that she had been wondering if it was possible to get rid of some of the toxins if she used a heated extract when mixing, and after some calculations, the chance of success had increased to 74%. The boy was standing next to her when she asked why they didn't try that. Lucia smiled widely and repeated the question, adding that with that chance they might succeed. Ted looked down seriously and answered in the negative, explaining that they barely had enough for one try, and that her life depended on that chance, so they needed to find a better formula with a higher chance of success. The girl had a piece of sandwich left in her hand. The boy was standing next to Lucia, who exclaimed that she had a better idea, then he asked what it was. She closed her eyes and swallowed the rest of the sandwich. The girl picked up the drink and started drinking. She pointed to her mouth and suggested that if she ate all the ingredients quickly, they would all mix themselves. Then the boy reminded her that now was not the time to joke. Lucia closed her mouth, repeating his words. There was a wall in front of them when the protagonist said that he was tired and would go home. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. The guy opened the door. The door slammed with a characteristic sound. Lucia looked down sadly, calling him a fool. She put her hands on her hips, thinking that his gloomy look scared her to death. Clouds floated across the sky, when Ted thought that her carefree behavior pissed him off a little. The guy was lying on a bench, thinking about how in this world you can't just load a save. The young man opened his eyes, asking himself not to stop thinking. There was a blue sky above the green crowns when he suggested thinking, starting with what was in the lab. He was sitting at the table thinking that in the worst case, he would have to choose an option with a chance of 74%. The protagonist looked down tensely. He turned the pages of the book with his hand. Behind the guy was a huge window. In front of him was an empty chair. When there was a knock, then he said that the door was not locked. Dina opened the door and turned to Ted, then he asked what happened. She was standing in front of him when she spoke about Lucia. The girl opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that she fell, spitting up blood. The protagonist looked forward in shock. Lucia was lying with her eyes closed. The boys were standing by her bed when Dina said that she didn't know she was suffering from an incurable disease, adding that she had also notified the Everlast house just in case. The protagonist looked thoughtful, thinking about the fact that the doctor said she would be fine for a few more weeks, but apparently his assessment could not be trusted. He and Dina exchanged glances when she said that she was in terrible condition, and that she asked her father to send the best doctors in Rodland. Then the boy turned to her. A blush appeared on the dark-haired girl's face when he said that he had a favor to ask of her. The sun was shining on the building when she said that the two of them had done a great job since they had come this far. They were in front of the table when the boy explained that this is where they were stuck, and that theoretically after all the procedures there should have been nothing left, but for some reason this dose of toxin was lethal. The girl placed her hand on the table and asked Ted if he knew how the toxin was made, to which he replied that he didn't, and that since they didn't have the ability to completely recreate the process, they couldn't find out. The protagonist braced his hand on the table when Dinah said that it was unpleasant, and that if they could convert the toxins into water and expel them, everything would be much easier. The boy's pupils narrowed. He was shown in profile as he wondered how he hadn't thought of that before, since if he converted the remains of what was made into water, then everything would work. He remembered Belil suggesting that he start with the heart of elemental magic, matter synthesis, but then realized that it was too late to study it now. The protagonist turned to the girl and asked her if she had matter synthesis magic, to which she replied that she hadn't. Dinah looked ahead in amazement and exclaimed that they could do it. She put her hands on the table and suggested that he begin immediately, to which the boy agreed. Between the girl's hands was a flask. Ted held test tubes. He was writing on sheets of paper. Clouds were floating above the estate. Night had fallen. The facade of the building was shown when someone asked to stop her bleeding. Then he was called a fool and told to stabilize her mana flow first. The masked man looked scared. Lucia's hands were held when someone exclaimed that her mana was still raging and that the mana flow was stronger than expected. There were silhouettes near the bed when they were told to stabilize her at all costs. The man with glasses looked worried when he thought about how she was going to burn alive like that and how bad it was. There was a loud sound. The doctor with glasses looked away. The doctor with mask looked away in shock. Ralph and the maid looked in the same direction. Ted was standing by the door when he apologized for being late. Sweat was running down his face as he looked ahead. The sun was shining outside. The girl opened her eyes. Ted was sitting next to her with his arms folded. He closed his eyes and was silent. Lucia stood up and made sounds. Looking at her hand, she realized that Mana had become calmer and was feeling too good. Looking at him with displeasure, she wondered since when the guy had been sitting next to her. Then she started to approach him. Opening her mouth, she said that she had a chance to say goodbye because she had had a good time in the last few months and all thanks to him. Then she remembered how they were doing chemistry. She also put on a blanket because Ted had given her hope of curing her. The protagonist carried her on his back. They also ate at the same table because she forgot that she would soon die. She approached him when she was doing chemistry because her heart would have died much faster than her heart. Putting her hands on her chest, Lucia says that she only delayed her existence, but did not live. The guy is still sitting with his eyes closed. The girl thanks him. Putting her hands on her knees, she says goodbye to him. Smiling, she is asked where she wants to go. Frightened, Lucia sits down. Opening her mouth, she asks when Ted woke up. Sitting embarrassed with a blanket over her legs, she is told that the main character listened to her from the moment when she spoke about death. Turning away, she asks to be alone. She is told that Lucia held out until this moment and it must have been hard to live realizing that you will soon die. The guy gets up and says that she endured everything and it is incredible. Her eyes widened. She is told that since Ted did not have time for trials, there are some doubts and therefore let him rest for a couple of days. Turning to him, she called him. Tears began to appear in her eyes. She asked if she would die. The protagonist opens his mouth and begins to speak. Putting his hand on her hip, he says that he should save his parting words for 60 years. Squeezing her hand, she begins to cry. Closing her eyes, she begins to cry even harder and explains that she did not want to die. The protagonist silently looks at her. Lucia looks at the bed. There was no one near the building. The protagonist is casting a spell. Belil is standing next to him, watching. Narrowing his eyes, Ted understands that the teacher did not appreciate it very much. Looking at the magic, he thinks that the lessons have become a huge help in his search for power and it is time to take the midterm exam. A girl is standing near the people, raising her hands and telling everyone to line up. Vivian comes up from behind, calling the protagonist. Turning to her, Ted asks if she cured Lucia's illness. Looking at her, he says that he only helped a little. Opening her mouth, she says that the guy has become a fairy for her. Opening his mouth, he starts laughing. The girl puts her hands on her hips and decides to explain the essence of the exam. The tower was huge because the grade will be based on the number of floors passed. Raising her finger up, she asks to remember that traps and monsters are hidden on each floor, and the higher the floor, the more dangerous, and in addition, the exam process will be shown in real time. He looks seriously because he remembers this tower. He remembers the man because the tower consisted of 30 floors, built with the help of magic, and because of its complexity, no student has yet reached the top floor. Students are standing because only they could enter there because they are under 25 and therefore the strongest student is determined by the results. They are fighting near the tower because in the game the exam was cancelled due to Kyler's intervention, but he is already finished and therefore he can focus on the exam. Opening her mouth, the girl says that 20 people can enter at the same time and in case of a life-threatening situation, they will be automatically transferred outside. Clouds fly around the building, and the girl decides to assign them numbers. The main character has number 38 and Vivian has 16. Looking at the main character, she says that she wanted to go together. The guy replies that if they had entered together, the starting point would have been different and they would hardly have met. Dina comes up to them and asks what their numbers are. Standing in a crowd of people, they name their numbers because she got 3. Looking at the main character, she says that she constantly sees them together. Vivian begins to feel embarrassed because they were asked what kind of relationship they have. Putting his hand to his chin, he begins to think and the girl is embarrassed. The main character remembers how he holds her hand because they saved each other's lives and also have a couple of secrets. Then he remembers how Vivian helps him and does not know how to describe their relationship. Looking at Dina, he says that she is a friend he trusts. Opening her mouth, she asks if he's serious. Approaching Vivian, she says that they're right for each other. Ted asks her to stop because it's rude to impose your opinion. The girl opens her mouth and says that it's not true. Then she runs away from them and shouts after them that it's not rude. Dina looks at him in surprise, perhaps it was one-sided love. The girl looks at the guy, he tells her that he's happy for her. Wrinkling his face, he says that Vivian has a kind heart and such jokes won't hurt. Closing her eyes, they tell her that they're going into the tower now. They both look back because Dina was called. Looking at the guy, she says that now is not the best time to talk and they wish her luck. Raising her finger up, the girl says that she won't lose this time and that she should try. Opening her mouth, the main character says that she'll have to climb higher. Raising his hand, he explains that he's aiming for the top of the tower. The other guys turn around and look at her. Then they start whispering because it was that guy with the unique physique. Smiling, he understands everything. Dina looks at him and says that she is waiting impatiently because he is not joking. Students are standing near the portal. Vivian looks at the portal and decides to prove that she is stronger than everyone. Looking seriously, she understands that only then can she become Ted's sword. There is a tower and in the entire history of the academy, only 25 floors have been reached. The record was set by the guy and after graduation it became famous. Looking into the distance, he thinks that even such a legendary person could not get to the top and less than 10 minutes have passed since entering the tower. The screen said that the girls passed the first floor. All the people are looking at the screen. On the 4th day of midterm exams, we see the building in which everyone was. Dina is on the screen because after a long and deadly fight she won and no one has ever reached this floor since the past. Squeezing her hand, the girl is happy because she succeeded. There is a monster lying next to her because she defeated the boss of the 20th floor and the barrier was destroyed. People in the hall were impressed by this. The guy congratulates the tower master because she is the first magician in history to achieve such a result. Bart turns his head and says that this is nothing compared to the original tower of the Imperial Palace and that another person's record was simply beaten late, but the girl did not create history alone. Vivian is also fighting. The animal was screaming and there were also red eyes. The girl looks at him seriously. Then she starts running towards him. She is behind the monster. Squinting her eyes, she realizes that her speed does not match her size. The monster looks at her and exhales. She remembers another enemy who looked like a person. There is smoke near her because Vivian trained every day. Then the monster is at the top with its mouth open. The girl cuts it into pieces. Her eyes turn white from the blows. The monster's beak also gets hit. With her mouth slightly open, she begins to smile. The monster looks up from the blows. Vivian moves away from him. Then she takes the sword in her hands. After that, she cuts his beak into pieces. The audience opens their mouths in shock. She was on the screen, and people were saying that she went through the 20th floor after Dina. The guy holds a monocle in his hand because it was incredible. Another man likes her style because it seems like she is possessed by the spirit of rage. With her hands folded, the girl says that such people are called roses with thorns, but you need to tame the inner dragon. Monica looks in the other direction, then says that Vivian will be able to rise above the rest. We see the tower because both ladies finish their journey on the 21st floor. The girls are standing next to each other and their names are shouted. People are standing near the stairs. Looking at Vivian, she congratulates her. Opening her mouth, the girl says that she went further than her. Looking in the other direction, she says that she won. Smiling, the girl with dark hair says that if it comes down to it, she defeated the boss of the 20th floor faster. She looks at her because Vivian says that she won anyway. Ted comes up to them and congratulates them. Closing her eyes, she says that she is a little awkward because she said a lot before this. Smiling, the protagonist says that the floors above the 20th are on a completely different level and not everyone can get to them. Opening her mouth, she says that it is as if Ted has already been there, to which he answers negatively, because he just read books, then the next group is called. Smiling, the protagonist says that now it is his turn. Looking at him, she says that she is waiting for him to reach the top. Having gone, they begin to stop him. Vivian coquettishly tells him to try. Closing his eyes, he says that they will see each other again, and before he avoided her, but now he trusts her more than anyone else. The protagonist begins to enter the portal. His face was serious. There were traps in the tunnel and Ted looks at them. He remembers how Dina says that they are approaching each other and then the guy asks to stop. Opening her mouth, she says that it is not true. Then she starts to run away from them. Looking down, the girl realizes that she confessed. Dina looks at her. The protagonist runs along the first floor, which he passed in 12 minutes. On the third floor there was a monster and he passed in 1 hour and 3 minutes. On the 8th floor he kills the monster in 6 hours and 45 minutes. On the 9th floor he made a fire and was passed in 7 hours and 33 minutes. The protagonist cooks food because he wants to eat and rest. Having started to eat potatoes, he opens the status window. Talents were written in it, because he had talents for black magic, which evolved and he turned into a talent for all black magic, and not just necromancy, and thanks to the successful creation of Lucy's healing potion. While chewing food, he thinks that thanks to Belial, he developed another skill, namely elemental magic. Remembering the man, Ted thinks that he was suspicious when he succeeded in something that had not worked for several hours. Eating and poking at the screen, the guy decides to look at the chance of evolution. The screen says that he has a 74% chance of evolution, and at this rate he can get enough experience upon leaving the tower, which is why it is worth concentrating on using elemental magic. Holding cans in his hands, he says that there are 2 potions left. The protagonist lies down on a stone, because he needs to rest well and it will be more difficult from the 10th floor. The doors to the 10th floor are open. There were also explosions there. An iron golem stands near Ted and he thinks that the monster is now deactivating the shield. Then the golem's eye begins to shine. The laser begins to destroy everything, but the protagonist runs away. After that he jumps, and as soon as the shield disappears, he starts attacking randomly and constantly changing the location of the core between 4 places, 1 in each hand, 1 in the head and 1 in the chest. Running up to him, he decides to start with the right hand. He starts to take out the sword, which had a black aura. Having taken it out, he starts to damage the golem. The monster looks at him. Ted holds a can in his hands and decides to use it. Suddenly, the bottle breaks on the monster's head. Then he throws the second bottle into the chest. His eyes widen because his left hand remains. The monster's eye begins to shine. The protagonist squints. Then the golem's hand is cut off. Ted is behind him. The monster is standing on the ground. Putting away his sword, he decides to see how far he will go today. Looking through the screen at Ted, they are surprised because he broke the 8-minute record and defeated the iron golem on the 10th floor in record time. An elderly man sitting on the couch says that the boy is incredible. Opening his mouth, he says that he is not only able to carefully plan everything, but no less skillfully implement it, and his ability to wisely use his strength and resources, and acts as if he was going through the tower. Bart looks at him, and the man says that the student is smart and brave. If he continues in the same spirit, he can beat the other guy's record. Bart opens his mouth and says that he is not sure of him, but he can say that not only the most influential and rich people of the empire are gathered here, but also the eyes and ears of the imperial court. The guy with white hair was also a monster. The other one was also him. He held his hand near his face. And also the girl with yellow eyes, and after this event the whole empire will watch Ted. The tower is still standing and it was the 5th day of the exam. There is an explosion and objects break. The monster is near the main character. Blood was flowing from him and he moans. Ted smiles because he is running towards him. Then he strikes him. The monster's head falls to the ground. Putting away the sword, he exhales because it becomes heavier. Standing in the room, he waits to meet the enemies of the 30th floor. After that, he goes up the stairs. People are looking at the screen because the main character has reached the last floor. Dina opens her mouth in surprise because not only did he break the record, but he also reached the top. Vivian thinks about him because he is far away. Then he begins to walk away from the girl. Looking at her, she asks where she went. Turning her head, she says that she is going to train because Ted will definitely win. Dina is surprised by her words. The main character walks along the path. It was raining. Looking in different directions, he understands that he has waited for quite a long time, but has not met the monster yet. Then he comes to the lawn and did not think that the 29th floor is the last. The branches move near his feet. Ted pays attention to this. Looking down, he hears the crunch of branches. A monster begins to appear from them. First, legs were created. The protagonist looks seriously. The monster had blue eyes. Grassel stands up to his full height. The guy stands in front of him. Smiling, he wonders, immediately a battle with a monster. The enemy was huge compared to Ted. Then he hits him on the branch. Looking at him, he thinks that although fire magic is effective against grass monsters, but in such rain it will not cause much damage. Grassel begins to straighten his hand because it is regenerating. The protagonist cuts off his fingers again. The monster opens his mouth and begins to scream. The monster looks at his severed hand. Then it begins to regenerate. Grinning his teeth, Ted understands that the battle will not be easy. Suddenly, a branch grabs his leg. After that, he is lifted into the air. The protagonist swings and uses the wind blade. After that, he runs away from the monster. There is a hole in the monster's chest. Ted's face becomes serious. The protagonist looks at the monster. Then various objects appear and it was hard to fight with them. Raising his hand, Ted creates an earthen shield. All the objects crash into the shield. The protagonist looks at the explosion. The shield is destroyed. The guy is sitting on the ground. Then the shield is covered with leaves. Grimacing, he understands that you can't fall for these things. Then a tree sprouts and the guy bounces back. Landing on the ground, he thinks that if he shows weakness, the roots will suddenly attack from underground, on one side a regenerating body, and on the other an attack of spores. Grassel stands and looks at the guy. His eyes were glowing. Ted thinks that he does not have time to look for the core or weak points. His only way out is to finish everything with one blow. Opening his mouth, he asks himself again. People are watching the screen as the guy runs. Dina is surprised because he has been running for 30 minutes. The guys behind him were saying that he has come far and broken the record, but apparently he will not reach the top. Looking into the distance, the girl understands that he has already reached the 30th floor and wants to believe in him. On the screen, Ted is running. People are saying that he is tired and that is why he is holding the sword like that. Dina opens her mouth because he is not just running. The sword creates smoke from it. Then there is a powerful explosion. The protagonist runs away from the green smoke. Bart smiles and calls him a reckless child. The old man was surprised. Monica smiles because of him. She squeezes her hand, which is shaking. Dina looks at the screen because it was like that time. She remembers how she and her ally cast a spell. The protagonist draws a circle of reinforcement near the monster. Then he finishes drawing on the ground. The sword in his hands glows and says that the enemy is finished. The enemy opens his mouth and starts screaming. Ted looks at him seriously. Then Grassel swings, but the guy jumps back. After that, he runs at the monster. He takes a sword in his hands and pierces Grassel. A red thread appears because he uses a wall of fire. The circle drawn by Ted begins to glow. The other side of the circle also glows. The monster begins to burn from it. Their battle is shown on the screen. Looking at the screen, they are told that the guy finished everything with one move, and right now they are watching a historical moment because the 30th floor has been passed. People open their mouths in surprise. Dina also looks. She was wondering why he did not attack, but it turned out that he was creating a huge magic circle. Opening her mouth, she realizes that he had enough mana to use a magic circle of this size. Branches pass through the ground. The protagonist exhales and also looks. Standing near the enemy, he says that he should not regenerate after this. Monica puts her hand on his chin and says that this is an incredible boy. Looking at the guy, she says that the more she looks, the more impressive it is. The man turns to her and says that he is incredible. Looking at the girl, he says that his noble title is only on paper and there is nothing to stop him from being recruited. Monica agrees with him. His face is sullen and he suggests that they act now. They go up the stairs because the highness of the third princess is also eager to make her move. Starting to get up, the girl asks not to worry. Putting her hand to her head, she says that she is going to make him the most tempting offer of all. In her hands is a hand wishing stone, given to the first person to pass the 30th floor of the tower, and the reward is doubled when used inside the tower. Looking at his hand, he thinks that this item can be used in the real tower in the Imperial Palace. Something appears behind him. Looking there, he wonders if this is the exit. He stretches out his hand there, and he himself thought that he was forcibly teleported to the entrance. The tower is still standing, the sun is shining. People are standing near the portal and waiting for it. They fold their hands and say that they need to wait a little longer. Near the door, they say that they are investigating the reason for Ted's delayed return. Smiling, she asks if he is making her wait. There was still no one in the portal. Then a leg appears from it. The protagonist is standing near the portal. He sees a staircase up and a door. It was a hidden stage. Walking up the stairs, he realizes that he has completed the game many times, but he has never heard of this. He puts his hands on the door. Ted begins to open them. His face begins to wonder. The guy sees mechanisms at the top. There were magic balls on the pillars. Standing in it, he is silent. Then a yellow ball begins to appear and he is congratulated on reaching the top of the tower. A man appears and says that this is a hidden place that only the first person to pass the 30th floor can get to, and it is not visible from the outside thanks to many layers of ancient protective magic. Looking at it, he thinks that it looks like a projection, but an incredible amount of mana emanates from it. Opening his mouth, Madras was happy to meet because this is the first and last person he will meet. Looking seriously, he thinks that this is at least just a projection of a person who lived hundreds of years ago, but he did not think that this is Bart's ancestor. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that he is a contented, taciturn young man, but if he got here, then apparently he is capable, and deep in his soul the man hoped that one of his descendants would come here, but apparently did not inherit his talents. Looking at him, he understands that the projection likes to talk. Madras says that he will reward him. Opening his mouth, he asks about the reward. Raising his leg, the man says that he is honest with his desires, but it will not be free. Starting to scream, he says that he has one more test and he needs to overcome it. The protagonist is very surprised. Then the man stomps his foot. Ted flies away from his magic. After that, he lands on the ground. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he attacked from behind. Smiling, the old man asks to show what he can do because he is opening a new era. Standing far from him, he says that he is not very gifted in magic. Taking out his sword, Ted says that if it comes to tricks, then there are a couple. Opening his mouth completely, he laughs. The protagonist's face becomes serious and decides to calm down because the projection should be weaker. Raising his hands up, the guy understands that the place is not visible from the outside and therefore there is a chance to win. Creating magic, he makes a giant cyclone. After that, the guy runs at it. Taking a sword in his hands, he swings. Madras is surprised because it was brave. The protagonist jumps and creates a blade of wind. Opening his mouth, he says that a mage who owns a sword looks interesting. Straightening his hand, he says that it is not enough to defeat him. The guy begins to smile at his words. Nick appears behind the old man. Then he cuts him in half. Grinning his teeth, he understands that this is the undead. He looks at Nick and the protagonist. Raising his hand, he says that he was able to surprise him. Matthew appears and hits him. Smoke appears near them. Standing with a sword in his hands, he tells them that he is full of surprises. Matthew begins to bare his teeth. A blue aura appears around them and they say that the use of magic and fencing is already rare, but he also owns black magic. Ted begins to bare his teeth because simple blows are nothing to him. There is a watch near the man. He says that the guy made a mistake. Rising into the air, he says that he is a projection, not a person. Opening his mouth, he says that physical attacks on the old man without a body will lead to nothing. The protagonist jumps away from him. A blue aura is created, or rather an explosion. Looking back, Ted understands that the old man does not care about anything. Looking at the mechanisms, he understands that something is wrong with the watch. Among the three small ones, only one worked. Looking down, he says that you scurry around like a rat and they will never finish. The mechanism in the watch begins to sparkle. The eyes of the protagonist follow them. Madras smiles and suggests turning up the heat. A cloud forms near the mechanisms. Looking up, he sees heartless thunder. Grinning his teeth, he understands that everything is bad. Matthew also begins to bare his teeth. Nick just looks up. He puts his hands near his face and asks Nick to interrupt the magic. The monster understands what they want from him. Madras looks surprised. Then Nick tries to attack the enemy. He strikes him with his sword. Straighten your hand, the man calls it bad taste. He opens his mouth because lightning is near him. Taking hold of his hat, he decides to do something. Nick looks at his hand and he is told that I will suppress with pure force. Then everything around Nick begins to glow. Opening his mouth, he understands that it does not matter how resistant the undead are to lightning magic, and if you hit them like that, they will certainly break. Raising his hands up, he decides to see how long he can last. Opening his mouth, he asks Nick to come back. The man looks at them. Everything around the protagonist is in thunder. Looking from above, he says that he can have a good time. Smiling, he thinks that it can't be that Madras didn't know how resistant the undead are to lightning and still continued to use it. He raises his hands and is told that he can use the elements controlled by that watch, excluding spatial magic. Opening his mouth, he says that he is not bad at observation and this is a rule left by Madras. Everything around the hand begins to electrify. He says that without such restrictions, no matter how many tower conquerors come, it would be impossible for them to defeat him, but these are all just trifles. No matter what, he can't do anything. Then the hand looks at Ted because he has no chance. An explosion occurs behind the protagonist. Looking back, he thinks about how to attack, and no matter how strong he is, as soon as the magic runs out, he will immediately disappear. Everything around Madras becomes electrified because such reckless attacks must exhaust a decent amount of it. Closing his eyes, he tries to detect mana. Lightning turns blue while he looks. Looking at the towers, the guy understood everything. Looking at the others, he understands that the weaklings supply him with mana. Then he starts running, everything around him becomes electrified. Smiling, Ted understands what the answer is. Madras thinks that he apparently understood everything. A stone falls, or rather an earthen shield. Holes appear in it. The guy thinks that whatever magic he owns, it is easier for him to resist. A magician appears behind him, who says that he said it himself and the restrictions do not apply to spatial magic. Then the main character looks back. Everything around the mechanisms begins to electrify. The man looks at him seriously. Something black begins to appear near the main character. He is told that he is also amused by the double pronunciation of ordinary and black magic because he thought he was a noble young man, but he turns out to be a scoundrel. Smiling, Ted asks if he is not the one who is hiding something. Opening his mouth, he says that this is called the power of age. The mechanism begins to glow blue. Something appears in his hands and he says that his superiority in the elements will disappear. Ted begins to be surprised by his words. A water field appears near Madras because it takes control of the fight. They are all now in the water. The protagonist holds a sword in his hands and calls Matthew. Flying near the water, he asks if they are aiming at different pillars. The monster approaches the man. He asks where he is in such a hurry. A water dragon appears near him and makes a hydro wave. Grinning his teeth, he understands that there is a chance. Behind him, they say a water prison. Hydrogen appears near Ted. Then water covers him. Smiling, the grandfather says that it is checkmate. Grinning his teeth, Ted thinks that everything happened in a split second. Something begins to glow in his hand. Looking surprised, he says that he does not let him get bored. Rudridal appears, breaking stones. Looking at him, he understands that in his era there were no giants. The monster stands near him. Smiling, he begins to strike. Then a lot of water appears. The protagonist falls from his feet because of the wave. Raising his hand, he tries to cough. Flying in the air, Madras says that it would be boring if it ended like this. Smiling, the guy says that he better be careful because they lost one of the precious lives. People are standing near the tower and wondering what is going on here because he hasn't come out for several hours. Dina looks at another girl. Vivian starts to approach her. She herself thinks that it will be difficult for her father to calm the nobles down. Approaching the girl, she says that he still hasn't come out. Looking at her, she asks if she's back. Looking at her, Dina says that the professors are investigating this issue, but there are no results, and anyway, why does she look disheveled? Her clothes have become torn. The girl wonders what she went through in the last few days to look like this. She remembers what Vivian said about training. Her face was dirty because she trained all the time and did not sleep. Covering her nose, she realizes that she did not even take a bath. Opening her mouth, the girl asks if her father is the master of the tower. Looking at the portal, she asks to do something, to which they answer negatively, and now is not the time to bother her father. Rudridal runs and tries to hit because there are 2 pillars left. Matthew also tries to hit and there are 3 of them, although they have a numerical superiority, but does not see a way to win. Raising his hands up, he thinks that the old fox, as soon as he has an opportunity, attacks him and limits his movements. Rudridal attacks, they do the same to him. Behind is Madras, who creates a water attack. Further, the monster is in the water. Ted looks at this and realizes that he is targeting his ally. Raising his sword, he decides to break the pillar. Jumps while the pillar falls. While in the water, he realizes that they created a water shield. Straightening his hand, he calls it pity. Looking back, the protagonist calls him an old fart. The man's eyes notice something. Nick is approaching him. There are guys in the water and also their enemy. Looking at them, he understands that he has called back the undead that he had recalled earlier. His face is serious because the enemy is relaxed. There is a wave near him. He understands that it will not end with the pillars. Looking angrily, he understands that the guy has lost. Ted stands in the water and says that he has not lost, just something with the pillars. Looking displeased, they tell him that the protagonist is more interested in the clock. Madras is silent in the air. Nick runs with a sword in his hands. Ted swings and asks Nick to deal with the clock. The man begins to smile. His eyes widen because Madras does not stop him. Then a bright dome appears. Nick looks, his eyes are red. A line appears near the clock. Then a dome appears near the clock. Holding a sword in his hands, Ted understands that it is a shield. The clock is still working. Madras appears behind. With his arms folded, he asks if the boy thinks he'll leave his weak spot unprotected. With his mouth open, he says he won't interfere and let him do whatever he wants. The protagonist looks at him seriously. With his mouth closed, he's told that only someone on the sorcerer level can do damage. Monrez is surprised because he's asked if he'll take his words back. Sloth is activated on the phantoms. Nick flies to the clock. The protagonist watches silently. The man is surprised by what's happening. Nick has a red aura around his eyes. He takes the sword in his hands. Then he starts to cut the protective dome. A big explosion occurs. The tower starts to shake from it. People look and point their fingers at it. Monica looks calmly, others ask what just happened. Dina is surprised because he is still fighting. Vivian has pink lips, she is also waiting for him. There was no shield near the clock, but there were different mechanisms. Opening his mouth, he asks if he will interfere. Monrez raises his hands, but remains silent. He looks seriously and thinks about strength. Closing his eyes, he says that the tower is still needed to test future students, and if he breaks the clock, it will collapse. Then he lands on the ground and says that he would have passed if he destroyed all the pillars, but he became curious about what he would do when his trick was revealed. Standing next to him, he did not think that the guy would really have the strength to destroy the clock. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that his fighting style is dangerous and would not have built this tower for students to die in. Grinning his teeth, Ted realizes that if he had destroyed the tower, it would be too late to cry. Then they hand him a pendant. It was a reward. Taking it in his hands, he thinks about what it is. The crystal glows. Monrez says that this necklace sharpens the mind of the owner and is useful when using mana or aura. Folding their hands, they thank him. He looks at it and says that he is intrigued. Matthew's eyes speak, because it is a cat that achieved perfection in that life. Rudridol was a mythical creature. Nick was an undead who can handle the power of a god. Looking seriously, Monrez says that any of them would have caused him a mad desire to explore if they were alive, but there was also something else interesting. Ted looks at him, and he is told that his body is interesting, as if a creature from a distant era and perhaps even something more dangerous and ancient. A black silhouette appears near the guy, which could be in his body. Everyone fell silent and stood close to each other. Putting his hands behind his back, he allows him to go. Raising his finger up, Monrez says that in any case, he should not trust God. He begins to disappear and asks to direct the world in the right direction. The protagonist is silent, because this is just a projection, but he understood everything. A screen pops up that the achievement has been received. Then a smile appears on his face. Opening his mouth, he says that Monrez's tower has been passed. The tower is still standing. The protagonist comes out of the portal. Dina and Vivian are watching because he came out. The guys are also watching him. Ted is standing near a huge crowd. They come up to the girl and ask for forgiveness. The protagonist immediately becomes serious. Monica bows and says that she has one offer to give in to her. The girl opens her mouth and agrees. Turning her head, she asks if the others don't mind. The two girls stand and say that seeing her behavior with Her Imperial Highness, they think that this is what they could have expected. Spreading her arm, Monica says that he did more than just break the record. Straightening her arm, she says that he became the first person in history to conquer the tower and wants him to come under her wing. The guy looks down and thinks that he already expected various offers from high-ranking nobles. The girl still extends her hand. She was the head of the house. Bowing, Ted greets her. The girl still looks because she has asked for forgiveness for not returning the handshake, but his hands are dirty. The man behind her says that he is showing disrespect. The protagonist narrows his eyes and thinks that only he is disrespectful. Monica opens her mouth and asks if he has decided what he will do after graduation, to which he answers in the negative. Approaching him, she asks if he has a lover, to which he answers in the negative. With her mouth open, she offers him to create an alliance between the houses of Morhaime and Cromwell. Ted is surprised by the offer. Standing next to him, she promises him financial and military assistance until the House of Cromwell returns to its former glory. Smiling, he thinks that this does not seem true and then asks what the benefit is. With her mouth open, she says that this will not be a simple alliance in words, but this will be an alliance by blood between the two houses and wants Ted to marry her. The guy is surprised by these words. The girl's eyes widen from what she heard. Dina begins to embarrass, and Vivian stands in complete shock. A girl from the crowd looks at them. The man approaches her, and Monica asks why he doubts, because it is a good offer and if he is worried about age, then she keeps her body in good shape. The girl looks at him with disdain, and Ted says that she is attractive and beautiful. His gloved hand begins to clench. Vivian starts biting her lips. Then she starts to leave. Dina is surprised. Looking at her, she thinks that if she were Ted, it would be difficult to refuse, given the situation of his house. The protagonist just stands and asks to give him time to think and that it would be a good decision to listen to the nobles. Putting her hand to her chin, she asks if he wants to compare her with them. Ted thinks that if he thoughtlessly accepts her offer, he will get into a lot of trouble. Opening her mouth, she says that she will soon understand that there is no better offer than hers. Pointing her finger at the man, she says that she will forgive him if he has dinner with her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanks her. Then he tenses up because he was called. A girl comes up and wants to offer something. The next day we are near the building, the Faculty of Knights. Ted walks and realizes that he does not want to be in such a situation again. After that, he turns around. Selena comes up and asks if he came to practice fencing. Leaning over, she asks if he has time to train with her. He says no, because he wants to see Vivian. Pointing back, she says that the girl has been training tirelessly since yesterday. We are near the fortresses. The guy quickly walks along the road. He remembers how Selena says that there is a frightening atmosphere there. Explosions occur near the doors. Ted pays attention to this. Then he looks, because Vivian is there and feels a perfectly clean aura. The girl was dirty and wearing torn clothes. The protagonist is behind her, smiling. He understands that as soon as he thought about her, that he was level with her, then she was again one step ahead. The girl turns to him because she was called. Opening her mouth, he says that he was looking for her. Vivian turns away and says that she is not ready. Opening her mouth, she says that she smells. Hugging her, he apologizes. A blush immediately appears on her face. Ted says that it suits her perfectly. Vivian looks down because they put on the pendant. The crystal glows, and she asks why he gave it to her, because Ted helped her out so many times. She starts to get embarrassed because they tell her that the guy got it on the top floor of the tower. It helps calm the mind. He looks at her because something is wrong with her. Taking the potion in his hands, he says that the girl looks bad and let her drink it, and also rest. Vivian at that moment starts to run away. Ted looks and thinks if the necklace really works. We are near Ted's room. He went to the characteristics window. The screen asks if he wants to accept the reward. He comes that he receives a random magic talent. The guy starts to be surprised. The screen says that the element of light has been received. Sitting at the table, he understands that he has not yet studied this type of magic and therefore is useless. Something appears near his hand, because sooner or later he will study it. Nick comes out of the portal, asking to put him in the center of the magic circle. The monster sits down on the floor, because the corpse he left 6 months ago can use it when he gets better at black magic. Looking at it, he understands that in theory, at his current skill level, everything should work out and definitely awaken him. There is a creature lying on the floor. Her eyes are closed. She was the former queen of the fairies. We are near the door. Covering his face, Ted coughs. Opening his mouth, he says that the shockwave is strong. A notification came that the fairy was summoned. Nilin flies because everything worked. The screen shows that the corpse's level is very high and receives additional characteristics. Her face was calm. A notification comes that the rank has increased and a shadow fairy was summoned. Looking at the fairy, he asked again about the shadow one. A notification came that the corpse's level is transcendentally high and inherits a part of itself before death. The protagonist is even more surprised by this information. There are ships on the water, and we see the port city of Muriel. One of the ships was decorated in gold tones. This is the restaurant Blessing of the Sea. Monica and Ted are sitting at the table. She offers him to eat whatever he wants. There is pork on the salad. The girl wanted to talk to him and have a thorough conversation, so she reserved the whole ship and cannot be shy. Holding a glass of wine in her hands, she says that if she wants to talk, then let him start. Closing his eyes, Ted says that he should have invited her as an apology for rudeness and then asks for forgiveness. Looking at him calmly, the girl says that a future husband should not apologize on the first date. Opening his mouth, he asks her again. Raising her hand, Monica laughs and asks him not to be so embarrassed, although it seemed like a serious joke. Starting to drink wine, the guy thinks that she is the kind of person who will stop at nothing to fulfill her achievements, and after all, the House of Morhaime rose by doing dirty work that other nobles would not take on. Putting the glass on the table, she asks if the guy has made a decision, because she said that she would give him time to think, but she would not call herself a very patient person. Ted sits silently, and she wants to hear his answer as soon as possible. Cutting the meat, he says that he needs a little more time to think, and as the head of a fallen house, there is still a lot to do before graduation. Running her finger around the glass, she begins to think. Putting her hand on her chin, Monica says that it is not surprising, and after all, the Cromwell house has fallen into disfavor with the emperor for no reason. Holding the meat on his fork, he begins to understand something. Taking bread from the basket, she is told that Ted does not think the punishment from His Majesty is undeserved. Tearing the bread, the girl asks what keeps him from creating an alliance with her. A deathly silence hangs in the room. Looking at her, he thinks how much he has to tell her, and she thinks materially, depending on the situation, she will easily betray him. Monica begins to bite off the bread and also asks if he is really a timid boy. The ships are still standing, and she asks not to worry because even a rat will not get on the ship without her permission. Closing her eyes, she says that apparently Ted doubts because he cannot trust her. The guy starts spitting out his food because he was asked if he wants Monica to insult the Emperor's white pig. Wiping his mouth, he says that it was sudden. The girl asks if he is ready to talk because he can swear on blood. Smiling strangely, he says that if Monica goes that far, he will not be able to not say something in response. Placing his hands on the table, he says that as the girl mentioned, His Majesty the Emperor wants to crush the Cromwells and therefore must become stronger at any cost. Extending his hand with bread, she asks if he is contradicting himself, and if so, then Ted should have immediately agreed to the offer. Opening his mouth, he says that if he does so, another problem arises. Placing his hand near his chest, Monica asks if he is talking about becoming too influential. Looking contemptuously, he says that now they are nothing in the eyes of the Emperor and therefore do not touch. Monica opens her mouth and says that the moment Ted gains power, the Emperor will set the dogs on him again. He starts drinking wine and agrees with her because the Morhaime house may also be in the Emperor's sights. Raising her head, she gets the gist. Taking a glass in her hands, Monica says that she planned to make an incredibly talented child with him and make Ted the next head of the family. But the situation turned out to be a slow poison. Looking seriously, the guy understands that the Morhaime family has enormous political power, incredible financial strength, and a strong army of mercenaries, but there has never been an aura master or a sorcerer in their family. After drinking wine, she asks why the Emperor wants to destroy the Cromwell house. The guys are sitting at the table. The protagonist looks seriously and understands that since everything has come to this, he will have to reveal a few details to gain trust, and even if they do not form an alliance, it is better to make friends with the Morhaime house. The ships are still standing because his father fell victim to the Emperor's ambitions. The people are standing because he wanted to create an age of gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch. We see a man, a monster, and objects because the only way to achieve this is to collect the greatest treasure of all time, that is, the deadly sins. The man smiles, and Ted had to stop him at any cost. Sitting on a chair, he says that this is his duty. Monica looks at him silently. Holding a fork in her hands, she asks if this is his revenge or her father's. The ship was painted. The guy says that the Emperor's goals are incredibly dangerous and can lead to the collapse of the world. Looking at the guy, she says that she heard that the Emperor was desperately looking for something in the north. Remembering himself in a mask, Ted thinks that when he spoke of the deadly sins in the north, there was a son of the king of barbarians who was kidnapped by a bloody Dan, and thinks that simply eliminating the spies will not change history. Sitting on a chair, Monica says that the guy knows something, and he replies that a war will soon begin in the north. He holds a fork with meat in his hands. Starting to eat it, the girl says that she sounds like a prophet. Wiping his lips with a handkerchief, Ted says that if they are provoked correctly, then it is easy to find a reason for war. Chewing food, Monica says that everything is correct and this pig is quite capable of this. Looking at him, she is told that as soon as the war is over. Putting his hand on the table, Ted continues to say that the nobles and feudal lords who are not ready for war will panic, since they will not be ready for the coming changes, but if they knew about everything in advance, they would be able to cope with the consequences of the war. A smile begins to rise on Monica's face. Taking food with a fork, she asks if he wants the girl to stock up on supplies in case of war. She is answered affirmatively. Looking at the meat, she says that this is quite a generous warning, but that is if everything goes as he expects. Looking at the girl, Ted asks if she is sure that this is enough. There is a pig on the table. The guy says that by the time the pig in the center of this whole whirlpool weakens, he will be just ready for battle. Monica's face immediately changes, her eyes widen. We are in the Imperial Palace. The guy kneels in front of the Emperor. His hand is near his face. He asks what interesting thing he will tell. Looking down, Hecker says that Ted conquered the 30th floor of the Madras Tower and Monica tried to create an alliance with the Cromwell house, to which he did not answer. Opening his mouth, the guy says that this is formal and they do not know the details. Pierre looks at him and asks why he is afraid of the main character. Looking at the Emperor, he begins to apologize. The lamps glow. He asks to forget about it and report on the people he sent to the north. They tell him that they have not found anything yet. Opening his mouth, he asks him to try, because Jester said that he found something related to the deadly sins in the north. Hecker's eyes suddenly widen. A cart is driving in the snow. Jester reads the letter and says that in order to receive wrath, he will have to fight the great leader. The photo shows a child, because it was problematic. An object begins to ring near him. Taking it in his hands, he is told that Lena found out who killed Kyler. His eyes glow. Jester asks who killed him. A girl runs through the destruction. He is told that Ted killed him. Approaching the ghost, he is told that it was the main character. Opening her mouth, Lena thinks if she can make Ted her toy. The sun shines on the ship. The guy understands that war will soon break out. Walking up the stairs, Ted thinks that it would be great if he could follow the Emperor's actions with the help of someone. His face becomes serious. He understands that at the same time, he needs to become stronger at any cost, and with his developed talent for black magic. We see the books that the main character will concentrate on, and then when the academy starts vacation, we watch the monster because it will be time for the dragon to replenish his collection. A week later, Ted is standing near the train, which leaves in 10 minutes. We see a map where the Great Forest and the Kingdom of Grandies are drawn. The guy will look for the dragon's tomb on it. Riding on the train, he understands that fortunately there is transport to the Kingdom of Grandies, and from there it is not far to the forest. Then he will have to go on foot or horseback. Someone pokes him from behind, and at that moment he thinks that on top of everything, the forest is a completely foreign land where mistakes are unacceptable because the laws of the Empire do not apply there. Vivian stands behind him, greeting him. They are standing near the train. The girl is heading home. Holding a suitcase in her hands, she says that her father told her to come back. Looking the other way, she says that she does not want to leave and would prefer to spend time with him. He looks at her in surprise and asks her again, also thinking that it is problematic to take her with him. Opening her mouth, she says that it is for this very reason. Holding a backpack, Vivian says that she must go home. Ted looks at her in surprise. Closing his eyes, he wishes her a safe journey, and even the girl does not want to always depend on a ferry. Near the building they said goodbye because they will see each other only after the holidays, and Vivian was already becoming independent. Evening comes, we see mountains. People get off the train. A guy walks along the street of the fortress of the Kingdom of Grandies. There were other people walking along the street, and Ted was here for the first time in real life, but he still felt nostalgic because he often came here in the game. But now there was chaos. The men were standing and talking. That life had changed in a couple of days because the orcs in the forest had gone wild, and because of this, business had fallen into decline. The protagonist looked at him seriously because he had a bad feeling. We were near the tavern, which we entered. Putting money on the table, Ted asked for a room and food. The girl gave him the keys and said that she could take the last room on the second floor. The guy asked about the fuss. Turning and pouring water, she said that there had been changes at the border. Opening her mouth, she said that for the first time in 40 years, an orc lord had appeared. The guy remembered the orc because it happened because the orc lord signified the unification of the tribes of the Great Forest. Putting the cup on the table, she said that ordinary people were not allowed into the forest. Opening his mouth, he asked if there were any other options. Holding onto a shelf, she says that it is possible to become a mercenary, but he will not succeed. The protagonist screams his face because he was called skinny and the orc will cut him like a toothpick. Taking a plate in her hands, she says that they do not have enough people and therefore can take. Ted understands that they are mercenaries in words, but in fact they are underground subordination of the army and their movement is limited. The light is on in the house. The guy decides to go there. Walking up the stairs, he says that apparently because of this, the Everlast company could not get the ingredients for the potion, and in any case, tomorrow he will go and sign up for mercenaries. They approached him from behind. Hanging on the ceiling, she asks if he wants to kill the orc lord. Landing on the ground, she says that Lena waited so long for the guy to leave the academy. Opening her mouth, she calls his name. The protagonist is surprised because of her, as suddenly the girl disappeared. Behind him is Lena with a weapon. Then she makes a blow, but misses. The protagonist lands on the floor. He places his feet on it. Holding a weapon in her hands, Lena says that she will pinch a little. Something appears at the tip of the object. Something shines at the top of the weapon. Lena begins to be surprised when she looked. After that, something black begins to appear. Then the girl runs away from him. Ted gets up. Lena is surprised. Holding a weapon in her hands, she asks if this is Kyler's magic and how he even killed him and took the magic. The protagonist opens his mouth and thinks that even though he destroyed all the evidence in the shelter, it does not mean anything to the girl at all. Holding a weapon in her hands, Lena says that it will be boring if they continue to stand. Starting to take out the sword, he asks if the girl wants to kill him. Holding her chin, she begins to think. Then the girl makes a blow. Ted looks at this and understands what she found. Holding a weapon in her hands, she begins to speak. Holding her cheeks, Lena says that she can and wants to kill him. Ted looks at her seriously and understands that she looks like she's fooling around, but at such a young age she has already reached the level of a sorcerer. Lena starts jumping. He asks her what she wants from him. Putting her hands behind her back, she decides to say. Raising one leg, she talks to Jester. Holding an object in his hands, he asks if she has made contact with the target. From the object, they say to let her talk to him. Then Lena throws the object to Ted. Looking at the chest, he thought that the girl came to get rid of him since he killed Kyler. Jester is standing near the window and says that how dare he raise his hand against his agent, and again he has guts. Smiling, the guy asks for forgiveness. His teacher left the world and therefore did not know that Kyler was their man. In the chest there was a ball, from which they said that it lays smoothly, but this does not relieve responsibility. Smiling, Ted says that he does not want to admit guilt, But since he is guilty, he wants to apologize, and during the incident with the laziness page, he was just trying to survive, and that time, he did not even suspect that everything would happen exactly like this. Jester's eyes shine. He says that this time he will let it go. Standing near the window, he says that he has not completely forgiven, but as the head of the congregation, he must put its interests above all else. Looking at the box, the guy thinks about what he wants to say. Lena comes up and wants to eavesdrop. Jester says that they need someone who will provide information on Rodlin's development, but for various reasons, he does not have the opportunity to prepare such a person. Ted opens his mouth and realizes that he is beating around the bush, and in the end wants to take him under his wing. Jester looks and asks to become a member of the congregation. Ted's eyes grow bigger from the offer. Standing under the night sky, Ted said that he accepts the girl's offer. The protagonist held out his hand and said that in that case they had no reason to fight anymore and he would give it back to her. Lena's face was embarrassed. The girl threw herself into his arms and cried out that she was happy. The dumbfounded Ted looked at Lena, who cried out that for the first time a person her age had appeared in the assembly. Closing her eyes, the girl said that as his elder, she would give him some advice. Membership in the assembly was not that difficult. Standing in front of her, Ted clarified if all he had to do was report on what was happening at the academy, except for special situations, to which he received the answer that this was true, and if he had any problems, he should just tell her. The protagonist bowed and said that he would be happy to talk to her at a future meeting, and Lena noted that she wanted to go with him. The surprised girl listened to Ted, who said that he was not there on assembly business. The disgruntled protagonist wondered if she had sawdust instead of brains. The protagonist started walking towards her and said that he did not understand why she wanted to go with him if this was their first meeting, and Lena said that she had nothing to do at home. Looking at her, Ted noted that this was not the reason. The girl cried out with delight that when she saw him at the meeting, he looked really cool, so she thought it would be cool to go with him. Lena began to tremble and asked to give him her treasures. Ted started to walk away from her, and she pulled his cloak. Holding the protagonist back, Lena said that she could be useful because she was insanely strong. The protagonist looked back and thought that it was definitely tempting to have such a strong ally as Lena, especially considering the activity of the orcs, and since there is no persecution of black magicians in this region, there are no problems in uniting. Looking at the girl, Ted stated that he has one condition. The surprised girl heard that he wanted her to engrave a soul on him. Looking away, Lena replied that it was troublesome, and the protagonist replied that taking her along was no less inconvenient. Looking at her, Ted thought that soul engraving was a skill that permanently strengthened the spirit. In the Deadly Sins it was a special skill, only Lena could use it. If she used it on him, then the game would be worth the candle. Pointing her finger, the girl cried out that she also had a condition. Putting her hand on her chest, Lena asked Ted to be her friend, noting that if they became friends, then they would be comfortable being together, and she would engrave a soul for her friend, even if it was very painful for her. The surprised protagonist thought that this was a strange reason. Closing his eyes, the protagonist agreed and offered to be friends. The girl was happy to hear this. Lena started jumping up and down screaming. They became friends, and Ted mentally noted that even though they were not in the Empire now, it would be problematic if they were seen together. Looking away, the protagonist asked to be called comrade instead of by name. He asked with a puzzled look if she thought that it made them seem even closer. Lena pointed her finger at him and called him comrade. Standing in front of her, the protagonist noted that it was good that she was such a simpleton. People were fighting orcs. The man dealt them powerful blows. The monster's face was furious. The warrior grinned, and the plot introduced us to Dawson, the head of House Endeavor. He killed a huge orc. The monster began to blow a trumpet. Dawson noticed it. The monsters were confused. The orcs began to run away from the people. Wiping sweat from his face, Dawson asked if they were trying to wear them out. The guy stood behind him and shouted that reinforcements had arrived from Beatra. Dawson smiled and said that it was good news, then asked how many troops they had sent, to which he was told that they had only sent 2 men. Dawson was taken aback by what he heard. Standing in front of the soldiers, he shouted that even 2,000 would not be enough, and they had only sent 2, after which the guy replied that he had tried to contact his superiors, but had not yet received an answer. The guy introduced the girl and assumed that one of them was Lena, the same black mage who was as strong as the Master of Aura. Looking at the guy, Dawson said that it was a pity because it would have been better if it had been a Necromancer. The warrior, with a serious expression, said that the second man was a wandering mercenary named Barry. Holding his chin, Dawson said that he had never heard of him. Standing on the battlefield, he asked everyone to prepare for dinner, noting that he would meet the guys personally. Evening came. Ted and Lena walked through the fortress. The protagonist looked at her and said that he would be called Barry, adding that there were no problems with his identity. But if a rumor spread that a noble from the Empire was a black magician, it would be bad, and therefore he would wear a mask because it was better to be on the safe side. Ted opened the door and offered to go. The guys entered the room and greeted Dawson. The man stood in front of them with a serious look and said that he would like to thank them for coming. If they showed themselves well, he would report everything to the king and they would be generously rewarded. Philip approached the table and introduced himself. Sitting down at the table, Ted asked if he could ask about the situation on the battlefield. Dawson sat at the table and replied that, to be honest, it was hopeless, as they knew they didn't even have enough people to hold them back, let alone any counterattack. If the Orc Lord and his generals, who were currently inactive, were to engage in battle, it would be the end of their fortress. Sitting at the table, Ted stated that the situation was even more grim than he thought. Frowning, Dawson said that this was not the worst thing. The Orc Lord was the leader of the enemy forces, a master of aura. There was a powerful energy around the monster. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Ted turned his gaze to Lena and wondered if she could handle him, noting that if he helped her, they might succeed, but that alone would not end the war. The girl ate greedily and cried out that she would take care of the Orc Lord, but first she would finish off this meat. The warrior ran up to them and told them about urgent news. The dumbfounded Philip asked him to start reporting. The frightened guy said that right now the Orc Lord appeared behind the walls. The guys were surprised by what they heard. Looking at the night sky, they asked what the orcs were up to. Watching them, Dawson noted that they left their troops behind and came there. In any case, they cannot let down their guard. The monsters stood quietly. The Orc Lord cried out with a satisfied look so that the people would listen to him. Looking at the wall, he said that all the attacks before were so that his warriors would feel what a battlefield is. The people listened with a serious look that the orcs were ready now. Tomorrow at dawn they would begin a full-scale attack. The guy covered his ears and asked if they decided to finish them off after exhausting their forces. Holding the blade in his hand, the Orc Lord said that it would be too boring to end it like that, so, putting his honor on the line, he would give them a chance. If the humans won the fight with 6 of his warriors, he would let them live another day. The orcs were standing next to him. Dawson, dumbfounded, came to the conclusion that they wanted to play with them before killing them. Philip extended his hand and said that this was definitely a trap. The orcs had no honor. They needed to kill them while they had the chance. Their main force was far behind. They would succeed. Dawson frowned and emphasized the fact that they were dealing with an aura master. He glanced at the monsters and noted that even if they suddenly attacked, it would be difficult to kill them before the main force arrived. Dawson said with a serious expression that they would accept their terms, because if they held them off for even one day, reinforcements might arrive. Ted looked at Dawson and asked if he would join them, and in his mind he noted that the problem was that the only ones who could fight them were him and Lena. The boys were taken aback by what he heard. The girl's face was calm. The gates began to open, and the protagonist asked to make another deal with the Orc Lord. Ted thought with a serious expression that he would take a closer look at the Orc Lord's face. The protagonist entered the battlefield. The joyful monster said that this was wonderful and they would begin. The orc was preparing for battle. Dawson, dumbfounded, said that a battle in which the winner stayed for the next battle was an advantage for them given their lack of skilled fighters, but it also meant that he would have to fight until he lost. Ted found himself behind the monster. The boys were shocked by what they saw. The protagonist put his katana back in its sheath and asked the next orc to come out. The monster swung its weapon. The protagonist flew over it. He plunged his katana into the orc's mouth. There were corpses of monsters on the ground. The female orc extended her hand. Ted looked at it. The protagonist asked seriously if it was the last one. She rushed at the protagonist. Ted parried her attack. Dawson, dumbfounded, stated that the protagonist was very strong. Philip stood nearby and asked who Ted was, noting that he had defeated the orc chieftain so easily, and they were equal in strength to the captain of the human knights, and Dawson noted that he was sure that these chieftains were some of the strongest aura users. Watching the battle, the man said that he did not think the protagonist was an aura master, but nevertheless, for a man of his strength, it was difficult to remain unknown. Ted pierced the body of the female orc. The protagonist, seriously, noted that it was over. The surprised warriors said that he defeated all 6 chieftains single-handedly. The corpse of the monster lay in front of him. Ted turned his gaze. The Orc Lord stood in front of them and shouted that it was an amazing battle, he was a worthy warrior, and then asked for his name. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the Orc Lord was stronger than he thought, and then introduced himself as Barry. The monster placed the blade on the ground. Standing in front of Ted, the Lord cried out for his fearless orcs to remember the name of this brave human warrior, Barry, because he granted their warriors an honorable death and eternal peace. He held the blade in front of him. Holding the katana, the protagonist thought that he was scared when the Lord suddenly swung his sword and lowered it into the ground. But it seems that he is smarter than he thought and does not think that the orc will attack him for revenge. After all that was said, the monster stood in front of him and said that as promised, He was giving him 1 day's grace. They also needed time to respect their fallen warriors. As the orc left, he said that he hoped that during this time they would prepare to die with dignity. As he watched him go, Ted thought that anyone who did not own an aura would instantly fall from the strength of his fighting spirit alone. Such was the influence of an aura master on the battlefield, he felt it on his own skin. The protagonist stood quietly and came to the conclusion that if he wanted to win against him, he would have to wait for the right moment. Ted frowned. A shout could be heard in the room that it was simply outrageous that they had not been sent reinforcements yet. Standing in front of the table, the guys said that they could only think that Grandies had abandoned them. They were putting their lives on the line to guard the border, and they were treating them like this. It was too much. Furious, Dawson told them to stop talking like that, noting that he would not tolerate insults towards their kingdom, no matter the circumstances. Their mission was still the same, to protect the people of Endeavor and the kingdom from the threat from the Great Forest. The warriors were taken aback by his words. The man looked at Ted and asked for forgiveness. After all, he risked his life to buy them time, but it was in vain. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this was an excellent commander. Even against superior forces, he could unite people and maintain high morale, and despite the terrible attitude of the Grandies kingdom, his loyalty was a waste of talent. The protagonist bowed and replied that it was okay. In war, unexpected things often happen. At least they had time to discuss a plan of action, so it was worth it. Dawson looked at the stand with weapons and asked Ted to do him a favor in the battle tomorrow. Frowning, Dawson told them that they had lost many men at the captain level due to the orcs' guerrilla strategy, which is why he wanted to concentrate all their forces on the western gate where they could directly engage them. But the northern gate, which would be barely defended, was a likely target for surprise attacks from the orc chieftains. Looking at the gate, Dawson noted that ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Ted looked at him and asked him to leave the northern gate to him, and Lena cried out that she wanted to have fun too. The boys looked at each other after her words. The commander-in-chief asked if Lena could fight an orc lord. The girl cried out in delight that they could leave it to her. Standing in front of the boys, Dawson apologized for putting such a heavy burden on them, even though they were mere mercenaries. He opened his mouth and remarked that he was ashamed to say it, even if it was beyond their capabilities. But they had to fight. This place might not be needed by the kingdom, but it was their homeland. If by some chance they survived, he promised that he would report their contribution to the king and they would be rewarded accordingly. Ted answered with a serious expression that there was no need to bother himself. He was helping them for personal reasons. After all, his family had been killed by orcs when he was young, after which he thought that he needed to end the war as soon as possible and enter the Great Forest. He did not have time to deal with the reward from the kingdom. Standing in front of the table, Dawson suggested filling their stomachs and preparing for battle. Looking up at the sky, Lena asked if the protagonist wanted her to do it. She held her chin and noted that she had never done it before, but she could handle it. Lena, with a smile on her face, asked if the orc lord was that strong. Ted introduced the monster and told him that it was. He was convinced of this when he approached it. When it was at its peak, he would not be able to defeat it no matter what he did. Lena, joyfully, began to spin and screamed that this was exciting and she could not wait any longer. She turned around and looked at Ted. The protagonist stood in front of her and informed her that if the battle with the orc lord took an unexpected turn, she should hide and wait until there were enough corpses. Clenching her hand into a fist, Lena agreed with him. The plot takes us to the battlefield the next day. Dawson looked at the boys and said that he was leaving the western and northern gates to them. Raising a finger, Lena asked Ted to wait. A green aura enveloped her body, after which she announced that she would use a spiritual session on him. The surprised protagonist thought that she could summon souls with any ability, depending on the situation. Holding a clot of energy in her hands, the girl began to cast a spell. She sent mana into Ted's body. Smiling, Lena noted that this should make his battle easier. The stunned protagonist read the notifications, which said that the soul of the battlehound Devor was summoned. The characteristics were temporarily increased. Looking around, Ted thought that he saw everything that was happening on the battlefield. The view was much larger than when detecting mana. Looking at the girl, the protagonist noted that in addition to the characteristics of the soul, he even received a trait, and all this without side effects. Lena has a cheat ability. The protagonist turned around and announced that the enemy was approaching. The warriors saw fog on the battlefield. The knights on the tower cried out that the enemy forces were coming straight for them. Dawson frowned and shouted for everyone to take positions. He raised his hand and ordered the archers to ready their arrows. Lena turned around and looked at Ted, who told her to take care of herself. The orcs were going into battle. The archers were getting ready to shoot at them. The Lord's eyes were shining brightly. A hail of arrows was flying at the monsters. The archers fired and heard the order to kill them before they reached the walls. The orcs were getting ready to fire from catapults. The knights saw fiery projectiles in the sky. Fireballs were hitting the tower. Lena put up a barrier that reflected the projectiles. Dawson watched her. The girl had a smile on her face. A powerful explosion was heard in front of her. The man looked at her and said that it was a great job. The boys noticed the orcs running towards the wall. The knights were standing in front of the gate. Dawson turned around and ordered the 4th and 5th squads to follow him to the gate. The happy girl said she would play for a while. The man was taken aback by her words. Lena jumped off the roof. There was a powerful blow. Projectiles were flying towards the orcs. The shamans began to create a cloud of red energy. The sphere of mana began to grow. The orcs went berserk. Philip thought about it, dumbfounded. Ted was fighting monsters near the walls of the northern gate. The orc began to scream loudly. The protagonist jumped back. Trying to stop, the protagonist asked if this was frenzy. Examining the monsters, Ted assumed that the orc shamans had probably done it. He needed to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Lena killed the monsters one by one. The orcs were furious. The girl made a powerful series of strikes and killed them. Dawson watched her. He thought with a surprised look that she was a monster, as rumors say. Behind her innocent face there is a power not inferior to a platoon of royal knights. There was a smile on Lena's face. There was a bright flash on the battlefield. Holding a spear in front of her, the girl said that the Lord blocked her attack. Standing in front of Lena, he cried out that everyone should disperse and he will deal with her. Dawson, dumbfounded, cried out that it was the Orc Lord. The girl with a smile on her face said that she was waiting for him. They looked at each other and Lena said that she wanted to engrave his soul on her comrades, so she would try not to harm her. The Orc Lord blocked her attack. Surprised, Lena said that she would kill him without leaving a single scratch. There was a smirk on the monster's face. The girl swung her spear, killing monsters along the way. The pleased Lord cried out that Lena surprised him, using her agility and mana to overcome her lack of strength. The Orc Lord dealt her a powerful attack. The girl flew to the side. She fell to the ground. The monster was surprised. Lena rushed at him and asked him to praise her more. Standing in front of him, the orc cried out that it was a wonderful day. An aura enveloped him and he noted that it was a pity that they were in the middle of a war, after which he suggested continuing in Valhalla. Surprised, Lena asked where he was going and what Valhalla was. Powerful mana enveloped the orc's body. The girl was delighted. She rushed at the orc, shouting that this was cool. Dawson looked at the knights and said that they should not look, but also attack. The knights ran into battle shouting that they would protect Endeavor and not let these fools destroy their home. The warriors' faces were serious. A fierce battle between orcs and humans began. Lena continued to fight the Lord. She was suddenly surprised. The orc dealt a crushing blow to the ground. Dawson was shocked by what he saw. The girl was lying in the rubble of the earth. While blood was running down her face, Lena said that this was impossible. A bright stream of energy appeared in front of her. The walls of the fortress began to collapse. The orc began to roar loudly. Standing over the corpses, Ted thought that the northern gate was cleared. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the situation on Lena's side did not look very good. Ted was taken aback when he read that more than 800 corpses were found. A blue aura enveloped his body. The knights were shocked by what they saw. He looked at them and asked to send all able-bodied warriors to the western gate to help Commander Dawson. The knights looked at the corpses under their feet and asked what was going on. The protagonist said with a serious expression that from now on the battlefield would be his. Raising his glowing hand, the protagonist thought that his mana had reached the borders of the battlefield. All the dead in this place were at his disposal. Many monsters were growling. The knight turned around and said that these were corpses and they were getting up. A dead man surrounded by mana was getting up. The men looked forward in shock and shouted that it was a necromancer. An enraged orc stood in the crowd. Frowning, Ted asked to get rid of them. The corpses of the knights were attacking the monsters. The man looked forward angrily. The orc leader looked at him and said that he surprised him, but it was a bad decision. He should have attacked him, not defended her. The knight held Lena in his arms. Raising his axe, the orc said that no matter what his choice was, he would respect it. Dawson sat on the ground and apologized, saying that he did everything possible for the girl. He looked ahead in shock. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and apologized for being so late. The monster looked at him angrily. The guy stood next to the wounded commander. He raised a cluster of mana in his hand. Swinging his sword, the orc said that this was a big surprise. He frowned and said that he would never have thought that such a strong swordsman as he would turn out to be a necromancer. The monster threw people back with an explosion. Sitting behind the protagonist, Dawson called him. He held the girl in his arms and said that as he saw, he would not live. Ted looked at him seriously, thinking that he had protected Lena. Unlike her, his wounds could not be cured with a potion. The commander bared his teeth and said that he could use his body against those who wanted to harm Endeavor, so he could protect his home with his own hands. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed. The knight ran to him, shouting that the commander needed treatment. Dawson sat in front of him, asking him to pass the information to Philip. The guy burst into tears when he heard that he was handing over command of Endeavor to him. Frowning, the orc called the protagonist. He watched the crowd of monsters and asked if he thought that this pile of flesh could handle him. The monster furiously cut them with his sword. Ted stood in front of the guys, thinking that, as he thought, ordinary undead were no match for the orc lord. Looking at the fighting dead, he thought that it seemed that it would be difficult to turn the tide of the battle while the orcs were actively enraged. The guy walked with mana in his hand. The protagonist stood in front of the portals with his subordinates and told Matthew and Nick to hold off the orc lord while Rudo and Millen killed the remaining orcs. Frowning, the protagonist ordered them to go. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the street. Philip watched it from the wall and said that he was turning fallen enemies into allies. He knew that necromancers were the ultimate force on the battlefield, but for one person to be so strong that he could turn the tide of battle was amazing. Looking at the monster cutting down enemies, he asked the knights to look at the undead he had summoned. The shocked boy stood nearby and answered that each of them was incredibly strong. The man watched as Matthew attacked the monsters and said that only 2 undead could hold back the Master of Aura. The deputy commander turned around in alarm when he heard his name being called. The boy was holding Lena on his back in tears and was telling that Commander Dawson had fallen in battle. The guys were standing on the tower. Matthew was delivering powerful blows to his opponents. The orc lord glared at him. He looked at Nick and his comrade and said that this was a series of surprises. Who would have thought that mere corpses could hold him back? Looking at the dead bodies of the monsters, the orc said that it seemed like his warriors had all fallen. The lord stood in front of the army and said that he had failed as a commander. The knight stood in front of him, listening to many proud warriors fall victim to his ambitions. The monster turned around silently. He stood in front of the boy and called him. The orc looked at him and told the great warrior that this was his last battle. The protagonist looked at him calmly, listening as he asked if the boy would let him die as a warrior by his sword. Taking the sword out of its sheath, Ted said that he would respect him, just as he did him then. The monster stood in front of him, surprised. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he would show him the way to Valhalla. The boy jumped with the sword. The orc swung the weapon. He extended his fist towards his opponent. The protagonist watched as his hand dissolved. The opponent furiously looked away. The monster swung his sword. There was a powerful explosion. Nick looked forward in shock. The orc was trying to cut the bones. The protagonist created many skeletons in front of him. Watching as the bones enveloped his legs, he thought that one wrong step and he would be torn in two. The skeleton fettered the boy's body. Smiling, the enemy asked if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. Ted stood in bone armor and answered that he wanted to fight such a strong opponent as him. Holding the sword, the protagonist said that he must use everything he could. The monster bared his teeth and said that he was excited. He stood in a furious flame and shouted that a great warrior who would change this world must attack. Let him accompany him in the last battle. The protagonist crossed his arms with the sword. The protagonist threw the opponent back. The furious guy dealt many blows. Dodging the attack, the orc said that just think, he met 2 great warriors. Raising his sword, he shouted that he had no more regrets. A bright flame appeared. Meanwhile, Philip stood among the knights and asked where the commander's body was. The guy burst into tears. Remembering how Dawson sat in front of the enemy, he said that the commander said that he would protect these lands even if it meant becoming undead. The man frowned. Looking at the orc, he thought about how big the world was. The wounded monster held a sword and said that it was a glorious battle. He had no regrets. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that he was sorry. He wanted to finish it alone. The protagonist watched as Dawson raised his weapon and said that there was one man who, even in death, wanted to protect his home. Turning around, Ted said that he kept his promise. He stopped the enemy with his own hands. The man stood bravely in front of the fortress. The plot moves us to the fortifications of Beatra, where a voice came from behind the walls asking if the orc lord is dead. The knight stood in the courtyard of the fortress and said that apparently the orc army was finished. Bowing his head, he said that fortunately there were almost no casualties among the villagers, but more than half of the army had fallen in battle. The man was taken aback to hear that as a result of the orc lord's attack, Commander Dawson had died in battle. Clenching his fist, he said that it was a great loss to think that they had lost such a brave man. If he had known, he would have immediately rushed to endeavor to help, even if it meant disobeying the crown. Evan came up behind him and asked if something was wrong. Turning around, the man said that it seemed that Endeavor's army had defeated the orc army. Apparently his arrival with reinforcements was in vain. Raising his hand, the White Knight replied that everything was fine. If there were no more casualties, then so be it. Besides, they had defeated the Orc Lord and asked if Sir Dawson was really an Aura Master. The guy smiled and said that no, he was told that it was largely due to the merit of 2 mercenaries. He heard that they were a necromancer and a spiritual medium. Looking at the man, he said that he thought he knew about her well. The knight calmly looked at him and said that this was the daughter of Eve Millennium, Lena Pendragon. Smiling, Evan replied that he would never have thought that he would find the spawn of evil in this place. It must be God's will. The man stood in front of the guys and thought about the fact that Sir is an inquisitor of the Holy See who catches and judges black magicians. He was unable to hide this news because everything happened too suddenly. He frowned and thought that this is how he repaid the heroes of Endeavor an irreparable mistake. Evan looked at the fortress and said that if so, then he had better hurry, because the daughter of Eve Millennium is waiting for purification by light. Meanwhile, the girl looked at the night sky and asked why they left in such a hurry. Lena drew a line on the grass with a branch. Throwing the stick aside, she said that they had already prepared a mountain of meat for them. The protagonist lowered his head and said that if he wanted meat, he would feed her well after they returned from the great forest. The girl stood in front of the orc's corpse in the forest and said that everything would be the same as last time, but this time the effect would be permanent. Looking at the monster's face, Lena said that although this would not give him all the strength he had before his death, he was quite strong, so even one ability would be very useful. She pointed her hand at the magic circle and told him to stand there, not to touch it. Frowning, Ted thought that he would be a great addition to his army. The guy looked at his legs and thought that since he didn't get the chance to summon them that often, it would be a good idea to use it to strengthen himself. Besides, who knows when he would be able to see Lena again. Grabbing the hood, the girl said that she would not be doing the soul engraving on it, she was relying on him. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. The friend raised her hands with mana and began to cast a spell. The protagonist watched as she flew up in the flow. Shocked, Ted looked at her and clarified if it was really her. Eva, in the body of her daughter, hovered in front of him and said that for the first time her daughter called her not to kill. The guy imagined her face and thought that she was a legendary witch. The woman put her hand to her chin and asked who he was to Lena. Smiling, the protagonist thought about her being a supreme black mage who made Lena as strong as a warlock simply by granting her a part of her previous abilities, and answered that she was not a friend. Eva smiled and said that it was another surprise. This girl had made a friend. Ted stood in front of her and said what is, that is, thinking that he was almost forced. She extended her hand and asked if it was time to begin. The orc's corpse was surrounded by mana. The woman was floating in her daughter's body and casting a spell. The protagonist looked at her in shock. Eva raised her hand with energy and said that this was another child, who saw the meaning of her life in endless fights on the battlefield. Perhaps he would be happy in her company. Dumbfounded, the guy thought about her communicating with the soul, a strange sight. The woman put her hand to his forehead and asked him to let her warn him. Smiling, she said that it would hurt a lot. Ted's eyes widened in pain. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The woman was directing mana into his head. The guy shed tears. Turning around, Eva in her daughter's body thought that it was incredible. He was still conscious. Usually everyone immediately passed out the first time, no matter the strength. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A huge orc ghost appeared above him. The witch smiled. The protagonist was hovering above the magic circle. He opened his eyes in shock. The woman lowered him to the ground and said that he was a good boy. It would be better if he just fainted. Sitting on one knee, Ted thought that he expected to die. A notification popped up that the spirit of the enemy of all living things was constantly active and depended on charisma with the power of the spirit. Dumbfounded, the protagonist thought that this essentially meant that he had unlimited mana in large battles, and also health recovery. This was already some kind of cheat. Eva hovered in front of him and told him that judging by the expression on his face, the engraving was successful. She looked at him carefully. The woman watched as the boy touched his chest and asked him not to move. The witch approached him and asked how he had room for another soul. Eva, in her daughter's body, scanned his chest and said that a normal person could only get engraved once, but there was room for another. The protagonist looked at her in shock and wondered if he could get engraved again. Putting her hand to his chin, the woman said that he had an incredible physique. She stood in front of the disgruntled guy and said that Lena was worried about him, asking for forgiveness, but it seemed that their meeting would have to end here. Bowing, the protagonist thanked her for the engraving. Eva smiled and said that this girl suffered from loneliness because she had a terrible mother. Let her take care of her. Ted looked at her seriously and replied that he agreed. She was his friend after all. The woman looked at the tall trees and said that she was glad to hear it. The guy held the girl in his arms and listened to her mother say that he must live until their next meeting. The protagonist looked at the many trees, thinking that this was the Great Beatra Forest, which rivaled an entire empire in size. Imagining the various monsters in the trees, he thought that this was a gigantic forest, the environment of which favored species other than humans. The protagonist stared at the map, thinking that finding a specific place in such a huge forest was quite a task. Grabbing the girl's hand, the guy thought that fortunately, thanks to the map bought at the auction, he was able to find the place he needed without any problems, and said that they should go there. Ted watched the sunset and said that they had passed halfway. The sun had almost set. They should wait out the night and continue tomorrow. The guys were sitting in a dark cave. The girl looked at the portal among the thickets and said that they had arrived. Lena stood in front of the entrance and said that she was sure that no one had found this place yet, and even if they had, she doubted that anyone would be able to enter. Putting her hand to her chin, she said that they could, because it was a dragon's tomb, but it looked like there were many attractive things there. The main character looked at her and wondered if there was more than just a dragon's corpse there. Watching his girlfriend enter the portal, Ted thought that she had just entered, come what may. The guy was standing in a dark space and the system reported that this was the place where the dragon fell. Crabmack's roar was detected. Stepping on the ground, he thought that he seemed to have come to the address where Lena was. A notification popped up that this was the entrance to the hidden dungeon Endless Nightmare. The protagonist looked at the bell. Dumbfounded, Ted listened to the boy screaming for his friend to try to take it away if he could. The protagonist was sitting near the fountain. The guy stood up, wondering where he was. Looking at the house, he thought that this was a hidden dungeon. The protagonist stood in the middle of the city, thinking that this place was no different from a city street. Ted turned around at the scream. Lena was standing on the roof of the house and saying that this was an amazing place. Usually dungeons are damp and gloomy, but this place looked cool. She jumped down to the ground with him. Putting her hand on her cheek, the girl told him that all the people in this town were ghosts. The guy was taken aback and asked if it was true. He watched the boys walk down the street and asked if she meant to tell him that everyone here was dead, thinking that they had come to look for a dragon's corpse and ended up in a ghost town. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said that he wasn't sure how this place was connected to the dragon's tomb, but they should look around first. Turning around, the protagonist said that he thought they could clear this dungeon as usual by destroying the core, but who knows, maybe there was something dragon related in this place. The girl approached the man with the vase. Reaching out to the Manhwa wall, she said that it was a dead end, just like on the other side. Ted pointed to the side and said that they should look around. Touching his chin, the guy said that it was hard to find clues because they had come here unprepared. He stood thoughtfully on the street and asked if she remembered anything before that. The protagonist watched as his friend stood by the crowd, thinking that as usual, she was distracted. The actor on the stage held a sword and said that he would kill the evil dragon. Lena smiled and thought that this was a scene about a dragon, she should take a look. The man looked at the guy and asked if he was a mercenary because he had never seen him here. Raising a finger, he said that he was a little late. If he wanted to join the fire dragon taming squad, they left a few days ago. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked what kind of fire dragon taming squad this was. The stranger drank alcohol and told him that maybe it was good that he didn't know. This could be a one-way ticket for him. Wiping his mouth, the man said that everything was perfect. They were doing a scene about the dragon taming squad. He watched as the actors stood on the stage and said that a fire dragon settled near the city and the high priest Lord Leo, fearing for his life, gathered an expedition to slay the dragon. Frowning, Ted asked when he said Lord Leth if he meant an ancient god. The man looked at the statue of the deity and said that Lord Leo was the divine guardian of their city, which is why the party received his blessing before setting out. The protagonist looked at him in shock, wondering if this was Leo's blessing for the dragon-slaying party. Imagining the city behind the fortress, he thought that this city existed in ancient times. Hidden dungeons are often connected to ancient ruins, so maybe this place was one of them. The man smirked and said that in any case, he should just wait a few days and they will be able to hear news about the expedition. No matter how strong the dragon is, there are 3 knights of the great warrior level in the party. He watched the actors fight on stage and said that they also had Leo's blessing, so it should be a piece of cake. Lena burst into tears and said that it was wonderful. It was the first time she had seen such an acting. Raising the bottle, the man said that although he missed the recruitment, he could still enjoy the atmosphere of the city. The protagonist glanced at the screen, thinking about how dragons usually choose the place of their death in advance. Such places are called dragon mounds. In the message he received when he entered the dungeon, he felt something was wrong when he saw the phrase that this is the place where the dragon fell. Ted stood next to the happy girl, thinking that it all made sense if the expedition was successful. Clenching her fists, Lena said that they should have dinner. She was too tired from the investigation. She looked at the sunset and said that she was constantly pursued, so she had never seen anything like this. The guys stopped in front of the man. They were taken aback when they heard their name being called. Evan frowned and asked what they were doing here. The protagonist looked at him in shock and wondered who this person was. Lena bared her teeth and asked why he was here. The guy frowned and thought about it, remembering that this person was related to his friend, as he was the nemesis of Eve Millennium, one of the great 10 of the continent and the hated enemy of the Black Mages. The man put his hands on her waist and said that she had grown up, specifying how many years had passed. Lena frowned and yelled that he shouldn't talk to her like that. She hated him. Evan stood in front of them and said that it was very cold. Looking away, he said that when he heard that she was in Fortress Endeavor, he got into a lot of trouble. Ted glared at him, thinking that he thought everything would be fine as long as he hid his identity. He would never have thought that someone so dangerous would appear here. The man stood in front of the boys and asked them to tell him what was going on here. The ghost suddenly disappeared. Turning to the dark mana, the boy said that people turned into smoke. Evan swung his sword and said that it looked like a special kind of magic, but it didn't matter. Looking at the burning weapon, he said that he was here to cleanse them, the black mages, and then he would leave here. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Ted looked at the running knight and thought that the light was dispersing the black smoke. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The boy looked at his severed hand in surprise. Swinging her sword, the girl called for an ally. Evan knocked her back with a blow. Lena cried in pain. The man watched as she flew back. The protagonist looked at the smoke and called his girlfriend. A sword pierced his chest. Ted stood next to the knight in shock, wondering that he hadn't seen his movements at all. Was he really going to die here? Glowing eyes appeared, and it was heard that it was such a pity. Smiling, the monster said that not only had she been deceived by a false god, but also killed by a pathetic human creature. Looking at the hero, he added that his weakness was confusing him. Grinning, the protagonist asked who he was, to which the monster asked that he still had the strength to pretend to be unperturbed. They'd see if he could get out of here. Oh right. Holding his hand with the sword, the demon said that here, he dropped it. Suddenly Ted opened his eyes in surprise. He frowned and screamed loudly. The hero grabbed his chest and breathed heavily. A bell appeared, and it was heard that he should return it. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard, "No, let him take it if he can." Running forward, the child screamed for him to stop. The boy was running away from him. A view of the city opened up, and the thought appeared that he had gone back in time. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that by endless nightmare he meant that the dungeon would repeat itself over and over again. The man rushed forward and turned. The girl hugged the hero and said that thank God, she didn't know what she would have done if he hadn't been here. Standing in front of her, the hero said that he was glad that she was okay. She remembered what happened, to which she replied that she didn't know anything either. Lena opened her eyes in surprise. It was heard that after that man hit her, a fog appeared and she couldn't remember. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist wondered what it meant. She didn't die, she just came back, and the girl said that when she woke up, she was back where she came from. Looking at Lena, Ted thought that this black fog was suspicious, plus that mysterious voice he heard. The monster's eyes lit up. It sounded like not only was he tricked by a false god, he was also killed by a pathetic human being. People were walking around the market. It was said that it seemed like the same day was repeating itself over and over in this town. That's how. Looking away, the protagonist said that yes, although the people here don't realize it, it might be some kind of special magic, and it seemed like they were the only ones who retained their memories in the end. Standing in front of him, the girl asked what he meant by the end. He meant that they died, to which he replied that maybe they did, or maybe it was just midnight. Frowning, the protagonist said that in the end, he was here, even though he didn't die. He gave her goosebumps. Yes. Walking forward, the man said that this place was beyond the providence of God. Looking away, he added that it needed to be cleaned up as soon as possible. They grabbed their weapons abruptly. Evan frowned and said that there was no need to be so nervous. If he wanted to kill them, he would have done it a long time ago. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl shouted that wasn't he the one who suddenly attacked them. Standing in front of the man, Ted said that in other words, he wanted to team up with them until they got out of here, to which the knight replied that for an unholy man, he was a quick learner. Gritting his teeth, he added that about splitting up and exploring the city, and the next day sharing the information he received. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he was smooth sailing, however. Frowning, the hero asked what. Looking straight ahead, Evan asked that how could he be sure that he would tell him everything he learned? If he found a way out, wouldn't they escape without him? Grinning, the protagonist replied that what suspiciousness, shouldn't he be kinder to people? It would be very uncomfortable for them to work together. Standing in front of him, the knight said that he must have misunderstood something. Looking straight at him, he added that if he wanted to. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that they would turn into a bloody mess every day before they could open their eyes. Ted smiled and said that he had always dreamed of working with him on a team, to which the girl replied that she had not, and he added that he did not think that his mockery would even reach his thick-headed knightly head, but he was surprisingly stubborn. The knight frowned at this. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that if he doubted it so much, he could just follow one of them when they separated. He thought it would be easy for him to hide his presence. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that in any case, their problem could not be solved in a couple of days. Turning around, Evan said that now he would let them get away with it. Walking forward, he added that he hoped they would not disappoint him, to which the girl exclaimed. The hero looked at them in surprise, thinking that he would attack them. Standing still, he turned to Lena and said that they needed to find a way out faster than him. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that she hated him, to which the protagonist replied that they had no choice but to cooperate with him now. Walking down the street, Lena asked where they were going, to which Ted replied that he remembered being here yesterday. Standing in front of a huge building, he added that when he heard that the high priest Leo asked to kill a dragon. They turned around, hearing that perhaps they should distribute the places to explore. Looking straight ahead, the man said that otherwise there would be no point in separating. Standing in front of him, the hero replied that they also considered this the most suspicious place, to which Lena said that she could see that he had only been watching them. Stretching her hand forward, she added that she and her comrade would check everything themselves, and that he should leave. Standing at the entrance, the man asked if it was possible that she was a priestess. Shutting the girl's mouth, the protagonist said that yes, he was right. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what he thought, were they here to meet their high priest? Standing in front of him, Ted replied that yes, could they meet now, to which he said that he was sorry, but only members of the church could meet with him now, could their escort wait here? Pointing to the side, Lena said that she did not understand, but she had to play along. Yes, to which the hero replied that yes, let him go inside and find out what kind of person this high priest was. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that these gatekeepers had the same eyes as Lena. How is she connected to them? Standing behind him, the man said that they are black magicians masters in weaving lies. Looking at him, Ted replied that he should stop provoking them in such a situation, to which the man replied that he said it as a compliment, he will try better next time. Looking down, Evan said that as soon as they leave this place, he will fulfill his duty as a member of the Inquisition. He regrets that he cannot cleanse their mother and daughter tandem with his own hands. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that well, he does not think that he should say anything about his duty. Smiling, he added that but compared to a maniac who desperately wants to kill a child, a small lie from black magicians seems like a trifle. Frowning, the knight said that what he just said was complete heresy. Suddenly the protagonist looked away in surprise. They opened their eyes in amazement. Rushing forward, Ted shouted the girl's name. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said to stand, no entry allowed. The thought appeared that he was the enemy of all living things. The hero's eyes lit up and he said get out. The guy exclaimed in fear. Foam came out of his mouth. The protagonist quickly ran forward and thought about what was happening. Bright particles appeared around the staff. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Many black particles appeared in the room. The girl was holding the staff in her hands. She slapped the hero on the hand. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she was okay, to which Lena replied that it was her. Standing in the smoke, the girl said that it looked like they had come to the right place. Gritting his teeth, the man said that they were damn heretics. He looked furiously and asked how they could enter this holy city under the control of the lady, said that they should leave immediately. Smirking, the girl said that he was a living person. The hero gritted his teeth and said that so that's how it was, so he was the one behind the time trap of this city. Standing in front of him, the man replied that it was nonsense, he did not have such power. Raising his hands up, he added that it was all thanks to the power of the lady, let them praise her for giving them eternal life. Taking a step forward, the knight said so. Walking straight, he asked what he meant, that this black fog was the work of a god, to which the priest asked again. Smiling, the man shouted that these are the signs of her holiness, signs of her blessing. This is a miracle of God. God means light. Looking straight, Evan said that God would never create something so dark and evil. Frowning, the priest shouted that blasphemy, evil, he says. Standing still, the knight said that he was the only one committing blasphemy, to which the hero replied that they needed to find out information first. Standing in front of them, the priest shouted that he could say whatever he wanted, but he would never hand over this city to them, even if it was his fault that this had all started. After all, it was thanks to him that they were still alive. The man raised his head up. Smiling, he said that there was nothing they could do. The protagonist shouted, his eyes wide, that it couldn't be. He was going to. Suddenly, the man fell to the floor. There were drops of blood on the statue. It was heard that it was too late. Crouching down, the girl said that his soul had already left his body. There was nothing left. They would not be able to get any information. Looking down, Ted asked if this meant that his soul had already returned back in time. Standing still, the knight said that he said that the people here were alive thanks to him. It seemed that this priest was the cause of this time trap, to which Lena replied that they already knew that. Frowning, the knight said that however, they had no idea how he did it. The view of the temple opened up. It was heard that it was stupid to think that this was the work of a god, but the recursion of time was something transcendental, and yet he could not believe that this man had anything to do with it. Looking away, the knight said that it must be the work of some object or special substance. Looking down, the hero said that he thought that something was the core of the dungeon, but they did not have enough data to find it. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked what they should do, look at places that they had not looked at yet. She looked away, hearing that no, it was a waste of time. The knight turned his head and said that it would be faster to go back, capture this priest alive and beat the information out of him. See you soon. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. They silently looked at the knight's corpse. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that waiting for the fog was really useless, it was too reckless, and Lena said that it was nice to watch, but it was so annoying. Grinning, she added that well, they will do it, to which he wondered why she was so excited. Ted looked at her and said that they should look around the church first. They needed to find more information than Evan. The girl said that it was brilliant, her eyes wide. The view of the temple opened up. Standing in the middle of the street, the hero said that they hadn't found anything useful, to which Lena replied that she shouldn't worry, they could always search again after Evan died. Standing in front of her, he added that they couldn't do this forever, to which the girl asked why not, he would just go back. The men looked at them, hearing that they had no idea how time passed outside the dungeon. That was important. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that outside the dungeon. Lena looked in amazement, hearing that there were people he had to protect. Ted looked to the side and said that the black fog had appeared again. See you soon. The view of the tower opened up. People were running forward at a rapid pace. The girl smiled and said that she would grab it for him. The guards were lying on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what Evan did. They were standing in front of the temple entrance. The girl held out her hand and asked why he killed him without finding out any information. The protagonist frowned and wondered if this old man had killed him before they came because he had already found out everything. The girl raised her finger and said that he shouldn't act without thinking. She shuddered in surprise when she heard that Evan did it. Turning around, the man said that it looked like it would be a battle of attrition. Okay. They glared at him. Frowning, Ted thought that he would keep killing himself until he broke. It was the most obvious option, not that they had any alternatives, and Lena yelled that he had killed himself faster than them again. Looking to the side, the hero said that although he wanted to find a better way, they would use what they had, to which Lena responded approvingly. A view of the temple opened up. It was heard that they would see each other. The thought arose that they had passed many cycles after this. A blow flew at the hero and he thought 3 times. Corpses lay on the floor. It was said 10 times. People ran forward rapidly. The protagonist swung his sword. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that after 120 he stopped counting. The girl looked at him in surprise. The thought arose that no matter how much he did this, he could not get rid of the unpleasant feeling of killing himself. The fact that nothing changed, no matter how many times he died, filled him with despondency and despair. The man opened his eyes wide. It was said that these feelings were also reinforced by the fact that he did not know how much time had passed outside the dungeon. Images of people appeared, the thought that each time the end of the deadly sins was getting closer and closer, and it was still going on. The corpse was lying in front of the statue. It was said that they were trapped and could do nothing about it. Frowning, the man said that yes, he was playing with them. He even tore off his own arm to provoke them. The hero clenched his teeth. He slid along the ground and screamed. Frowning, the protagonist asked what to do. He looked at the girl in surprise. Closing her eyes, Lena said that today. Standing in front of him, she added that they would not kill themselves. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that Lena had already said that she had nothing to do here. Why did he go with them? Closing his eyes, the man said that they would think that he was here to watch them. Sitting at the table, he added that they should be kind, the strongest drink they have, to which he was answered approvingly, and the girl said that it was annoying. A building appeared, and the protagonist asked that a holy knight could drink, to which Evan replied that no, it was forbidden, but a merciful god. The knight poured a drink and said that he would certainly forgive 1 mug to his knight. Holding out a glass, he added that he had gone through death more than 100 times. The hero looked away and thought that he could not believe that a man of faith like Evan would say such a thing. Grinning, Evan said that now, as those who shared death, they would drink. Looking at him, Lena asked that he had gone crazy after dying so many times, said that now, however, he was more tolerant than when he was sober. The protagonist smiled and said that they would just drink. He closed his eyes. The man raised the glass to his mouth. Suddenly, he hit his head on the table. Ted looked at him in surprise, thinking what the hell, he thought it was a chance. He looked away in amazement. Holding a gun in her hands, the girl said that they would kill him. Looking at her, the hero asked her if she was drunk, asked her to calm down, to which she clarified that why not, he would still be resurrected. Frowning, he said that they can't do this to each other. The girl's eyes widened. She grabbed the hero's face. Smirking, Lena said that he was too tense. He knew that even the most precious thing that he was trying so hard to protect could slip away from him. The protagonist looked away, hearing that the people he was trying so hard to protect were really that weak without his help. He opened his eyes in surprise. Winking, the girl asked what to look at. Even she was still alive. Yes, she said that although partly it was all because of her mother's protection. But, looking down, Ted thought that it was true. They were all personalities at the level of the protagonist. He thought it was arrogant to assume that he should protect them. Clutching her head, the girl screamed that her mother was protecting her, but his friends were not. They needed to quickly get out of here and protect them. The man was lying on the table. It was heard that everything was fine. They were not weak, however. They would explore the city and blow the alcohol out of their bodies. The man opened his eyes. Walking down the street, Lena asked what and where they were going, to which the hero replied that he would like to go to church again before nightfall. Looking away, she added that why, that old man had already died, to which the protagonist said that before that, because of the rush, they tried to catch the criminal as quickly as possible, so. The man's eyes widened, and it was heard that this time he wanted to find the murder weapon. Walking towards the temple, Lena asked what the murder weapon was, to which Ted replied that yes, he doubted that he was capable of controlling the dungeon on his own. Standing in front of the statue, the girl said that there was probably some kind of catalyst. She looked at the corpses and added that but it might not be here, to which the hero replied that if you think about it. Turning his head, the protagonist asked that no matter how quickly they came, he was always already dead. Yes, he said that this meant that this place was his respawn point. A view of the temple opened up, and it was heard that it was also the place where magic was activated. Everything leads to the fact that there is a secret in this place. With her eyes widened, the girl turned to the hero. Black particles appeared. It was heard that he should look. Black fog was coming from the place he broke. Turning around, Ted said that he should not come closer. Frowning, he added that it seemed like they had made the right decision to come here, and the girl shouted that he should do it, break it. Suddenly, gray smoke appeared in front of him. The hero froze, standing in front of him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed. A passage appeared. A question was heard, what stairs? Stretching her arms to the sides, the girl shouted that bingo, they would go down. Looking at her, the protagonist told her to stop. They would wait until the fog cleared a little. Looking to the side, he added that this fog could be responsible for what was happening, to which Lena asked what he thought so. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that but there was so much fog here. Putting his hand to his face, Ted thought that for sure this fog was clearing from Evan's light. Frowning, he added that the light, if he was not mistaken, was a spell, and the girl asked what they would do. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Her eyes lit up and she asked how he did it, to which the hero thought that it worked. A notification about the talent appeared. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought about what he thought. It was all thanks to the talent received for conquering the Tower of Madras. Raising her hands, the girl said that he should teach her now, to which Ted replied that it was the first time he had done such a thing, so this was all that was in his power. Stretching out his hand, he thought that if he knew, he would at least practice occasionally. A flame appeared on his hand. A thought occurred to him. Great, the fog was disappearing. They began to descend the stairs. Lighting their way, the hero said that the stairs were steep, so he should go carefully. Stopping, he added that they had descended, but it was terribly dark here. The girl's eyes widened, hearing that there were living creatures. Taking a step forward, Lena asked that he had heard it too. They froze in bewilderment, hearing that they should let him out. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that there was something there. She looked at the hero and added that she could make the light a little brighter, to which the protagonist replied that he did not know if it would work, but he would try. Looking at the flame, Ted thought that just maintaining the light was already difficult. Would he be able to? Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would remove the heat from the fire spell. The hero frowned and thought that he needed to strengthen the light by concentrating it. He opened his eyes wide and added that he should repeat several times. A bright glow appeared in front of them, and the girl screamed that it was amazing. Looking at the monster, Lena screamed that it was a dragon. Looking in amazement, the protagonist thought that so he was here. They were standing in front of the dragon. Gritting his teeth, Ted thought that no, fog. Turning his head, he screamed that they were going to get out of here, to which the girl replied that the wind was too strong. The hero clenched his teeth tightly and thought that damn, he was barely maintaining this small flame. Standing next to him, the girl screamed that his fire was weakening, to which he replied that he could not anymore. The protagonist looked in amazement at the fading light. A black fog appeared. The thought arose that the devil. Suddenly the bell rang. Sitting by the fountain, Ted heard that he should return. No, take it away if he could. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that they would hurry. Stretching her hand to the side, she added that she would go there with Evan, but the hero replied that they would leave what happened between them. Wide-eyed, Lena asked why. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that maybe they were working with them together, but he still wanted to kill them, remembered, and then thought that first they needed to find a way to get out on their own. The corpses lay on the floor. Standing in front of the dragon, the girl shouted that they should go ahead, let him try. Smiling, she added that his light had become much stronger than before. Ted illuminated the space in front of him. Lena's eyes widened in amazement. Looking to the side, she shouted that he should look. There was something on his chest. Frowning, the hero said that it must be the core, let him destroy it, to which the girl responded approvingly. She suddenly swung her weapon. Lena struck the dragon. She clenched her teeth and wheezed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist turned to her. The girl looked at the dragon's core. Ted clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he was already at his limit. Lena opened her eyes wide and thought that she would have to put this off until next time. Running forward, the hero asked what it was the heart, to which she replied that yes, it was glowing red. Frowning, he thought that since Lena's attack did not work, they would not be able to cope alone. Looking to the side, the protagonist suggested asking Evan for help. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked again. Ted smirked and said that he knew she wouldn't like the idea. The building came into view and a voice said, "Okay, let's concentrate on getting out of this place." The man grabbed his weapon. The guards fell down next to him. Evan turned around when he heard him stop. Running forward, Lena shouted that they had found the core of the dungeon. Looking at them, the knight asked where it was. Standing in front of the man, the hero said that he had to promise them something first, to which he asked again. Frowning, the protagonist said that once they got out of here, he wouldn't follow them for a month. The knight looked at him silently. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she told him it wouldn't work, let her look at his irritated face, and Evan responded approvingly. They looked at him in surprise. Grinning, Ted said that this is the promise of the Holy Knight, he takes you at your word. They stood in front of the statue. Surprised, the hero said that the priest's body is not here. Pointing to the statue, the girl asked but they just need to destroy the core, what business do they have with it? Holding the weapon in his hands, the knight said that she was right, the priest probably understood everything, that's why he left. Looking at him, the protagonist thought, which sounds logical, but something does not give him peace. They turned around, hearing that they were given a chance to become a part of this place. Smiling, the man asked so why are they trying to destroy this city? Ted looked at him angrily and asked what he should tell him. What is the point of living in this destroyed world? Wide-eyed, the priest shouted that nothing was destroyed, everyone remained alive, which means everything is justified, it is God's will. Grinning, the hero asked again. Standing in front of the man, he asked him if he really thought so, wasn't it his selfish desire, to which the priest shouted at him to shut up. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had set people on the dragon, but the expedition had failed, wasn't it, to which the man shouted at him to shut up. He looked surprised to hear that. Moreover, this was only part of the tragedy. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that judging by the lack of adult population and the small number of men, this city was instantly destroyed, which meant because of his rash idea. People ran away from the dragon in fear. It was heard that the city was destroyed by an enraged dragon. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that the lady had brought a miracle to this place. Frowning, the hero said that he was wrong. This was a curse, the children that would wait for their father to return from the expedition for eternity. The priest clenched his teeth tightly. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Evan froze in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that the lady had been kind to them. Slamming his weapon on the floor, he added that a black fog appeared behind him. A blow flew across the floor. Looking at the monster, the girl shouted that it was a dragon. Turning his head, the knight asked that they just need to kill it, right? To which the protagonist replied that yes, the core should be on its chest. Gritting his teeth, he added that she should be wary of this black fog. The dragon opened its mouth wide. Frowning, Ted shouted for Lena to take care of herself. Suddenly, a bright flame flared up. The hero slid along the ground. A barrier appeared around the girl. The man raised his weapon up. Looking straight ahead, Lena said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Surprised, his eyes wide, Evan asked how Eva was, to which she replied that she should thank him. Raising her hand, the girl said thank you for looking after that naughty girl, to which the knight replied that she shouldn't talk nonsense. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he heard that she had grown so much, he simply couldn't bring himself to harm a child, and now he didn't need to do that at all. Pointing to the side, Ted turned to them, and Eva greeted him. Looking straight ahead, they heard about the fair lady. Frowning, the man said that after punishing the cruel beast that burned the children of God, the lady used her divine powers to resurrect this place using the heart of the beast, and granted eternal life to the mortals of this city. Raising her hand up, the girl asked what she thought this was, eternal life. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the fog had disappeared even without light. The girl grinned and said that she could hear the souls crying. What a heartless goddess, keeping her children trapped in time. The man with the staff lowered his head. Gritting his teeth, he said that she would die first. Suddenly, a glow appeared near the dragon. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted that he was attacking. The dragon suddenly launched a sharp attack. The houses began to burn. Smiling, the girl said that she would clear the fog, she would be able to cut this dragon, to which Evan replied that he did not need her help. Looking to the side, she added that she had enough of being capricious. The knight grabbed the sword with both hands. The girl asked again, her eyes wide open. The monster swung his weapon. It was heard that it was a giant's corpse. The giant swung at the dragon. The man turned around in surprise. Suddenly, the monster struck. The girl, her eyes wide open, said that giants really do exist, even the corpse of the Tiger King. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered who he was. The hero raised his hand. The giant jumped up. Looking to the side, the man laughed. The giant stood in front of the dragon. It was heard that they were pathetic corpses. Stretching his staff forward, the priest shouted that they would not leave a scratch on the dragon's body. The monster froze, looking at him. Frowning, the protagonist thought, damn, fog. The man clenched his teeth tightly. They stood in front of each other. Looking in surprise, Ted thought that he did not work for the undead. Standing on the dragon's head, the man asked what if it didn't work. Raising his eyebrows, he added that they couldn't damage the dragon's skin, it wouldn't change anything. Smiling, the hero said that he said that the black fog was the power of the goddess. Calling himself the priest Leo, he was a simple puppet of the dragon's corpse. Frowning, the man shouted that he was a bastard. Crossing his arms, the girl asked what nonsense he was talking, but he would be better than him, he didn't think so, to which Evan replied that it was a funny sight. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Raising the sword above his head, the knight said that corpses that should lie underground were walking around near him. Swinging the sword, he added that it was disgusting. The man froze, seeing the beam. A glow appeared near the dragon. Suddenly, a flash appeared in front of him. Covering his face with his hand, the hero thought that this was Evan's true power. The man raised his head and laughed. He said with wide eyes that while the dragon's heart was with him, everything was useless, and then he thought, who are they? They almost broke the shield. Raising her hand, the girl asked why she was walking so hard. Ancient texts said that the dragon's skin was impervious to physical attacks, and its heart was almost impervious to magic and aura, to which the knight replied that since it was so strong. Grabbing his weapon, he added that he should put in more effort. Gritting his teeth, the hero told everyone to return to him. The dragon raised his hand up. It was heard that he did not know what they were planning, but how would they cope with this earthquake? The people looked at him in surprise. The dragon suddenly hit the ground. The people flew sharply to the sides. Raising his staff up, the priest said that this man, he is the most problematic. Evan looked away in amazement. A bright glow appeared from the dragon's mouth. Suddenly he shot out a flame. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The girl's eyes widened and she turned to him. Black fog was flying around the man. The thought appeared that this was a chance. A glow appeared on the man's hand. Suddenly someone appeared behind the man. He raised his head in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that damn, this shield works even without sudden attacks. The girl's eyes widened. She thought that this boy, he is too experienced for his age, and 2 spaces for souls, he must have a secret. Dark particles emitted from the staff. It was heard that they were mages. A crowd of monsters appeared, and the man shouted for them to get out of the way. The hero frowned and thought that the fog had turned into knights. Looking at the demons, he added that they. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted a command. The protagonist, standing near the monsters, said that they should deal with them. The giant swung his weapon. Nick struck. The beast attacked the opponents furiously. Looking away, the girl asked that they attack. She will clear the fog, to which Ted replied that yes, she relies on it. Suddenly they rushed forward. Stretching his staff in front of him, the man shouted for him to not come closer. The girl stretched her arms in front of her. She stretched her arms to the sides. The hero swung his sword. The man looked at him in fear. The protagonist's sword hit the barrier. With wide eyes, the priest asked, didn't he say that it was useless? Frowning, Ted asked what then made him so nervous. The monsters fought, and he added that because the fog does not affect the undead. The hero grinned and said that by the way, these knights are the souls of those who took part in the campaign against the dragon, who died because of him. The man looked surprised and asked how he knew. Standing before him, the protagonist replied that he not only sent them to certain death, but also tortured their souls, to which the priest shouted that he should shut up, they were still alive, here with him. He pulled the weapon forward and added that he saved them from death itself. Suddenly, the man looked up in fear. Bright particles appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the dragon fell to the ground. Ted covered his face with his hands and wheezed. The man raised his head in amazement and asked what happened. The dragon was lying on the ground. It was heard that it was dragon skin. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he was aiming at it. The girl looked to the side. It was heard that it was pure sophistry. The man widened his eyes and asked that the fire had not burned him. Looking straight ahead, Evan said that manipulating the dead only satisfies the selfish desires of those who go against the laws of nature. He will bring down the wrath of the gods for his stupidity. The swords flew near the dragon's wing. Gritting his teeth, the man said that it was as he thought. Stretching his staff in front of him, he added that he was the most annoying midge. Looking to the side, the hero thought that it was a secret or a technique, frightening. Frowning, Evan said that it seemed that he did not understand that he was the most annoying. Standing on the dragon's head, the man shouted that he should remain silent. He was the guardian of this city. Gritting his teeth, he added that death would be a luxury for them. Looking down, the man said that he would imprison their souls in fire and fog and make them suffer for eternity. Flames spread throughout the city. The hero looked to the side in surprise and thought that damn old man. Did he really want to turn the city into ashes? Turning around, he added that this dragon had so much mana. Lightning flew around the man. The protagonist suddenly jumped up. A hail of swords appeared. Landing on the ground, Ted thought that he had hit him on purpose again. Frowning, he asked if he could concentrate on the enemy, to which Evan replied that he had intended to give him a chance to attack since he was quite nimble. Looking away, he added that but, apparently, his bowler hat could not keep up with his legs. The hero asked again, his eyes widening in surprise. He covered his face with his hands, the thought having occurred to him that he had not wanted to kill him. Lowering his head, the protagonist added that he would give him a chance to attack. Looking straight ahead, the man said that since he could not keep up, he would have to do everything himself. Grinning, Ted said that if this was his plan, he should have just said so. Frowning, the girl shouted that she should be careful. He was attacking again. Flames rushed towards them. Rushing forward, the knight thought that another primitive attack. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise. The dragon abruptly hit him with its tail. Gray smoke rose. Looking at the dragon, the hero shouted, "What the hell?" Stretching her hand forward, Lena shouted that Evan would not recover soon. Without him, it was time for them to show their trump cards. Frowning, the protagonist said that if this attack fails, the girl looked surprised. Hearing that he would think about it, a notification appeared that the Phantom of Sloth was using laziness. A bright glow appeared around the hero. The man looked surprised and asked again. Suddenly, a blow flew at the dragon. The priest shuddered and asked again. A glow appeared from the monster's mouth. It was heard that the undead, how insolent. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that Nick should go back as soon as he dealt with this old man. Suddenly he swung his sword. Raising his staff up, the man shouted that it was useless. The girl looked forward angrily. A glow appeared around the dragon's head. Looking at it in surprise, the man shouted that it was that girl again. Lena looked away and thought that no, she had let her guard down. Looking at the black particles, the hero turned to her. He looked away and spoke about the secret technique of aura. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared. A square of light was heard. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that it was not a technique before. He froze in amazement, remembering the phrase that he intended to give him a chance to attack since he was quite nimble, but apparently his bowler hat could not keep up with his legs. Suddenly, a blow flew at the dragon. The thought arose that this time he would not miss the opportunity. His eyes lit up brightly. Landing in front of the dragon, Ted thought he would follow the path Evan had laid out for him. The dragon's heart, it was taking damage. Pink lightning appeared near the dragon. Swinging, the hero shouted about the soulless sword. He abruptly struck the monster. Gritting her teeth, the girl wondered what the heck, she couldn't get out. The dragon raised its head up and shouted loudly. Looking at it, the protagonist thought what had happened. Gray smoke appeared around the monster. The man began to fall down. The dragon lay on the ground. Looking up, the priest shouted about the spatial gate. Suddenly his head was cut off. Ted looked at it silently. Grabbing the weapon, the knight said that he thought he was no longer useful. Looking at the hero, he added that it looked like this was the end. They were leaving here. Raising his hand up, the hero said yes, let him go ahead, he would leave with Lena. The man frowned and responded approvingly. He entered the portal. Walking towards the girl, the protagonist thought that the old man had died, but the fog remained. Looking at Lena, he asked if she was okay, said that they would leave here. Grinning, the girl answered that she could not leave with him. Ted opened his eyes in amazement and thought that the fog had bound her. Clenching his fist, he added that he would clear it with light magic. Looking straight ahead, Lena shouted that it was impossible. Her mother's shield was also at its limit. Let her go. The hero answered loudly that no, let him not say such a thing. Suddenly, an explosion flared up in front of him. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Tears appeared in her eyes. Stretching his hand forward, Ted shouted for her to grab his hand faster. If she stayed here, she would never be able to return and die. She reached out to him with her hand. The hero looked at her in amazement, hearing that everything was fine. Closing her eyes, the girl added that she was used to this. Suddenly, the protagonist flew up. He fell to the ground. Ted froze, looking straight ahead. Black fog flew in the air. Suddenly, an explosion flew across the ground. The man pulled his sword to the side. Frowning, he thought that it meant that as soon as he left, he could not go back in. He acted thoughtlessly. They needed to leave together. Standing in front of the portal, Evan added that but why haven't they come out yet? The hero sat in front of the black fog. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this will not happen. Standing up, the protagonist added that he will only leave with Lena. His eyes widened when he heard that he was truly greedy. Suddenly, Ted clutched his chest. Frowning, he thought that the original sin, it seemed that he noticed, apparently, he was not completely hopeless. Lowering his head, the hero shouted that as always, it was annoying, to which he was answered that he really wanted to save many, although so weak. Smiling, he said that the one who would be stuck here forever with him said, if he wished it, funny. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that someone said that he was condemning him. He looked at the crown in amazement. Frowning, Ted thought that greed. He put on the crown, heard that yes, it was perfect for such an insatiable person like him. A notification appeared that he had become the true owner of the crown of greed. A bright glow appeared around him. A message about the characteristics appeared. Looking to the side, the hero thought that understanding. A bright light appeared near his hand and he added that he could barely understand how this magic worked. Great, with this. A flash suddenly appeared in front of him. A thought appeared that he could save Lena. Stretching his hand forward, the girl thought that he had people waiting for him outside. Smirking, she said that so everything is fine. A memory of the hero appeared. They were standing near the knight. The protagonist was dragging her along with him. She grabbed the weapon. The girl was sitting in absolute darkness. Wiping away tears from her eyes, she said that Lena was having fun. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her. Bright lightning appeared. It was heard that she was holding him for someone. Stretching his hand forward, Ted said that he would not leave her alone. The girl began to cry, saying that but if they stayed here. Looking at her, the hero replied that he had already told her they were friends. Lena closed her eyes. He hugged her tightly. The demon smiled and said that here she was. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes in amazement. Blood began to flow from his nose. The girl looked at him in fear. Suddenly, the floor beneath them fell through. Ted opened his eyes wide, wondering who. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that he knew her. They were sitting on the ground. It was heard that it was Leo. Looking at the fog, the hero wondered what kind of overwhelming power. He clenched his teeth and added that he did not know whether this was a real god or not, but clearly not the kind of creature that he could provoke. The monster's eyes lit up and he asked why he had summoned him. The protagonist lowered his head, wondering what the observer was. Suddenly, beams shot into his back. Standing behind him, the demon said that it was nothing special. Turning around, Ted thought that he could directly feel his thoughts, revenge, and a deep desire to kill. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that he wanted to give them advice, let them write wills. Looking straight ahead, the demon said that for he would kill each of them, it would be understandable to wait. The hero lowered his head and exclaimed, hearing that this was all, and now let him get lost. Gritting his teeth, he thought that these bastards did not take them seriously. It was heard that to think that he heard their conversation and still retained his sanity, incredible. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that before leaving, he would give him a parting gift. A glow appeared in front of him. It was heard that he would pray that he and the observer could make their wishes come true. Ted's eyes widened and he shouted. A notification appeared that he had been granted a blessing from the one who had transcended time. Fog was flying in the air. The thought arose that it was a blessing. Breathing heavily, the hero heard that the blessing would manifest itself when the conditions were met. His eyes widened in amazement. He thought that it really was a god. The girl was unconscious. He heard that it seemed that Lena was okay. Lying on the ground, the protagonist said that it was great, and now he needed to awaken the dragon's corpse. The man looked straight ahead. Standing in front of the portal, he said that it was incredible what he had just seen. Suddenly, a green beam struck the ground. The thought arose that it was just a huge consumption of mana. Gritting his teeth, Ted thought that if it were not for the crown, he would have been squeezed dry. The dragon appeared. A message appeared about the remains of its heart. With his eyes widened, the hero wondered if the dragon's heart was still intact, how much more mana should he pour in? A bright glow appeared near the dragon. A message appeared that advanced necromancy, the skeleton summoning, was successful. The protagonist stood in front of the dragon. A message appeared that the level of the summoned corpse was too high. Additional characteristics were obtained. The dragon stood still. A thought appeared that it was a success. It was said that the level of the summoned transcendent was high. The monster gritted his teeth and said that he thought he could rest already. How cruel fate is. With his eyes wide open, Ted asked what he could say. Standing in front of him, the monster said that he was surprised, to which the hero replied that he did not expect that so much of the past would remain in him. Lowering his head, the dragon said that but still far from ideal, only a small part of his heart remained. Surprised, looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was talkative. The characteristics of the bone dragon appeared, and he added that a level 12 monster with such a reserve of mana was simply a monster. Gritting his teeth, the dragon asked what he knew, what kind of crown it was, to which Ted wondered what it was. Frowning, he said that he shouldn't address him that way, but call him master. Looking straight at him, the monster replied that in that case, he would become his servant if he gave him the crown. Standing in front of him, the hero asked again, to which he added that he belonged to him anyway. He would not lose anything if he gave him the crown. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the crown would come in handy when summoning the undead, but now he could agree to his request. Smirking, he said that fine, but he had conditions. If he didn't agree, he would make him understand who his master was, even if it meant using drastic methods. Walking through the kingdom, Ted said that it felt like 10 years had passed, to which the girl asked if it was really that long. Looking to the side, he added that it was possible, but in reality, about 10 days had passed. Grinning, the hero thought that it was good that it had not affected her at all. A lot had happened, but he had managed to cope with everything during the holidays, and after returning to the Empire, he needed to immediately prepare for the war in the north. Pointing to the side, Lena suggested eating. Food appeared. It was heard that it was good. It looked delicious. A view of buildings opened up, and the hero said that he should chew thoroughly. A huge building appeared. It was heard that but she wanted to go with him. She would not do anything. It would be problematic if she came to the Empire. Throwing her hands behind her head, Lena said that she would be lonely, to which he replied that he was sure that they would meet soon. Grinning, she added that for sure, here, let him take it. The protagonist held the box in his hands. Raising her hand, Lena said that he should take care of himself. She would contact him soon. Ted smiled when he heard this. Bowing, he said that yes, they would see each other again. The train was moving through the forest. He heard that they would soon arrive at the Rodlin Academy. They should be ready to get off. Looking away, the hero thought that it seemed like he was returning home. Lowering his head, he added that he would be busy again tomorrow, so today he needed to get some rest, and then someone spoke to him. The protagonist looked at the man in confusion. Holding the envelope in his hands, he thought that the letter was sealed with black magic. Ted looked at it. Noticing the man, he thought that it was a secret message from the meeting. The hero stood up, hearing that they had arrived at the station, let them not forget their things in the train carriage, and he thought that the members of the assembly were hidden in all layers of society, so it was very easy for them to pass the letter, but it was unpleasant to realize that his actions were being watched. Leaving the train, he added that for now he would just go with the flow. The protagonist looked at the girl. Vivian looked away, hearing that they were on the same train. Ted looked straight ahead. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, she dropped the suitcase on the floor. They hugged each other tightly in her thoughts, and Vivian asked if he was okay. Standing in front of her, the hero responded approvingly and asked how she was. The girl looked in amazement when she heard that everything was fine at home. She smirked slightly. A view of a huge building opened up. A man was waving a sword in front of him. The girl was fighting with him. They parried each other's blows. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. The man looked at her in surprise. The sword flew up. It stuck in the ground. Looking at his hand, the man thought. Standing in front of her, he said that it was incredible what had happened to her. Looking straight ahead, Vivian replied that she had met a wonderful teacher. A view of the estate opened up. It was heard that this is why she wants to become a knight of the Cromwell house, to which she said that she did not see any other option. The man closed his eyes and said that she had become a great knight. She would become a true knight only when she had a master to serve. The girl looked surprised when she heard this. She bowed, and he added that he respected her decision. Standing in front of the hero, Vivian said that a lot had happened. With wide eyes, he asked what had happened. Turning around, the girl replied that it was a secret, she would tell him later. The protagonist silently looked at her. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that he did not think that it would be so crowded here. The counters were already open in anticipation of the opening of the academy tomorrow. Looking to the side, Ted asked that it was too noisy here, they would find a more secluded place, and that Vivian answered that it was fine, she did not mind. Smiling, Lucia turned to him. Looking away, the girl thought that it was secluded, and she shouted that the eldest was here too. When they returned, they didn't even bother to contact her. Standing in front of the girl, the hero asked how she was doing, to which she replied that she was enjoying her second life, thanks to him. Dina looked at her and said that she shouldn't interfere with their date, to which the protagonist replied that they met by chance. Looking down, Lucia asked what she was saying, by chance. Gritting her teeth, Ted said that it was enough, she was embarrassing Vivian. Looking at him, the girl thought that he was such a bore, and he added that he shouldn't take her jokes seriously. Smirking, the hero thought that, whatever it was, he was glad that Lucia had fully recovered, and Vivian thought that the date, so that's why he wanted to be alone. The girls smiled, and the thought came that Dina, her mana had become more stable, thought he was too worried. Looking away, Dina asked what about the two of them. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. The girl looked down. She turned around abruptly and asked what he was looking at. Stretching his hand forward, Ted said that her mana, and Vivian thought about a date. The stars appeared in the sky. It was heard that he should learn to read the atmosphere. He had already said, they had all misunderstood. The thought came that well, now they could do without his help. A view of the private laboratories of the Rodlin Academy opened up. Sitting at his desk, the hero thought that later he would check the first year's progress in fencing. He opened the envelope. The protagonist read the letter and thought that the invitation to the meeting was very opportune. A glow appeared around him. A thought appeared that he had become much stronger, and all thanks to the soul of the Orc Lord and the Bone Dragon. Ted stood in front of the dragon. A thought appeared that now he only lacked an information network to find differences from the events of the game. An image of a man appeared, and he added that he needed to know the actions of the Empire and the Assembly. The girl extended her hand forward. A thought appeared that the Emperor could be monitored with the help of the Morheim House, and as for the Assembly, Lena hit herself on the chest. Raising his head, the hero thought that if he did this, the letter caught fire. A thought appeared that well, what nonsense, in this case he would show everyone his power at the Assembly so that no one could interfere with him. Looking at the letter, the protagonist added that and then he would become the head of the Assembly. Bright particles appeared around him and the girl. The man walked along a forest path. He looked straight ahead. Suddenly, warriors appeared around him. Standing still, he said that as many as 3 masters of aura. Looking at him, the man replied that yes, he fully deserved it. Frowning, he added that he should tell him why he disobeyed the orders of God. Evan removed his hood and said that he had already clarified everything in the report. The reason was that he had received a revelation. Standing in front of him, the man asked that he had been brainwashed by black magic. He, the incarnation of the Holy See, would never write such a blasphemous report. Looking down, the knight replied that he could consider it a difference of opinion. Closing his eyes, the priest said that if the opinion concerned the will of God, he would have to prove it with his blood. The hero smirked. A thought appeared that but compared to a maniac who desperately wanted to kill a child, a small lie from black magicians seemed trivial. Closing his eyes, Evan thought that this was not the will of God. Standing behind them, the man asked what he had disturbed them. The man looked at him in amazement and asked why he was here. The knight opened his eyes in surprise. The warriors looked at him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he met a god. Evan looked at him angrily. Turning his head, the priest said that it was none of his business, even if he dared to oppose the holy throne. Frowning, the man said that if he did not disappear immediately with his pawns. The priest looked surprised to hear that tomorrow his holy throne would turn into ruins. A view of the dark sky opened up. Sitting by the fire, the man asked that the bright entity he was talking about, he was an ancient god, to which the knight responded approvingly. Hearing the answer, he stood up. Evan, looking at him, heard that where he was now, to which he replied that he was just coming for him. Looking to the side, the man said that he would not cause harm, let him at least let them know his name. It seemed he had. The image of the protagonist appeared. It was heard that there was an answer that he had been looking for a long time.